Xuantiang City. The news of Xuantiang Dao Academy's open enrollment spread throughout the city. Xuantiang Dao Academy is opening its doors. They will be accepting disciples. I have finally awaited this opportunity after all. It is Xuantiang Dao Academy. Father, I too wish to become an immortal master. At the city gate, Lu Qing stood in line, his heart racing as he absorbed the multitude of gossip swirling around him. He was unaware of the academy's profound heritage, yet he understood that it was undoubtedly a place for cultivating immortality. Otherwise, he would not have traversed such arduous journeys. Though he had not faced the trials of 3 gates and 5 generals, he had encountered numerous perils on his path, with countless dangers that were far too many to recount. Had it not been for a skill that accompanied him, enabling him to evade calamities, he might have been snatched away by a passing beast long ago. In summary, his journey had been fraught with tears and toil. Indeed, Lu Qing was a transmigrator. He had met an untimely death and, upon crossing over, encountered a ray of golden light, leading him to an ancient world vastly different from Blue Star, where he became a homeless beggar yet acquired a golden finger. This golden finger was, in fact, a skill. In his previous life, before his sudden demise, he had played a game featuring a skill called Evasion of Calamity. As the name suggests, it was designed for evading misfortune, and due to the game's development, it also possessed an effect of extending one's lifespan, with longevity randomly dropping each month. This was the reason behind Lu Qing's calm demeanor. In the present, Lu Qing had relied on his talent for evasion to steer clear of countless dangers. Regrettably, he had not managed to gather the full capability of evasion of calamity during his previous gaming sessions. What he possessed was merely a basic evasion talent, yet one could not overlook its significance. Even in dire situations, his evasion ability could conjure a favorable outcome, for wherever misfortune appeared, a corresponding favorable sign would inevitably emerge, guiding Lu Qing's actions. He reminisced about his early days after crossing over, when he had wished to understand this world more thoroughly. However, he was soon left astonished by a streak of light soaring across the sky. It was evidently the silhouette of a person. How could a human fly in the sky? It seemed he had not merely arrived in an ancient world, but rather in a realm imbued with the power of cultivation. Consequently, Lu Qing resolutely decided to seek immortality. For an ordinary mortal, traversing the vast mountains was undeniably an arduous endeavor. He persistently sought information. Without his skill, he would have been unable to solidify his determination so swiftly. Upon divining a favorable omen, Lu Qing ventured into the deep mountains, only to encounter 4 ominous signs. To his left, a tiger poised to hunt. To his right, a venomous python. Behind him, a wolf, and before him, a cliff's edge. Peril surrounded him on all sides. Once his evasion talent activated, Lu Qing received a favorable sign. Remain stationary to resolve the current predicament. Favorable. In the end, a meteor shower descended from the heavens, obliterating the surrounding beasts of danger. Lu Qing was thus able to circumvent the treacherous cliffs. Dangers lurked everywhere, and sometimes the signs that emerged from favorable omens could be misleading. Lu Qing was determined to pursue cultivation, which necessitated placing himself in perilous situations to glean further omens leading to the realm of cultivation. As he approached Xuantiang City, he observed a noticeable increase in the number of cultivators around him. I wonder if I possess any aptitude or spiritual roots. Though he told himself not to harbor expectations, who could help but hope when facing the prospect of immortality? "Sir, hot water is ready." A young attendant knocked at the door. "Young man, I heard there's a cultivation academy here." The attendant beamed, his hand brushing against the coin Lu Qing had offered. "Sir, you must be an outsider. Our Xuantiang Dao Academy is renowned far and wide every year. People come here seeking enlightenment. Your timing is fortuitous. Tomorrow, the Xuantiang Dao Academy will be recruiting disciples right here in our city. The selection process is rather simple. One merely needs to look into a mirror. There is no test for cultivation aptitude." But the attendant spoke with familiarity, clearly having encountered numerous inquiries of this nature. Once the attendant departed, Lu Qing grasped the situation. Xuantiang City was a mundane settlement governed by Xuantiang Dao Academy. Every 3 years, the academy would open its doors. At least the attendant believed there was no sect more formidable than Xuantiang Dao Academy in the surrounding area. As for further insights, they were beyond his reach. The attendant was merely a mortal and lacked knowledge of the intricacies of cultivation. Lu Qing had already resolved to join this academy, primarily because his evasion talent had shown no signs of danger, indicating that entering this institution posed no peril. Even minor dangers were still dangers, and having been granted a second chance at life, Lu Qing merely wished to tread steadily along the path of immortality. As he pondered this, a sudden clarity struck him. Several omens manifested before him. What? Another ominous sign has appeared. Great ominous sign. Do not sleep over here, sound from the adjacent room. Eavesdrop, uncover someone's secret, and face dire consequences, 10 deaths and no life. A great calamity. Ominous sign. Awaken at midnight. Open your eyes, and notice movement outside the window. Be poisoned, and consequently distance yourself from the path of cultivation, becoming a puppet in another's hands. Ominous. Minor ominous sign. Awaken at 1 o'clock. Venture to the adjacent room. Find a vial of 5-spirit liquid, which can slightly enhance comprehension, but it is laced with poison from another. Consuming it will be akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and will lead to discovery during tomorrow's disciple selection at the academy, thus losing the chance for cultivation. Minor ominous. Lu Qing remained steadfast in his pursuit of cultivation, however, as his skills seemed to adapt to his influence. The omen of losing the chance for cultivation transformed into a minor ominous sign. Had this occurred in his past life in the mundane realm, it would have been a favorable sign. This is outrageous. The dangers of the cultivation world are beyond comprehension. As his evasion talent originated from a game skill, the developers had not intended to introduce significant difficulty. Thus, the omens were expressed in clear, straightforward language, clearly outlining their origins. At times, Lu Qing wished for his evasion talent not to activate. Yet now that it had, he hastily sought the favorable sign. Regarding what had been stated, he would adhere to the favorable sign, for the ominous signs suggested that as long as he remained asleep throughout the night, he would be spared from calamity, even upon hearing sounds. My life is but one favorable sign. Sleep soundly until 9 in the morning to avoid entanglement with future calamities. No subsequent misfortune. Favorable. What is happening? Lu Qing felt a chill run down his spine upon entering Xuantiang City. He had faced 2 consecutive calamities, unavoidable and inescapable. Had it not been for this favorable sign, he would have been confronted with yet another related calamity. He held no desire to engage with calamities. It appeared that this calamity surrounding the 5-spirit liquid was far from over. Rather, it would persist endlessly, entangling him. Fortunately, he had received a favorable sign. Yet as for those grand opportunities, Lu Qing felt he was not fated to enjoy them at this time. After completing his ablutions, he glanced outside to find the moon just rising. Lu Qing resolved to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. He also requested the attendant to fetch some cotton balls to stuff in his ears, ensuring he would hear nothing. Even in the most desperate of circumstances, he would keep his eyes tightly shut. He firmly shut the window now. Even if someone attempted to disturb him, he would remain oblivious. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, he would not awaken. Lu Qing settled into a peaceful slumber. As midnight approached, rustling noises emerged from the adjacent room. At 1 o'clock, the wind howled and rain pattered outside, mingled with the sound of blades, drowned out by the sealed window. At 6 in the morning, breakfast vendors began to set up, and the inn was filled with the sounds of waking patrons. Shortly after 9, the attendant's voice echoed outside the door. "Sir, I have brought you a wash basin, towel, and breakfast." In this life, Lu Qing had developed a sense of alertness, yet having dabbled in hypnosis in his previous life, he had given himself a suggestion, allowing him to sleep somewhat soundly. The attendant was, of course, a result of his prior monetary persuasion, which granted him such treatment. Knowing that the Academy's disciple selection would take place over 3 days in Xuantiang City, he could not afford to miss the opportunity. "Just leave it outside the door, young man." "Certainly." Having enjoyed a sound sleep, he awoke to find no further disturbances. During his initial days after crossing over, Lu Qing had endured considerable hardships, where the lack of sustenance was the sole risk he faced. Now that he had food, he would not skimp on treating himself. Chapter 2. Avoiding Calamity. Qualitative selection with a meat bun and a bowl of congee consumed. Lu Qing felt satiated after a brief wash of his face and mouth, but as soon as he finished his meal. He descended the stairs, preparing to attend the selection assessment. However, upon reaching the ground floor from his room on the third floor, he discovered the hall to be eerily empty, with the innkeeper and the accountant exchanging worried glances. He spotted the young waiter who had attended to him earlier and inquired, "What has transpired here?" Though merely a youth, Lu Qing had spent over 2 years in this realm, during which he had learned martial arts. Endowing him with a robust physique and a spirited gaze that belied his age, others might overlook the details, but the young waiter remembered him well, for he was the only guest to rise at such an hour to seek enlightenment. Upon hearing Lu Qing's question, the waiter began to lament. Esteemed guest, you cannot possibly be aware of the turmoil. Due to our location on the third floor, I had just finished tidying the guest rooms. But throughout the day, numerous events have unfolded. Just last night, a most unfortunate incident occurred, a death, no less. The victim was none other than the beloved son of the Lu family, a young man of approximately 15 or 16 years. Rumored to possess celestial affinities and already poised to join a Taoist academy under a master Tor Dismay. This morning, a corpse was discovered, none other than that of Lu's son. The perpetrator remains unknown. And this morning's commotion has led to the Taoist academy apprehending those suspected. The outcome is still uncertain. This tragedy unfolded merely 3 meters from our inn's entrance, prompting the patrons to flee in fear. The waiter continued, recounting the events without needing Lu Qing to press further. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing recalled the ominous omens he had drawn the previous night, yet he had escaped their grasp. Nevertheless, the situation described by the waiter seemed inexorably linked to those foreboding signs. As he exited the inn, he noted the surrounding crowd engaged in fervent discussions about the morning's incident, given the high-profile nature of the victim. The circumstances of the death were peculiar. Whispers suggested that a vendetta against the Lu family might be involved. Indeed, a Taoist master had insinuated that the murder bore deeper implications, perhaps implicating another practitioner of the arcane arts. Who else could inflict such grievous wounds? Alas, Lu's son lacked the fortune to escape his fate. What good would it do to have a master if his status remained unconfirmed? Just as a fallen genius loses their brilliance. Lu's son had not yet entered the academy, leading Lu Qing to believe that this matter might dissolve without resolution, especially if the assailant remained undiscovered and the Lu family lacked influence. Listening to the gossip around him, Lu Qing contemplated before departing, reminding himself of his true purpose today, to join the Taoist academy. The absence of foreboding signs indicated that the assessment site would be devoid of peril. He glanced at the throng of people moving along the street, recalling the waiter's directions from the previous day, and followed the crowd. His youthful frame, having only recently transitioned into this world, made him appear around 14 years of age, an age deemed acceptable for entry. According to the waiter, even centenarians could be admitted if they possessed talent. The criteria were straightforward: to assess one's aptitude for cultivation. As for the intricacies of the selection process, Lu Qing did not expect to glean answers from a single inquiry. Upon reaching his destination, he encountered a bustling crowd, where a long queue had formed. At the center stood a platform 2 meters high, adorned with several wooden tables, behind which sat 2 figures. One was a young man, perhaps in his 20s, garbed in flowing white robes, his chin slightly elevated as he surveyed the crowd with visible impatience. Beside him was an elderly man, with white hair and beard, exuding vitality and competence. Before the elder lay a mirror, the details of which remained elusive from Lu Qing's distance. Following the longest line, Lu Qing patiently took his place. "Hurry up!" Next, the elderly man barked, his voice resonating with authority, while the young man remained silent, yet exuded an air of indifference, suggesting he was either well-connected or exceptionally skilled. Those deemed worthy approached the wooden table, while the unqualified were swiftly ushered away. "Master, please grant me a chance." A desperate plea was heard as someone received the news of their disqualification, leading to a breakdown. As Lu Qing advanced in the queue, the commotion jolted him from his thoughts. The young man's expression grew increasingly impatient. Without any flourish, he waved his hand, sending the kneeling supplicant flying several meters away. Lu Qing, lost in contemplation, noted the evident power dynamics at play. It was clear that the 2 individuals overseeing the selection were regarded as Taoist masters, and the young man's temperament did not seem favorable. Lu Qing hoped to avoid drawing their ire. The queue moved swiftly, with others around him sharing a similar age. The peculiar circumstances mentioned by the waiter had yet to manifest among the candidates. Superior aptitude. Quickly, come forth. The call echoed as a youth, donning white robes, was recognized for his exceptional talent. The elder's demeanor brightened, indicating a promising year for the academy. Following the announcement, another candidate emerged, only to be deemed of inferior aptitude. Without much deliberation, the young man who had been previously praised was escorted away. The elder remained, now facing 3 remaining candidates, among whom Lu Qing's to.it soon became his turn. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the object before him was indeed a mirror, smooth and luminous, reflecting no discernible image, yet emanating a cool breeze that brushed against his forehead. Superior aptitude. Very well, step over here. The elder's expression softened. Lu Qing felt a weight lift from his chest, a flicker of joy crossing his features. The elder remained unfazed, unaware that Lu Qing's relief stemmed from his cultivation aptitude, which appeared promising. How fortunate to be free from the burden of mediocrity. Chapter 3. A return to ominous portents. Caution in detail, the subsequent candidates did not exhibit the previous turmoil. Lu Qing stood quietly at the rear, alongside the earlier 2 youths, despite the elder's lack of explicit acknowledgement. It was evident that those with superior aptitude were markedly favored over their mid- and low-tier counterparts. Lu Qing had no desire to stand out. He preferred to maintain a low profile, ensuring that he would not be the most conspicuous among the crowd. As for his aptitude, he remained indifferent. But he could surmise that the emergence of inferior talents would draw attention to them. He possessed a unique advantage. Longevity promised future opportunities. Lu Qing did not consider himself the protagonist of this narrative. He lacked the aura of dominance and preferred to remain discreet, focusing solely on his cultivation. After the queue concluded, another candidate with superior aptitude was called forth. Lu Qing observed the elder from his position, noting his satisfaction, as this year seemed to yield a bountiful harvest for the Xiantian Dao Academy. 4 candidates with superior aptitude stood together, maintaining a respectful distance from one another, all strangers in this moment. 2 of the youths appeared even more reserved than Lu Qing, their gazes cast downward, seemingly ill at ease with the attention their presence commanded. Low aptitude? You may leave. Lu Qing had been quietly observing the proceedings when a youth with a resolute demeanor was identified as possessing low aptitude. Upon first glance, Lu Qing felt a sudden surge of intuition, a notion that this encounter might lead him to cross paths with a fated individual, having memorized countless tropes from his past life. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. The elder, seemingly reluctant to accept another low-aptitude candidate, chose not to display anger, perhaps due to the influx of promising talents. You must consider carefully. With your aptitude, even if you devote your life to cultivation, reaching the first tier of qi nourishing is commendable, yet most will find themselves unable to progress beyond that. No, elder, I implore you to grant me a chance. The low-aptitude youth remained resolute, recounting his arduous journey in pursuit of the path of cultivation. After all, possessing low aptitude was not the same as being devoid of it entirely. There remained hope for opportunity. From the perspective of Lu Qing, the seasoned elder offered a piece of advice. Our academy has a servants division. If you truly wish to cultivate, you must go there. I am willing. I earnestly request the immortal master to grant me this opportunity. Lu Qing averted his gaze, no longer fixating on the one suspected of being a child of destiny. He withdrew his thoughts. As the capable elder concluded the talent assessment, from this day forth, you shall be the preparatory disciples of my academy. But this is merely the first round of selection. Upon returning to the academy, there lies another trial. You would do well not to take it lightly, for there have been precedents where those with potential have faltered in the second layer. The elder's tone was stern. Yes, immortal master, the crowd responded in unison. You have family members to consider. I will grant you a stick of incense as time. Upon hearing this, many young individuals were stirred. Parents had come to see them off, and some were still waiting at the end. Lu Qing, having no kin or ties, remained unaffected. A few young boys conferred and then descended from the platform. Lu Qing's expression remained impassive, yet his heart stirred slightly. For at that moment, a portent of calamity manifested. Great calamity hexagram. The wood stands out in the forest, and the wind must surely wither it. Leaving the high platform alone, one encounters a wide-ranging attack from unknown enemies. Trapped within the scope of the assault, facing certain death, calamity. Great calamity hexagram. From the high railing, heads fall. Standing upon the platform, one is struck by an unknown enemy's casual blow, resulting in an untimely demise, calamity. Peace hexagram. Standing on the platform, bowing politely to Elder Mou to inquire about matters devoid of life-threatening danger, peace. No matter how much he contemplated, before choosing a hexagram, to the outside world. Time merely passed in a fleeting moment. On the platform, the crowd had dwindled considerably. Only the inept youth, Lu Qing, and the boy who had first been detected with superior talent remained. He disregarded everything else. Bowed and clasped his hands, his expression betraying a hint of shyness, akin to a novice seeking guidance. Immortal Master, I wish to inquire about the nature of the second trial, as I would like to prepare myself mentally. The capable elder recognized the superior talent and regarded him favorably. Generally, I would not divulge such information, but you, the elder's gaze swept to the corner where the inept youth stood, who also bowed. Albeit timidly, yet did not forget the existence of the second assessment. I shall share it with you. The second trial consists of a test of temperament and foundational knowledge. As long as your origins are innocent, and you are not a person of grave evil, with a correct disposition, you may enter my academy. As long as you do not create issues for yourselves, this trial will merely be a formality. So it is, Lu Qing mused, having initially believed there was only a talent screening, with no age restrictions on the candidates. How could the academy ensure a sense of belonging among its disciples? It now appeared that the second trial held deeper intricacies. Lu Qing reflected on his own origins, which were indeed cleared at as for his past life. He chose not to dwell on those details. Who could say how this world operated? Those memories had seldom been revisited. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that Lu Qing felt utterly convinced he was ensnared in a perilous situation. Just as he took a breath, after the elder's words concluded, a sudden, violent sound erupted from outside. A resounding boom echoed in his ears. A chill crept over him as he realized that an attack had indeed sliced through their vicinity. He turned to gaze behind the platform, where a wall had crumbled, debris cascading down. A shiver coursed down his spine. The nature of that attack eluded him, yet he distinctly felt a cold wind sweep overhead. Had he not bowed respectfully just moments ago, that strike would have claimed his head. The trembling youth beside him turned pale, unable to utter a word, having mirrored Lu Qing's earlier action, his timid nature preventing him from raising his gaze. As for the inept youth in the corner, it was clear he had been startled as well. Lu Qing felt the weight of his own survival. The chilling sensation of a severed head lingered ominously. This was perilously dangerous. Such a situation was utterly ruthless. It demanded precision to the utmost degree, allowing no margin for error. The consequence of a single misstep was death. Truly, it was dire. Meanwhile, atop the platform, the capable elder soared into the air, his countenance grim, bellowing, "Damnable demonic old thief! Ha ha ha! Elder Mo, you are no better than this." A dark figure emerged, with Elder Mo Yoyu engaging in combat with the unknown enemy. The demonic old thief. Lu Qing, still an ordinary mortal, failed to discern the subtleties of their confrontation. All he desired was to remain calm. But as for the demonic old thief hovering above, he made a mental note. With his longevity enhanced by skills, he was certain to outlive others. He had no doubt he would find an opportunity for vengeance. It was best if he did not fall into my hands. No, a delayed revenge would not satiate his wrath. It would be preferable if he perished now. He hoped Elder Mo would prove formidable. This life-and-death scenario, where one could be struck down upon simply looking up, was utterly absurd. Yet, it was evident that this peril was not solely directed at him. He was merely a fish caught in the flames of a city gate. Others were equally affected. Reflecting on those who had departed, Lu Qing could not guarantee how many would survive this terrifying assault from the demonic faction. Chapter 4. Entering the academy, the elder named Mo soon returned, appearing unscathed, yet his expression was grave. Without needing to ask, one could tell from his countenance that the demonic old thief had escaped. The time granted by the stick of incense had elapsed. Many who were to return had done so, but a discerning eye would notice the discrepancy in numbers. A group was missing, including the last detected talent of superior quality. Lu Qing observed that many faces reflected a lingering fear. They had narrowly escaped death. Such occurrences were truly a matter of luck. The hexagrams had not foretold where the attack would strike. Had one recklessly ventured in, calamity would surely ensue. There are assailants within the city. How terrifying! I did not wander far and witnessed several being slain. Indeed, how audacious! I heard they are demonic cultivators. All were merely teenagers, suddenly beset by an unreasonable assault, their faces pale with dread. Elder Mo's expression was exceedingly grim. Quiet now. We shall return to the academy. With me here, there is no need for concern. As for what had transpired, the group speculated among themselves. A flying vessel materialized, expanding from small to large. appearing in midair. The vessel set course for the academy, housing numerous rooms within. After selecting a room, Lu Qing gradually released the tension within him. Death was not to be feared. What was truly frightening was the uncertainty of how one might perish. Outside the flying vessel, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, presenting a picturesque view. When mealtime arrived, small groups formed. The three with superior talents sat together for a meal that my name is Li Jioming. What are your names? Li Jioming's attire suggested a comfortable upbringing, and he seemed eager to establish rapport with the two. Lu Qing. I am Lu Er. Lu Er sat uneasily, his demeanor anxious. The atmosphere quickly fell into silence. Li Jioming chuckled nonchalantly. After all, we shall be fellow disciples in the future. You know what the academy is like. He appeared intent on boasting that Lu Qing was genuinely unaware, recognizing that Li Jioming already possessed the answers. What is it like? The academy is divided into 5 major peaks. Those of us admitted together will be placed in the outer sect. Only exceptionally talented individuals, like the geologically gifted genius this time, may go directly to the inner sect. Li Jioming spoke with envy. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect is where true prodigies gather. I have heard that even those of geological talent are not uncommon there. Furthermore, if we can catch the eye of an elder and be chosen as disciples, our futures would be boundless. However, generally, the initial phase is focused on collective cultivation. A distant cousin of mine experienced this. As Li Jioming spoke, Lu Qing understood. It seemed there were individuals within the gates. He also heard whispers of numerous organizations and cultivation societies inside, all of which appeared quite complex. Thank you, Brother Li, for enlightening me that I truly was unaware of such intricacies. Feeling a tinge of curiosity about the academy's not-so-purely sectarian nature, Lu Qing remained contemplative, realizing that he would need to experience it firsthand. As the three conversed, Lu Er occasionally chimed in, but it was mostly Li Jioming who spoke, sharing more knowledge than the others. 3 days passed, and Lu Qing heard that individuals had already begun cultivating over there. How could it be so fast? The two who approached him appeared astonished, hastily rushing to his side. What is the meaning of this? We are aware that we are preparatory disciples. The term preparatory carries significant weight. What should we do? There will be a small competition for entry, and although we are unsure of its nature, advancing in cultivation would surely be advantageous. Should we not start cultivating early? It is said that someone over there possesses insights. Their self-interest had clouded their judgment. Lu Qing did not believe that Elder Mo, the helmsman of the vessel, was unaware of the circumstances. He shook his head. Let us not forget that we still need to participate in the second round of selection. Initiating cultivation is crucial, but the foundational choices must align with the principles of the Xuantiando Academy. He gently pointed out, we need not rush. Their qualifications are evident here. They should not be hindered by past setbacks. This early cultivation, is it an attempt to astonish during the initial assessment? Lu Qing was uncertain and reluctant to wade into this murky water. Even if there were no apparent dangers, he could sense with his intuition that it was undoubtedly a waste of effort. Upon hearing this, Li Jioming suddenly realized, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Damn, I too was confused. Truly, if it weren't for Lu Qing's words, he would have been overwhelmed with anxiety by them. Lu Qing found some agreement in this notion. The atmosphere is indeed significant. As 3 days elapsed, the ambience within the flying vessel did not lighten. Rather, it grew increasingly tense as each small team recognized familiar faces, and with matters related to the initiation at hand. The atmosphere became progressively ignited like a smoldering flame that a sense of urgency began to flicker in their hearts, compelling them to hasten their steps. Yet, Lu Qing remained serene and composed, with his golden finger in hand. He had little cause for anxiety. Thus, his mindset remained remarkably stable. Another 3 days passed. Elder Mo cast a satisfied gaze downward, noting several promising talents with exceptional character that he had been keenly observing. As for that particular cultivation method, it was merely a fundamental technique for opening meridians. To cultivate, one must first forge their channels. This is the initial step in their Tao Academy's cultivation. As for those who are overly eager for quick results. He wore an expression of indifference. Among them, he was pleased with Lu Qing's performance. From beginning to end, he exhibited neither impatience nor unease. His aptitude was exceptional, although not on par with those monstrous prodigies. He was still a remarkable talent. Lu Qing remained oblivious to Elder Mo's assessment of him. He was simply assured of his longevity, destined for eternal life. Time would allow him to endure all trials. So why rush? With a low hum, the flying vessel came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. They had docked at a mountainside, atop a platform that jutted out over a bottomless abyss. Ahead lay a staircase of pristine white, stretching into the clouds, radiant and ethereal. Surrounding them was a swirling mist of jade, winding through countless peaks, with elegant, opulent palaces appearing intermittently among the mountains that at the very forefront. Atop the highest peak stood a grand city, not to mention anything else. Merely witnessing such a vast city from the mountain was enough to astonish anyone. All right, you shall accompany me to the Disciples' Hall for the second assessment. Elder Mo produced a token, and suddenly a vast formation appeared beneath their feet. The scene outside transformed in an instant into that of a grand hall. Liu Qing steadied his mind. Just this maneuver alone was sufficient to reveal the true strength of this Tao Academy. Lu Qing had no intention of clinging to a single sect. His initial thought was solely to cultivate. Now that the academy was formidable, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Chapter 5. Illusory Realm Assessment. Xiadan Tao Academy Old You. You've brought back another batch of new disciples. The Earth-grade talents you found are truly a stroke of luck. An elder appeared silently before the crowd, his tone familiar. Elder Mo nodded with pride. Naturally, my luck is extraordinary. This time there are 3 with superior qualifications, which is quite rare in such a remote place. The elder sighed enviously. Indeed, your fortune. Others were out in the open. While Elder Mo was responsible for that secluded area of the Xiantian Tao Academy, where even a middle-grade talent was considered satisfactory, who would have thought that 3 superior talents would emerge? Or rather, 4, had one not perished, alongside an Earth-grade genius. Enough of that. Old Lin, conduct their tests. Those who pass, directly distribute the disciple tokens. Thanks to your good fortune, the headmaster and other elders will be coming to take a look. Elder Lin continued to chat casually, waving his sleeve, causing everyone's consciousness to plunge into an illusory realm. Simultaneously, a mirror hung high in the hall, softly radiating a gentle light that enveloped the disciples. Their backgrounds were clear, and there were no issues. 3 superior talents. Very good indeed. Within the imperceptible waves of air, threads of consciousness were drawn into the disciples' hall. He closed his eyes. Those who had lost awareness of the external world were evidently unaware that numerous elders were already observing them. This was a rare occurrence, an unusual opportunity. If any elder chose them as disciples, they would not be without support within the academy. However, this was passive. Liu Qing maintained his composure as the illusory realm materialized before him. He saw a wolf appear, momentarily startling him. What is this? Yet, quickly his mind became devoid of distractions. The flicker of understanding dawned upon him that, of course, this must be the second round of assessment. His talent for avoiding danger did not activate. For it was clear that this wolf could not kill him. He broke free with remarkable speed. This lad is impressive. His temperament is commendable, showing no fear. Let us deepen this a bit in the blink of an eye. After the wolf vanished, Lu Qing found himself plunged into a deeper illusion. Although he was unclear about the situation, he witnessed a scene where he was being congratulated for becoming a peerless talent of the academy. Personally taken under the wing of an unparalleled master, he maintained a stoic expression, feeling a hint of amusement. What a farce! I know my own qualifications best. With earth and heaven-grade prodigies present, it is impossible for such a scene to be credible. The next moment, the illusion shattered. Interesting. A faint voice emerged. Interesting, a disciple. I figured that this fated person would not appear this year. The first voice hesitated before choosing to decline. Another consciousness shifted its focus elsewhere. This lad's aptitude is considerably lacking, but his earnest pursuit of the path of cultivation is indeed rare, superior talent. Yet this temperament is somewhat weak. Is there no one worth selecting? The headmaster has urged us to take in disciples. Chit-chatting about taking in disciples. It's not like I haven't done it before. We've already taken in Earth-grade talents this year. They can wait for another round. But this year is fated to be unfruitful. As the discussion concluded, a solemn voice resonated. The murmurs among the speakers were exceedingly soft, sending shivers down Lu Qing's spine, until a voice imbued with irritation emerged. He suddenly recalled everything. However, he did not immediately open his eyes, lest this too were an illusion. All right, congratulations on passing the assessment. Elder Mo's voice rang out. This time, upon opening his eyes, Lu Qing saw only two elders before him. With his gaze lowered, he distinctly recalled hearing a multitude of voices earlier. Yet now he saw none. Undoubtedly, the speakers were esteemed figures. He had no intention of revealing any unusual aspects of himself. Lu Qing was uncertain whether it was he or others who had heard. He would not gamble on that possibility for taking in disciples or apprenticeship. He remained indifferent. Whether or not it happened mattered little. Lu Qing firmly believed in himself. No one at the scene sought to become a disciple. Those eminent figures might merely be here to witness the spectacle. What of being a superior talent? What of being a genius? The death of a superior talent had not stirred any waves. Lu Qing understood well that his aim was cultivation, keeping a low profile, that he had already attained a unique form of longevity and possessed skills to avoid danger. Competing was neither his preference nor his strength. Nor was it a necessity. After Elder Mo imparted his instructions, he entrusted this batch of new disciples to the group of young people that arrived afterward. Lu Qing collected his token from a senior brother among them. After dripping blood upon it, the spiritual light converged, and he felt a subtle connection to the token, even though he had yet to begin his cultivation. Senior brother, may I trouble you for guidance on how to select a Dao peak? Having received the token, many disciples appeared, leading others away. The senior brother, cheerful and straightforward, laughed heartily upon hearing this. Junior brother, do not worry. Dao peaks are plentiful, since you have yet to embark on your cultivation journey. You will uniformly select a Dao peak in the outer court for now. Once your cultivation deepens, you may switch to another location. It all depends on the path of cultivation you choose in the future. Lu Qing understood. In other words, it was not crucial which Dao peak he chose at this stage. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. It's no trouble. We are here to carry out our tasks. Let me take you to the Dao peak. The Academy token is vital. Do not lose it. Should it be misplaced, remember to return to the Disciples Hall to have it reissued. If you have any questions, you can find me or contact other disciples or elders through the token. This token is your entry item. It is essential for all new disciples. After securing it, it contains jade slips introducing various locations. You can simply press it to your forehead to view. Upon reaching the destination, Lu Qing chose a Dao peak shrouded in mist. The senior brother assigned to the task was swift and adept, succinctly conveying pertinent details and handing over a package that contained the Academy's provisions for new disciples. The Dao peak chosen by Lu Qing was nameless, and a group of mortals was seen tidying up the courtyard. Upon opening the courtyard gate, they found it expansive, with a pond of jade stones in the center, the sound of flowing water immediately greeting them. The courtyard consisted of 3 levels, with the initiation hall on the first floor and several cultivation rooms on the second. In the back courtyard, there was also a stretch of spiritual farmland. Lu Qing observed a dozen mortals cleaning the courtyard. Greetings, immortal master. The courtyard has been tidied. We humbly invite you to reside here. Upon encountering Lu Qing, they collectively bowed and said, Yes, you may leave as practitioners of the arts. They were preoccupied with their cultivation. When Lu Qing arrived here, guided by a senior brother, he had already observed numerous individuals laboring upon various peaks. Once that group departed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Entering the main hall, Lu Qing unwrapped his package and retrieved a jade slip. Following his senior brother's instructions, he pressed it against his forehead and glimpsed the information contained within regarding the Xiantian Dao Academy. Chapter 6. Outer Sect, a gathering of talents. Upon traversing to this present realm, Lu Qing discovered that the place he hailed from was known as Liang Kingdom. He had tirelessly pursued the whispers of immortals, journeying countless miles until he finally arrived at Xiantian City. However, he had not gleaned much intricate detail, as the following day he was to partake in the assessment. To be frank, Lu Qing was still rather unfamiliar with the Xiantian Dao Academy. His understanding primarily stemmed from the tavern keeper's chatter and the incessant prattle of Li Jioming along his journey, which afforded him a tenuous grasp of the academy as a formidable cultivation force. Now, this jade slip served to dispel his previous confusions. The Xiantian Dao Academy was the dominant cultivation power within the Xiantian realm, teeming with prodigies, elders, and formidable beings. After perusing the slip, one thought resonated in Lu Qing's mind. He had indeed arrived at the right place. The locale he occupied was known as the Xiantian realm, which was surrounded by several other vast realms, each housing its own terrifying cultivation forces. The path of cultivation was arduous, He would need to attend the Elder's cultivation class early the next morning. After surveying these details, Lu Qing's gaze shifted to the cultivation activities within the academy. The cultivation process at Xiantian Dao Academy was divided into stages: meridian opening, qi nurturing, and subsequently, foundation establishment. The slip detailed further stages, but they were obscured to the disciples' eyes, necessitating cultivation experience to comprehend the subsequent realms. The courtyard of this Dao peak was expansive, offering ample internal space. One crucial point Lu Qing needed to heed was the mention of formations on the jade tablet. Each Dao peak was protected by defensive formations, interconnected with the main peak, while the courtyard's formation required the owner's activation. As Lu Qing had yet to cultivate, he would have to wait until he commenced his training to unlock it. After a restful night, he found himself unfamiliar with the other individuals accompanying him, with Li Jioming being the sole person he could converse with. Following the jade tablet's guidance, he observed numerous snow-white cranes soaring and frolicking upon a lake. One crane descended gracefully before him, its voice ringing clear yet indistinguishable in gender. "I am the crane boy. It costs 1 spirit stone for a trip. Where would you like to go? I shall take you there." "Just provide the spirit stone." Liu Qing was taken aback for a moment, then noticed other figures moving smoothly amidst the snowy clouds upon the peaks, with cranes soaring overhead, each carrying a disciple on their backs. "Thank you, crane boy," he replied. With the crane available for transport, he did not hesitate to produce a spirit stone from the storage pouch he had received the previous day. The creature, known as the crane boy, delicately took the spirit stone in its slender beak, brushing it against its belly feathers, causing the stone to vanish before his eyes. Liu Qing observed a feather glimmering with silver light, nestled among the pure white feathers, appearing slightly dazzling in the sunlight. Noticing Lu Qing's gaze, the crane boy boasted, "Look, this is my storage pouch. Isn't it beautiful?" "Indeed, it is quite exquisite," Lu Qing replied candidly, acknowledging the elegant appearance of the shimmering object that seamlessly merged with the surrounding feathers. "Haha, you certainly have an eye for beauty," the crane boy replied, nodding in agreement, its crimson feathers fluttering with the motion. "As a newly initiated disciple, I shall take you to the martial training peak. Your class will be held over there. Climb aboard." Seated cross-legged on the crane's back, Lu Qing felt the coolness of the air as it soared swiftly and steadily. Fluffy white clouds drifted past, and from this height, he could behold the majority of the Dao peaks, although many radiated white or other hues, indicating the presence of obstructive formations. Some peaks were shrouded in thick mist, blending seamlessly with the heavens, making it difficult to discern whether the summit still rested upon the mountain or had already ascended into the cloud bed. Suddenly, Lu Qing spotted a peak engulfed in fervent flames, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. He was momentarily stunned. The crane boy, unfazed, remarked, "Ah, Elder Yu's alchemy furnace has exploded. Quite normal." Following the sound of the explosion, Lu Qing glimpsed an elderly man with white hair, visibly distressed, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be right. It's the proportions. It must be a problem with the wind direction. The feng shui is off." The commotion gradually faded as Lu Qing imagined the elder's animated demeanor from afar. He couldn't help but feel that this shattered the preconceived image he had formed the day prior. "Elder Yu is obsessed with alchemy, researching this and that. I nearly got scorched by flames the last time I visited," the crane boy lamented. Liu Qing refrained from responding. Who could predict the temperament of that elder? The crane boy's candidness did not lead him to leave any disparaging remarks about the newly initiated disciple. "Well, this is the martial training peak. I shall stop here. You may enter on your own," the crane boy announced promptly. "Thank you for bringing me here." Lu Qing expressed his gratitude. The crane boy chuckled, "I am quite reliable when it comes to spirit stones. Should you venture out again, do not hesitate to seek me. Remember, I am the crane boy. Just call for me, and I shall hear you go. I almost forgot. I will leave a trace of my aura on your jade tablet. The sect is vast, and I sometimes get lost in flight. Having the jade tablet will be much more convenient," the crane boy insisted, eager to attract more disciples to ensure the newly initiated disciples could navigate effectively. The crane boy elucidated how to summon him. It was evident that misunderstandings had occurred previously. Liu Qing chuckled inwardly, approving of the crane boy's method. With a flutter of feathers, the jade tablet gently shifted at his waist. As he watched the crane ascend, he found it difficult to distinguish its exact form, but he had no intention of voicing that thought. "If I require assistance, I shall surely seek you out." Crane boy, Lu Qing affirmed. With a powerful flap of its wings, the crane boy took flight, departing from Lu Qing. Now, Lu Qing prepared himself for the cultivation class at the academy that a cluster of palatial structures was scattered harmoniously along the mountainside, transforming this Dao peak into a veritable mountain range of grandeur. Stepping onto the plaza, he was enveloped by a kaleidoscope of light. Numerous vibrant auras shimmered, while myriad spirit lights flitted from the mountains, revealing their forms. Liu Qing, over here, Li Jiuming called out, his innate curiosity shining through. Liu Qing marveled at how quickly Li Jiuming had become familiar with the area since their arrival. That I arrived early. The elder has not yet come. This is our training ground, and the first lesson will commence here. Following this class, we will engage in our own cultivation. However, at the martial training peak, elders will periodically come to impart their teachings. Li Jiuming elaborated. This is our outer sect's routine. Generally, if there are any tasks to be fulfilled, we come here to receive them. Once we are initiated, we will gain access to the Jade Tablet space, the true realm of excitement, he continued, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about the mysterious Jade Tablet space. Liu Qing, are you not the least bit curious? Curious, indeed. However, I have yet to cultivate, so I shall learn in due course. Lu Qing replied. True enough, I shall go take a look over there, Li Jiuming decided, their bond strengthened by shared experiences and camaraderie. Yet, Lu Qing was acutely aware that enjoying this moment would not guarantee the same ease once cultivation commenced. In a corner of the lecture square, a commotion ensued. Have you heard? When I arrived, I overheard people on the road saying that Earth-grade geniuses are coming here, one disciple exclaimed. What is going on? Didn't they say those prodigies would enter the inner sect directly if their talent was sufficient? Another question that I don't know, but I also heard that aside from our region, several prodigies have emerged from other states in the Shantian realm. All Earth-grade, and some even heavenly grade. My goodness, how terrifying. They will be alongside us. You are unaware. The prodigy from my region of Xian Prefecture is the latest scion of the Gu family, known as Gu Shantian, possessing heavenly grade aptitude and remarkable comprehension. Yet he too did not enter the inner sect directly. The multitude seated on the cushions within the hall wore expressions of shock. Chapter 7. The first step of cultivation. Lu Qing refrained from interjecting, though he attentively listened. Why is this year different? Are these prodigies truly required to undergo the same assessments as we do for entry into the inner sect? One disciple appeared dazed, thoroughly disheartened. Is that even possible? Within the lecture hall, seating arrangements held significance. Some were draped in luxurious fabrics, while others huddled together. The whispers of insiders traversed from the front cushions. Even these geniuses cannot enter the inner sect? It seems quite fair, actually. Indeed, this is true. They too must undergo assessments. But you are overly optimistic. We will have to compete against them in the entrance competition, and the rankings will determine our monthly stipends. While a baseline stipend is guaranteed, to access superior resources, we must vie for higher positions. The haughty youth rose, surveying the gathered assembly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Moreover, they do not enter the inner sanctum. Yet within the inner sanctum, masters have been appointed long ago. With masters present, what is there to fear? Such naive thoughts. The youth spoke with a cold sneer, seemingly looking down upon those around him. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yet, upon catching sight of his countenance, those who had initially harbored indignation quickly fell silent. Are you seeking death? He was known as Gu Xing, a member of the Gu family. With Gu Shantian as his elder brother, the disciple hurriedly pulled aside another who wished to speak out, whispering about their background. They are from the Gu family. Instantly, Lu Qing understood why, upon the youth's utterance. The previously lively discussions were abruptly silenced. The Gu family members exuded an extraordinary presence. However, judging by Gu Xing's tone, there seemed to be more to the story. These matters clearly pertained to the affairs of a prominent cultivation family, which Lu Qing chose not to dwell upon, but rather pondered the significance of what Gu Xing had mentioned, the importance of cultivation resources. This group of prodigies had not entered the inner sanctum, but instead competed alongside those from the outer sect, promising a fiercely intense contest. The expressions of the majority of disciples listening varied greatly. Liu Qing remained seated steadily, diligently practicing in a methodical manner, content to focus solely on his cultivation. Notably, just moments ago, he had experienced the effect of his lifespan diminishing. Skill effect activated. Randomly lose 10 years of lifespan. Gaining 10 years of life out of thin air brought great joy to Lu Qing. Of course, he maintained a demeanor similar to the other disciples nearby, feigning contemplation while his thoughts wandered far afield. He was destined for longevity. The chaos of conflict was ill-suited for him. They have arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement, akin to the entrance of a celebrity, and Lu Qing followed the gaze of the crowd. Merging into the throng was unremarkable. He aimed to pursue steady cultivation that a dozen figures appeared. Both male and female. Wow, indeed a genius, extraordinary. He overheard someone nearby exclaim, "To be frank," as he glanced left and right. He could discern nothing particularly exceptional, at most. They were adorned in extravagant attire and displayed composed manners. As someone whose spirit had matured for decades, Lu Qing found himself unable to express any sentiments, merely observing with a faint sense of sarcasm flitting through his mind. Naturally, in the realm of cultivation, time holds little meaning. When they next meet, perhaps each will exude an extraordinary aura, he mused inwardly. The frontmost meditation cushion remained unoccupied. Lu Qing had previously wondered, occasionally reflecting, if there was a tradition of diligent students in the realm of cultivation. Now it appeared he had overthought it. That space was evidently reserved for this group. Lu Qing occupied a position of moderation. Glancing left and right, he neither attracted competition for his spot nor risked being relegated to the back. Enduring disdainful glares, thereby avoiding the fate of 30 years of fortune followed by 30 years of misfortune, the elder soon made his appearance, a white-haired old man, exuding an ethereal demeanor, seated upon a cloud-like platform. Without so much as a glance at the crowd, he commenced his lecture on the essentials of cultivation, even omitting an introduction, as if he were in a hurry to impart this lesson. Lu Qing recognized the elder. It was the white crane youth he had inadvertently glimpsed moments ago. This realization brought a peculiar sensation to Lu Qing, as the elder was known for his fervor in alchemy. And it was evident he would conduct the lesson at an accelerated pace. Lu Qing devoted himself fully. Lacking paper and pen, he relied solely on his memory. Whatever he could capture with his mind would need to suffice. And even if he had a pen, keeping pace with elder Yu's speech was uncertain. Initiation into cultivation begins with the opening of meridians. Our academy offers a myriad of methods, yet the visualization of divine powers is the most suitable for beginners. Now, follow my words and observe the visualization before you. Entering into a state of closed-eye meditation, that a luminous image appeared before elder Yu. A representation of molten lava. The scorching waves rolled, with blossoms of liquid fire emerging and vanishing within. Lu Qing gazed intently, feeling the heat wash over him. The heavens supplemented, the body was insufficient, the spiritual essence flowed autonomously. The root of the Dao. Lu Qing instinctively closed his eyes at first. He could hear elder Yu's voice clearly. But soon, a wave of warmth emanated from his brow, spreading from the crown of his head throughout his limbs. Threads of warmth coursed through his bones and sinews, an unmistakable sensation. He felt a stream of heat akin to molten lava permeating his being, an unimaginably intense heat. In the next moment, he could not discern how much time had passed. Within his consciousness, a river of lava had materialized. Boom! No words were needed. His spirit suddenly radiated vitality. Crack, crack. The bones and meridians produced sounds of movement. The initiation into the opening of meridians succeeded. Lu Qing's mind cleared, and he felt his body become exponentially lighter, as if he had been dragging a burdensome form through life. Now, he felt an ethereal lightness, an unimaginable sense of buoyancy. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Ha! I have entered. Hee, I too have entered. When Lu Qing opened his eyes, he noticed those with superior aptitudes had already done the same. After a stick of incense had burned, many others began to enter as well. Some were overjoyed, while others displayed expressions of reluctance. Upon lifting his gaze, Lu Qing realized that elder Yu had mysteriously vanished. The image of molten lava still hung in the air. The several young men and women who had successfully opened their meridians rose to depart, while many others who had not achieved this did not attract any attention, with new disciples entering. Lu Qing sensed that perhaps after today, the period of protection for newcomers would come to an end. His journey in cultivation was about to commence in earnest. Opening the meridians was merely the first step. Now, he contemplated the next phase, preparing to learn spells. That Lu Qing's mind was clear, and his consciousness was alert. Chapter 8. Choosing a technique. Xintian Yuanjing. Lu Qing stabilized his mindset, feeling a surge of power within him. Stronger than before. This is cultivation. He resolved to head to the library. The library, towering 9 stories high, spanned an area vast enough to encompass several cities. There was no legendary sweeping monk at the entrance. Each disciple passed through a thin magical barrier to enter the library. Upon entering, Lu Qing was astounded by the sheer size of the first floor. Previously, he had not fully grasped its magnitude. But this library could hardly be termed merely a building. From the entrance to the interior, countless rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves brimmed with innumerable spell jade slips radiating a gentle glow. With numerous disciples clad in purple and green robes bustling in and out, creating a scene of grandeur, there lies a universe within. Lu Qing marveled quietly. As he swiped his jade token to gain entry. He now sought to find the spells suitable for his cultivation, while also checking if his supply of spirit stones was sufficient. 100 spirit stones. He wondered what spells he could exchange for that amount. As he had bound the jade token to himself through a drop of blood, he could now actively connect with it using his consciousness. The library's expanse was immense, and the variety of spell jade slips was overwhelming. Glancing through them, he could hardly fathom how long it would take. Thus, prior to entering the library, a notice board was erected in front of the magical barrier, advising new disciples on the library's regulations. The instructions were few, and Lu Qing had already committed them to memory. Among them was a function for searching and filtering. He activated a thread of his consciousness, now that he had achieved the opening of meridians. He could shed his mortal impurities, opening the meridians, new disciples, spells below 100 spirit stones, foundational techniques, possessing the capacity to transition to other methods. Lu Qing contemplated this for the moment, after inputting several criteria. A resounding shift occurred, and the once vast sea of spell jade slips vanished from his view. When he looked again, he discovered that they had not disappeared. Rather, they had shifted to his feet, where indistinct patterns were in motion. Upon glancing back, he realized he had moved far from the entrance without even noticing that Lu Qing suddenly felt he had underestimated this academy he had joined. Before him, the prior array had dissipated, replaced now by clusters of luminous orbs, each encasing a jade slip. Even after filtering, it was evident to Lu Qing that there were at least several hundred options. He grasped one orb, and upon contact, it felt like water flowing through his palm. The sensation was cool. The name of a technique, Xiaoyao Ju, imprinted itself upon his brow. Naturally, this technique bore restrictions. He could only view a small portion of its content. But more prominently displayed were the remarks left by predecessors who had practiced this technique. They served as both warnings and guidance. This technique is for cultivating agility. Mastering it requires understanding. And those lacking the requisite insight should not deceive themselves. A wasted decade of youth on this technique. Stay away unless you are a genius. Are you extraordinary? Are you a prodigy? Are you a monster? If not, then avoid it. The warnings were severe. That Lu Qing was not afraid of long durations, but did not possess the foolishness to tread an unorthodox path. There were plenty of complete techniques available. He saw no need to challenge himself with an incomplete one. That he continued to select several more orbs, examining each in turn, despite feeling that his mental state was excellent and his energy abundant. The sheer volume of options proved overwhelming. Nonetheless, from an outsider's perspective, his selection speed was already quite rapid. Lu Qing is acutely aware of his own circumstances. With external assistance at his disposal, he need not concern himself with the anxieties of others or the despair stemming from a perceived lack of lifespan. His training encompasses agility techniques, offensive spells, and daily cultivation practices. A mere 100 spirit stones are utterly insufficient, compelling him to initially select a foundational technique. He opts for the Xiantian Yuan Jing, which is commendable, particularly for newcomers, as among the superior methods available for selection, there are only a handful. Those wealthy in spirit stones are a different matter. The sole drawback is its relatively slow progress. I had to abandon it once I reached the Yuan Dan stage. As I prefer engaging in combat outside, I find the spiritual essence transformation into a sword within it quite appealing. Albeit challenging to cultivate. It is indeed a worthy practice, and future practitioners of the Xiantian Yuan Jing should take note. This technique is exceptional. As for the lengthy cultivation time, that merely reflects a deficiency in aptitude and enlightenment. Furthermore, we cultivators must also progress step by step. If one can integrate the methods of evasion, self-protection, and cultivation into a singular approach, then this is the technique to pursue. Its reputation is commendable, adhering to norms without any alarming drawbacks. and it stands as a superior method, with the only limitation being the extended time required to attain profound mastery. Even the original creator of the Xiantian Yuanjing, after achieving strength, systematically reviewed the technique. One need only look at this senior Yuan Dan practitioner who has bid farewell to it. Those capable of reaching Yuan Dan must possess a comprehension of this technique that far surpasses that of most disciples. Yet, it must be noted that the individual's departure stems from a lack of suitability, and thus cannot be generalized. After making his selection, Lu Qing confirmed that the jade slip reformed into a glowing orb. He placed his spirit stones within the orb, which vanished without a trace in an instant. Concurrently, the disciple token in his hand emitted a humming sound. Upon probing into it with his mind, he discovered that the previously foggy training space within his token now contained an additional imprint of the jade slip. Lu Qing's speed in making his choice was swift. He had perused other superior techniques, but the cost in spirit stones for those was beyond the means of a novice disciple. Lu Qing surmised that many others likely faced a similar predicament. However, disciples hailing from cultivation families would presumably not share such concerns. He refrained from engaging in conversation with others after his recent cultivation session, deeming it unnecessary. Lu Qing had already determined his path of cultivation, understanding that forming bonds with others could lead to enmity in due course. He activated his talent for evasion, yet was entirely unable to predict the trajectory of the hexagram. Currently, he found himself quite content with the Xiantian Academy. It did not resemble a typical sect nor a mundane school, but rather a harmonious amalgamation of both. Within the disciple token, he had heard that upon entering the Qi-nourishing realm, access to various sect modules would be granted. Presently, Lu Qing could only perceive the white space containing the imprinted techniques. As he departed from the unnamed peak, the white crane boy approached him at his invitation. Earlier, due to a great bridge spanning the cliffs between the two peaks, the distance was negligible. Now, they stood at the center of the academy. With Lu Qing's peak situated far beyond the endless peak, at a considerable distance, the white crane boy remarked, "Your peak is rather distant. Indeed, but it is quite tranquil." Lu Qing acknowledged without hesitation. You have begun your cultivation. I was hoping to continue ferrying you. You are quite an intriguing disciple, the white crane boy praised, his fluffy feathers swaying in the breeze. By the way, what is your name? I am Lu Qing. Oh, Lu Qing. I shall remember that. Feel free to call for me whenever you return, even if it is inconvenient, but let's save that for another time. Young one, my spirit stones are nearly depleted. Then we shall speak again next time. The white crane boy replied hesitantly upon hearing of the lack of spirit stones. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qing returned to his nameless peak and entered his cultivation chamber. Settling onto a meditation mat conducive to aiding disciples in their practice, he began his training, finding the pursuit of cultivation far more engaging than other trivial matters. Chapter 9. The ominous hexagram re-emerges. The Xiantian Yuanjing guides one from meridian opening to qi nourishing, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the dantian. Following the instructions of this technique, Lu Qing assumed a cross-legged position to cultivate the abundant spiritual energy surrounding the nameless peak. Perched atop a high cliff, allowed for an even richer connection with the celestial essence, Lu Qing felt his perception shift from the external scenery back into his own body. The formless spiritual energy appeared to materialize as luminous points before him. As he reached out to touch them, the points gradually dispersed, flowing into his being. Boom! Another resounding echo reverberated through the air. He quickly focused his mind. After a stick of incense had burned, he opened his eyes. A glimmer of delight illuminating his countenance. For the disciples here, meridian opening merely serves as a foundational transitional phase. Only by truly entering the qi-nourishing realm can one be deemed a cultivator. Lu Qing could now affirm his aptitude, as his swift advancement implied that those above him would likely progress even faster. It is no wonder that talent in cultivation is deemed of utmost importance. Even with Lu Qing's usual calm demeanor, achieving this milestone without enduring excessive hardship brought him genuine joy. Now might be the perfect moment to explore what lies within the jade token space. Previously shrouded in a misty haze, the token space had been indiscernible. However, with his newfound shallow cultivation, he discovered that the layer of obscuring white fog had dissipated, revealing a grand palace before him. Supported by a vast mountain, the palace bore an inscription in elegant script reading Task Hall. That a vague sense of guidance blossomed in his mind. Within the task hall, disciples of the academy could accept tasks, settle them, and engage in transactions. Entering the task hall, one could alter their appearance and conceal their aura. So, this is how it is, Lu Qing mused, as he willed his form to change, within this jade token space. He was unaffected by his current cultivation level, allowing him direct access to the task hall. Upon entering, he observed a bustling scene, filled with academy disciples, though most appeared as phantoms. This realization clarified why the vast expanse of the Xintian Academy seemed disproportionate to the number of visible disciples. They were all here, accepting tasks. It must be said that the cultivation experience differed significantly from Lu Qing's expectations. At least, from the current observations, it appeared that the application of spells had permeated every aspect of life and cultivation. No, it would be more accurate to say that, in order to facilitate cultivation, mundane affairs were handled with heightened efficiency. Yet, a common thread remains. In any world, resources are not readily abundant. Liu Qing felt a pressing need to earn spirit stones. However, leaving the mountain gate was not an option at this time. He had reviewed the Academy's regulations and understood that new disciples were required to complete an internal sect task before undertaking external missions. This was for their benefit, ensuring they became familiar with the utilization of spiritual energy and spellcraft in the early stages of cultivation. Upon entering the task hall, Lu Qing noticed numerous screens resembling flowing light, each occupying considerable areas, where many disciples lingered, contemplating the tasks they wished to accept. Each screen was accompanied by a disciple seated at a table, responsible for task settlements. Tasks could also be completed directly through the disciple token for convenience. The entire process was efficient and straightforward, which Lu Qing mentally noted. After observing for a while, he exited the hall, his consciousness returning to his body. He possessed spiritual power, yet lacked the corresponding means. Thus he did not feel the urgency to accept tasks at this juncture. Spirit stones, spirit stones that he silently cultivated atop his peak, finding the sense of security provided by his spells incomparable to anything else. The near-death experience from earlier, though he had survived, was an encounter he wished to avoid repeating. It was far from pleasant as he contemplated this, whether it was a matter of focus or triggered by certain conditions. The ominous hexagram that had previously remained hidden reappeared. Great ominous hexagram. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease as you prepare to undertake an internal task to earn spirit stones. On your way from the nameless peak, you are approached by Yunqing. If you refuse, you will incur envy and subsequently face an attack from unfamiliar enemies during your task execution, resulting in great misfortune. Great ominous hexagram. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease as you prepare to undertake an internal task to earn spirit stones, on your way from the nameless peak. You agree to Yunqing's approach. While executing a task involving watering spiritual plants, you encounter an unfamiliar enemy who kills you, resulting in great misfortune. Neutral hexagram. Staying on the nameless mountain for a month brings no concerns or calamities, resulting in neutrality. What grievance do I hold against you? Whether I refuse or agree, you still seek to harm me. Liu Qing was genuinely exasperated with these individuals. Neither they nor their peers sought to earn spirit stones or cultivate. Yet they engaged in such schemes, their minds far too petty. Liu Qing's gaze shifted toward the unfamiliar enemy. The familiar name conjured memories of events that transpired in Xintian City. Were these unfamiliar enemies one and the same? The Academy is not an absolute sanctuary. Wait, hold on. In an instant, Lu Qing connected many dots, including the possibility that this unfamiliar enemy was, in fact, the demonic elder mentioned by Elder Immortality could also be a disciple of the Academy or perhaps an elder. The tasks I have accepted are all focused on steady progress, particularly this spiritual plant task. Liu Qing's memory was sharp. After his cultivation, he became even more perceptive. The events involving individuals he had encountered were meticulously organized in his mind, forming a palace of memories. With a mere thought, he quickly recalled the task regarding watering spiritual plants that he had filtered in the task hall. Although the tasks were not overly difficult, most had foundational requirements for disciples to reach the Qi-nourishing realm. Without attaining the Qi-nourishing realm, one must also cultivate a commonly practiced cloud and rain spell. He observed that it was not the task conditions that mattered, but rather these locations. Due to the cultivation of spiritual plants, they were typically situated 100,000 miles away from the main peak, even farther than his own outer gate courtyard, likely in the servants' courtyard. This implies that if I were to be killed there, danger would undoubtedly lurk in that vicinity. Currently, Lu Qing's cultivation level is at least that of a proper outer sect qi nurturing disciple. While those in the servants' courtyard, given their qualifications, are probably still lingering at the opening meridian stage, if not yet having entered it, the ominous divination was described with such ease. This unfamiliar foe surely could not be the same demonic old rogue from before. There are 28 overseers in the servants' courtyard, and while their cultivation levels may vary, they are certainly stronger than I am. Could it be that there are secrets hidden within the spiritual plant area over there? Yet, that does not seem right. If there were secrets, the divination would have indicated a violent encounter upon discovering them, just as it did last time. The greatest suspicion in Lu Qing's heart remains that demonic old rogue. As that area lies at the farthest reaches of the Dao Academy's jurisdiction, the formations there are likely not as stable as those here if something were to happen there, given the old demon's style. He would surely be capable of orchestrating it. Chapter 10. A month of cultivation, turbulent waves, however. This led Lu Qing to once again mark down a note on the unfamiliar enemy, add a couple more against the demonic old rogue. And also note that Bai Yunqing is certainly not an easy person to deal with. He has now officially entered his list of enemies. His current thoughts are too scattered, and he can only see a fraction of the Dao Academy's intricacies. Perhaps that unfamiliar enemy is someone from within the Academy? In any case, he would absolutely refuse to accept any tasks. Whoever does so is doomed. Lu Qing, have you finished your cultivation? Come join us for a meal. We have gathered the old crew. Lu Air has even changed his name to Lu Yuan. That I have met a few new people and would like to introduce them to you. A message from Li Jioming appeared on the jade tablet. At the moment Lu Qing discerned the ominous signs, it was impossible for him to descend the mountain, whether to accept the task or for any other reason. The divination clearly stated that he must remain on the mountain for a month. This indicates that as long as he descends within that month, he has a significant chance of encountering Bai Yunqing. Who that person is, Lu Qing does not know, nor does he understand their background. What concerns Lu Qing is that this could lead to a complicated predicament in the future. Even with the ability to avoid danger, being disturbed daily leaves little time for cultivation. Avoiding calamity does not equate to immortality. Although it can be considered a form of evasion, should a peaceful divination arise in the future, allowing him to return to the mundane world for a tranquil life, such a peaceful divination remains a lingering worry in Lu Qing's heart. Heavily reliant on this skill, which seems rather unrealistic, the methods in the cultivation world are numerous and unpredictable. Whether avoiding calamity can withstand the terrifying means of those formidable beings is still a question. Primarily, Lu Qing feels that if this truly is the skill of a heartless game developer from his past life, perhaps the subsequent data has yet to be fully implemented. I happen to have made some progress in my cultivation and will need to enter seclusion for a month. So I cannot come for now. I hope for your understanding. He pinned this message, and the jade tablet glimmered as his thoughts departed. No worries. Cultivating is more important. We can gather again next time. After sending this message, Lu Qing once again plunged into the space of the jade tablet. He noticed that not only were tasks available in the task hall, but various other items were also for sale. Purchasing a detailed intelligence report on the outer courtyard requires 5 spirit stones. Fortunately, as a new disciple, he received a discount. Ultimately, Lu Qing decided to acquire this information. When he first entered, he had intended to buy it later. But now that he had it, he felt considerably more at ease. He only had a superficial understanding of the outer courtyard. As for Li Jioming, they were merely companions who entered together. Too many troubles would only drain that bond. What Lu Qing genuinely wished to clarify was the identity of Bai Yunqing and who was behind him. These are matters of public knowledge and do not involve personal privacy. A name and a level of power. Many must know of him through word of mouth. However, constrained by the stipulation of not descending the mountain, Lu Qing began to examine this information with peace of mind. Indeed, the outer courtyard was intricate and convoluted, setting down the intelligence jade slip. Lu Qing could only conclude that where there are many people, conflicts are inevitable. While some in the outer courtyard are dedicated to cultivation, there are also numerous factions. Due to timely updates, Lu Qing even spotted the names of several new disciples who had joined around the same time as him on various team lists. Bai Yunqing, a lackey of Yan Longyu, who is an outer courtyard disciple of the Purple Mansion, aspires to enter the inner courtyard with his foundation establishment cultivation, expected to achieve golden core status within 2 years. Over the years, many of higher quality have attached themselves to Yan Longyu, while others have aligned with other senior disciples. Damn. Liu Qing rarely felt his expression was particularly vivid. He had only just entered the qi nurturing stage. Now it all makes sense. After reading through it, his thoughts began to clarify. In truth, Liu Qing was very eager to uncover the relationship between Bai Yunqing and that unfamiliar enemy. Although intersect conflict is prohibited in the inner courtyard, this remains a world where cultivation levels reign supreme. Liu Qing does not believe that the sect rules can restrain everyone. Moreover, this turmoil would last another month. He surely would not be the first to be drawn in. Thus, regarding Li Jiuming's situation, Liu Qing did not see Li Jiuming's name on those subservient lists. However, he had a relative here who had reportedly entered the inner courtyard. He should be fine. It would take a month for the storm to settle down. It is unlikely that he would camp on that road waiting for him every day. Liu Qing thought this bizarrely and quickly dismissed the notion. Whatever the case, he needed to jot it down and focus on his cultivation. Before he knew it, a month of Liu Qing's cultivation had passed. The nameless Dao Peak, a flat expanse of stone, had been meticulously arranged into a plaza. Standing upon his own cultivation square, Liu Qing noticed that the protective concealment formation inherent to Dao Peak had already enveloped the area in a thick blanket of white mist. To an outsider, it would merely appear as though the terrain was exceedingly high, merging seamlessly with the clouds at the horizon. Yet this very phenomenon greatly facilitated Liu Qing's cultivation. He took a deep breath, centering his focus on his palm. Spiritual sword, condense. After a month of cultivation, a thread of spiritual power had manifested within his dantian, and as he concentrated that power in his hand, a sensation of extraction began to arise in his heart. At that moment, a spiritual sword, entirely composed of spiritual energy, materialized in his grasp. It was transparent, its blade glistening with a cold, white light, as sunlight filtered through the mist, creating a gentle halo around it. Liu Qing's complexion paled slightly, his pupils sharpened. Go! The spiritual sword in his hand was instantly released, resembling an arrow shot from a top bow, striking a rock several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Boom! The spiritual sword pierced through the stone, reducing it to powder, while the sword itself, having lost its subsequent force, dissipated into indistinct wisps of spiritual energy in the AI. Liu Qing felt somewhat drained. But the outcome was still satisfactory. While his attack power was present, the speed remained too slow. Whether in condensing the spiritual sword or in the speed of its release, it must be achieved with the swiftness of his own arm. To master the spiritual sword technique, the core secret is speed. Currently, Liu Qing could only unleash a single strike. Reflecting on the inadequacies of this strike, he realized it could only serve as a surprising trump card for victory. Throughout this month, Liu Qing had focused solely on cultivation. Aside from this secret technique, he had also practiced the most fundamental cloud and rain technique, which would facilitate task acceptance. The four essential arts of cultivation often require extensive spirit stones in their early stages. Liu Qing still chose to pursue the direction of spiritual plants, primarily because the Zhuantiang Yuanjing encompasses all, truly deserving its reputation as a superior method, containing foundational spells within. It was akin to a buy one get 10 deal. Many of the spells were compatible with spiritual plants, and aside from the tasks from the servants' courtyard, new tasks from the outer courtyard had also appeared, which greatly eased Liu Qing's mind. After a month, he had already entered the third layer of qi nurturing, experiencing the benefits of his superior qualifications. Within his storage bag, the sect had provided him with 10 pill of sustenance, each capable of replacing over half a month's worth of sustenance. While the Dao Academy did not lack dining facilities for disciples, they all required spirit stones, as they were not ordinary food, but rather spiritual nourishment crafted by specialized chefs. Consuming it could accelerate cultivation speed and provide various other beneficial effects to the body. Liu Qing did not descend the mountain during this month of focused cultivation. The once tranquil life in the outer courtyard had transformed into a seething undercurrent with the emergence of new disciples and the presence of talents that should have been in the inner courtyard. Over the course of a month, uninterrupted by distractions, his spirits lifted. Upon reviewing the information on the jade slip, he found that updates about the outer courtyard were incessantly refreshing. Suddenly, Liu Qing understood why this jade slip required more spirit stones than some ordinary spells. Without the new disciple discount, he would have found it difficult to justify such an expense. It turned out that the jade slip possessed an update function, providing real-time information on the outer courtyard. Regardless of its accuracy, The information was presented directly for one's consideration. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth, could only be discerned by oneself. Chapter 11. News from the Outer Courtyard. However, the sheer volume of information was immense, enabling one to grasp the happenings outside immediately upon emerging from the cultivation palace or cave. Only information pertaining to the inner courtyard was priced differently, and only disciples of the inner courtyard could purchase it. As such, Lu Qing had not seen any jade slips for sale regarding inner courtyard intelligence. Ancient Xuantiang in the outer courtyard has already reached the 7th layer of qi nurturing and is likely to be promoted to foundation establishment soon. It is said that his master specifically acquired the Jiao Pearl Moonlight from the South Sea for his foundation establishment. The intelligence presented at the beginning of the jade slip reveals information that seldom undergoes alteration throughout the years. However, the subsequent updates can be more accurately described as a message board rather than mere intelligence. Liu Qing is grateful for this message jade slip, as it has allowed him to swiftly grasp the events that have transpired over the past month after his seclusion. His cultivation remains modest. A month-long retreat can be considered quite lengthy. The announcements on the sect's bulletin indicate that the senior brothers and sisters of the inner sect may not encounter such occurrences for decades. This suggests that the higher one's cultivation, the longer the duration of their seclusion. Upon emerging, Lu Qing notices a notification regarding the entrance competition for the 381st generation of new disciples, which is set to commence soon. That he feels a familiar sensation wash over him. Liu Qing promptly registers his name in response to the notification and closes the slip. The entrance competition is a mandatory event for all disciples, whereas subsequent competitions are less restrictive. Those aspiring to enter the inner sect will enroll, while others may choose to wait for the next year's outer sect competition for a more secure opportunity. This particular competition is specifically tailored for newcomers, temporarily excluding older students. Liu Qing also notices a piece of news closely related to him, specifically linked to ominous omens. Had it not been for the divination revealing this foreboding sign, he would not have remained in seclusion for an entire month. The latest updates reveal that the outer sect has discovered traces of a blood demon belonging to the demonic path. This blood demon, having exposed its presence, was swiftly eliminated by the dean of the Danqing Institute, disintegrating into ashes on the spot. It is said that this blood demon had previously slain numerous celestial seedlings in a remote state and was seeking to replenish its blood food when it encountered the Danqing Institute. Lu Qing finally comprehends the identity of this unfamiliar adversary, the demonic old rogue from before. The connection has become clear, and he feels a sense of closure regarding this enemy. It is no wonder he had to remain here for a month. Coincidentally, this blood demon perished just before his emergence from seclusion. Reflecting on his experiences in Xiantian City and the secrets of the neighboring room during his stay at the inn, he suspects that these secrets pertain to the demonic path's plan to eliminate this batch of celestial seedlings, targeting those with superior qualifications. The youngest son of the Lu family was likely a target due to this very reason. With the demise of this enemy, Lu Qing's list of adversaries has diminished. 3 days swiftly passed. Lu Qing steps outside. The Baihe youth approaches him, requesting a loan of a spirit stone, promising to repay it once Lu Qing has some to spare. The Baihe youth is quite accommodating regarding such debts, which is expected, transforming into a streak of rainbow light. He flies with the ability characteristic of foundation establishment. However, those newly admitted into the sect have little surplus spirit stones, as acquiring them is notoriously challenging. As they reach the designated location, Lu Qing bids farewell to the Baihe youth. The mountain platform is already bustling with numerous individuals, some engaged in conversation, while others display tokens or peculiar spiritual artifacts. Holding the jade slip, Lu Qing's mind stirs as he reviews the latest messages. He has now firmly established the value of the spirit stones expended on the jade slip, as the information it provides equates to lifelong service. The messages appearing on the slip converge from various sources. The upcoming small competition will be held in a small realm, reportedly procured by an elder from a lesser dimension. The advantages of such a small realm are numerous. Yet it must be approached with caution, as dangers, though likely mitigated for the elders, remain perilous for these disciples. Unlike traditional arena battles, the examination will take place in this elevated small realm, which is a tier above secret realms. Lu Qing finds himself awestruck, realizing the unexpected utilization of such a realm, filled with treasures and abundant opportunities, yet fraught with peril. He silently awaits the arrival of more participants. he observes a group of young men and women, seemingly gifted individuals, soaring through the air on their spiritual mounts, unlike the humble Baiha. Among them, a resplendent phoenix with shimmering feathers leaves a trail of golden clouds, followed by a majestic dragon with white scales resembling weapons. And a spiritual crane emits melodious calls. The atmosphere turns silent as the presence of these figures commands attention. The 12th chapter unfolds within this trial small realm, revealing the illustrious figures of Guxuanshan and Su Xinhua. The celebrated daughter of the Su family, Liu Qing, remains composed despite the spectacle, recognizing that the challenges he has faced over the past 2 years have prepared him for this moment. Just then, Li Jioming spots him and expresses surprise. After introductions, a young man named Lin Zixuan inquires about Bai Yunqing. Prompting a sudden shift in Li Jioming's demeanor, Liu Qing chooses to remain aloof, stating that he has no knowledge of the matter and that he must prepare for the upcoming competition. Li Jioming, feeling the tension, apologizes for Lin Zixuan's comments, aware of the significance of Bai Yunqing and the powerful figure behind her. As the elder in purple robes appears, announcing the competition's rules, Lu Qing realizes that the stakes are high, with precious items yielding higher points. Within, there are indeed demonic beasts, though their numbers are few. However, I have already diversified a portion of the spirit sword technique, making it the most suitable for ordinary attacks. Liu Qing understands why the primary focus here is not on hunting these beasts. The main reason lies in the fact that merely a month has passed. It is improbable for disciples of mid to low-grade aptitude to have fully entered the qi-nourishing realm. Lu Qing senses that the majority around him are either at the peak of the meridian opening stage or lingering at the first layer of qi-nourishing. The only exception is the leading group ahead. Previously a platform for duels, it has now transformed into a small world, likely to maximize our potential for performance. Lu Qing muses. At that moment, an enormous gate of cascading water appears before him. Enter. The small world will close in 7 days, declares the elder in purple robes. Casting these words as the water gate opens, a powerful force sucking everyone in his peripheral vision, Lu Qing notices that the magnificent mounts of the talented individuals remain behind. It turns out they cannot enter. Just then, his mind buzzes with ominous warnings. A dire situation arises. Liu Qing focuses his gaze. Great ominous hex. After landing, head southwest. Encounter a 5th-grade spirit herb. Upon harvesting, be killed by a foundation-building guardian beast. Great ominous. Ominous hex. After landing, head northeast. Encounter a miasma swamp. Foundation destroyed. Ominous. Neutral hex. Upon leaving the ground, immediately head north. No danger. Neutral. Without hesitation, Lu Qing recognizes that even a moment's pause would signify a lack of regard for his own life. Upon landing, he sees no other individuals, a chill creeping over him, but he furrows his brow and gazes up at the sky, where 2 suns hang in the firmament, their light lacking warmth. The earlier fleeting coldness he sensed now becomes apparent. This small world, he recalls from the Jade Slip, is newly formed, with dangers not yet cleared by the previous senior disciples. The specifics must await their exploration. The foundation-building beast indicated in the ominous hex poses a dimensional threat to his group of disciples. However, before the elders, it likely presents no concern. As long as they refrain from harvesting, death should not ensue. The greedy and reckless are destined to perish. A truth that is undeniable. Liu Qing casts a cursory glance at the sky before swiftly departing northward. The place where he lands is a thicket of grass, one side shrouded in a sinister forest, the other beside a babbling brook. To the north, his intuition stirs slightly. Thankfully, his cultivation of the Xiantian Yuanjing has greatly sharpened his mental acuity. Now, with enhancements to all his senses, he feels assured that his northern direction will not lead him astray. He promptly chooses to leave. Every word in the neutral hex warrants careful consideration. Behind him, the grass by the brook sways gently in the breeze, a triangular head emerging from the shadowy foliage, ghastly and terrifying. As the sunlight grows increasingly frigid, Liu Qing remains unaware of what transpires in the area he has vacated. But the neutral hex indicates no errors. Only after the thickets and brook have vanished from his sides does clarity wash over him. This signifies that the neutral hex has been fulfilled. At that moment, he shifts his thoughts and finds no ominous signs emerging. It appears that even if he were to turn back, danger would not await him. But he glances behind, discovering that the sinister forest and brook have ceased to be in view. He dismisses the notion and resolutely opts to head west. Liu Qing surveys his current surroundings, an expansive wasteland, seemingly devoid of issues regardless of the direction chosen. Since he has entered, he naturally hopes for a fruitful outcome. Not to mention, participating in this minor competition, even with a low ranking, would still yield rewards in spirit stones. Liu Qing contemplates the extent of resources this academy is willing to invest in cultivating disciples. Instinctively, he begins to circulate his cultivation method, employing the simplest breath-concealing technique, which may not fool those of higher realms, but is nonetheless effective. Currently at the third layer of Qi nourishing, he reassures himself that unless he encounters the remarkable prodigies from the inner sect, he should not fall to the bottom tier. Chapter 13. Snow Spirit Fruit. Advancing to mid-Qi nourishing rustling. Rustling. A sound emanates from the thicket. The blood-red flower sways in the wind, rooted in black soil. At its center, a snow-white fruit is maturing. Suddenly, as the fruit ripens and is about to fall, a figure darts past. The fruit detaches from the flower, vanishing from sight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flower goes into a frenzy. But the figure has long since disappeared. Liu Qing's heart races. After moving away for some time, he senses the snow-white fruit within his storage bag, causing his heartbeat to quicken. The snow spirit fruit, when consumed, can enhance one's comprehension. Its effects vary from person to person. However, the 5 spirit liquids currently available on the market that can enhance comprehension are all exorbitantly priced, and the snow spirit fruit is even more precious. At least according to the rarefied descriptions I have encountered. This is an unexpected boon. Initially, Liu Qing chose to tread cautiously. For having traversed the initial ominous situation, he soon discovered the presence of snow spirit fruits in this place. Even more fortuitously, perhaps due to the vastness of this trial's small world, he has yet to encounter a single fellow practitioner. This is good news. The only potential difficulty lies in the fact that such heavenly materials are typically guarded by accompanying demonic beasts. After observing for a while, Liu Qing notes the absence of any large beast tracks. He fixates on the vines of the snow spirit fruit, sensing something amiss. Who would have expected that a demonic beast could be so adept at camouflage? Yet, it stands to reason that this beast must be of lesser strength, necessitating such disguise. Had it been like the foundation-building beast in the ominous hex, Liu Qing would have no means to pursue the snow spirit fruit. With his mind made up, Liu Qing carefully surveys his surroundings before decisively selecting a concealed spot to consume the snow spirit fruit. The snow spirit fruit, once it falls and ripens, decays upon contact with the ground. Its efficacy lasts only as long as an incense stick burns. After the incense burns out, the fruit will have transformed into a rotting remnant. Without delay, Liu Qing swallows it. The fruit dissolves upon entry. Akin to ingesting ice and snow, lacking the sweetness and texture of ordinary fruits, utterly unremarkable. Yet, as Liu Qing sits cross-legged, a refreshing, icy sensation sweeps through his mind. At that moment, all the doubts and confusions he had previously encountered during cultivation undergo significant transformation. Those previously insurmountable challenges are no longer obstacles. A subtle change emerges in Liu Qing's aura. An intangible understanding sharpens his clarity of thought. This small world is replete with rich spiritual energy. As he circulates the Xiantian Yuan Jing, the surrounding spiritual essence flows into his dantian. Initially, the spiritual power within his meridians and dantian resembled a mere trickle. Now it has truly transformed into a flowing river. He has reached the 4th layer of Qi nourishing. As the reservoir fills, after a month of cultivation, he has now, shortly after entering, seamlessly crossed that threshold, genuinely entering the 4th layer of Qi nourishing. Marking his advancement to mid-Qi nourishing cultivation. In an instant, Liu Qing stabilizes his aura, once again employing the rudimentary breath-concealing technique, swiftly solidifying the aura he has just broken through. He opens his eyes, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. A breakthrough achieved. Now it is time to seek further treasures. Not one to be greedy, Liu Qing does not believe that those talented individuals currently accompanied by spirit beasts lack contingencies. Given the recent differences in rules between the inner and outer sects, such outcomes have become predictable. While cautiously exploring this small world, Liu Qing gathers everything he can into his storage bag. However, the subsequent discoveries consist mostly of 8th and 9th grade spirit herbs and grasses, lacking the extraordinary nature of the snow spirit fruit. Ever since consuming it, Liu Qing has noticed a distinct change in his mental state. With an additional enhancement, the rate at which he absorbs spiritual energy has accelerated further. It seems he has made strides in his top-tier aptitude as well. Although it hasn't been stated that it can enhance aptitude, it can be considered an added benefit. Such pleasant surprises are indeed welcome. This small world is veritably a small realm unto itself, as Lu Qing soon discovers a transparent barrier reminiscent of a wall from a past life. Obstructing his view and preventing exit. It serves as a reminder to the arriving disciples that they have reached the terminus. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, the trial's small world proves to be quite expansive. After 5 days, Lu Qing finally encounters some fellow disciples. With his cultivation level surpassing theirs, he is naturally able to remain concealed. Practitioners are keenly aware, their senses are sharp. Even without direct contact, he can hear their voices from afar. As they focus on a spirit beast at the center of a lake, their mutual attention shields them from noticing his distant presence. Humph! The capable gain more. Our strength surpasses yours. That fruit above belongs to us. Nonsense. First come, first served. Do not forget that there are 3 teams here. Do you truly intend to take on 2 alone? The highest cultivation among the 3 teams is merely at the first layer of qi nourishing. In fact, all 3 teams ostensibly feature individuals at the first layer. Senior Chang requires the core of that beast. We will not concern ourselves with anything else. Upon hearing the name of Senior Chang, the expressions of the other 2 teams shift dramatically at that moment. Lu Qing hastily makes his exit, not wishing to linger further. The fruit on that tree is already in his storage bag, primarily intended for point calculation. Throughout his journey, he has encountered formidable and extraordinary demonic beasts, but has managed to evade them in advance by relying on his talent for avoiding calamities. Now, he decisively slips away, not anticipating that this place would also harbor such dire omens. In that moment, a disciple spoke with an air of arrogance after mentioning Brother Chang, and suddenly, ominous signs manifested. Great misfortune hexagram. Trial in a small realm. Danger brewing. Encountering perilous situations, the purple serpent of the Zifu turns over. Certain death. Great misfortune. Peace hexagram. Fleeing southward to the place of first landing, devoid of life-threatening danger, yet some causal connections arise. Peace. Damn it. Lu Qing could hardly contain his urge to curse. His scalp felt as though it might explode. The foundational beast he had just encountered was insufficient, and now a Zifu, a creature surpassing the foundational stage, had appeared. What kind of combat power was that? Lu Qing felt a haze clouding his mind, but there was no doubt about it. This was a situation of certain death. Almost instantaneously, as thoughts flashed through his mind, he summoned all his spiritual energy and fled southward. He melded with the low-lying forest. Brother Chang would arrive soon. Did you all intend to offend him? Those behind continued to mock. Lu Qing could not transform into a fleeing light yet, as that required a foundational cultivator's divine sense to envelop oneself. He lacked the means of spatial evasion techniques, thus he continued to run southward, although he was unaware of what lay ahead. The current situation was different. Without life-threatening danger, he chose without hesitation. In the distance, while hastening for his life, he caught sight of countless spiritual lights appearing beneath the clouds. Chapter 14. Trials of Danger. Beyond expectation, Lu Qing had no intention of stopping to assess the situation. He was oblivious to the nature of those spiritual lights. It was not until he spotted the familiar stream and the somber, seemingly eternal shadow of the jungle nearby that his expression visibly relaxed. Damn it, he had finally made it here. He was nearly drained of spiritual energy, barely preserving the last vestige capable of transforming into his spiritual sword. He had not forgotten that his golden finger did not possess the great skill of turning misfortune into fortune, and the slight causal connections arising from this peace hexagram kept him from fully relaxing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly retreated, as a spiritual sword shot forth from the sleeve of a disciple's robe. Slash. The sword instantly pierced an unknown flesh, blood gushing from the slender black body. Thick and dark. So, a sneak attack, was it? Lu Qing constantly reminded himself. Upon seeing the snake's head with its unblinking eyes, he summoned the last of his spiritual power to violently ensnare the ambushing black serpent beast, reducing it to a pool of putrid blood. Fortunately, it was merely at the early stage of qi cultivation, manageable, yet the venom was indeed potent. As Lu Qing observed the grass blades corroded into black, he instinctively distanced himself from the area. The venom posed no threat to him, as he was 2 realms higher. But what could these causal connections signify? Lu Qing desperately wished the hexagram could speak plainly. He recalled that when he had just landed, the hexagram had urged him to leave immediately. Now, He was being drawn back. Evidently, the black serpent beast posed no lethal threat to him. No, it couldn't be. This black serpent might have some background. The hexagram merely untangled this predicament, suggesting that another calamity awaited him. Was this what the slight causal connections meant? Lu Qing could not fathom it. He had only been on the path of cultivation for less than a year. He was relying solely on the thoughts that flitted through his mind to navigate these dangers. The purple serpent's overturning had led to an inevitable peril. Lu Qing found a massive stone to sit upon. Utilizing the clusters of unknown thorny trees on either side and the large, umbrella-like leaves overhead to obscure his presence from a physical vantage point. Thunderous rumblings. Boom, boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, as if heaven and earth were spinning. This was undoubtedly an illusion. Unmistakably, the beast had turned. Lu Qing's expression sharpened, and he rose to part the leaves beside him, allowing the restoration of half his spiritual energy to stabilize his mind. That direction, he turned to face the source of the most intense rumble, coming from a distant place. Yet, at that moment, he still heard the sound of rocks collapsing, shattering the ground beneath. Indeed, something was happening. Boundless dust transformed into a massive cloud enveloping half the sky. The gray haze thickened like earth, and in an instant, the two suns above were obscured from view. It felt as if night had fallen. Lu Qing watched the darkening horizon, goosebumps rising on his skin. This was the might of the Zifu. The pressure was overwhelming. Lu Qing did not venture out, but rather sat back down, waiting for the tremors to cease. Wicked beast! Just when he thought it was over, a voice of reprimand echoed through the heavens and earth that a torrent of sword light surged forth, as if the ocean was rushing for thousands of miles. Instantly tearing through the dark veil, the once darkened area erupted with dazzling sword light. Lu Qing squinted. Although he could not discern the figure behind the brilliance, it was undoubtedly an elder responsible for the trials. Lu Qing was unsure whether more individuals would be drawn into that tumult, but there was no doubt that this small realm of trials was under the watchful eye of the Academy's elders. Despite this, the events unfolded too suddenly. Lu Qing had fled the peril at the first moment, indicating that even if salvation was possible, it would be utterly futile to rescue disciples within a radius of several hundred miles from that lake island. As for the Zifu, he wondered how they would handle the aftermath. Observing the sword light, brighter than the sun, the dark veil offered no resistance whatsoever. Clearly, the Zifu beast was of little consequence. In the outer sect, one could easily find disciples to slay such beasts. With the elder personally intervening, Lu Qing sensed that the trial was drawing to a close. This widespread indiscriminate assault on disciples of their realm was akin to a calamity from the heavens. All disciples were to leave the small trial realm and return to the Academy. That moment, Lu Qing heard the sound of return. He patted his storage bag, within which he had amassed enough spiritual herbs and the corpses of a dozen small beasts over the past 5 days. Ever since learning about the task hall within the disciples' jade plaque, he realized that he could both issue and accept tasks, or even engage in trade right there. Upon returning, he planned to sell some to exchange for spiritual stones. Lu Qing currently knew nothing, but he was not in a rush. He intended to begin with spiritual plants, as he found that after cultivating the Xintian Yuan Jing, this superior technique was remarkably suited for farming. No. Rather, it was exceptionally suitable for nurturing spiritual plants. Moreover, both spiritual plants and spiritual herbs bore the character spirit. Yet the threshold for spiritual herb tasks was significantly higher, demanding not only cultivation requirements, but also considerable connections. After all, advancing to spiritual herbs could lead to involvement in the Academy's alchemical endeavors, which were highly coveted. In contrast, spiritual plant tasks were much more commonplace and accessible. Engaging in daily farming seemed to lack the ethereal charm typically associated with cultivators. Lu Qing bore no ideological burden. He had already left the small realm and was back on the original plaza, waiting alongside other disciples. Most emerged with expressions of terror, having narrowly escaped with their lives. Lu Qing's demeanor mirrored theirs. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of many familiar faces. That he recalled the scene when disciples were being selected, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. This path of cultivation was fraught with peril at every turn. Fortunately, I possess a golden finger. He silently rejoiced that before his untimely demise, he had still been playing that game. Otherwise, he might not have unlocked this skill. The trial in the small realm had indeed concluded. The elder in purple robes appeared, casting a comforting gaze upon the disciples below, delivering a lengthy speech. The gist was that the unexpected events were due to some unknown cause, and that extra spiritual stones would be distributed to the disciples. And so forth. After the lengthy discourse, many disciples transitioned from panic to a flicker of excitement. Chapter 15. Discussion after the minor competition. Liu Qing felt deeply moved. The prospect of receiving spiritual stones overshadowed everything else. However, it appeared that the losses were significant. Liu Qing silently observed the once glorious prodigies, now covered in grime, blood-stained, and many visibly injured, in stark contrast to their spirited entry into the small realm. Liu Qing recalled the spiritual lights he had seen upon leaving. Could it be that they had rushed over at that time? This thought clarified the extent of their injuries. Liu Qing distinctly remembered Brother Chang. He had a vague impression of him as a talent of the earth grade. Grateful for this information jade slip, he noted that the names of new disciples and talented prodigies were recorded therein. Liu Qing had also seen his name listed under superior qualifications, though few had paid attention. This year's circumstances were uniquely extraordinary. Fortunately, he had reaped a good harvest. He had broken through a minor realm, which naturally uplifted his spirits, and his comprehension had improved, enhancing the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy during cultivation. Considering all this, he felt it prudent to seek out foundational spiritual items ahead of time. Yet, that seemed more of a long-term goal. In the short term, Liu Qing needed to secure a sum of spiritual stones. After the elder in purple robes released them, the spiritual beasts cried out in the sky, and the disciples began to engage in fervent discussions. What terrible luck! Who knew such fearsome beasts lurked within? A disciple bore a melancholic expression. Indeed, I was quite distant at that time. What transpired back then remains unclear. Whispers filled the air, and it appeared that those who had departed earlier bore injuries. It was said that the incident originally involved a guardian beast, while its strength was not to be underestimated. A spiritual light that emerged from within it was a foundational spiritual object, remarkably aligned with many of the esteemed techniques practiced at our Tao Academy. Consequently, there was no need to elaborate further. Numerous disciples immediately grasped the situation. Liu Qing instantly comprehended why a mere beast at the Qi nurturing stage had provoked a standoff among three factions. It seemed that what they professed verbally diverged from their true desires. Fortunately, he found solace in the Xiantian Yuanjing, which cultivated a tranquil and profound essence, akin to the ceaseless flow of water, and imposed no stringent requirements on foundational spiritual objects, as it embraced all five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As he pondered this, he had no intention of summoning the Bai He Tongzi, but instead descended the mountain directly. At a bend of a chain bridge halfway down, he made his way to the adjacent mountain, where a city lay. This very city had once filled Liu Qing with awe upon his arrival. It was the cultivation city of the Tao Academy, the place frequented by the most disciples. The city was entirely crafted from an indistinct gray stone, which appeared cold under the sunlight. Yet, at its entrance, it embodied the essence of the four cardinal directions, lacking a fixed entry or exit. As long as one presented their disciple jade token to authenticate their identity, they could freely come and go. This was Liu Qing's first visit, and he was not there casually, but rather to accept a task. The tasks within the jade token's spatial realm were synchronized with the activities of this cultivation city. However, he had yet to find a suitable and satisfactory task amongst those available, so he thought it prudent to seek offline tasks while he was fortunate enough to be in the main peak area of the Tao Academy. Though the streets and alleys were bustling with more people than usual, Liu Qing did not disturb anyone, making a beeline for his destination, guided by the map inscribed on the jade slip. Towards the task hall within the cultivation city. The task hall resembled the jade token space, and upon entering, he briefly surveyed the surroundings. He observed that the cultivation city was not entirely detached from the mundane world. It was distinctly different, yet still retained elements such as inns, albeit infused with rich spiritual energy, suggesting an extraordinary atmosphere. Alas, his resources were limited. Not lingering further, he mentally noted the layout he had traversed and proceeded to accept a task related to spiritual plants. The offline task hall was sparsely populated. As Liu Qing entered, he was dazzled by the array of tasks available in the spiritual plant section. Beyond Blessed Land. Seeking 2 nurturing disciples for weeding. Compensation negotiable. Shueyun Cave Heaven. 1 disciple proficient in Shueyun technique needed to guard my spiritual field for 7 days. Spiritual stones negotiable. Outer sect tasks. Continuously seeking spiritual plant disciples. See below for task details. As Lu Qing scanned the tasks from the outer sect, he noticed many were evidently issued by senior disciples. Once a willingness was confirmed, the tasks would reveal a hint of aura, allowing for private contact via the Jade token to finalize details. This place was evidently more diverse, featuring many tasks not seen in the task hall. Noticing the time, Lu Qing realized that most of these tasks had just recently appeared. It seemed that even though the Jade tokens were treasures, their synchronization was not instantaneous. Lu Qing focused on a particular task, opting for one that was not too remote. From his perspective, the cultivation atmosphere presented by the Xiantian Dao Academy was undoubtedly grand. However, the last divination and the situation at the Miscellaneous Disciples Institute still left him feeling that he could not place all his hopes on the Dao Academy, that it was unrealistic to expect them to monitor every disciple constantly. After all, within the realm of cultivation, the relationship between disciples and their sect is one of mutual support. The vastness of the Dao Academy made it akin to a lake soaring high in the sky, a lake that, while termed as such, bore little difference from a shallow sea, yet nestled within the towering peaks of the Dao Peak mountain range, it appeared as a mere droplet against a grand backdrop. This one shall suffice that Lu Qing's gaze fell upon a task. Outer sect's spiritual plant garden by the submerged lake, seeking several disciples to assist in irrigating the spiritual water lotus flowers at the periphery of the garden. Upon clicking the information, he discovered it had already been claimed, but due to the request for several disciples, Lu Qing opted to accept it as well. This spiritual plant garden was situated by the submerged lake, close to his Dao Peak, making travel convenient without the need for additional spiritual stones. Previously, during his cultivation, he had dabbled in the minor rain technique, and due to his superior aptitude, he had already made some progress in this art. First, the task's compensation would be issued by the outer sect according to standard procedures, alleviating concerns about the nature of the task employer. Additionally, the proximity was advantageous, and it was a perfect opportunity to further hone this technique. The spiritual energy in the spiritual plant garden was also more abundant than that found on average Dao peaks. He had just recently broken through, so he was not in a rush. After accepting the task, he summoned the Bai He Tongzi and departed from the cultivation city. The following morning, after a night of cultivation, Lu Qing felt a sense of clarity in his senses. The spiritual power within his body flowed more harmoniously. After another night of training, the effects of the spiritual fruits he had consumed had thoroughly integrated into his foundation. He selected several items that contradicted his techniques and were of no use to his current level and chose to submit them. The Disciple Jade Token's material was still a mystery to him. Chapter 16. The Joy of Rewards. The spiritual plant task. Lu Qing placed the items into the Jade Token space and selected to submit them, watching as they quickly enveloped in white mist, indicating they had been reclaimed by the token. Meanwhile, the events of the previous day had already become known, and despite the unexpected turmoil, this minor competition had drawn to a close. The name inscribed within his Jade Token space now displayed a ranking. Outer Sect Disciple Lu Qing, ranked 12th in the minor competition. Lu Qing was somewhat astonished. He had estimated his rank to be around 15 or 16. Given his heavenly grade aptitude and the presence of several disciples with earthly grade talents, it was not surprising. However, it was also understandable that the previous day's upheaval had inevitably left some injured, and the outcome was not solely determined by strength. Having quickly regained his composure, Lu Qing realized that, more than the ranking itself, the rewards distributed were of paramount importance. Disciple Lu Qing, please collect your 3 rewards and check them promptly. That a piece of information penetrated his consciousness, and the details of the 3 rewards simultaneously entered his mind. That a total of 3 rewards awaited him. He wondered what they might be. The items he had submitted were of no use to him, and spiritual stones were essential for alleviating his cultivation and living needs. He held expectations about the rewards, as his ranking was relatively high and his aptitude superior. He was curious about what the rewards would entail. Could he select a technique from the disciple treasury? Lu Qing first examined the first reward, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. The Xiantian Yuan Jing, as a fundamental cultivation method, was undoubtedly a superior technique. Yet Lu Qing currently sought methods for self-protection. This reward arrived at an opportune moment. However, he had not yet made a decision, as he was scheduled to visit the spiritual plant garden today and did not need to rush. 1,000 spiritual stones. This was within expectations and addressed his immediate needs. Without spiritual stones on hand, one could hardly feel at ease. That he then looked at the final reward, and his pupils dilated slightly. Foundational spiritual objects. He glanced into his spatial realm and saw beside the spiritual stones a fragment of a crescent-shaped, milky white gemstone. Ethereal moonlight flowed over the gemstone, and a refreshing, pleasant aura wafted into his nostrils. This was undoubtedly a foundational spiritual object. The information provided a clear introduction. A crescent spiritual object from the Moonlight Stone realm, thick and pure, suitable for use in foundational cultivation. Within the brief introduction, even though Lu Qing had previously remained indifferent, he could not help but feel a ripple of excitement now. This crescent spiritual object was indeed a rare foundational item, due to its characteristics. Even if one's nature was incompatible, it could still facilitate entry into foundational cultivation. The Tao Academy was indeed grand. Lu Qing had previously contemplated his own foundational spiritual object, aware that the sect's treasury must contain numerous valuable items. But those required contribution points to exchange. Although they could be converted into spiritual stones, the ratio was quite low, making it an unwise calculation. He decided to reserve them for future cultivation needs. The foundation he chose must be stable and long-lasting. He could not afford to be impatient. What he needed to do now was to head to the spiritual plant garden. Lu Qing was always clear about his future plans and major goals. While it was natural to fantasize about effortlessly refining the foundational spiritual object and stepping into the ranks of foundational cultivators, the tranquility of spiritual power soothed his rising impatience, and his gaze sharpened with clarity. With half an hour remaining until 7 o'clock, it was time to set off. Lu Qing silently recited the array technique to disperse the clouds and mist enveloping Dao Peak, revealing a path down the mountain. Now a cultivator, he commanded spiritual power at his feet. Although he could not yet fully revel in the freedom of heaven and earth, he could swiftly glide through low altitudes in a short time. Having entered the mid-stage of Qi nurturing, his spiritual power was increasingly pure and abundant, allowing him to traverse the path with minimal effort. Before long, he arrived at his intended destination, as the lake was well within the visible range of Dao Peak. Lu Qing had no reason to worry about straying off course. The submerged lake, resembling a radiant emerald, appears to rest quietly beside its surroundings. Only upon closer inspection does one realize that the lake truly resembles a shallow sea. Stretching endlessly before the eye, elegant white cranes frolic in the waters. Seemingly at peace, Lu Qing had not yet encountered the white crane youth. But after a few encounters, he could recognize him. The spirit plant garden is nestled within a small valley among the hills, where the lake's waters meander into the earth's veins. Converging to form this tranquil body of water, Lu Qing proceeded on his assigned task. He was greeted by a disciple clad in gray robes. Dressed in the light azure garb of the outer sect disciples, Lu Qing approached, inquiring, "Senior brother, may I ask if you are here for a task?" The gray-robed disciple replied with a respectful demeanor. "I have come to collect the task of irrigating the water lotus." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed disciple's expression changed to one of realization. "Senior brother, please follow me." As Lu Qing entered the spirit plant garden, he remained at the periphery for the time being. Upon stepping into the garden, an invisible wave swept over him, prompting Lu Qing to steady his mind that it was likely the presence of the overseeing elder stationed here. "Senior brother, just ahead is the area for the water lotus. I can only escort you this far," he said apologetically. Clearly, the area further ahead was forbidden to the disciples of the miscellaneous division. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude and soon arrived at the designated location for his task. It was a pond situated at the foot of the mountains, adorned with blood-red lotus flowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Yet the area was far from desolate. However, as Lu Qing approached, he noticed that the water level of the pond was somewhat low, with a crimson line undulating just beneath the surface. It was no wonder that disciples were required to come and irrigate it. Even more perplexing was the absence of any personnel, save for a signpost inscribed with task information, its script hurried and erratic. The water lotus requires a constant supply of water to thrive. Without it, it would perish in an instant. Those tasked with irrigation must pay heed to the water level, ensuring it remains above the red marker line and replenishing the water source promptly. Lu Qing mused, is this the essence of efficient cultivation? Thus far, the only other person he had encountered within the spirit plant garden was the gray-robed disciple. Now that he found himself in this secluded location, nestled at the mountain's end, apart from the pond, the area was devoid of any human presence. It was so serene that even the sounds of birds and insects were scarcely heard. It was evident that the spirit plant garden possessed an unusual tranquility compared to the outside world. Reflecting on the teleportation array he had utilized to enter the task hall, he surmised that there must be an array enveloping this place as well. The spiritual energy here was indeed rich. The water lotus requires water, and these spirit plants thrive on the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, which cultivators can manipulate through spells of rain. Liu Qing cast a glance at the water's surface. Immersing his mind in concentration, allowing his spiritual energy to flow with intent, that he formed a seal with his fingers, his heart clear and focused. Above the pond, a mist began to gather, gradually coalescing into a small cloud. The cloud was modest in size, as Liu Qing was merely performing the minor rain spell, that a gentle drizzle descended, followed by a surge of spiritual energy that transformed the fine rain into a torrential downpour. Saturating the entire pond area, that a multitude of water lotus flowers unfurled their petals, eagerly absorbing the rainwater. The water level in the pond steadily rose. After several breaths, the pond was filled to the brim. Liu Qing retracted his spell, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Unlike the rain from the heavens, he had managed to concentrate the storm solely over this pond, accomplishing his task in a remarkably short time. Chapter 17. Matters of the Outer Sect. After withdrawing his spell, Liu Qing observed that the once surging spiritual energy had now coalesced in this spot. This valley of the spirit plant garden was expansive, and according to the task information, it was still merely the periphery. Since entering, Liu Qing had not seen any other individuals. There must be a concealed array here. Otherwise, it would be implausible that, apart from the elder and disciples, he could see nothing but this ordinary-looking pond, as if it were a simple valley devoid of anything special. That, of course, could not be the case. Being a spirit plant garden, it undoubtedly harbored spirit flora. However, after completing his spell and carefully surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a natural pond basin, with no other clues to uncover. But this hardly concerned him. It was preferable not to engage with them. Currently, he noted that the water level was decreasing at a remarkably slow pace. After performing his spell, Liu Qing's Dantian spiritual energy was reduced to a mere trace, yet the abundant spiritual energy here allowed him to quickly recover. Taking a moment to circulate the energy within his Dantian, he found that his previously depleted spiritual energy began to gradually accumulate once more. This recovery rate surpassed that of his meditative sessions at the Daofeng, attributable to the effects of the rare snow spirit fruit and the fact that this place could gather the dispersed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon reflection, it was no wonder that the nameless peak he had chosen as his cultivation site also contained a vast expanse of spirit fields. He gazed at the pond, and after a brief interval, he still noticed no discernible drop in the water level. Well, I shall cultivate here. The water lotus draws its sustenance from the earth's waters, and my presence nearby should not interfere. Liu Qing was well aware of the nature of the water lotus. It blooms in 7 days and bears fruit in 14. The lotus fruit is a nourishing delicacy, regarded as a good source of spiritual sustenance among the sect disciples. Consuming it can reduce the time required for cultivating spiritual energy, effectively shortening the training period by a day or two. However, the water lotus is not particularly rare. Once accustomed to its effects, the benefits diminish over time, and since the seeds of the water lotus are not hard to come by, they are thus planted at the garden's periphery. Naturally, someone would come to handle the harvest after the fruiting period. This means that, after 14 days, a dedicated individual would arrive to collect the fruits. Liu Qing's responsibility was merely to ensure the lotus bore fruit. With the subsequent harvesting falling outside his task's scope, the spirit plant task Liu Qing chose was well within his capacity. He had no intention of tending to overly precious flora. Let us not forget that he currently possessed only the minor rain spell, which was hardly sufficient for watering more valuable plants. Thus, the water lotus, being quite resilient and easy to nurture, would not attract undue attention. Liu Qing felt at ease in his cultivation. He focused his mind and diligently refined his Dantian's spiritual energy. The recent entry-level competition had only just begun to stir the waters. Although the rankings had yet to be announced, every disciple was aware of their standing, and those with social acumen could ascertain the names of the top 10 through casual inquiry. Yet, this entry-level competition had unexpectedly taken a turn, and the final outcome remained uncertain. The only ones with any clear advantage were the few prodigies of exceptional talent. On a nearby peak, an elegant pavilion stood tall and dignified, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Within, several disciples of the outer sect were hosting a small banquet. Brother Fu, We actually placed outside the top 20. What a disgrace, Lin Tianen exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. He hailed from the Xintian Domain's Central Territory, one of the talents in this batch. Initially hoping to contend for a place in the top 10, he was disheartened to find himself placed beyond the 20th position. Did this not imply that numerous disciples of superior quality had surpassed them? Fu Wooding scoffed. And what of it? It was merely a minor ranking competition. Lin Tianen retorted, this is no trivial matter. I inquired earlier and found that one of the ungrateful ones obtained a foundational spirit item that a disciple in green nearby interjected. The individuals present at this banquet are all capable of entering the inner sect. Though they now reside in the outer sect, some have already secured masters in the inner sect. Even the 3 overseers of the outer sect, who typically manage the transition to the inner sect, have chosen to turn a blind eye to the circumstances of this group of disciples that a mere foundational spirit item. With our strength, it is hardly something we should covet, Brother Lin. Do not be so petty. At this moment, someone seated above spoke up that Li brother. May I ask which of the rising stars you are acquainted with? I would very much like to make their acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianan's gaze flickered, his disdain apparent. Truly, a sycophant. Yet he immediately responded with a smile. There are a few, but since the details have not been made public, I cannot be certain. These are merely my conjectures. Disciples of superior quality had been admitted this year at a rate several times higher than in previous years. And anyone could potentially rise. I can speculate on 3 or 4, he continued. Very well. I shall make sure to foster good relations with them, Li Jiao replied, nonchalant. After all, this banquet was intended for these disciples to network and converse. While also touching upon the incidents of the previous day, what exactly transpired yesterday? Alas, do not mention it that a purple palace demon beast has wreaked havoc, and the supervising elder shattered its soul with a single strike. Regrettably, many individuals were too close at the time, and they are still nursing their injuries. The speaker's expression was subtle, mirroring that of others present, not to mention those with heavenly grade talents who have begun to distinguish themselves in their cultivation realm, essentially. The top 10 have all sustained severe injuries that, of course, a trace of relief and joy lingered in their hearts, though it was not reflected on their faces. Initially, there was an intention to recruit some individuals with superior talents. But alas, a few opportunities have slipped away. Li Jiao sat above, holding a wine cup, contemplating. He was aware of his own aptitude, yet it was not genuine. Rather, it was a result of his family's considerable sacrifices. Initially believing he could gain entry into the inner sect and continuously utilize its resources to enhance his cultivation, ultimately giving back to the family. Chapter 18. Breakthrough, Cultivating with Peace of Mind. However, this year's new regulation has left Li Jiao in great distress. Such matters in the world are seldom straightforward. He still needed to continue recruiting individuals. Among them, Li Jiuding seemingly has backing within the inner sect. And even the senior brother by Yunqing could not persuade him. As for Lu Yuan, he and I share a fateful connection. He has already aligned himself with us. Who else arrived with them? There was also a certain Lu Qing, but alas, this person is merely a diligent cultivator who does not engage in scheming. Senior brother by Yunqing had previously blocked many, and this individual has not descended the mountain for an entire month. Never mind, let us skip over this one. He is obviously a miser. The details of this new batch of disciples continually surfaced in his mind. Liu Qing was still unaware that the seemingly innocuous hexagram he had chosen would only now truly culminate. He had opted to come here to the spiritual plantation to undertake tasks. Not to mention, his aptitude is commendable, and there were indeed others who wished to contact him to establish connections. However, upon learning that he was currently earning spiritual stones through tasks, specifically tending to the traditional underground fields, they ultimately relinquished their intentions. The term spiritual farmer is the impression most disciples hold. Even attending to spiritual herbs is regarded more favorably than the label of a spiritual farmer. This subtle mindset, Lu Qing had not anticipated, nor was he aware of it. Days passed, and the valley was tranquil. A disciple clad in blue had gathered a cluster of dark clouds overhead, with a gentle rain perfectly enveloping the pond beneath, where crimson lotus flowers bloomed resplendently. Observing his adept posture, it was clear that he had mastered this spell. This blue-clad disciple was none other than Lu Qing. He had spent his days in this pond valley in utmost comfort and tranquility. The area was rich in spiritual energy, and after cycling through his cultivation several times, Lu Qing would also pay attention to the movements of the nearby pond before beginning to cast spells. After several days of practice, he had grown increasingly proficient. There was no longer a need for lengthy preparations, as he could directly condense a cloud to rain, without relying on mist to gather in mere moments. Drops of rain cascaded into the pond, splashing water droplets around. He cultivated here in peace, successfully advancing to the 5th layer of qi nurturing. At the beginning of his training, his speed was already commendable, and now, as he slowed down, Lu Qing found it unremarkable. Though he resided here, he occasionally immersed himself in the external sect's happenings after finishing his cultivation. This jade slip could be deemed a spiritual tool for communication. Lu Qing surmised that there must be higher powers within the academy involved. Otherwise, how could there be such detailed information available? Moreover, it allowed numerous disciples to leave messages. After spending 7 days in cultivation, Lu Qing had observed many individuals in the external sect searching for challengers to battle on the platform. There were various main peaks for the arena. Lu Qing observed closely. It seemed they sought to prove themselves, or perhaps to vent their frustrations. The only individuals who seemed unperturbed by challenges were the few at the forefront, who displayed no fear of being exposed. It appears there will be more excitement to witness. External sect Li Xian challenges Su Xinyue, suffering a crushing defeat. External sect Gu Xiantian and Qingdu engage in a draw on the arena. It seems their injuries have healed. Indeed, several days have passed. The necessary recovery time has been observed. Lu Qing shook his head slightly, placing the jade slip back into his storage bag. These challenges within the external sect were of no concern to him. His strengths lie in evasion and longevity. To forsake his advantages to compete with them would be futile. He harbored no rivalry. Furthermore, due to his involvement in the spiritual plantation's tasks, this was not a place accessible to just any disciple. It pertained to the Academy's estate. Only tasked disciples or those with tokens could enter. Thus, Lu Qing regarded this uproar merely as a spectator. To continue accepting tasks? Yes, indeed. During this time, he could perfectly complete the cultivation of this spell. Were it not for the impracticality, Lu Qing would even consider establishing a cultivation abode nearby. Cultivating in the spiritual plantation would undoubtedly be far more enjoyable. Of course, this was a most unlikely scenario. I hope the disciples guarding this spiritual plantation have not returned just yet. The academy has countless tasks, and those at the spiritual plantation are primarily prioritized for certain spiritual farmers. However, not all disciples wish to take on the role of spiritual farmers. So it is tacitly allowed for others to come here to complete tasks, as long as the spiritual plants successfully bloom and bear fruit. After completing one cycle of cultivation, Lu Qing chose to cease further training. He sensed that someone was approaching. He glanced at the fist-sized fruits emerging from the center of the lotus. Today was the day for settlement. The visitor was also a disciple of the external sect clad in blue robes. Fellow Taoist, I have come to collect the water lotus fruits. The visitor first clarified his intent. This patch of water lotus has borne fruit. Splendid. Lu Qing was not one to engage in excessive chatter. And the disciple also had his own tasks to fulfill, needing to collect from other locations besides this one. The disciple glanced at the pond, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Fellow Taoist, the fruits here have grown splendidly, he cheerfully remarked. The completion is excellent. Your rewards and contribution points have been credited to your jade token. Please check. All right. No issues. Their exchange was concise, devoid of unnecessary small talk. As they were both clad in blue, members of the external sect, Lu Qing maintained a low profile, concealing his aura. The disciple hurriedly departed after a brief conversation, paying little heed to Lu Qing's cultivation level. The water lotus fruits, indeed, were a modest yet nourishing supplement. Therefore, there was no possibility of conflict arising. Lu Qing lingered a while longer. If this task could be sustained long-term, it would be quite satisfactory. Step by step, with an abundance of tasks available, he was not concerned about finding such opportunities. Lu Qing relaxed, concluding this period of tranquil cultivation, and he also exchanged for rewards and techniques, selecting a method named riding the clouds and water arrows. A powerful spell capable of transforming spirit into water and morphing it into arrows, harnessing the swiftness of clouds and mist, with the core aim of shattering souls and breaking bodies at terrifying speeds. To summarize, its essence was speed. However, it was not feasible to truly execute it within the spiritual plantation. He found that his minor cloud rain technique bore similarities to this method. One summoned clouds to bring rain, while the other was lethal. Yet both were connected by the theme of swiftness. Having spent over a dozen days here, he had only cast the minor cloud rain technique 2 or 3 times. And to prevent excessive rainfall, he had also practiced at an external diving lake. This lake resembled a shallow sea, and apart from the occasional white cranes that lingered here for playful rest, there were no other souls present. Liu Qing had experimented with the minor cloud rain technique several times, but the cloud's range could only currently cover approximately 3 times the area of the pond. No wonder it was referred to as a minor cloud rain technique. In an instant, a spark of understanding broke through his mind, and with the flow of water, Liu Qing successfully mastered this spell. Chapter 19. Riding the Clouds and Water Arrows. Spell Cultivation. Liu Qing's countenance brightened with a rare smile. Progress on the path of cultivation naturally brought joy. However, he did not indulge in pride or arrogance, for he was already fortunate enough to possess a golden finger at his side, leaving little room for undue worry. Ample time was sufficient to stabilize his spirit and ascend steadily. After completing this technique, his thoughts oscillated between cultivation and the newly acquired spell that he began to plan his forthcoming training. Aside from the very first day of entry into the external sect, Liu Qing was able to perceive that the academy genuinely allows freedom in nurturing disciples. Furthermore, the external sect indeed boasted an overwhelming number of disciples, nearly 1 million. That upon first seeing this figure, Liu Qing was momentarily astonished, but soon found it unsurprising. The city he first beheld was more than capable of accommodating 1 million inhabitants. Yet, among so many individuals, the superior talents still managed to elicit joy from the elders overseeing recruitment. This indicates that, at times, a multitude does not necessarily yield quality. However, this does not imply that superior talents are exceedingly rare. Looking back, the region from which he hailed was remote and had not produced any exemplary candidates in over a decade. The elder Mos joy was likely due to successfully recruiting disciples who exceeded the qualification threshold. Liu Qing chose not to dwell further on these thoughts and resumed his cultivation. After the next 14 days have passed, the disciple of the spirit plant garden will return. This temporary task can be considered complete. Due to his familiarity with the task, Liu Qing skillfully timed his cultivation and ensured a timely replenishment of water resources. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the valley, a surge of spiritual energy manifested, and Liu Qing successfully broke through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. He opened his eyes, thoroughly satisfied with this session of practice. Perhaps the previous 14 days had dispelled the last remnants of unease in his heart, for during this latest 14-day period, Liu Qing faced no hindrances in his cultivation. Within his dantian, spiritual energy surged like a tide, filling every corner, and after the breakthrough, a more pronounced sense of fulfillment enveloped his mind and spirit. Given such rapid progress, it is no wonder that among many, those with superior aptitude are deemed exceptional talents. Following his breakthrough, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him revealed that he had perfected the 2nd layer of the Xiantian Yuanjing, yet its effectiveness in concealing his aura had become increasingly negligible. It seems that he must advance to the 3rd layer for it to bear fruit. However, compared to his current realm, Liu Qing found himself lacking in combat techniques, and the Xiantian Yuanjing, though indeed a superior method, still eluded him when it came to the mysteries of the 3rd layer. Moreover, comprehending the 3rd layer requires not merely aptitude but also insight. Liu Qing pondered carefully. With 14 days elapsed, it was time to return to the Dao Peak after completing this task. Having spent nearly a month here, he did not feel that time had passed swiftly, as he had immersed himself deeply in his thoughts. He calculated with his fingers and realized that the time had indeed come to conclude his task. Submitting this task went remarkably smoothly. After Liu Qing completed the handover with the disciple, he checked the spiritual stones within his jade token before departing from the spirit plant garden and returning to the nameless Dao Peak. The nameless Dao Peak remained unchanged since his last visit. With a wave of his hand and a silent incantation, the mist dispersed once more, revealing a path leading up the mountain. However, this time Liu Qing did not need to walk. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy and rode the wind upward. His figure becoming somewhat ethereal, he returned to his own courtyard within the pavilion. The formation activated once again. Fortunately, this formation was a benefit provided by the Dao Academy and did not require any spiritual stones as payment. Lu Qing glanced at the perfectly maintained and tidy courtyard, feeling immensely comfortable. There had been no changes whatsoever. Currently, he had 30 contribution points, and with the spiritual stones from previous rewards, he possessed around 1,100. Alleviating his concerns about spiritual stones for the time being, contribution points and spiritual stones were indispensable within the Tao Academy. Whether for purchasing techniques, magical artifacts, or other items, spiritual stones were a necessity. Unfortunately, the Jade token space seemed not to be all-powerful. The primary function was for sect tasks, thus any private transactions would still necessitate going to the city or market. After Lu Qing's cultivation breakthrough, he spent an extended period in the Jade token space and quickly explored some hidden features. However, this was to be expected. Should the Jade token be destroyed, both parties would suffer considerable losses. In the Tao Academy, there was little concern about blatant acts of murder, yet caution was still warranted against covert maneuvers. Initially, Lu Qing believed that this Jade token served merely as a medium, concentrating various functions within it. But soon he discovered that this characterization was not entirely accurate. The crucial aspect remained that he could exchange for techniques here without expending much effort. Lu Qing chose to set aside these distracting thoughts and began to comprehend the cloud-riding water arrow technique. Let me delve into this spell. Learning the sword would typically be advantageous. Yet Lu Qing currently lacked a suitable magical artifact. Transforming spiritual energy into a sword, Lu Qing considered this akin to unleashing explosive power. At best, it would serve as a trump card. Now, he naturally sought more conventional methods. Moreover, this technique was also a superior one. This was precisely why it was a reward, had it been left to the disciple alone. Acquiring it would likely have required contribution points or spiritual stones. Riding the clouds and mist, this swift movement technique could indeed compensate for his deficiencies in agility. Lu Qing did not practice within the cultivation chamber, but instead ventured outside to the designated training square in the courtyard, where he began to experiment with this technique. Immersing himself in the art, 7 days passed in a blur. After achieving initial success, Lu Qing slowly chanted the incantation, and with a single thought, numerous arrows of misty vapor shot forth, piercing through the clouds and suddenly creating a pathway of azure sky in the distance. He observed as the clouds converged on either side, revealing a sliver of blue sky in between. Excellent, Lu Qing felt elated. The cloud-riding water arrow was both elusive and swift, capable of striking from both close and far ranges without difficulty. This technique, after his training, truly brought Lu Qing joy. Its rapid execution and extreme stealth made it perfect for ambushes. However, there remained a flaw within himself. If only he could further conceal his aura, perhaps by practicing a technique specifically designed to obscure one's presence. Combined with these omnipresent attacks, he could become even more elusive. Lu Qing's mind raced. The divination he had performed earlier had not yielded auspicious signs, and he had encountered several near misses prior to his cultivation. Yet at that time, he was merely a mortal, albeit possessing martial arts skills that provided him with some means of resistance. Chapter 20. Cultivating Spells. Attending lectures, Lu Qing resolved to act. Having reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation, the need for the fasting pill had diminished, as he had gradually begun to fast naturally. Spiritual stones could be earned again. What mattered now was his cultivation and the techniques at his disposal. He opted for a spell to obscure his aura. Countless orbs of light enveloped the jade slips as they appeared. Lu Qing, now well versed in the process, carefully selected and exchanged for a basic concealment technique. With initial training, it could obscure a minor realm. Achieving small success would allow concealment of 3 minor realms, while major success and perfection could hide a major realm, limited to below the core formation stage. A standard concealment technique would suffice for now. The next realms were still too distant for Lu Qing, and he was not one to aim too high. Although there existed more formidable and rare techniques for aura concealment, they required a higher level of cultivation, which Lu Qing, currently in the qi cultivation stage, did not meet. After spending several spiritual stones, Lu Qing soon immersed himself in training once again. Engrossed in cultivation, Lu Qing hardly left the Tao Peak. The mountains were shrouded in mist, yet the square remained illuminated by the brilliance of the sun and moon. Unlike others, Lu Qing preferred to practice during the early morning, basking in the dawn light. At this time, the spiritual energy was pure and subtly infused with a trace of celestial energy. As evening fell, the moon rose above the willows, casting a cool silvery light upon the earth. He absorbed the radiant essence, and suddenly, his aura flickered in and out of visibility. If one were to close their eyes, they would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive his presence, as though he were a cultivator of an exalted realm. The dawn and dusk held their own significance, for the essence of heaven and earth was most abundant during these times, allowing for swifter cultivation of spiritual energy. Another 3 days passed, and an elder was scheduled to give a lecture. And it was time for Lu Qing to attend. After receiving a notification from the Jade Token, he promptly prepared to leave the Dao Peak and head to the lecture, without the need for magical artifacts to transport him. Lu Qing called upon the White Crane Boy. "Boy, have you brought the spiritual stones from last time or this time?" Lu Qing inquired as he handed over the spiritual stones to the White Crane Boy. Good, good, good. You certainly have not misjudged me," the boy responded. "Where have you been all this time? Have you been immersed in your cultivation?" Given the affinity between the boy and Lu Qing, their conversation flowed easily. After hearing Lu Qing's account of taking on tasks and cultivating, the White Crane Boy expressed his admiration. "That makes perfect sense. No wonder I haven't seen you around." Many disciples from the outer court had been making a name for themselves lately, and I have been inundated with whispers about it. Why don't you challenge them on the arena and show them your prowess? The White Crane Boy suddenly broached the subject. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Not having anticipated that the stir caused by the small competition over a month and a half ago still lingered on. "You're jesting. I have never been fond of conflict. The arena is all about reputation. Making a name in the outer court might lead them to acquire what they desire." Yet, Lu Qing harbored no such ambitions. However, upon arriving at the lecture venue, he found a multitude of cloud platforms had appeared. With the highest platform yet to be occupied by the elder, the scene was bustling with disciples, many of whom had already taken their places on the cloud platforms, rather than engaging in quiet cultivation. The atmosphere was filled with noise. Lu Qing had not arrived at the last moment. Witnessing so many disciples present, he surmised that something was afoot. Remaining silent, he observed the situation. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the source of the commotion. He noticed that the cloud platform directly below the high platform had 16 additional cloud platforms on either side. They resembled a spectator seating arrangement that on each cloud platform, disciples clad in azure robes occupied the space. Some were meditating with closed eyes, while others engaged in conversation with nearby disciples, and some gazed indifferently at those outside the 16 platforms. The dispute, however, was concentrated in a corner of one of the cloud platforms. "Junior brother Chung, are you certain you will not relinquish this position? As far as I know, your cultivation is still insufficient." That a loud voice rang out, laced with indignation. At that moment, Lu Qing realized he had arrived just in time. As soon as the sound resonated, the other disciples on the 16 cloud beds, regardless of who they were, even those meditating with closed eyes, opened their eyes and turned to the source of the sound. Some gazed with a glint of coldness in their eyes, while others looked on with keen interest, embodying two distinctly different attitudes among the disciples. These few individuals were likely the most formidable disciples of the outer sect. Although Lu Qing could not recognize anyone, it was evident that those seated at this moment were undoubtedly the strongest disciples of the outer sect. As for Cheng Shidi, when Lu Qing arrived, he had remained in the corner, opting for a seat further back to observe the situation unfolding in the distance. There, two individuals were locked in a standoff, both clad in azure garments. The robust disciple emanated an extraordinary aura, far surpassing that of the other. However, the disciple referred to as Cheng Shidi showed no signs of fear. With a cold smile, he proclaimed, "Brother, those of fate may enter, yet you cannot occupy this place. I have taken my seat, and how could a junior relinquish it?" Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the surrounding crowd. "Well, very well. Cheng Shidi, it seems you are unwilling to concede." The burly disciple's eyes glinted with coldness as he gritted his teeth and laughed heartily. "In that case, I shall yield to you. Shidi, I only hope you will also secure your place on the cloud bed in the future." With that, he snorted disdainfully and strode down from the cloud bed, taking his position on the central cloud bed, leaving the 16 cloud beds behind. Cheng smirked, unperturbed. Lu Shixiang actually chose to back down. "You might not be aware, but it is said that this Cheng Shidi is a direct disciple of the current elder teaching this course, possessing extraordinary talent and an innate aura of celestial spirit. Though he has only recently joined, he is highly regarded by several senior elders of the inner sect, In a wonder, Lu Qing thought, as he observed the scene. Realizing that although Cheng appeared to be a newcomer, he indeed had substantial backing, Liu Qing refrained from voicing his opinions, as he had already gathered the backstory of this contention over the cloud beds from the whispers around him. Having practiced for over 2 months since joining, Lu Qing did not possess the same familiarity with various individuals and matters as others did. The disciples at the back, evidently of the same cohort, felt they could not compete with their senior brothers and sisters, and thus engaged in quiet conversations among themselves. Chapter 21. The Origins and Outcomes. The elder lecturing today was no ordinary individual. Hailing from the inner sect, establishing the 16 cloud beds, the cloud beds were associated with trials, yet the elder declared that those fated could enter, but those of superior cultivation could also gain access. Lu Shixiang, initially a notable figure in the outer sect, found himself in an awkward situation as the position he coveted was claimed by Cheng. Not only was Cheng exceptionally gifted, but he also had influential connections, which explained Lu Shixiang's decision to refrain from further disputes. Even if a confrontation were to arise, Lu Shixiang's cultivation level surpassed Cheng's, yet engaging openly would invite intervention from the Dao Academy. While the elder's cultivation was formidable, the disciples were unaware of the intricacies involved. Even the most powerful individuals are still human, with their own selfish motives. When the elder from the inner sect arrived, it would be Lu Shixiang who bore the brunt of any repercussions. Private duels could take place at any time, but Lu Qing speculated that he would not dare to act in this classroom setting. After piecing together the information, Lu Qing was eager to continue listening, but the elder from the inner sect made his entrance, clad in a deep purple robe, with an aura cloaked in secrecy. He donned a purple crown and carried a whisk. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, for the elder's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Taoists of his previous life. Moreover, the elder merely cast a glance before commencing the lecture, completely disregarding the recent events or the 16 disciples seated on the cloud beds. This demeanor reminded Lu Qing of Elder Yu from his first lesson upon entering. Today's lecture would commence with the fundamentals of cultivation, emphasizing the dual cultivation of life and spirit. This elder, indeed a distinguished figure from the inner sect, immediately articulated the concept of life and spirit, invigorating Lu Qing's spirit and drawing his full attention to the lecture. The elder's insights into cultivation gave rise to layers of manifestations by the conclusion that Liu Qing, having set aside his earlier curiosity, immersed himself wholeheartedly, feeling profoundly satisfied. The elder began from the most basic aspects of cultivation. Although it was unclear whether he catered to his own disciples or others, Lu Qing, being in the qi nurturing stage, could distinctly sense that his foundational cultivation had become more harmonious, dispelling much of the fog surrounding his future cultivation path. That concludes today's lecture. I will be here for the next 3 days. The elder announced slowly after all the disciples emerged from their reverie. Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to the elder. The disciples on the cloud beds responded, rising in unison to BOWSO. This is what cultivation entails. Lu Qing mused, feeling an immense sense of comfort. As discussions on the Purple Palace and forming the Golden Core arose, he realized that he could no longer continue absorbing the material, though everyone was present. Lacking sufficient cultivation would render the experience unfruitful. Liu Qing decided to leave. Having gleaned a great deal from the session, he recognized that he had already benefited immensely from the prior content. With the experiences of predecessors and the high-level guidance of an elder from the inner sect, such insights were undeniably invaluable for any cultivator. He cast a glance around and noticed a commotion brewing in the front. Prompting him to discreetly depart, Liu Qing had no intention of getting involved in the standoff between Lu Shixiang and Cheng. After attending the morning lecture, he returned to Daofeng, where his foundational cultivation had progressed incrementally. Not rushing to break through, his spiritual energy flowed abundantly within his dantian, circulating through his limbs and meridians, eventually merging at his brow's heavenly spirit point, initiating a qualitative transformation. The spiritual energy became denser than before, hinting at the impending emergence of a spiritual Liu Qing scrutinized his dantian with keen eyes, swiftly discerning a subtle anomaly. A wave of joy surged within him as he observed that the spiritual energy, once mist-like, now brimmed with a newfound richness beneath the surface. The single drop of spiritual energy could rival half the power of his full-strength strike. foundation establishment begins with the transformation of spiritual energy into a C, followed by the forging of one's physical body and spirit's foundation through spiritual objects, thereby solidifying one's cultivation base. However, the elder emphasized that foundation establishment was merely the beginning, akin to the solid groundwork required to erect a towering edifice. This step necessitates utmost caution. Liu Qing mulled over today's insights, recognizing that the path of cultivation was shrouded in uncertainty for every cultivator. Yet, he could now glimpse through a corner of the fog. Gaining clarity on the road ahead. It was no wonder that foundation establishing spiritual objects held such significance, and this was likely the reason behind the ongoing turmoil. The Xiantian Dao Academy stands as the sovereign power of the Xiantian domain. Even the resources possessed by various cultivation families and sects could hardly compare to the treasures of a dominion's overlord. The Moonlight's spiritual objects, serene and risk-free, were likely accessible only to the few at the forefront. This realization shed light on the underlying dissatisfaction among some individuals. The foundation-creating spiritual objects were indeed invaluable treasures for disciples yet to establish their foundations, except for those with influential backing. However, Liu Qing remained unaware of the backgrounds of others. Reflecting on today's lesson, he recognized that he had overlooked another source of the Academy's treasures. The cultivation jade slips and insights from predecessors were invaluable, and he had previously neglected to explore them thoroughly. The next morning, Liu Qing returned to the cloud bed from the previous day to continue attending the elders' lectures. Although he was uncertain why the originally planned single-day lecture had extended to 3 days, he was keen to absorb the elders' teachings. Today's topic would revolve around formations. As the elder began his discourse, Liu Qing's eyes brightened. During his month-long tasks, aside from cultivation, he had taken the opportunity to browse through the free cultivation knowledge jade slips in the library during his breaks. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He did not wish to remain ignorant in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he had some familiarity with formations. Formations gather the spiritual energy of cultivation, amalgamating the wisdom of cultivators, from the initial gathering formations to the subsequent protective formations and simple calming formations, evolving into illusion formations and dream formations, culminating in the grand dream formations. Countless formations glittered like stars in the sky, dazzling and captivating. Regrettably, this aspect of cultivation, widely known and understood, did not test one's cultivation aptitude, but rather a certain elusive understanding of the Dao. Liu Qing was uncertain if he possessed such talent. Yet he was determined not to miss the opportunity to listen. Moreover, as a being of longevity, he had sufficient lifespan remaining. He had already lost several decades during the previous month. Even without innate talent, he had time on his side, and with the passage of time, he felt no urgency. His mindset was remarkably tranquil. However, as the elder began his lecture today, Liu Qing noticed several vacant seats on the cloud bed. Predominantly in the front rows. Liu Qing understood that these disciples had likely anticipated today's topic. Unlike the newly initiated disciples, they had already identified their paths in cultivation to accommodate the majority. The lecture's content would undoubtedly remain accessible. Given the circumstances, whether one comes or goes is of little consequence. Their primary intention was to pursue the cultivation of their core formation from day one. Chapter 22. Late-Stage Qi Nourishment. Experimenting with arrays. The study of arrays is a test of comprehension, which is indeed true. However, there are also those who, with unwavering determination, ultimately become masters of arrays. The beginning of their journey in array cultivation. One must achieve a tranquil mind. The voice of Elder Ziguang echoed throughout the cloud platform, ensuring that every disciple could hear him. It was revealed that, due to insufficient control in the early stages, it was necessary to utilize spirit stones to assist in the operation of the array. Yet, once one can perfectly master their own spiritual energy and draw upon the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth, merging with the natural world, the array will become a seamless extension of oneself. The gathering spirit array serves as the foundational step, though it may also commence with the concentration array, which cultivates the mind. Unfortunately, the initial phase requires an array disk and material combinations, essential items for novices. Exceptional talent would allow for a different narrative. Liu Qing pondered, realizing that he could not abandon his burgeoning enterprise in spiritual flora. The spiritual fields in the back mountain must be utilized. He had to admit that Elder Ziguang's discussion on arrays was profound yet accessible. Rather than grandiloquent discourse, he demonstrated to the disciples how to arrange the arrays. Each formation manifesting in his hands as if an extension of his own limbs. Liu Qing, still a neophyte, could not discern the intricacies, yet he experienced the efficacy of the gathering spirit array. Originally, he intended to refine his foundation at the 6th layer of qi nourishment. Unexpectedly, as he absorbed the spiritual energy, he calmly broke through and transitioned to the 7th layer of qi nourishment. This realm marked the late stage of qi nourishment. Liu Qing felt neither surprise nor joy. He perceived it as a natural occurrence, confident in his aptitude and untroubled by the pace of his cultivation. After attending classes for 3 consecutive days, he remained inconspicuous among the numerous outer disciples. Upon leaving, he heard that several individuals from his cohort had begun to gain titles such as New Talent of the Outer Sect. Among them were prodigies like Gu Xiantian, Chengdu, Su Xinyue, and Wan Feiyu. However, these matters were of no concern to him. Currently, he was in his courtyard, eager to attempt the crafting of his first array, with the knowledge of arrays embedded in his mind. Liu Qing felt a surge of excitement. A simple array disk did not require a significant expenditure. He quickly acquired an array disk and attempted to set up the novice-level gathering spirit array. Clearly, the spiritual energy emanated from the array's center, yet it faltered midway as if severed, resulting in a failure to activate the array. The first failure was a normal occurrence. After listening, Liu Qing was inspired to put theory into practice. Day and night passed, and Liu Qing remained invigorated. He observed how the spiritual light at his 8 cardinal points illuminated rapidly, akin to a spiritual vein, igniting like lanterns in the sky. In Liu Qing's eyes, the glimmer of light, once resembling a solitary pearl, now formed a genuine pearl necklace as the pearls connected through spiritual energy, resulting in a successful creation. It worked. Haha, it seems I possess quite the talent for arrays. Liu Qing felt a surge of joy. It is said that cultivation depletes resources, yet in his pursuit of the gathering spirit array, he had managed to deduce it without consuming his own spirit stones. Rather than relying on spirit stones, he directly utilized the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth as the foundation. Excellent. This array is perfectly suited for my courtyard and spiritual fields. Once I become proficient, I can upgrade from the simplest gathering spirit array. Liu Qing prepared to begin farming. Ensuring he was well prepared rather than speaking thoughtlessly, spiritual flora is generally supplied to the dining hall. And the Tao Academy does not retain all of it. Each month, a regular procurement of special spiritual flora occurs. Trading with others requires discernment. However, engaging in commerce with such a colossal entity necessitates little concern. Liu Qing now understood his capabilities, so selecting seeds was the next logical step. A substantial force capable of self-sustaining daily cultivation. Liu Qing recognized that seeds of every kind were available here. He did not seek out high difficulties. The previously abandoned spiritual fields awaited him. Now, as Liu Qing entered the back courtyard, he beheld a dozen spiritual fields arranged in a grid under the heavens. The soil rich and fertile, beside the fields lay a small pond, where a few mundane fish swam leisurely. Liu Qing merely glanced around upon entering. Now, seeing this, he would expend some effort to set up the gathering spirit array. Placing the array's center in the vicinity of the pond, Liu Qing prepared himself, feeling the spiritual energy converge rapidly as he retrieved seeds from the jade token space. It was remarkably convenient. With this jade token, the speed of delivery was instantaneous. Excluding the exceedingly precious items that required personal verification, these mere spiritual flora seeds required no such expenditure of effort. The more he utilized it, the more Liu Qing felt the profound mysteries encompassed by this jade token were boundless. Not to mention, a single jade token was sufficient to allow many to glimpse the might of the Tao Academy. This was why Liu Qing had always felt that this place was not merely a pure cultivation sect. The Moonsword Spirit Rice perfectly met the requirements. With a flick of his hand, countless seeds of Moonsword Spirit Rice plunged into the soil. Subsequently, Liu Qing formed hand seals and silently chanted. A great mass of dark clouds gathered above the spiritual field, and rain began to fall, causing the water level in the pond to rise steadily. Soon, the soil became moist. Liu Qing did not depart, but instead observed the patch of earth in less than the duration of a tea brew. The seeds he had sown began to break through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots that would take a day for growth and 3 days for the rice to form. Yet full maturity would require over half a month before it could be harvested. Once matured, the leaves of the moon sword spirit rice could be harvested to create talisman paper. While the cultivation process was not particularly arduous, achieving optimal maturity necessitated the provision of special items. Lu Qing's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he gazed at the tender shoots before him. If he had merely skimmed past, he might not have recognized the spiritual flora that so perfectly matched his current circumstances. Indeed, these special items required the cultivator who planted them to provide offensive spells, ideally through sword techniques. This was precisely why Lu Qing had chosen them. Moreover, the sword techniques could not employ real weaponry to inflict harm, which effectively meant using spiritual energy to execute sword techniques. Lu Qing now fully grasped that the library of the Dao Academy possessed everything in abundance. There were likely many predecessors who practiced the Xiantian Yuanjing, and some had discovered this particular use. Otherwise, the glaring sword techniques would not serve as the fertilizer for the growth of such spiritual flora in this vast world. Wonders abound. Lu Qing shook his head and returned to his cultivation. He felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility, having evaded calamity. This was likely due to the different circumstances he faced upon first entering. Yet sometimes, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more it arrives unexpectedly. Chapter 23. Demon Extermination Task, Calamity Avoidance Variation. Since Lu Qing began his research into spiritual flora, after completing his daily cultivation, he no longer practiced in the cultivation chamber above the loft. After all, he had now entered the realm of the gathering spirit array, which was indeed something he had not anticipated. However, this was a positive development. Around the spiritual fields, both inside and out, he took advantage of the array disk to inscribe several small gathering spirit arrays. If Lu Qing's initial successful array spanned only the size of a cushion, now he had expanded to the range of several large ponds. While cultivating the moon sword spirit rice, he sat cross-legged in the backyard's spiritual fields. Each day was filled with fruitful effort, and cultivating under a serene state of mind propelled him forward at an astonishing pace that was in this manner. After successfully harvesting his first spiritual flora, that Lu Qing's leisurely and abundant life was abruptly interrupted by a sudden divinatory omen in his mind. Moreover, this omen was unlike the previous ones where he would choose a neutral hexagram and patiently await peace at the mountain gate. A directive appeared at the top. The demonic forces are waning, but in a last-ditch effort, due to their connection with a certain minor realm, the Xiantian Dao Academy has decided to dispatch disciples to the lair of the demonic path to eliminate their disciples and search for the minor realm. Great Calamity Hexagram. Taking risks for others' gains, seeking one's own demise. Accepting the demon extermination task, one may perish upon leaving the mountain, a grave calamity. Minor Calamity Hexagram. Closely shut the mountain gate. Ignoring external matters. However, demon extermination is a covert assessment by the higher-ups of the academy. Those who remain closed off and avoid participation will be deemed unworthy of great use, leading to future troubles. A minor calamity. Neutral hexagram. Remaining in the rear, accepting tasks, and undertaking supply missions from the Spiritual Flora Academy to cultivate spiritual flora at the mountain gate. With minor disturbances, neutral. Lu Qing's expression was one of profound concern. Previously, he had relied on avoiding danger within the mountain gate. However, it was now evident that such a strategy was no longer viable. Moreover, what exactly was this demon extermination task? He recalled the old rascal of the demonic path. The Xiantian domain was a dominant force, and the demonic power within its inner domain was naturally not formidable. Yet, evidently, the minor realm mentioned in the omen was the key to the Academy's issuance of this task. Resources, always resources. The Dao Academy was vast and prosperous, yet its consumption was equally immense. The minor realm was not merely a fragment of a small world. The omen also indicated that this was a covert assessment. And while he was unsure what the minor calamity hexagram's reference to future troubles entailed, Lu Qing was prudent and would not experiment with such possibilities. The minor calamity hexagram itself posed no immediate threat to life. Yet the presence of future troubles undoubtedly hinted at the likelihood of subsequent calamities. Initially, he had thought to cultivate quietly at the mountain gate, yet it appeared that such a notion was implausible. Lu Qing glanced at the jade slip and found no information pertaining to the demon extermination task. Was this task already underway? It has yet to occur, or it is beyond my current knowledge. Lu Qing retracted his breath and gazed upon the spiritual plants he had harvested today. Just as he completed the harvest, it would be an opportune moment to visit the Spiritual Plant Institute. He pondered where the ripples of change might be reflected, deducing that it was likely after accepting a task and returning to the summit. Lu Qing surmised that remaining secluded was not an option, and leaving the mountain gate would be akin to courting death. Thus, it was imperative to register as an entry-level spiritual plant master at the institute. This unexpected turn of events had disrupted Lu Qing's plans. Fortunately, he was capable of enduring solitude in his cultivation, free from worries. If he could successfully secure this minor realm, it would surely attract many disciples. Opportunities, resources, and benefits are the core incentives that stir the hearts of individuals. This minor realm must hold great significance. Otherwise, disciples who evade this task would not be deemed useless and left with lingering troubles. Perhaps it was also due to Lu Qing's current insufficient strength, rendering him unable to mitigate this risk. Therefore, a visit to the Spiritual Plant Institute was in order that he placed all the plump, snow-white rice into his storage pouch, the Moonsword's spiritual rice, upon maturity. Boar stalks adorned with leaves as sharp as blades, shimmering like snow and pure as paper. This was material suitable for crafting talismans. Lu Qing was not greedy. He had no knowledge of talisman crafting and would not divert his attention to other studies for the time being. He already had a good destination for these items. The Spiritual Plant Institute, with its picturesque scenery, nestled amidst a range of lush, verdant mountains. Lu Qing moved with the wind at his feet. His agility had significantly improved compared to before. Upon reaching a flat expanse, he couldn't help but be astonished at the view before him. In the distance, white clouds drifted lazily, and pavilions and towers emerged from the mist, while several floating islands congregated in the sky, encircling the central city, which was adorned with emerald green vines climbing its walls. The vibrant greenery and breathtaking landscape were unparalleled. As he descended, a refreshing breeze washed over Lu Qing, as if cleansing his spirit. This sensation intensified as he presented his disciples' token to enter the city, cradled by the floating islands. The beauty of the Spiritual Plant Institute was distinct from other peaks he had encountered. Inside, most of the disciples wore various robes rather than a uniform disciple attire, exuding an ethereal aura. As Lu Qing surveyed the streets, he noticed that the majority were related to spiritual plant masters. At that moment, a young disciple approached him with a cheerful smile. "Brother, you must be new to the Spiritual Plant Institute, right? I'm quite familiar with this place. Would you like me to show you around? Just one spirit stone will suffice, and I offer a discounted price." Behind him, several other disciples displayed expressions of frustration, as if he had snatched the opportunity from them. Others began to seek alternative targets. Lu Qing recognized this as a guide and was not hesitant. He truly was unfamiliar with the area, and having someone assist him would be greatly beneficial. He promptly produced a spirit stone. "All right, junior brother, please guide me through the Spiritual Plant Institute." "Brother, you are quite generous," Su Qing exclaimed, taking the spirit stone with a beaming smile. Pleased by the added spirit stone to his collection, he was not a genuine outer sect disciple, but had risen from the servants' quarters many years ago. With a hazy future ahead, he had only progressed to the first layer of qi cultivation, yet he addressed many disciples as brothers, regardless of their entry time. The Spiritual Plant Institute stands alongside the Alchemy Institute, the Refining Institute, the Pill Refining Institute, and the Array Institute, among the 10 major arts of cultivation within our Tao Academy. This city is the outer city of the Spiritual Plant Institute, which comprises 4 main areas: the Market District, the Cultivation Area, the Living Area, and the Spiritual Plant Area. The area beneath your feet is the Market District. The Market District boasts a myriad of cultivation treasures. Some stalls are filled with various spirit rice products, while others showcase obscure treasures, and some sell seeds of spiritual plants. As Lu Qing walked along, he noticed that many of the stalls on either side were related to spiritual plant masters, offering seeds, treasure books, jade slips, and more. "Please take me to the registration area for spiritual plant masters." Su Qing spoke with clarity, and when Lu Qing expressed his intention to register, he suddenly realized, I've been there many times and am quite familiar with it. "Brother, please follow me this way." Given the vastness of the city, there were multiple registration locations for the spiritual plant area. Today, the duty was assigned to Manager Luo, who was known for his amiable nature. "Your arrival is quite timely. Brother, by the way, if anyone inquires, it's best to exude a spiritual plant aura. Clearly, Su Qing's assertion of being well acquainted with the place was not a fabrication. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a grand hall. This hall exuded an understated yet imposing presence, with the words Spiritual Plant Institute Registration glowing brightly in 6 characters. Even from a distance, Lu Qing could see it clearly. "This is it, brother. I have matters to attend to, so I won't intrude further." Su Qing guided him in, leaving with a beaming smile. "Thank you, junior brother, and no need for thanks." At the entrance stood 2 disciples clad in emerald green robes, their expressions predominantly indifferent. The aura they emanated was inscrutable to Lu Qing. "Brothers, I am here to register as a spiritual plant master." As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed a hint of spiritual energy, which cultivators nurturing spiritual plants often possessed. Having spent nearly 2 months alongside spiritual plants, the aura of purity was naturally present. "Oh, so you are here to register." The disciple on the left's demeanor softened slightly. "Come in with me." The interior of the grand hall was vast, with an enormous canopy cascading from the ceiling. Numerous individuals stood within, some with closed eyes in contemplation, others deep in thought, or furrowing their brows. Beside the canopy, a table was set up, behind which sat a slightly plump, jovial cultivator, presumably Manager Luo, as mentioned by Su Qing. "Here to register, are you? Which level of spiritual plant mastery do you intend to assess?" The left disciple led Lu Qing in without speaking, and Manager Luo began to inquire. "Master, I will take my leave." Lu Qing glanced at the jade slips on the table, their soft luster revealing several levels. Entry level, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. "Esteemed elder, I wish to register at the entry level." "Very well. Let me sense the aura you possess." Manager Luo nodded slightly, his smile unwavering, yet his gaze lifted slightly to scrutinize Lu Qing. Only then did Lu Qing notice a layer of white light swirling within Manager Luo's pupils. He focused his mind in an instant. A bright white light emanated from Manager Luo, filling him with astonishment. This disciple appeared to be among the newest entrants, yet his foundation was remarkably solid, suggesting he was on the brink of foundational establishment. Realizing this, Manager Luo retracted the white light in his gaze, choosing not to scrutinize further, as the disparity in cultivation levels was too vast for him to overlook. This disciple seemed to possess exceptional talent. Although he was unsure why he had come to the Spiritual Plant Institute, he certainly could not let such a potential slip away. His smile grew even warmer, creating an impression on Lu Qing that Manager Luo was excessively friendly. "Indeed, you may register at the entry level. Please present your token and place it upon this jade slip." The registration process was remarkably swift, akin to the seamless connection between the jade plate and the slip. Imprinting the information. This is your token for the Spiritual Plant Institute." As he spoke, recalling something, Manager Luo produced a verdant token from his palm. "What is your name?" The disciple is called Lu Qing. "Well, that will suffice." Manager Luo then took out a stamp, and upon pressing it down, Lu Qing's name appeared on the surface of the green token. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Lu Qing expressed gratefully, "No need for such formalities. Just call me Uncle Luo." Lu Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, realizing that Su Qing was indeed correct in saying that Manager Luo was easy to talk to. "Thank you, Uncle Luo." This process was astonishingly smooth. Lu Qing displayed a hint of gratitude. He did not shy away from interaction, but remained primarily focused on his own journey. After Lu Qing departed, Manager Luo gradually reined in his overly effusive smile. Disciples nearby, observing this scene, felt a pang of envy towards Lu Qing's departure. They were unaware that while Manager Luo was indeed amiable, not every disciple captured his attention. Leaning back in his chair, Manager Luo mused, "This batch of disciples is simply extraordinary." He practiced the art of ocular techniques and had not deliberately examined Lu Qing's personal circumstances, yet the aura of his cultivation was difficult to conceal. With 3 months having passed, the thought that the other party was nearing foundational establishment, possibly possessing high-quality or earth-grade talents, brought a sense of satisfaction. The notion of registering a genius from their Spiritual Plant Institute only heightened Manager Luo's delight. Meanwhile, Lu Qing was oblivious to the fact that Manager Luo mistakenly regarded him as possessing earth-grade talent. However, his cultivation speed did not wane in comparison to earth-grade qualifications. He was at the 9th layer of foundational establishment. Nearing the next step, this was Lu Qing's cultivation speed. While he tended to the land, he did not neglect his own practice, and his pace even surpassed that of the vast majority of disciples. Prior to this, the outer sect had announced the top 10 newcomers, most of whom had already entered foundational establishment. Given Lu Qing's speed, aside from the rare few with heaven-grade talents, he was certainly among the top ranks of earth-grade cultivators. He possesses an excessively humble demeanor, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the other disciples of mediocre to inferior talents within the daily updates of the arena, lost amidst the vast sea of faces and garnering no attention whatsoever. Only today, during the registration process, did Manager Luo happen to encounter him. Otherwise, no one would have even considered who Lu Qing was. Manager Luo left with a lingering impression of this new disciple. Meanwhile, Lu Qing readily accepted a task specifically designated for the internal operations of the Spirit Plant Institute. I have accepted the supply task. This should suffice, he thought to himself, feeling a weight lift from his heart. From the moment of registration to the selection of a supply task, which, as its name implies, involves providing spiritual plants to disciples from other institutes, one may choose what they are familiar with. Yet without such familiarity, one is constrained in options that Lu Qing believed that his talent for avoiding danger might yield some additional effects. This was particularly fortuitous since the Moon Sword Spirit Rice he had just harvested was precisely included in a high-demand order. One could not help but acknowledge the streak of good luck. Remarkably, Lu Qing had yet to sell this batch of spiritual rice, which was fortuitously purchased by a disciple from the mission hall of the Spirit Plant Institute. Junior brother, these spiritual rice grains are of excellent quality. You may take this order, said the disciple behind the counter, swiftly producing a shimmering jade slip. The entire process was not only expeditious, but also well within Lu Qing's anticipated time frame. It was only after accepting this task that the sense of impending crisis began to recede. Chapter 25. A storm approaches. A grand undertaking that it seems that when one earnestly cultivates flowers, they bloom in abundance. He had not anticipated that his previous actions would bear fruit at this moment. Could this be an instinct born of fate? Without further ado, Lu Qing returned to his Dao Peak. Although I remain on my Dao Peak, the task summons have arrived, and this token will undoubtedly assist me greatly. The task, the verdant token. These two items were securely in his possession. Next, he would await the subtle ripples that would emerge from the divination. In less than 7 days, a piece of gossip began circulating within the outer gate. Have you heard? The Dao Academy has dispatched a major task. A demon extermination mission. Those demonic cultivators are exceedingly cunning, hiding within our Xintian domain day after day. This time, the Dao Academy has made a concerted effort, especially in light of the recent incident at the Servants Institute. What happened at the Servants Institute? Oh, the same incident as before. A demon cultivator infiltrated, and after being slain, they uncovered a significant demonic stronghold, said to be a base of operations. If we can eradicate it, the demon cultivators will be forced to flee. Furthermore, during the recent recruitment of new disciples, demon cultivators launched attacks from all directions, and the Academy now seeks to eliminate them all at once. This jade slip has become Lu Qing's source of information. He need not discern its authenticity. Upon witnessing the spread of such news, he understood that the mission was imminent. The winds of change had begun to stir. Yet, one could only wonder how long this demon extermination task would last. He had already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, but stepping into foundation establishment was no trivial matter. With his current strength, even if he were to venture onto the battlefield, he would merely serve as cannon fodder. The Academy likely would not act without restraint. The demonic forces are waning. As the divination suggests, Lu Qing pondered how long this task might endure. Xintian Dao Academy announcement to inner and outer gate disciples. Demon extermination mission. Demonic forces have long plagued the Xintian Dao Academy, akin to a persistent parasite, and cannot be completely eradicated. Recently, numerous elders have pinpointed the location of a demonic stronghold. Lu Qing skimmed over the task description on the token but turned his gaze towards the rewards section. The demon extermination mission opens the Dao Academy's treasury. Qi refinement cultivators receive 10 contribution points. Foundation establishment cultivators receive 20 contribution points, and so forth, with no upper limit. Additionally, those who accept the task may receive a free supply of spiritual stones. Various institutes, with demon extermination as their core focus, are increasing resource production across the board. Lu Qing continued to read, finally arriving at his own task. Disciples of the Spirit Plant Institute may accept supply tasks for spiritual plants. Here it was that Liu Qing could now be considered a disciple of the Spirit Plant Institute. This token was not bestowed upon him without merit. He observed the lengthy demon extermination task that appeared within his disciple Jade tablet. Along with the associated rewards. It was as if an ancient scroll unfurled, revealing a plethora of rewards categorized before his eyes: rare materials, millennia-old divine herbs, and ancient celestial techniques steeped in lore. Gazing upon the breathtaking array of rewards, even Liu Qing, who believed himself impervious to astonishment, felt a twinge of desire. What folly, what folly! Life is of utmost importance. He quickly averted his gaze, remaining steadfast, regardless of how enticing these rewards may be. They undoubtedly come with significant risks. Such grand undertakings suggest that the associated realm must be immensely crucial. In light of this, Liu Qing contemplated the potential for interference from other domain powers, which could complicate matters. The Academy has consistently issued tasks to eliminate demon cultivators. Those who have managed to survive under such prolonged siege are undoubtedly ruthless. Liu Qing's slight frame cannot withstand such a tempest. Even with the advantages he possesses, he feels a sense of longing. One can only imagine how the other disciples would react. Without a doubt, this mission has cast a massive stone into the inner and outer gates alike. As for the inner gate, it need not be mentioned. The myriad complexities within are beyond the comprehension of outer gate disciples. However, it is evident that a tempest has arisen within the outer gate, with countless disciples either departing their abodes, soaring upon the winds towards their Dao peaks, or transforming into streaks of rainbow light. The demon extermination mission has been officially announced within the inner and outer gates. Countless figures soared into the sky, heading towards the mission hall to accept this task. Given its significance, only a select few were privy to advance notice of this information. In a seething expanse of magma, where the heat was palpable, a figure lingered atop a massive stone, his aura seemingly merging with the molten rock beneath him. A demon extermination mission. The demon cultivators deserve their fate. This fiery figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the magma realm in an instant. In a cold stone pond, a waterfall cascaded down, striking a young man's body and producing a series of clinking sounds. He opened his eyes, his body quaking as the waterfall began to part behind him. There is something I required. In another location, a black-clad girl wielded a white-boned whip, a green serpent coiling around her arm, contemplating the demon extermination mission with intrigue. In a hidden cavern, someone broke through a barrier. On a sheer cliff, another transformed into a bird and soared into the heights. The outer gate was teeming with disciples. The mission hall, which appeared boundless in Liu Qing's eyes, was now filled with a multitude of figures coming and going. The once expansive space was crowded with countless silhouettes. Yet, none of this concerned Liu Qing. He had already accepted the task from the Spirit Plant Institute, and the offerings from the Outer Gates Mission Hall were all related to the demon extermination. "Junior brother, are you at home?" A voice echoed from the clouds above. Liu Qing activated the array. A figure descended upon a white crane. This person appeared gaunt, yet there was a hint of excitement in his demeanor. He spoke rapidly, and upon seeing Liu Qing emerge, he inquired, "You are Liu Qing from the Spirit Plant Institute?" "Correct, indeed." "Good. 2 additional order tasks have just been assigned to you from above." The arriving senior brother spoke with great speed, yet his words were clear. The resources and rewards required for this demon extermination mission have been distributed among the various institutes. I shan't elaborate on the basic quantities needed. If the cultivation is exceptional, the extra portion may be kept. Let us exchange token auras. I am Gui Yongheng, your senior brother. If you require assistance in the future, I shall visit you. If there are no questions, I shall take my leave. Gui Yongheng added hastily. If you have any further inquiries, just leave a message on the token. Understood, senior brother Gua. Please attend to your matters. Handing over the 2 jade slips to Liu Qing, Gui Yongheng hurriedly mounted his white crane and departed towards another Dao peak. Liu Qing watched him fade into the distance, shaking his head slightly. This senior brother Gua was quite busy, his demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency. It was evident that following this mission, every disciple, barring those facing certain death, would likely have to partake in this demon extermination endeavor. One could only wonder if the inner gate would follow suit. Chapter 26. Cultivation at the Mountain Gate. Astonishment, peering through a narrow tube, reveals a broader view. This senior brother Gua, engaged in the Spirit Plant Institute, was equally busy, leaving little room for speculation about other areas. Now, Lu Qing needed no further exploration. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noticed that what had begun as a clear azure day had transformed. Countless streaks of light zipped through the heavens, resembling meteors plummeting to Earth, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a meteor shower in broad daylight. Lu Qing lifted his hand, reactivating the cloud array. He could still see the outside world, albeit with an added layer of mist generated by the array. There were subtle ripples. What could they signify? People or objects? Holding the jade slip for the cultivation orders, Lu Qing mused. He had initially assumed that Senior Brother Gua would be the one to decipher the divination. Yet their exchange lasted scarcely a minute. Clearly, the ripples did not originate from here. Could it be these two additional orders? He dismissed this absurd thought. If that were the case, it would be quite fortunate. As an entry-level spirit planter, the orders he received would undoubtedly not involve difficult spiritual plant seeds. Red tooth rice, dragon tooth rice. Had he truly aligned himself with the esteemed rice varieties? Within the jade slip lies a seed. And in a considerate gesture to prevent the spirit plant cultivators from causing chaos, a detailed introduction has been inscribed onto the jade slip itself. The methods for cultivating these spirit plants are largely similar, lacking any particular uniqueness. Just as earthly rice requires sunlight, water, and soil, so too do these seeds necessitate at least 2 or 3 of these essentials. The Moonsword spirit rice, which Lu Qing had previously chosen, stands as an exception, for its leaves can serve as talisman paper, thus transcending the definition of mere consumable food. There is no difficulty involved. Upon inspection, Lu Qing discovered that the process mirrored that of normal plant cultivation. The only distinction being that these seeds, imbued with spiritual energy, sprout, break through the soil, grow, bloom, and bear fruit without requiring years of toil. It can be said that the 2 seeds in his possession are both fast-growing spirit plants. 15 pieces of spirit field, divided among 3 types of plants, each taking up 3 plots. Lu Qing scattered all the seeds into the soil. The clouds descended, bringing rain. The sword energy and sharpness penetrated the earth. Lu Qing did not hasten to establish his foundation, but instead chose to refine his other skills. After 5 days, the disciples of the Tao Academy descended the mountain. The stronghold of the demonic path was under siege. This was the occurrence of the first day, a spectacle of divine and demonic forces clashing with fervor. It was truly remarkable. The inner sect disciples confronted the demonic elders, while the outer sect disciples dealt with the demonic disciples. And the front line was engaged in an intense battle. How wonderful! It was said that someone unexpectedly broke through a significant realm on the battlefield, turning the tables on a demonic elder who had attempted a sneak attack. The stronghold of the demonic path was overflowing with spirit stones, spirit fields, and spirit herbs, and it was rumored that someone had unearthed a ginseng that had aged for thousands of years. Receiving a reward upon presenting it to the Tao Academy, I am utterly envious of that disciple who relinquished the reward for the ginseng. That I too wish to leave the mountain gate and slay demonic cultivators. Opportunities abound everywhere. As Lu Qing observed the fervent discussions among the outer sect disciples, he could surmise the swiftness of the front line. Risks and opportunities coexisted. Among them, he also caught glimpses of the figures from the ancient Shantian sect. However, although they were regarded as celestial talents on the battlefield against the demons, it was predominantly the strong who shone brightly. Their talents were exceptional, the pride of heaven. Yet those who could enter the inner sect were all prodigious individuals who once overshadowed others, leaving them unable to raise their heads. Chen Xianming, Gongsun Shang, Li Mingyue. During this period, Lu Qing had not witnessed the fleeting lights overhead. The escape lights that were occasionally seen traversing the celestial dome seemed to have vanished entirely. Within the mountain gate, the previously vibrant atmosphere had suddenly fallen into silence. Lu Qing had initially thought that the tranquility he experienced before was sufficient, but this was the true serenity. It was utterly desolate. Even the white cranes that once graced the lakes were nowhere to be seen. Upon inquiring with the White Crane Boy, Lu Qing learned that the White Crane clan had also rushed to the front line. The White Crane Boy, who cherished spirit stones above all, was now preparing to see if he could catch some fish and gain a little benefit. When he saw Lu Qing's inquiry, the White Crane Boy even invited him to leave the mountain together. Lu Qing declined. He could not possibly venture out. He gently advised the other to be cautious when heading to the front line. In his heart, Lu Qing recalled the dazzling lights and the immense rewards that had been bestowed. And with such grand circumstances, he could not discern the underlying truths from a high-level perspective. Yet, having observed the recent good news and recalling the ominous signs from the divination, he felt a lingering suspicion that there was something peculiar about the demonic side. The White Crane Boy replied, "Hey, Lu Qing, you are being overly cautious. Rest assured, I will be at the rear, and if the situation turns dire, I will make a swift retreat. Who can match my speed?" He boasted in the message. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. The White Crane Boy was indeed self-praising, but his words held some truth. The speed of the White Crane clan was astonishing, and the White Crane Boy was indeed one of the best among them. With their innate bloodline abilities, he should be able to escape unscathed. Lu Qing now only hoped that the boy would not encounter any demonic elders. Lu Qing, you are extraordinary, boy. White Crane Boy, indeed. He set down the token, unaware of the developments on the battlefield ahead. His priority was to handle his own matters first. After 7 consecutive days of cultivation, the Cloud Water Arrow was nearing completion. While the fastest progress was being made in the concealment technique, which specialized in masking one's aura, just a few more days of practice would lead to its perfection, since he was now a spirit plant cultivator. He also needed to acquire the essential metal finger technique for planting. Although Lu Qing had not yet discovered any pests, he knew it was wise to take precautions. The spirit fields naturally exuded spiritual energy. And with the gathering spirit formation in place, it was impossible for some pests from the cultivation world to completely avoid detection. And so, the 7-day cycle arrived once more. Lu Qing made his way to a corner of the Dao Peak cliff. From afar, the spirit field in his courtyard was not clearly visible. With a cry, a crane's call echoed through the sky. Wei Yongheng wore a beaming smile, brimming with the joy of spring. Junior brother Lu. Has anything been amiss lately? No, senior brother, but you seem to be in high spirits. What good fortune has befallen you? Upon hearing this, Wei Yongheng's smile widened even further. Haha, it seems junior brother is truly devoted to his cultivation. He teased before continuing. Recently, news is yet to reach the mountain gate. Since you have been so focused on your practice, you may not be aware, but I have a friend on the front line who informed me that a small realm has been discovered. A small world, a lesser thousand realms. He spoke mysteriously, anticipating a look of astonishment from junior brother Lu. Lu Qing was indeed taken aback that a small realm, a lesser thousand worlds. His previously unshakable Dao heart now rippled with excitement. No wonder this task had been dispatched so swiftly and with such grandeur. The meaning of this small realm was something he had previously misunderstood. The divination that spoke of a small realm was clearly not the same as what he had heard. Chapter 27. Entering the Foundation Establishment. Moreover, the fact that this rumor had reached him indicated that the higher-ups had likely already pinpointed the location of that small realm, and they may have even entered it long ago. To encourage the disciples to venture there, the higher-ups had initiated a new cultivation policy. After today, I will head forward to earn some contribution points. I came today to inform you about the handover. Lu Qing was astonished, and Wei Yongheng's exuberance was thoroughly satisfied. Radiating joy at it was evident that this senior brother was genuinely eager to participate in the frontline battle against the demons. Then junior brother shall remain here. Congratulations to you, senior brother, on achieving your wish. He understood that to go to the front line against the demons, and with senior brother Guo mentioning the small realm, it was highly likely that he would be among those entering the small realm. The previous trial in that small world had left Lu Qing with an expansive view of the treasures that remained. This lesser thousand realms, teeming with opportunities, was likely to be true. Opportunities abounded. And which disciple would not wish to be the first to enter? Lu Qing felt no need to voice any concerns about dangers. The White Crane Boy was different from this senior brother, and he was less familiar with Gua. Haha, thank you. Thank you. I will head out today. This is the best stop for the handover. Watching the other depart, this time not towards another Dao Peak, but rather leaving the Dao Academy's mountain gate. Lu Qing's gaze flickered with deep contemplation. The ominous divination had yet to leave his mind, and it signified that disturbances would indeed occur, and the ominous signs lingered outside the mountain gate. How frustrating it was that some individuals could not simply cultivate in peace. Yet, there were times when one's own power was too meager, and when the storms arose, one could only drift along with the tide. He hoped fervently that there would be no issues on the front line against the demons. After all, his formidable backing was the Xintian Dao Academy. Should any problems arise, the very foundation would be shaken, and the resources for cultivation would undoubtedly suffer severely. Lu Qing did not wish to be a worrywart. The day after senior brother Guo's departure, a new senior brother arrived. The other bore a neutral expression, spoke little, and merely conducted an inventory check before turning to leave. Even when Lu Qing wished to exchange pleasantries, there was no opportunity. This was understandable, as they were all cultivators, and such matters could be resolved efficiently, so they were resolved efficiently. And after all, in the cultivation world, strength was paramount. Lu Qing's current cultivation was still insignificant. As his cultivation deepened, Lu Qing pressed his palm against the foundation establishment spirit object, in the cultivation chamber. The gathering spirit formation slowly operated, and countless strands of spiritual energy flowed from the heavens into him, transforming the ethereal power within his dantian. The spirit object melded into his body, sinking into his dantian. He heard a soft drip, drip. The liquid spiritual power dripped rhythmically. Time passed, and the once nebulous spiritual power in his dantian vanished, replaced by a shallow golden lake, shimmering with pure and tranquil golden light. Liu Qing was wholly absorbed in the foundation establishment process. An invisible aura manifested around him. Liu Qing officially stepped into the foundation establishment realm, experiencing neither grand phenomena nor disturbances of the spirit. It was as calm as usual, and he successfully traversed this significant milestone in cultivation. Within his sea of consciousness, a new force of spirit emerged, marking his entry into foundation establishment and the birth of his divine sense. Liu Qing extended his divine sense outward, akin to his own eyes, sweeping through the cultivation chamber, then to the courtyard, across the plaza, and finally landing on the spirit field in the rear courtyard, until he encountered a barrier. Lu Qing realized this was the current limit of his divine sense. He had successfully entered the first layer of foundation establishment. With his foundational stability, the shallow golden hue denoted a superior foundation, yet it was merely a small pond of spiritual power at first. Compared to others of the same realm, Lu Qing's spiritual power was evidently much richer. After 4 months of cultivation, Lu Qing had reached the first layer of foundation establishment, a speed considered exceptionally rapid. While the initial stages of cultivation may progress swiftly, entering foundation establishment represents a minor threshold, one that not everyone can cross smoothly. Upon entering the foundational stage, one becomes eligible to receive a foundational reward. Liu Qing did not depart from the Dao Peak. Instead, he collected his reward within the task hall of the Jade Token Space. Due to the principle of inclusivity, the reward was calculated as contribution points. Consequently, there was no need to fret about depleting too many resources. Liu Qing diligently registered, noticing that the once bustling task hall now appeared rather desolate. With a flicker of thought, he suddenly emerged from the cultivation chamber, stepping into the courtyard and raising his gaze towards the distant horizon. A hint of gravity marked his expression. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed, an immensely distant sound. Liu Qing sensed that this was undoubtedly the residual wave of a fierce battle between powerful adversaries, the distance between them spanning countless miles, yet still evoking a shiver within him. One could only imagine the monumental strength of the combatants involved. Originally, today was a fortunate day, as it marked a breakthrough in his realm. However, with this unsettling sensation, the smile faded from Lu Qing's face. He was oblivious to the identities of those engaged in combat. Yet, he recalled the ominous panel in his mind, which dissipated into a beam of white light. This indicated that his previous predicament had only now reached its conclusion, and the ripples of turmoil had indeed originated from this very location. Liu Qing perceived the disturbance, recognizing that Dao Peak was situated in a relatively secluded part of the outer sect. The sound he had just heard had even caused a tremor in the protective array of Dao Peak. Fortunately, this was not merely a solitary Dao Peak. It was also backed by the Xiantian Dao Academy. As Lu Qing gazed into the depths of the main peak, he observed several beams of light soaring into the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, followed by an outpouring of spiritual light cascading down countless mountain peaks. The distant sky was shrouded in thick, crimson clouds, resembling flames in boiling oil. The array had effectively isolated the outside commotion, preventing any disturbances from reaching this place. That direction, of course, led to the demon-slaying battlefield. The location of the demonic stronghold had been shared by disciples through jade slips over the past half-month. Many had recounted their witnessed grand events, while others communicated information in a formal tone. In the 12 states of the Xiantian domain, the demonic stronghold was situated in the water state, an area abundant in lakes and plagued by miasma. The malevolent demon cultivators, ruthless and cunning, had employed unknown methods to disseminate news of the minor realm. It was feared that individuals from the nearby Tatian domain, home to the Tatian Dao sect, had already arrived. The value of a minor world was sufficient to sustain a major sect, providing a tremendous advantage in cultivating disciples. Upon scanning the jade slips, Lu Qing quickly gleaned the information, including a message from the White Crane Boy. After entering the demon-slaying battlefield, the White Crane Boy shared daily accounts of his experiences. Lu Qing, upon completing his cultivation, would respond promptly. Thus, although he had not reached the front lines of demon slaying, he had already heard numerous tales of blood and tears. The White Crane Boy wrote, "It is truly terrifying. One must not underestimate the world's inhabitants. Today, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, igniting the spiritual veins and resulting in countless fatalities." To Lu Qing replied, "Was there no elder to intervene and prevent the explosion of the spiritual veins?" The White Crane Boy responded, "There was no time, as the demon cultivators were engaged in mutual slaughter. Beneath this area lies a formidable array known only to the core members of the demonic path. They fought desperately, causing an explosion that nearly obliterated the entrance to the minor realm, leaving devastation in its wake." The White Crane Boy spoke with trepidation, relaying the information he had heard. Lu Qing, too, felt a lingering unease. The initial thunderous sound he had heard must have been triggered by the explosion of the earth veins. The White Crane Boy was reluctant to linger any longer. The jade slips began to update with grim news. Many had perished, and countless talented individuals had lost their lives. In Chapter 28, as the demon-slaying battlefield faced upheaval, Lu Qing glanced at the jade slips and discovered numerous names of those who had succumbed in the widespread explosion. Among them were some he recognized, including Bai Yunqing and Yin Longyu, who had previously appeared in the divination. What does this signify? Does good and evil ultimately receive their due? Lu Qing had not anticipated that these two would meet their demise. And so effortlessly at that. The adversaries he had previously noted down in his little book had all been wiped clean by this catastrophic explosion. Yet, this also indicated that even the renowned Bai Yunqing, who had long been entrenched in the outer sect, had fallen. One could only imagine the magnitude of the explosion's impact. This was not comparable to the situation during the trials, where elders from the academy kept a watchful eye, ensuring that no major incidents arose. The demon cultivators were indeed merciless. Such wanton destruction of the earth and spiritual veins was utterly appalling. Unsurprisingly, if that area was not promptly addressed, the sudden decline in spiritual energy would likely precipitate numerous calamities. Moreover, this was a territory governed by the Shantian Dao Academy. One could not simply ignore the situation. Upon establishing his foundational stage, Lu Qing would be assigned a garrison mission. Having just advanced, he had yet to engage in any combat utilizing his cultivation techniques. It was time to venture onto the arena. He held no regard for fame, but he felt compelled to test his combat skills to further his understanding. Lu Qing practiced the cloud water arrow technique, which was relatively singular. However, he was not inept in array formations, and if he could combine the two, his primary focus would be on enhancing his defenses, which were currently his weakest aspect. With his thoughts in motion, he promptly stepped into the arena. The four arenas were perched atop cliffs, each housing a small world brimming with profound mysteries. Upon entering, Lu Qing encountered a stone monument showcasing the leaderboard, adorned with names that resonated among countless disciples. He recognized the names of senior disciples as well as those of the new batch, including Li Jioming and Lu Yuan, who had also made the list. The leaderboard comprised only the top 300 disciples of the outer sect. With a swift glance, Lu Qing initiated his combat. Each disciple could leave their mark upon the arena during battle, allowing future challengers, even if they could not face the original, to contend against that mark. After all, some disciples had sequestered themselves for decades, and it was common for them to defeat their opponents and leave an imprint. The first challenger was a figure cloaked in azure, wielding a long spear, with an invisible aura of lethal intent swirling around him. Shin Chang'an. Lu Qing's expression turned serious as they exchanged introductions to In. The next instant, both combatants struck simultaneously. The spear shimmered with silver light, akin to a serpent spitting mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion, manifesting a killing intent that was earth-shattering. The clash of waters erupted as countless streams surged before him, Liu Qing navigated through. Recalling the most perilous years on the path of seeking the immortal, though he had not engaged in celestial combat, he was not devoid of experience in martial conflicts and had witnessed bloodshed. At most, he had embarked on the path of cultivation without yet engaging in combat. Now, the pressure weighing upon him surged from his heart, but a flicker of excitement crossed his features as he pressed forward. The water coalesced into myriad arrows, each aimed with deadly precision. Shen Chang'an's wrist flicked, and his fierce onslaught transformed into a gentle flow, the water dancing through the heavens. The clash of arrows and spear resonated, unleashing a shower of sparks, while spiritual energies intertwined, creating a chaotic maelstrom of spiritual essence. After several breaths, Liu Qing suppressed his eagerness to strike and concluded the bout. The water arrows, now fully realized, had absorbed the essence of combat, achieving completeness. Following his victory, the next challenger was a disciple named Lei Fa, whose palms crackled with electricity, reminiscent of a thunder god. Imposing and formidable, Liu Qing clashed with him. Employing his sword technique to counter the oncoming lightning dragon, shadows flickered as figures appeared and vanished. In the end, after successfully vanquishing a disciple, Liu Qing retracted his techniques. Within his Dantian lake, now fully advanced, there remained not a trace of reserve. This thorough combat experience on the arena transformed Liu Qing, who had just entered the foundational stage, enhancing his physical form, spiritual awareness, and mental state, rendering him more adaptable and accepting. Akin to flowing water, this was sufficient. His name now lingered among the bottom 100 on the leaderboard, hardly noticeable to ascend the ranks. One must challenge those ahead or simply seek recognition by battling the lowest-ranked disciples. Liu Qing's endeavors had yielded the desired results. Thus, he refrained from further challenges. The leaderboard indicated that the arena he occupied was purely for ranking through combat, while the other 3 arenas also featured their respective rankings. However, those were designated for disciples specializing in a singular discipline. This meant that while the arena he occupied had no restrictions, the other 3 required mastery over a particular technique to participate. Naturally, this did not imply mastery of the Grand Path, but rather proficiency in specific techniques. The Grand Path is boundless. Mastery is a lofty claim. With a gentle exhale, Liu Qing withdrew the aura of foundational spiritual energy into his being. He returned to his prior pursuits. His thoughts were clear, and even the resonant roar that had stirred his heart earlier now paled in comparison to the pure joy he felt at this moment. Through the trials of the arena, Liu Qing underwent a subtle transformation. His Tao heart became clearer. Although he had swiftly advanced in realm, he had previously neglected the cultivation of his mental state. Cultivating the self, the essence of life, and the heart itself, without a stable mental foundation, possessing strength alone would ultimately lead to folly. Thus, as tranquility breeds action, after resolving the perilous situation and breaking through to the next realm, Liu Qing emerged from the mountain gate, having gained far more than before. The trials of the heart he had undergone enriched his combat experience, severing the lingering ties of the mortal realm and dispelling the unease that had once accompanied the soaring of his flying sword through the skies. On that day, the remnants of memory lingered, and even Liu Qing was unaware that he had nearly severed his consciousness, leaving behind a faint shadow. Fortunately, through the battles on the arena, that shadow was erased. A cause for celebration indeed, Liu Qing was enveloped in a more serene and natural aura. Chapter 29. The White Crane Boy, pure T.A.S. He cultivated his foundation. A newfound confidence blossomed within Liu Qing. He was no longer among the lowest ranks of practitioners. Casting a glance at the spiritual field, he observed the red, golden, and white plants swaying in the breeze. This batch of spiritual rice marked the commencement of a new round of sowing. With contribution points precisely reaching 100, Liu Qing had nearly mastered the spells at his disposal. After relentless day and night practice of his fundamental technique, he finally stepped into the 3rd layer. Though this layer appeared lofty, the supreme technique comprised a total of 18 layers. Reaching the stage of forming a core was undoubtedly within his grasp. After advancing to the 3rd layer, a warm current flowed through him, cleansing his soul. The Xiantian Yuanjing embraced all, fluid as water and gentle as wind. As Liu Qing gathered spiritual power in his hands, he inherited the essence of this technique, broad and natural, akin to water nurturing all life. He continued his practice, impervious to the tempest outside the mountain gate. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and another month had elapsed. Liu Qing, are you home? The White Crane Boy happened to return to the mountain gate today. Liu Qing opened the formation and greeted, Boy, you've returned today. What brings you to my humble abode? The White Crane Boy spread his wings and gracefully descended to the ground. The white cranes I knew here have all flown away. So I came to seek you. Following Liu Qing into the courtyard, they found a rustic stone table where one person and a white crane were seated. The teacups held refreshing tea, and with nothing pressing to attend to. Liu Qing planted a tea tree in a corner of the courtyard, which bore only a hint of spiritual energy. Just when I was thirsty, the White Crane Boy gulped down the tea. Akin to a cow chewing peonies, pouring the liquid down his elongated neck. Delicious, simply delightful. Liu Qing was taken aback by the boy's praise for a cup of tea. Yeah, it's truly remarkable, Liu Qing. You are the first to brew tea for me. Liu Qing replied. If the boy desires more, I have plenty of tea leaves. The courtyard's tea tree, nurtured by spiritual energy, indeed produced tea superior to that of the mundane world. However, after growing accustomed to cooking with spiritual rice, Liu Qing no longer found his own produce extraordinary. Realizing the boy had likely never tasted tea before, he dismissed the compliment. The White Crane Boy smacked his lips, contemplating, and then produced a feather from beneath his breast. Here, Liu Qing, this is a gift for you. The black-tipped, pristine white feather shimmered with a radiant glow, appearing extraordinary. Boy, we are acquainted. How could I accept such a precious gift? The White Crane Boy chuckled. Not precious at all. You have treated me to a cup of tea, so it is only right that I reciprocate. This echoed the common sentiment among humans. Friendship thrives through mutual exchanges. Liu Qing smiled at this, that he had not anticipated that his first friend at the Tao Academy would be the White Crane Boy. This feather is not extravagant. I see you have been farming here. Plant this feather in your spiritual field, and with my essence in it, you need not worry about pests. I understand now. Thank you, boy. Although he had begun practicing the golden finger technique and had yet to encounter any harmful insects. Having the boy's white crane feather nearby would indeed act as a deterrent. He poured another cup of tea for the boy, who genuinely relished it. The essence of this pure tea was a long-standing favorite among the White Crane clan. Nevertheless, the act of planting tea trees and brewing tea was far removed from the White Crane clan's traditions. After enjoying the tea at Liu Qing's, the White Crane Boy felt utterly at ease. With several gulps, he began to feel that, henceforth, spiritual tea would become as beloved to him as spiritual stones. Boy, you mentioned returning a month ago. Why have you only just returned? Due to the spiritual vein explosion that occurred a month prior. Many disciples, overwhelmed by greed and fear amidst the chaotic battlefield, witnessed mountains crumble and rivers reverse, as if the world were ending. Many disciples had already embarked on their journey back to the mountain gate. While Liu Qing occasionally sat on the cliffside, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for his cultivation, he also observed countless lights in the sky, flying vessels, and celestial cranes soaring high above, indicating that many disciples had returned. Upon mentioning this, the White Crane Boy became furious. Let me tell you, Liu Qing, those demonic cultivators do not regard us as humans. His voice, undistinguishable in gender, brimmed with indignation. They had the chance to escape, and we claimed it was for the sake of exterminating demons. Yet, upon seeing the minor realm, it became clear that what they desired was not merely a demon's lair. In the end, no one was willing to give up, resulting in the outbreak of this earth vein explosion. Even that minor realm was affected, shattered into fragments, had it not been for powerful individuals stabilizing the entrance on site. That minor realm would have been utterly destroyed in the chaotic void. Originally, the White Crane Boy had intended to hunt for treasures, but upon encountering such calamity, he had nearly failed to return. Underscoring his fury towards the demonic cultivators, this incident resulted in significant losses, with several disciples perishing and a few elders injured. It was likely that they would soon conclude their missions, but the area still required personnel to stabilize the earth veins, necessitating the dispatch of additional disciples. The White Crane Boy divulged all he knew. Liu Qing offered him a few words of consolation. He was aware of the substantial casualties, especially as some individuals were already renowned, their deaths stirring considerable unrest. Fortunately, you did not go this time. Fearing death has its merits. While Liu Qing pondered this, the remark caused him to break into a frown that he solemnly stated, White Crane Boy. Cultivation is meant for longevity. Without life, how can one speak of longevity? Moreover, The ominous portent had lingered in his mind, deterring him from stepping outside the mountain gate that he feared that stepping out with one foot would result in his head rolling with the other. The white crane boy fluffed his feathers, his eyes, the size of black beans, reflecting a deep understanding. The blood mist, the falling corpses, the pervasive stench. These were all stark realities. The White Crane clan cherished purity and detested filth. Indeed, Lu Qing, you are right. After some time, the White Crane boy took to the skies once more. The duty of guarding was a consideration every foundation-building practitioner had to reckon with post-advancement. Lu Qing did not return to the training room to cultivate. He contemplated this guarding task. The Xintian Dao Academy was not a lofty, untouchable power. Rather, it maintained close ties with the 12 states of the Xintian domain. Within the states, there were neither dynasties nor nations. Only the Xintian Dao Academy as the dominating force. Local lords or neighboring counties had established branches of the academy, recruiting disciples every 3 years or 5. Lu Qing's journey had spanned 3 years. A path he regarded as promising. The 5-year recruitment was a true opening of the gates, evaluating qualifications, character, comprehension, and other factors holistically. Embracing all rivers, one becomes great. Chapter 30. Gradual Progress in Cultivation, Misty Array. Lu Qing mused. As for the foundation-building task, becoming a city lord or prefect is out of the question, but perhaps I could serve as a station practitioner in those remote areas. However, those places were too isolated. It all depends on the arrangements. After reaching foundation building, the Jade Token space opened a portion of responsibilities and obligations for foundation-building disciples. After studying this content for several days, Lu Qing quickly abandoned it, realizing that most assignments were determined by higher authorities unless one chose to undertake challenging guard posts. Yet, those challenging posts evidently required a certain level of cultivation. Without sufficient ability, one would be of no use. However, there was no need for haste. Having just entered foundation building, and with less than half a year since his initiation, he would only truly step out of the novice protection zone after the outer sect competition in a year. Upon entering foundation building, his spiritual awareness became clearer, and the Dao Peak Array had become a model for his studies and formations. Previously, he had merely understood the incantations and gestures to initiate formations. Now, having entered the realm of formations, Lu Qing found them exceedingly intriguing. Harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seizing fleeting opportunities, combining points and surfaces, the array could be fixed in one location or be omnipresent. After perusing the Encyclopedia of Formations, he discovered that the hidden mist array of his Dao Peak was one of the simpler concealment formations. Yet, within simple formations, the skill of the practitioner varied significantly. While Lu Qing lacked profound knowledge in formations, he rather enjoyed this hidden mist array. In the mountains, the fog would rise, and clouds would drift through the woods. Concealed within, his figure combined seamlessly with his concealment technique, making it a formidable tool for stealthy attacks. As for defensive techniques, Lu Qing possessed none at the moment. Thus he opted to rely on formations to obscure his vision. Not simple. This also included the concealment of spiritual awareness. After the birth of his spiritual awareness, Lu Qing realized that what he perceived was not necessarily the truth. Days passed, and as the spiritual rice began to bear fruit, he heard the words, "From today onward, your order is complete. This is your reward." Hearing this, he watched as the other party clapped their hands, and countless grains of spiritual rice cascaded into their storage ring. "Very well, thank you, senior brother, for taking care of me during this time," he said with a smile. One should not strike those who bear smiles. The seemingly cold-faced senior brother nodded appreciatively, and then turned to depart on his flying sword. It turns out he is a sword cultivator, Lu Qing mused to himself. Ordinarily, the individual would depart in a flash of transformation, but upon discovering his identity as a sword cultivator today, Lu Qing was taken aback. What business does a practitioner of the sword have in the Spirit Plant Academy? Nevertheless, it was of little concern to him. Having finally completed his quota, aside from what he consumed, he had a batch available for immediate sale. Lu Qing counted the spirit stones in his storage bag, only to find the quantity rather meager. Spirit stones are essential for cultivation, and during this period, Lu Qing had purchased several formation diagrams, along with jade slips pertaining to the cultivation in the Spirit Plant Academy. His time here was spent either in cultivation or practicing spells, leading to a life of serene tranquility. However, soon enough, A brilliant radiance appeared in the sky above the mountain gate, accompanied by the sound of countless cranes calling from afar. The front of the wind-riding procession was adorned with numerous streaks of light. Much like before. So, the demon-slaying mission has finally concluded. After nearly 2 months, this task had reached its end, but its repercussions were undeniably far-reaching. Alas, it is a pity. Those demon cultivators are truly ruthless, destroying the spiritual veins and leaving the small realm in utter ruin. Indeed, he had hoped to enter and seek some fortuitous opportunity, but now that seems unlikely. Above the soaring spirit beasts, numerous disciples were engaged in discussion, unperturbed by the presence of others. Such explosive news had already spread throughout the entire Shinton domain. And even the neighboring Tai Tian domain had heard whispers of it. The disciples of the Tai Tian Dao sect had initially intended to intervene, yet one of their true disciples met an unfortunate fate, perishing right at the epicenter of the eruption. One voice, tinged with schadenfreude, remarked that this was fundamentally a matter for their own Shintian Dao Academy. Who would have known that a true disciple from the Tai Tian Dao sect would come here to train? Once news of the small realm's calamity spread, the two factions, being neighbors, seemed to have engaged in some form of mutual benefit exchange, resulting in the Tai Tian Dao sect and Shintian Dao Academy collaborating on the development of the small realm. The outcome was rather unfortunate. Indeed, they were unlucky, while we were fortunate. With so many casualties in this Dao Academy, compensations and rankings are surely bound to change. Yes, what a stroke of misfortune for them. Their conversation continued with a casual AI, Liu Qing, without the use of his spiritual sense, overheard their discourse with his normal hearing. It appeared that the losses were indeed substantial this time. Listening to their aspirations for rankings and promotions, it was evident that with the vacancies created by the calamity, a fierce competition would likely ensue once most of the disciples returned. Liu Qing remained focused on his own cultivation at the nameless Dao Peak, completing his spell training before delving into formation studies. In moments of stillness, he would brew a cup of tea, savoring its essence. As the moon ascended the treetops, he would practice the Shintian Yuanjing. And at dawn, he would absorb the essence of spiritual energy. With patience and diligence, he began to upgrade the gathering spirit array from its simplest form, slowly transforming it. If there were a game panel, he would have likely upgraded his gathering spirit array to the 3rd tier by now, perfectly capable of covering the entire courtyard. This tranquil life was serene and peaceful. In terms of cultivation, Liu Qing did not disappoint his innate talent. Having reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, this speed was already remarkably swift. Foundation establishment lays the groundwork for cultivation. Each level molds one's foundation, testing both aptitude and comprehension. If one's heart is burdened, it is likely that one would spend years merely grasping the 1st level. Occasionally, the White Crane Boy would visit, bringing news from outside the mountain or some spiritual dishes and fruits. On this particular day, Liu Qing was demonstrating his cloud mist formation. The Dao Peak's cloud mist formation may appear singular, yet it connects with countless surrounding peaks, and above it, a grand sun formation looms, exerting its influence. Upon his initial glimpse, Liu Qing couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. He understood that the nameless Dao Peak's cloud mist formation was not isolated, but rather linked with the protective grand formation. Fortunately, my cloud mist formation does not require encompassing an entire mountain range. I will start by covering a radius of several hundred meters beneath my feet. His gaze sharpened as he performed the hand seals, the formation plate floating before him as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, a breeze arose unbidden, and the clouds and mist parted. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the wind swirled, and clouds gathered, enveloping the area in a white haze. At that moment, Liu Qing's figure seemed to merge into the formation, rendering it indistinguishable whether this realm was illusion or reality. It worked, Liu Qing exclaimed in delight, forming the seals once more. The formation plate shimmered with spiritual light before dispersing. The mist cleared instantly, revealing a serene courtyard. Chapter 31. Do you wish to attract my Dao Peak's attention? Once again, turmoil erupted in the outer sect courtyard. Humph, what of these so-called geniuses? A dead genius is no genius at all. I knew it. This time, I made it within the top 1,000. Ha! With half a year left until the grand competition, I am determined to enter the inner sect. But the spiritual energy in the outer sect is diluted countless times compared to the inner sect. I was fortunate enough to deliver a message to a senior brother in the inner sect, In the true realms of immortals, there are nothing short of extraordinary. I had no idea that those with heavenly grade aptitude were so formidable. Now I finally understand the meaning of genius that I concede. By the time of the grand competition, some of the new disciples from the previous batch will likely participate in this year's outer sect competition. What are they talking about? Wasn't it said that one must at least be at the Purple Mansion realm to qualify for the grand competition? I acknowledge their extraordinary talent, but achieving the Purple Mansion realm in just 1 year. Even that rumored reincarnated immortal disciple from the Tai Tian Dao sect took 3 months longer than a year to accomplish it. And no matter how exceptional their aptitude, can it truly compare to the innate gifts of a celestial being? Indeed, concern breeds chaos. This time, the outer sect competition will surely be dominated by older disciples. The rest can patiently await the next opportunity. Liu Qing pursued his cultivation diligently, balancing his studies of formations without neglecting either. He did not toil day and night. He occasionally allowed himself moments of relaxation. The messages within the jade slips had become a recent source of amusement for him, serving as a conduit for external information. After reviewing these updates, he quickly discerned the current state of affairs within the outer sect. Liu Qing remained calm, utterly unfazed. He held no expectations for the fantastical tales of achieving golden core in a year or attaining immortality in 3. At most, he hoped to live a long and enduring life. Although he maintained a low profile and refrained from seeking fame, one must consider the context. Those who are rated as possessing superior aptitude are viewed as potential figures on the path to immortality by disciples of lesser caliber. This time, due to a significant number of disciples perishing, many Dao peaks had become vacant. Liu Qing had not anticipated that his Dao peak would attract the attention of others. Qian Wanan rode the sect's least expensive white crane spirit beast to the task hall. Having been in the sect for several decades, he diligently fulfilled his tasks, yet remained stuck at the mid-stage of Qi nurturing at this moment. He sought to find another Dao peak to serve as his cultivation ground. He did not dare to covet the caves, Dao peaks, or prime cultivation spots left behind by fallen seniors. Upon arrival at the foot of the Misty Cloud Peak, he noticed that the spiritual energy here seemed noticeably richer than that of the surrounding Dao peaks. Thus, he hurried to seek out his elder cousin, who worked at the task hall of the outer sect. The elder cousin was responsible for matters such as Dao peak registration, which were overseen by the elders. And the allocation of tasks was often assigned to certain disciples. It was considered a favorable position, and without some connections or background, one might not even be selected. Could you check if this Dao peak has an owner? Qian Wanan inquired of his cousin. The cousin responded with a dismissive tone. Those prime locations have long been occupied. Even I, your cousin, cannot lay claim to them. Do not entertain such notions. Qian Wanan shook his head. Attempting to appease him, cousin, you know me. I am self-aware and would not attempt to claim any of those difficult spots. Finally relenting, the cousin nodded. Let me see where it is I in the vicinity of a spirit plant garden. The cousin produced a jade slip, within which swirled mist, revealing a three-dimensional scene as if one were there in person. This is the one, Qian Wanan exclaimed, pointing at the Dao peak in delight. It has an owner. The person is a disciple who entered half a year ago, named Liu Qing, a genius with superior aptitude. The cousin pushed his palm forward, and countless densely packed records of Dao peaks registered flooded into view. Ah, this. Qian Wanan had initially thought that such a remote place in the outer sect would not attract any noteworthy individuals. That it was fortunate that the owner was a new disciple, but possessing superior aptitude. Cousin, could he possibly be? Qian Wanan cautiously inquired, concerned that this superior genius might have backing. The cousin's expression turned peculiar for a moment, as he had not heard of this individual taking a master. However, one should never underestimate a genius of superior aptitude. Yet Qian Wanan was reluctant to give up. How about this? I will accompany you to take a look. Thus, the scene unfolded before Liu Qing. His innate ability to sense danger did not activate, suggesting there was no imminent threat to his life. Who are you? A voice pierced through the mist. Before either could respond, the words reached their ears directly. Junior brother, we wish to come and negotiate a Dao peak exchange. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing's expression shifted slightly. In exchange of Dao peaks, he had neither spiritual veins nor valuable items to offer in trade. However, one of the individuals was also at the foundation establishment stage. Liu Qing lowered his spiritual sense and discerned that their cultivation was not unfathomably deep, but rather a level or two above his own. Having diligently cultivated at the Dao peak, Lu Qing had now reached the third level of foundation establishment. His spiritual sense, having recently awakened, had expanded several times, allowing him to envelop his Tao peak without issue. However, he would not probe beyond the confines of his Tao peak. This was sect territory, where protective grand formations were in place, interlinking heaven and earth, creating a thin membrane above and below. Any ordinary spiritual sense attempting to breach this would surely falter like tofu against a wall, unable to withstand the pressure. This is also the reason why the foundation establishment opens certain contents that must be thoroughly studied by the disciples. Otherwise, if one carelessly plays with their divine consciousness, the consequences could be quite severe. Please come forward. Point 2. White cranes soared into the air. Cousin, why must this be? Qian Wanan was perplexed. Although the term genius is often used, the other party has yet to fully develop. Moreover, this Tao peak is not an invaluable treasure. It is certain that an exchange will occur, so why be so cordial? However, Cousin's demeanor was not as relaxed as when he first arrived. A single remark from the other party stirred a tempest within his heart. He suddenly cursed himself inwardly, wondering if it was due to his prolonged seclusion or the fact that he had not interacted with new disciples for a long time. How could someone with such superior talent exist? After all, he himself was at the fourth level of foundation establishment, possessing the same high-quality aptitude. Yet he had spent years at this level without finding the impetus to transcend to the next. Meanwhile, the other party appeared to handle it with ease, and the invisible intuition of a cultivator sent him a warning: "Do not speak just yet. I sense the aura of foundation establishment." What could the other party possibly want to exchange regarding Tao Peak? Lu Qing found this hard to believe. He was quite content here, and with no life-threatening matters at hand, he certainly would not shy away like a turtle. He was curious about their intentions. Do not speak yet. This junior brother is very likely a foundation establishment cultivator. Qian Wanan's mouth gaped in disbelief. Despite the multitude of outer sect disciples, not every mortal could attain high-ranking positions like officials or emperors. And a significant number remained at the qi nurturing stage. They spent years in idleness, mostly responsible for the most basic, trivial matters of the sect. Chapter 32. Fateful Encounter, Unexpected Harvest. Qian Wanan had witnessed grand spectacles and was no stranger to powerful cultivators. He was not surprised, but what astonished him was when his cousin stated that this individual had only entered the sect 6 months ago days. He clung to a glimmer of hope. Indeed, his cousin cast a sympathetic glance at his less-than-gifted younger cousin. The other party truly had poor judgment. He too had not anticipated such an outcome. After all, within the mountain gates, the closer one was to the inner sanctum. The better the spiritual energy. However, the outer sect was not so drastically inferior. Only the gap between the inner and outer sects truly represented a disparity in spiritual energy. Upon leaping down from the back of the white crane, his cousin sensed that the aura here was not beneath his own. That he felt a thrill of apprehension. Point 2. Senior brothers. I wonder where to begin discussing the exchange of Tao Peak. The owner of this aura was a young man. His energy natural and unmistakable as that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Almost immediately upon seeing Lu Qing, he noticed the surrounding courtyard shrouded in mist. Ahem, junior brother Lu. It is as follows. My younger cousin is rather confused and cannot discern the truth. At this moment, Qian Wanan felt as though his soul had left his body. He was merely at the qi nurturing stage, yet the aura of foundation establishment was as profound as the heavens. As he stepped into this courtyard, he quickly acknowledged, "It is my fault. I have been rude to this senior brother." Lu Qing was taken aback. Hadn't they exchanged only a few words? How had he deflated so quickly? It's nothing. The other party approached with a smile, and Lu Qing felt it would be impolite to leave abruptly, so they chatted for a few moments. Junior brother, this mist formation is derived from this grand mist array. Isn't it? It seems subtle yet profound. No wonder I sensed a difference upon entering. His cousin smiled as he brought up this topic. Senior brother has keen insight. Lu Qing graciously acknowledged that the mist formation, when paired with the spirit gathering array, concentrated the spiritual energy more effectively within the courtyard and the spirit fields behind it. His cousin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Remarkable! I did not expect you to delve into formations as well." Perfect timing. I happen to possess a diagram of a formation. I brought my younger cousin here for a visit, and this formation diagram is of little use to me, so consider it a gift for you. Junior brother. This, senior brother, please take it back. Lu Qing quickly declined. He had no rapport with this Qian brother, and felt unworthy of such a gift. In the cultivation world, one must tread carefully regarding trust. Junior brother, you need not worry that I merely wish to establish a good relationship with you and offer an apology, as my younger cousin is indeed lacking. Qian Wanan observed silently, not daring to utter a word. Being ridiculed by his cousin was preferable to being scorned by others. Had he been slightly less magnanimous, he could have easily acquired another enemy in Foundation establishment. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have been so greedy. It was no surprise that geniuses are indeed geniuses. Qian Wanan clearly forgot his earlier belief that a genius was merely a genius, not necessarily a powerful cultivator. He was not a fool. Seeing his cousin's demeanor, he understood that junior brother Lu's cultivation level was certainly not that of a mere novice in Foundation establishment. It was not until half an hour later, as they departed, that Qian Wanan found himself in a daze, watching his cousin and Lu Qing engage in animated conversation. The camaraderie between the two was evident, and it would not be an exaggeration to label them as friends. Only upon descending the mountain did his cousin's smile gradually fade. Cousin, Qian Wanan spoke weakly. My dear cousin, you must refine your temperament. Coincidentally, a notable disciple from the Chili clan is set to embark on a training mission. You shall take his place. With that, his cousin made the arrangement. Qian Wanan's expression immediately turned anxious, his face a picture of distress. Cousin, the claws of the Chili are sharp. I fear my constitution may not withstand it. His scalp prickled, who was unaware that the spirit beasts within their Dao Academy were abundant. The Chili Patriarch was a mount of a powerful elder in the academy. This was a considerable backing, and they required daily care, often seeking disciples to spar with. Their claws were exceptionally sharp, and many disciples, hoping to ingratiate themselves with influential connections, fled the Chili woods with disheveled appearances and expressions of despair. I am doing this for your own good. Junior brother Lu is no ordinary individual. His talent is exceptional. Initially, I thought he was solely focused on cultivation, but I also discovered his remarkable skills and formations. Previously, there were those who wished to study the grand mist array but lacked the intellect and comprehension to even begin. Furthermore, I observed that his aura is both tranquil and infused with spiritual energy, suggesting he has an affinity for spiritual plants. With such abilities in both formations and spiritual plants, if he specialized in one, I might even have to address him as senior brother. His cousin sighed with a sense of regret. Having worked in the outer sex task hall, he had developed a keen eye for talent. At this moment, he had already discerned the potential that junior brother Lu possessed. What he valued was the other party's future. Through their exchanges, one could gauge a person's inclinations. Undoubtedly, junior brother Lu leaned towards tranquility and inaction. While there was a sense of envy, there was even more joy. Investing in a genius was a profound art. No, it should be said that befriending a genius was an art form. His cousin understood this well, having once been labeled a genius himself, yet he had no hope of entering the inner sect. However, this junior brother Lu might just have that opportunity. Today's serendipity might well be of use in the future. Moreover, it was fortunate that he possessed a pure and natural disposition. Otherwise, the karmic consequences of today's events could have been quite complicated. Qian Wanan's eyes widened in realization as he nodded earnestly. Cousin, you are absolutely right. Liu Qing stepped out of the courtyard, gazing at the radiant light illuminating the distant horizon, gilding the clouds in gold. He then glanced at the formation diagram in his hand, and no wonder he had not encountered any dire situations. Strength was indeed fundamental. Liu Qing maintained an indifferent expression as he retrieved an ancient formation plate from his storage bag. The archaic formation plate rested in his palm, while his right hand held the unfolded formation diagram. The moment he presented it, it was indeed a high-grade formation diagram. No wonder it belonged to a disciple working in the task hall. Throughout their exchange, aside from the initial wariness, any lingering tension quickly dissipated within a few casual remarks. His Dao peak was purely a product of formation effects. When Qian Wanan passed by, he felt the aura of spiritual energy, which emanated from the formation. He could not discern its intricacies, but a Foundation establishment cultivator could. Although he did not practice formations, he was within the mountain gates and would frequently come into contact with them. Even if an exchange were to take place, the one at a disadvantage would be Qian Wanan. Thus, this formation diagram served to cater to his interests, resolve grievances, and forge connections. Chapter 33. High-grade formation. Golden light array. Liu Qing's gaze was filled with intrigue. He He recognized this as a high-grade formation diagram and had recently delved into the study of formations, although he lacked spiritual stones or contribution points for exchange. He frequently opened various formation diagrams to examine their details. The Golden Light Array was among them. This formation derives from an ancient blessing spell known as the Golden Light Incantation. However, generally speaking, such divine spells are beyond the grasp of ordinary cultivators. Subsequently, it remains unclear which formation master, upon observing the Golden Light Incantation, drew inspiration and devised the Golden Light Array. The Golden Light Array that Lu Qing held was a remnant of that era. The Golden Light Array is neither a maze, nor an illusion, nor a killing array. Such a formation occupies a place among high-grade formations, relying solely on defense. Indeed, it is all about defense. That formation master believed that only one's physical body is most suitable for bearing the formation's essence. Thus, this Golden Light Array is essentially inscribed upon the physical body. The body becomes the array, engraved upon every inch of skin, without neglecting even the hair. The delicate areas of the 6 orifices are prioritized for protection. Once perfected, the defense would rival that of ancient tortoises. Initially, Lu Qing had not considered the possibility of inscribing a formation upon his own body. However, he currently lacked the confidence to do so. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. That being said, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. On the diagram of the formation, only a sparse array of lines is depicted. Anyone who has not comprehended the intricacies of formations, it would undoubtedly appear to be a nonsensical scribble, utterly incomprehensible. However, to Lu Qing, every contour on this formation diagram embodies the rhythms of array mastery, as if each stroke and line were divinely inspired. Crafted by an extraordinary hand, it seems to encapsulate the very laws of heaven and earth. He instinctively relaxed his body and mind, feeling his heartbeat gradually steadying. The Golden Light Formation, during its refinement process, causes the flesh to radiate with golden light. Lacking a focal point, one can only shatter the outer defenses with absolute power. This implies that such a formation cannot be breached by a dimensional assault from a higher realm. Naturally, if all conditions align favorably, the Golden Light Formation would be classified as a top-tier formation. However, it also carries its drawbacks, particularly regarding luck. The threshold for entry is shrouded in mystery. There have been cultivators who entered the Purple Mansion and formed their golden elixirs. Yet when confronted with this formation, they remained utterly bewildered. Despite being renowned prodigies with exceptional comprehension abilities, it is evident that while many have sought to exchange for this formation diagram within the Tao Academy's treasury, only a scant few have succeeded in mastering it. Recently, the only individual to have successfully delved into it was an outer sect disciple from a century ago, possessing mid-tier aptitude, while some with extraordinary comprehension could not gain entry. Others of average talent managed to. It wasn't until a formation elder, who had dedicated thousands of years to studying formations, pointed out the element of luck that the essence of this formation, derived from the ancient Golden Light divine spell, was revealed. Spells of this nature typically require a modicum of fortuity. The senior brother Qian, who provided Lu Qing with this formation diagram, did not intend to deceive. It was merely the only high-quality formation diagram he possessed. For a genius of high-tier aptitude who also practices formations, and considering the remarkable speed at which he cultivates, he stands among the fastest in the history of outer sect disciples. Lu Qing recognized this, understanding that his confidence stemmed not from comprehension, but from the effects of longevity enhancement. With a foundational lifespan of 500 years, he had calculated that he now possessed 600 years. Time was on his side. Nestled amidst the swaying green bamboo on the cliffside, Lu Qing had become oblivious to the world outside. He paid no heed to the clouds or the leaves drifting down. His entire focus, both sight and spirit, was immersed in the Golden Light Formation. The Golden Light Formation, reliant on luck, could be grasped in a day by those fortunate enough, while those lacking such fortune might toil for decades without success. A thread of profundity surfaced in his mind as he examined the intricately detailed formation diagram. He was suddenly startled by a resounding boom. The formation underwent countless transformations, golden light flashing as the lines of the formation intertwined with the acupoints throughout his body. Boom! The realm of his consciousness, initially shrouded in a white haze, was suddenly illuminated by a burst of golden light. A vivid scene materialized within his consciousness. Instinctively, Lu Qing turned his thoughts, realizing that this formation diagram indeed contained a transmission from a real person. He beheld a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, enveloped in an aura of profound age. The golden light formation, constructed layer upon layer from points to surfaces, was impervious. This was the method of refinement. Lu Qing's eyes remained fixated, witnessing the azure-clad man wave his hand, suppressing the aura of age with a beam of golden light, using his finger as a brush and the golden light's spiritual energy as ink. He swiftly traced several points upon his own body. The operation was not complex, yet his movements were remarkably swift. Without a modicum of cultivation, one might perceive him as possessing hundreds of arms. Orchestrating an intricate dance before them, Liu Qing memorized the positions, the sequence, and the intensity that if he was not mistaken, these were the critical points, with hundreds of acupoints in the body and the emergence of consciousness within the sea of awareness. It was not an arduous task to observe the entirety of his form. Yet even so, entry into the formation remained elusive. Any misstep could stem from an error at the very outset. The golden light formation's efficacy upon one's flesh was nuanced, with considerable significance attached to where one exerted their focus and where they initiated their actions. The azure-clad man's movements were as swift as a tempest. Yet his breathing remained tranquil as a still lake. Liu Qing found himself unconsciously mimicking him. He closed his eyes, not applying anything to himself, but rather manipulating his own formation plate with his consciousness. The formation plate, a purchase made upon entering the foundational stage, now allowed him to easily infuse a thread of spiritual awareness, facilitating his control. The originator of the golden light formation was undoubtedly a formidable being. Such individuals could effortlessly establish multiple grand formations with a mere flick of their wrist, as simple as breathing for them. Liu Qing, of course, possessed the capability to do so as well, but he remained humble. Clearly aware of the path beneath his feet, as he produced the formation plate, his spiritual energy flowed naturally in tandem with his imitation. Several golden lines began to delineate the image. Once the scene concluded, the azure-clad man radiated with golden light before reverting to his original form, the golden glow receding beneath his skin and flesh. After a brief moment of breath, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Lu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, closing his eyes again as he subconsciously mimicked within his sea of consciousness. The formation plate before him outlined a thread of spiritual energy, marking the location of an acupoint in the flesh. Boom, boom. At that moment, sunlight pierced through the clouds. The vast peak was suddenly bathed in golden radiance. Intricate formation patterns shimmered before him. The transmission within the sea of awareness lasted barely a minute. Yet, fortunately, it did not dissipate. If it could be called a transmission, it was more akin to the moment being recorded by this formation diagram. Liu Qing opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization flashing across his face. The golden light formation had stumped countless individuals, and it was evident that he could not yet gain entry on his first attempt. However, while the success rate had previously been non-existent, after failing, the likelihood had paradoxically increased. Chapter 34. Foundation Establishment, 4th Layer, Mission News. Nevertheless, this was not without merit. To be precise, it was a success of sorts. Liu Qing set aside his hands, and golden lines began to materialize before his eyes. He would refine it gradually. This formation was unlike the gathering spirit or cloud mist formations, where establishing the formation and focal point sufficed to activate it. The golden light formation, being inherently applied to the flesh, initially manifested as a singular layer, which would accumulate with successful refinement or deepened cultivation. Layer upon layer could accumulate endlessly, thus justifying its reputation as an invincible defensive formation. After observing it, Lu Qing finally deciphered its internal principles. Retrieving the formation diagram, he mentally cataloged the items within his storage bag. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qing had infused a thread of spiritual awareness into each of these items. While he could not refine weapons, as a foundational cultivator, it posed no significant challenge to separate a strand of spiritual awareness. Now at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, Lu Qing had achieved this milestone within half a year, undoubtedly placing him among the ranks of prodigies. The years of cultivation passed without note of the seasons. Another month elapsed. Liu Qing emerged from his seclusion, his cultivation having ascended to the 4th layer of foundation establishment, matching the realm of the earlier brother Qian. However, Lu Qing was uncertain if this was due to the technique he practiced, for the spiritual energy within his dantian had transformed into a vast golden lake, dense and abundant. Today marked his emergence from seclusion, spurred by the arrival of the white crane boy, who had brought a few water dragon fruits from the medicinal herb garden. Such fine treasures. These were, after all, items procured by the white crane boy, surely of excellent quality. You must try them. Ever since awakening his affinity for tea, the white crane boy had exchanged various teas from tea trees with Lu Qing each time he visited. The flavor was delightful. The water dragon fruits in the platter were pale blue, resembling the hue of the sea. Upon taking a bite, before even savoring it, Lu Qing felt a cool liquid slide down his throat. Refreshing as water. Consuming one fruit, he distinctly sensed a surge of vitality, his spiritual energy noticeably enhanced. Boy, you haven't been pilfering from others, have you? Just moments ago, Lu Qing had pondered where the white crane boy acquired such an array of items, so peculiar and varied. Without any duplicates, the white crane boy proudly raised his neck. What do you mean pilfering? A few old men were out without spiritual stones, and they exchanged fruits with me that if they weren't so frail, I wouldn't have bothered. Living freely, the white crane boy could take passengers at will, completely at ease. Lu Qing had heard tales that a certain elder's boy was from the white crane lineage. This status, among the myriad spiritual beasts and disciples in the Tao Academy, might not be particularly distinguished at AS for how Lu Qing was aware. It was simply that the white crane boy couldn't keep secrets. Even if Lu Qing had not inquired, he would have revealed his origins. After all, he was a descendant of the white crane ancestor, and judging by the white crane boy's tone, he seemed to be quite favored. He's not an old man, is he? Lu Qing was skeptical. The white crane boy pouted, displaying utmost respect towards some familiar elders. Yet most elders remained hidden in their cultivation, that it was likely that only personal disciples encountered them. I bet they're not from the Tao Academy because the next few people I met were outside the academy. Originally, he had planned to fish in the White Sea, as the fish there were in season and exceptionally delicious. Instead, he stumbled upon a few old men who appeared so weak they could hardly walk, and he kindly offered to guide them away. They even expressed their poverty and gratitude, compared to Lu Qing, who was wholly absorbed in his own cultivation. The white crane boy possessed an innate yearning for the outside world. Growing weary of the scenery here, he often flew out for a few laps. The White Sea lay to the north of the Tao Academy, a place perpetually blanketed in snow and ice, with a frigid ocean, hence it's named out of course. Such geographical knowledge was not the crux of the matter. Upon hearing the white crane boy recount his recent experiences, Lu Qing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The white crane boy had clearly not grasped the situation. The old men lamented their impoverished circumstances, lacking spiritual stones, and possessing only a few fruits to express their gratitude. Simply selling a single water dragon fruit could yield a spiritual stone, which would be far more advantageous. The white crane youth is indeed quite magnanimous. However, the Baihai is situated not far from the Xiantian Tao Academy. Within the Xiantian realm, the most formidable power is the Tao Academy, and no one dares to oppose it, except for the demonic cultivators. Under such circumstances, it is only natural for the identity of the white crane youth to be recognized. The white crane is quite a common sight within the academy. Setting aside this topic, I have overheard much while outside. Lu Qing, have you completed your foundation establishment? Just as I was about to inquire about something, the white crane youth's thoughts finally returned to the present. Due to his recent emergence from seclusion, Lu Qing's aura had not fully settled. After a sip of tea, Lu Qing calmly nodded, with such speed. Won't you be admitted to the inner sect soon after this year? The white crane youth gazed at Lu Qing with a look of intrigue, suddenly realizing that the youth before him, once a mere mortal without cultivation half a year ago, had astonishingly established his foundation in the blink of an eye. As a white crane of foundation establishment, the white crane youth refrains from boasting about his own cultivation, for such humility is an innate instinct of his kind, as spiritual beasts cultivate through instinctive breathing. Yet, he never anticipated that in just half a year, Lu Qing would achieve such a feat. You truly possess superior talent. Such performance ought to indicate a beginning at the earth tier, at the very least. Indeed, I do. Let us not dwell on this. That I have news that will pique your interest. What news? Do tell, youth. The white crane youth opened his mouth, indicating that, unlike the disciples at the chi nourishing stage, foundation establishment cultivators have an additional task of guarding. You will soon be assigned as a guard cultivator, and after a year, you will need to depart. The news is that the protection period for your batch of new disciples has been shortened. Rather than being calculated by the protection period, it will now be based on cultivation level. Therefore, Lu Qing, I estimate that you will soon leave the mountain gate. The White Crane youth sighed deeply. This news momentarily stunned Lu Qing, though he quickly regained his composure. Why the sudden anticipation? His expression remained calm, as he had already considered this matter. However, his foundation establishment at the fourth layer still felt somewhat lacking. His thoughts turned out. I also heard of this not long ago. After the previous explosion of the spiritual vein that resulted in the loss of numerous disciples, the personnel in that area have become somewhat depleted. However, you need not worry excessively. I hear they will employ a lottery system for this selection, determined by 3 supervising elders from the outer sect. The White Crane youth seemed well informed. Upon hearing about the lottery, Lu Qing's expression turned slightly peculiar, as if his method of evading misfortune might be at hand, providing an opportunity to validate his thoughts. Chapter 35. Seclusion, Foundation Establishment at the 8th layer. Once the White Crane youth departed, Lu Qing felt a slight tension in his heart that he was not particularly curious about the outside world, yet he understood that the guarding task was a necessity. He contemplated that if it was indeed a lottery, he might evade perilous locations. Furthermore, if the chosen place were neither dangerous nor within the realm of ill omens, Lu Qing believed there could be opportunities for fortuitous encounters. As the saying goes, avoiding calamity leads to fortune. Naturally, now that this information had reached him, it was time to prepare. He resumed his cultivation, for leaving the academy meant sacrificing the advantageous spiritual energy conditions. The previous batch of guarding cultivators had returned. I still wish to remain at the mountain gate, but it seems that will not be possible. That has nothing to do with us. Even if they are dispatched, they will be disciples of high cultivation. This batch is a foundation establishment. Many disciples of the outer sect had caught wind of the situation and were keenly observing. Most had yet to enter foundation establishment. Even the mere journey could be fraught with dangers enough to overwhelm them. However, no formal notifications had yet been issued from above. Each day, Lu Qing immersed himself in cultivation while simultaneously sowing the new round of spiritual rice, after mastering the little cloud and rain technique. The rain that fell was imbued with strands of spiritual energy. The task Lu Qing undertook was to cultivate the phoenix rice, a grade above ordinary spiritual rice, crimson as blood, plump as pearls, requiring just 1 growth cycle to mature. When Lu Qing emerged from seclusion once more, his foundation establishment had reached the 4th layer, his spiritual power refined. With a thought, he performed a hand seal, summoning clouds and rain. Standing in the corridor, he gazed at the gentle rain falling, the mist enveloping him while the moisture remained at bay from his robes. With a flick of his sleeve, he manipulated the spiritual energy, dispersing the rain once more. After the rain, clouds and a blue rainbow adorned the heavens, and the fields of phoenix rice glowed a vibrant red. Lu Qing gathered the rainwater and, once more, executed a hand seal, unleashing a force as sharp as a blade. The wind stirred, and the spiritual rice fell. He collected the harvested rice into his storage pouch. Today was indeed a bountiful harvest. Afterward, Lu Qing took to the kitchen, extending his consciousness to manipulate various utensils, preparing a dish of spiritual rice. Upon consuming the rice, he meticulously sensed the changes within his dantian, though it was slightly superior to ordinary spiritual rice. Its effects on him were still minimal at this stage. Lu Qing examined himself within his consciousness. For one who had already achieved foundation establishment, such spiritual rice held little significance. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he promptly left Daofeng to submit this task at the Spiritual Plan Academy. The seller was currently in seclusion and could not transact in person, so Lu Qing entrusted it to the platform. Generally, tasks taken within the Spiritual Plan Academy would be backed by the Academy, ensuring no concerns about financial misconduct. Having not descended the mountain for quite some time, Lu Qing traveled swiftly on the wind. Within the Dao Academy, he was not overly concerned about danger. His figure transformed into a streak of rainbow light, soaring into the vast sky. The time spent was remarkably brief, a far cry from when he had no consciousness. Lu Qing's low profile drew envious glances from several disciples who looked up as he flew through the sky. They too wished to soar through the air, but alas, their lack of talent rendered them unable to establish their foundations for quite some time. After submitting his task, Lu Qing received nearly 200 spiritual stones and resolved to continue his seclusion. He would soon depart the Dao Academy for unknown lands, but for now, His priority was to elevate his cultivation. Lu Qing settled his mind, attuning himself to the changes within the lake of his dantian, as strands of Tao rhythm intertwined with his spirit, continually absorbing the spiritual energy that flowed in from all directions with each breath. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Then, numerous disciple tokens vibrated simultaneously. Within the training chamber, the door opened automatically, and a youthful figure emerged, clad in azure robes, exuding an air of serenity. Lu Qing let out a slow breath, calculating that over 2 months had elapsed. This duration of seclusion had set a new record for him. He was unsure if it was due to his mental state or the advancements he had made in the golden light array. But the newly arranged gathering formation was far more intricate than before. The dense spiritual energy within astonished Lu Qing, allowing him to step directly into the late phase of foundation establishment. Reaching the 8th layer of foundation establishment, the moment had finally arrived. His gaze shifted slightly. Today's emergence was due to the guarding task mentioned by the White Crane youth, which had finally been confirmed after such a long time. Lu Qing extended his consciousness into the token. The Outer Sect Foundation disciples were to report to the task hall today, tomorrow, or the day after to receive their guarding assignments. Disciples who had already completed their tasks were advised to disregard this message. Upon emerging from seclusion, Lu Qing once more contained his aura in the task hall of the Outer Sect. Within the vast city, he observed many glimmers akin to his own, all heading toward the task hall. He descended gracefully. A disciple approached him. "Senior brother, the guarding tasks are over there. Those capable of flying today were primarily Foundation disciples, and there were designated individuals to guide them." "Thank you." However, Lu Qing was quite familiar with this place, so he did not require the disciple's guidance. The disciple felt a momentary pang of disappointment, but quickly noticed another glimmer descending and hurriedly dashed over. The task of guiding had its rewards, and not everyone could take on that role. Entering the hall, Lu Qing found a considerable gathering of individuals. At the forefront stood a high platform made of white jade, upon which a purple-robed elder sat. Immersed in contemplation, beckoning attention, the purple-robed elder held a lottery tube that appeared to contain only 3 slips of paper. However, Lu Qing did not dwell on it. He focused on the lottery tube. And suddenly, numerous slips materialized before him, arranged in a neat wall from top to bottom, left to right, with no numbers inscribed, merely relying on one's observation of the sequence, shadows of fellow disciples. Similarly obscured, hovered nearby. Some wooden slips were chosen, while others were pondered repeatedly. Clearly, this method of random selection concealed the locations, and no one knew where their guarding assignments would lead them. Lu Qing gazed intently ahead. Suddenly, a vision of peril flashed in his mind. Yet this time, Lu Qing remained remarkably composed. Being a guarding cultivator was no simple task. Those demonic cultivators had lurked for so long, akin to tenacious cockroaches, wreaking havoc in certain areas. After the destruction of the demonic stronghold, it was difficult to say whether those demonic cultivators not located within the stronghold would miss the opportunity to attack the Academy's guarding cultivators. Lu Qing believed that the guarding locations assigned to Foundation disciples might very well harbor hidden dangers. Visions of hexagrams appeared in his mind. Lu Qing examined them one by one. There seemed to be an unusual amount of occurrences this time. Chapter 36. Guarding Task. Departing the Mountain Gate. Great Misfortune Hexagram. Selecting the first slip in the 13th row, heading to Bifall County. Encountering a core formation ferocious beast on the journey, leading to death. A great misfortune, a certainty of death. The ominous hexagram. Selecting the second line's Order 19 wooden stick, heading to Ningfeng County. Unexpectedly encountering secrecy, and facing silencing. A grave misfortune, with no chance of survival. The hexagram of ill fortune. Selecting the third line's Order 9 wooden stick, traveling to Tianyuan City, beset by envy from many, leading to endless troubles, a dire omen. The neutral hexagram. Selecting the fourth line's Order 12 wooden stick. Proceeding to Yuntian County, resulting in neither gain nor loss, a state of equilibrium. The neutral hexagram. Selecting the first line's Order 1 wooden stick, journeying to Anning County, with no yield, a state of balance. A peculiar glint sparkled in Lu Qing's eyes as he gazed upon the wall of wooden sticks, witnessing their continuous disappearance. Yet, his attention fixated on a particular spot, after dismissing the ominous and ill-fated hexagrams. Along with numerous neutral ones, he focused on the remaining area. That he raised his palm, drawing forth a stick currently in the seventh order. Among the myriad of wooden sticks, it appeared unremarkable. However, Lu Qing sought to ascertain whether he could employ his skill to avoid misfortune for a counterintuitive selection. Such maneuvers were commonplace in the game. Yet this was the first instance in this world where Lu Qing chose a hexagram that was not neutral. Upon grasping the wooden stick, his mind stirred. And upon selecting it, a location materialized before him, Lingai County. The elder in the purple robe remained seated above. After making his choice, Lu Qing discovered another message had appeared within his token. Outer Sect Foundation Building Disciple Lu Qing. The designated station location is Lingtai County, Xiantian Domain, Xin and Prefecture. The path to immortality is long and arduous, with a station duration of at least 1 year, potentially extending indefinitely. Please allocate time reasonably based on the date of appointment. Lu Qing scanned the information. The sect granted a preparation period of half a month, suggesting some locations were quite distant. He glanced at his assigned place, then examined the map of the Xiantian domain. Positioned centrally, the Lingzhou was situated towards the east, separated by 2 other prefectures. Lu Qing's eyelid twitched. He retracted his earlier thoughts. Some places were not merely far, but exceedingly so. 1 prefecture's area was already several times that of the Blue Star's oceans. Lu Qing had not calculated this specifically, but he understood that Lingzhou was indeed a remote area from the sect. Nevertheless, as he contemplated the ominous and ill-fated hexagrams, the names of the locations lingered in his mind. The few cities mentioned could easily foster envy. The resources obtainable from cities and counties were inherently different. The jealousy directed towards Tianyin City and the secrecy surrounding Ningfeng County remained a mystery. In the future, traveling would necessitate a method of evasion. While the disciple's jade token was undoubtedly crucial, its efficacy seemed to diminish beyond the mountain gate. Lu Qing speculated that this might be linked to the vast array of formations permeating the sect. It was imperative to exchange for several essential items. Given the uncertainty surrounding the station duration, Lu Qing merely hoped to smoothly navigate through the year. Generally, he had perused the regulations regarding station duties, and if all went well, a year's time should suffice. However, should unforeseen circumstances arise or significant matters occur at the station location, the duration could not merely be measured by a year. Ultimately, Lu Qing opted to acquire a wind-chasing technique in a wave of 1,000 layers, one for mobility and one for combat. The wave of 1,000 layers, capable of layering all things, resonated with the principles of the Golden Light Array. Aside from the martial arts, he gathered some essential travel items. The sect's treasury was replete with various resources. Lu Qing was not in a rush to depart. He first dedicated a day to mastering the basics of the wind-chasing technique, designed to facilitate swift travel akin to the wind, this ethereal pursuit. Given Lu Qing's innate understanding and exposure, allowed him to swiftly reach a minor accomplishment. His possessions within the Dao Peak were limited, necessitating minimal organization. After dismantling the established formations and bidding farewell to the White Crane Boy, he departed from the Xiantian Dao Academy. The mountain gate's formations were profound and intricate, and as Lu Qing stepped outside, he distinctly felt the disparity in spiritual energy. Previously, he lacked clarity regarding such sensations during his training. Now, with his cultivation, he comprehended why practitioners favored locations rich in spiritual essence. Consulting the detailed map of the Xiantian domain he had purchased for his journey, Lu Qing oriented himself before setting forth into the celestial expanse. Lingzhou, beneath Xin and Prefecture, boasted several counties, one of which was Lingai County. Lingai County was bordered by a grand river in the front and a towering mountain in the rear, driving off both water and land, rendering its environment relatively favorable. The Lingtai River teemed with aquatic life. Though not extraordinary treasures, it contained a hint of spiritual energy, generating considerable profit for the various taverns, and ends within Lingtai County through a strategy of modest profit margins. The rear, Lingtai Mountain, lacked divine trees or heavenly fruits, rendering the locale rather unremarkable. However, within Lingtai County, numerous factions thrived, as the combination of river and mountain could sustain many inhabitants. Recently, the prominent figures in Lingtai County had been closely monitoring the newly appointed station cultivator from the Xiantian Dao Academy. This current station cultivator in Lingtai County was named Chen Sheng. Lord Chen, do we know the background of the newly arrived immortal master? We should prepare accordingly to the banquet. The Zhao, Li, Chen, and Bai families, who govern the county, raised their glasses in a toast. After several rounds of drinking, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. They had only recently learned of the new station cultivators' arrival. This assembly comprised foundation-building cultivators. Unperturbed by the possibility of disrespect, Chun Sheng shook his head in response. You need not inquire about the identity of the new junior, that I only know his name. The rest remains unknown to me. He surveyed the four individuals, smiling. There is no need for concern. As foundation-building cultivators, you shall likely receive a measure of respect. The station cultivator was not of an aloof disposition. In a reciprocal exchange, certain matters could be settled as long as the essentials were not lacking. The elder patriarch of the Zhao family remarked, Lord Qin speaks wisely. We are indeed grateful for your 3 years of care. Let us toast to you. At that moment, the banquet atmosphere was jovial. Once the feast concluded, it remained to be seen what sort of character the new immortal master possessed. Indeed, summoning a stationed cultivator embodies a distinct style. I wonder what the new arrival is like. I have heard that the newcomer, though a foundation-building cultivator, is still relatively new to the path, so there is no need for excessive worry. This news circulated among the four prominent families, causing some individuals to ponder deeply, while others relaxed their expressions, recognizing that in the realm of cultivation, strength ultimately prevailed. Chapter 37. Foundation Building 9th Layer. Lingtai County. The Lingtai River flowed majestically, its broad surface expansive and boundless, with countless vessels navigating its waters. Among them, a large ship, its banner fluttering, stood 9 stories high, each level housing numerous chambers, abundant in spiritual energy, a manifestation of the gathering spirit formation. Clearly, this vessel was specifically designated for practitioners, as only cultivators would require such concentrated spiritual essence. Young Master Liu, we are nearing Lingtai County. A steward in splendid attire smiled at a youthful figure. Should outsiders witness this steward, known for his notorious reputation on the waterways, displaying such obsequiousness towards a mere young man, they would surely be taken aback. The youth in azure nodded slightly, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary presence. The steward's behavior was driven by gratitude and recognition of Lu Qing's identity. Indeed, Lu Qing had, by chance, encountered a formidable beast, a demon of the 6th layer of foundation building, during his journey, yet he had dispatched it with a single arrow. The steward was among those who bore witness to this event and had sincerely invited Lu Qing aboard the ship. Upon learning of Lu Qing's destination to Lingtai County, the steward, well acquainted with the waterways, had gathered insights into Lu Qing's background. After the steward departed, Lu Qing gazed upon the water's surface, a peculiar light shimmering in his eyes. The water was vast, its boundless expanse immeasurable as Lu Qing observed. His mind expanded, feeling a sense of liberation. His spiritual energy began to circulate unconsciously. With ample time and the convenience of the riverboat, Lu Qing proceeded leisurely, gradually solidifying his cultivation, which had recently advanced to the 8th layer of foundation building. Each floor of the 9-story vessel contained chambers for rest and cultivation. Here, Lu Qing made no waste of time. Due to the life-saving grace he had received, his expenses were waived. Having been out for over 10 days, he was capable of setting up gathering spirit formations and had also gleaned information regarding Lingtai County. Lingzhou, bearing the name Ling, did not quite fit the description of a land blessed by exceptional individuals. This region was vast, with the sea to the east and mountains to the south. One could not expect such a place to flourish. Initially, Lu Qing held this perception when reviewing the map, but after delving into Lingzhou's history, it no longer surprised him. Thousands of years prior, a cataclysmic battle between unparalleled powerhouses had erupted here. The details of that conflict had largely faded from memory. But the only remnant was that the battle had utterly devastated Lingzhou's ley lines, causing countless spiritual veins to vanish and leaving a shroud of malevolent energy over the land. Only after millennia had it transformed into its present state. The name Lingtai County bore no particular significance. However, upon hearing it, Lu Qing's thoughts inevitably wandered, recalling the famed Lingtai of the Fengtsuan Mountain, where the crescent moon and 3 stars cave resided. While he had not read the original text, he was still somewhat familiar with it. This locale had not appeared in the hexagrams, and his selection of it bore his own considerations. Ultimately, the only support he could rely on was his cultivation. Lu Qing settled into a meditative posture. Meanwhile, the departing steward, upon reaching the deck, was soon surrounded by several individuals. Steward Zhou, who is that person? Why are you being so cautious? However, these few individuals are all businessmen, traversing the land and maintaining close ties with the merchant ships of Lingzhou. Manager Zhou is also familiar with them. Manager Zhou chuckled, a slightly plump middle-aged man, whose eyes squinted with a smile. Exuding an air of nobility, he feigned nonchalance. One of the bystanders laughed at his words, questioning if there were any individuals more distinguished than Manager Zhou on the river, though the words were spoken lightly. A flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes. I'm unworthy, truly unworthy. Manager Zhou quickly deflected, attributing his success to the patronage of several esteemed gentlemen. With that, he smiled slightly, extending a gesture of goodwill. Aren't you all planning to conduct business in Lingtai County soon? With a sudden change of topic, the others seemed to grasp something, a flash of insight illuminating their expressions. It's someone dispatched from above. Manager Zhou nodded. Manager Zhou, TSK. Your fortune is quite impressive. What fortune? The change in personnel in Lingtai County has been widely circulated. I merely happened to stumble upon it. Indeed, the aura and demeanor of someone sent from Zhongzhou is beyond my comprehension. Their faces were etched with envy. The Xiantian Dao Academy is regarded as a celestial presence in the Xiantian domain, and it holds the same reverence in this remote region of Lingzhou. Each stationed cultivator, if nothing else, is significantly younger and more accomplished than them, provoking deep admiration among many loose cultivators. By the afternoon, the ship finally docked. Liu Qing slowly opened his eyes, feeling his aura ascend to a new level. He had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Success. Lingtai County, he announced, as the excitement began to ripple through the AI. My esteemed junior brother has arrived. A paper bird soared forth, landing among the 4 prominent families: Zhao, Li, Chun, and Bai. The heads of these families had already swung open the gates of the county town. What is happening? It is said that the new stationed immortal master has arrived. What a grand spectacle! I too wish to pursue the path of immortality. The Dao Academy's presence is truly magnificent. Behind the scenes, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the gate, some indifferent, others apathetic, confident, or envious. Regardless, in the face of such a welcoming scene, they dared not disrupt it. Even they were aware that while private killings may offer some leeway, to brazenly emerge in such a public setting would be tantamount to confronting the Xiantian Dao Academy. A colossal force would not mobilize for a single disciple, yet even the slightest hint of trouble could lead to devastating consequences, as a mere finger could obliterate those lurking in the shadows. Even Chun Shang, in his heart, was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the Dao Academy. Though this place was comfortable, it was ultimately not a suitable long-term residence. Diane coming out to greet. He was representing the Xiantian Dao Academy, his own sect. Likewise, it was the same for the 4 prominent families. I have heard that this Master Lu is a newly initiated disciple this year, and he has established his foundation so quickly. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? Are all disciples of the great immortal sects born with such extraordinary talent? Even before Liu Qing's arrival, whispers of this nature had begun to circulate, and now countless loose cultivators were drawn to these discussions. Oh heavens, why can't I join the Xiantian Dao Academy? I cannot resign myself to this fate. To establish a foundation in my teens is truly enviable. He has arrived. The towering ship docked, its 9-story height strikingly noticeable. A streak of azure light appeared before the crowd, revealing a young man dressed in azure robes, his beauty transcending the mundane, exuding an extraordinary presence. Countless gazes turned towards him, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. Chen Sheng's expression was one of shock, for he could not discern the true strength of this junior brother. Could it be that this junior brother's cultivation already surpassed his own, or had he employed some kind of spell to conceal it? But as the figure approached, releasing the aura of late-stage foundation establishment, Chen Sheng abandoned that notion. The other's cultivation undoubtedly exceeded his own. Junior brother Liu, since you have arrived, the task of guarding Lingtai County is now entrusted to you. He snapped back to reality. Smiling, Liu Qing nodded slightly, his demeanor gentle. Does my elder brother intend to depart today? Chen Sheng sighed inwardly. He had not anticipated this newly arrived junior brother to possess such formidable prowess. Yet that aura truly left one astounded. Chapter 38. Arrival. Shocking the crowd indeed. Matters concerning the mountain gate cannot be neglected. I shall take my leave first and hope to share a drink on another occasion. Until we meet again. Elder brother. The other bowed respectfully, and Liu Qing returned the gesture. Chun Sheng cast a complex glance at him before transforming into a streak of light, departing from Lingtai County with the new stationed arrival. It was inappropriate for the previous station cultivator to remain. One should not strike at a smiling face, Lu Qing thought, for he was genuinely indifferent to the affairs at hand, as long as the annual quotas were met. He had no desire to meddle in trifling matters. Liu Qing turned his gaze towards the members of the four prominent families. They appeared astonished, yet soon approached with bows and smiles. We welcome the Immortal Master's arrival. No need for such formality. The newly arrived Immortal Master radiated an aura akin to a deep abyss, yet his demeanor was gentle. Merely raising a hand infused with spiritual energy sent a tremor through their hearts. They felt utterly powerless against his presence. For a moment, their eyes reflected shock and trepidation. The earlier display of power had rendered them feeling as though they were under complete control, had a confrontation arisen. They feared they would have been utterly annihilated. This display made them acutely aware that this Immortal Master's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to theirs. Recalling Chun Sheng's earlier expression, the four family heads exchanged glances. Seeing the flicker of awe and respect in each other's eyes that in the realm of cultivation, strength commands respect. Youth and age hold no relevance in the presence of this newly appointed Immortal Master. Lu Qing held no interest in such power. The banquet that was prepared merely saw him sip a cup of tea. The atmosphere, despite being a banquet, was far from lively that a few individuals began recounting the resources of Lingtai County. May I ask how I should address you? I am called Lu Qing to Lu Immortal Master. What of those before? Someone inquired, puzzled. Let us continue as before. Liu Qing's expression remained calm as he listened. None could ascertain whether this young Immortal Master was truly attentive. Elder Brother Chun, please take me to the place where you previously resided. That a few brief exchanges revealed the Immortal Master's cold demeanor. Clearly a disciple of the celestial realm, disinterested in mundane powers and riches. Many found this quite agreeable. The head of the Zhao family smiled. Immortal Master. This way pleased, he assumed Lu Qing wished to reside there. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Qing, being new to the area, was not entirely ignorant of Lingtai County. The foremost duty of a station cultivator was, in fact, to guard against beasts encroaching upon the city. Demonic beasts typically dwell in deep mountains and forests, and cultivators' flesh and souls are considered a rare delicacy to them. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Qing moved with the grace of shifting stars that in the blink of an eye. They arrived at the location where Chun Sheng had previously stationed himself. Many were both surprised and delighted by this display of skill, realizing that with this Immortal Master present, their safety had significantly increased. Lu Qing beheld the elegant and imposing residence before him, exuding wealth and opulence. However, he did not step inside. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. The others who had accompanied him felt a jolt of anxiety, reflecting on whether they had inadvertently offended this Immortal Master Lu. Immortal Master, may I inquire what kind of residence you require? One individual with keen insight quickly surmised his thoughts. Liu Qing had no aversion to the mansion, but the location was too noisy and ostentatious, incompatible with his intention of maintaining a low profile during his cultivation. Moreover, he had purchased several formations upon his departure, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although in this place, foundation establishment was already considered a notable achievement, one would likely need to travel to the provincial capital to encounter those at the level of Purple Mansion and Golden Core. Yet, the world of cultivation is fraught with unforeseen circumstances. This place does not suit me. I have heard that there are mountain residences in Lingtai Mountain. Upon hearing this, a member of the Bai family, the county elder, responded, indeed, if the Immortal Master requires it, my Bai family's youth can refurbish it. The other three individuals regarded the Bai family member with expressions of intrigue. That will suffice, in the blink of an eye. Another day had passed. The cultivators mobilized their powers with astonishing speed. Within a single day's time, a courtyard had already risen atop a peak of Lingtai Mountain. The courtyard, a realm unto itself, featured koi swimming in clear waters, unique stones sculpted into a rockery, and a vast expanse of green bamboo forest nestled behind it, creating an ambience of tranquility and elegance. Upon moving into this place, Lu Qing did not require them to set up formations. Moreover, he harbored reservations about others. The terrain of mountains and peaks was particularly well suited for the cloud and mist formation he had brought from his mountain gate. He raised his hand, and a formation plate hovered about 3 inches above his palm. Subsequently, threads of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, intertwining with countless formation patterns. With a grasp, the previously undulating mist between the mountains instantly billowed forth in layers. The clouds and mist emerged from the deep mountains. In Lingtai County, at a high platform, many were intrigued by the newly arrived immortal master from yesterday as they beheld the pristine peak. Layers of rolling clouds and mist suddenly appeared, as if merging with the heavens. Ethereal and elusive, they obscured their vision and blocked their consciousness. What an impressive formation! It is truly a harmonious creation. Some gazed intently, praising the flowing clouds and mist. Liu Qing did not cease his modifications. The cloud and mist formation not only served to conceal, but also possessed offensive capabilities. With a thought, the original cloud and mist formation continued to expand. The peak remained shrouded in mist, appearing unchanged. Yet, should anyone draw near, they would unwittingly find themselves circling within, ultimately departing from another direction. After activating the formation, Liu Qing cast one last glance at the courtyard, because he could roughly discern his thoughts. This courtyard, which had risen from the ground within a day, was situated amidst the bamboo forest, with a gentle stream murmuring at its side. Truly a serene place for cultivation. Liu Qing did not allow them to set up the gathering spirit array. Instead, he raised his palm, and with a flick of his fingers, a large gathering spirit array swiftly unfolded from the center of the Qingzhou courtyard. The surrounding spiritual energy surged furiously toward this spot. In an instant, Liu Qing felt the spiritual liquid in his dantian continually rising, until the lake transformed into a flawless, rounded body, at which point it finally ceased. That a flicker of joy crossed Liu Qing's mind. For it turned out that the breakthrough in realm was being stimulated and was beginning to refine itself at this moment. Once the gathering spirit array was activated, Liu Qing only withdrew the continuously emitted spiritual power after sensing its limits. Gazing at the Qingzhou courtyard, a slight sense of satisfaction arose within him. Having taken matters into his own hands and secured a bountiful harvest, the realization that he could control the array and see it materialize brought an unexpected joy to his usually tranquil mind. Meanwhile, within Lingtai County, upon seeing that veil of mist, they understood it was a grand array. No wonder Lord Liu did not require our assistance in setting up the gathering spirit array. It turned out he was an array master himself. This thought led some to ponder his cultivation level at such a young age. Appearing merely 14 or 15, some might see him as a tender junior, yet before this immortal master, no one would dare regard him as such from yesterday to now. Chapter 39. Understanding, Continuing Cultivation. The news of the new immortal master stationed in Lingtai County gradually subsided after a few days. For most, this immortal master Liu seemed too distant from their lives. To say nothing of others, after the four families presented their prepared tokens of goodwill, none managed to exchange more than a few words with this immortal master. His singular focus on cultivation was evident to all discerning eyes. Thus, no one dared to report trivial matters to him. This new immortal master's demeanor was in stark contrast to that of his predecessor, Chen Sheng, who required resources for cultivation but possessed only average aptitude. Had participated in various affairs of Lingtai County upon his arrival. Hence, he had many opportunities for interaction. However, this new master was different. Stationed at Lingtai Peak, he remained far from the bustling market. Those who wished to engage quickly realized that he had little interest in mundane affairs. "Father, weren't you like that before?" Bai Jia, with the family head of the Bai family currently holding the county magistrate position for the 5-year rotation, his eldest son, Bai Gongzi, wore a puzzled expression. Bai Shouzai scoffed softly. Fixing his gaze on his son, "You are ignorant. Not only am I no match for him, but even if I were to join forces with those 3 old men, we would still not be enough to contend with him." Afterwards, the 4 of them gathered, concluding that this master was undoubtedly at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. They could resist a mid-foundation cultivator when working together, but a late-stage cultivator represented another leap in combat prowess. Bai Gongzi gaped, stunned in his eyes. His father was the strongest. Yet now, even his father acknowledged that he was no match for this seemingly youthful immortal master, who appeared more delicate than his youngest brother. Rest assured, he shows no inclination to meddle in these matters. Once the new batch of goods is traded, we will send a gift to immortal master Liu at least he does not interfere, which is preferable to reckless meddling. Bai Shouzai's voice trailed off, barely audible. After all, Each station cultivator had a different style, but the families residing in that area could not escape their influence. Fortunately, this master had not been overly demanding. Yet even so, they understood the necessity of allocating a share for him. This was a sort of unspoken rule. Lingtai County enjoyed peace and tranquility each day. Lu Qing resided within the mountains, with a broad view ahead and a vast expanse of bamboo forest swaying behind him. At this moment, he formed a hand seal, and the array plate floated gracefully before him. Following this, he swiftly tapped several acupoints on his body with decisive precision, allowing strands of golden spiritual power to dance across his skin. Suddenly, the array plate transformed, and the spiritual energy coalesced into golden light, flowing in the direction of Lu Qing and the array plate's connection. Boom! It was as if thunder rumbled in the clear sky. Countless blood and flesh within his body surged, and a layer of golden radiance appeared on his skin. Lu Qing lowered his hands, and with a thought, he observed that the once resplendent golden light instantly receded, now concealed beneath his skin, revealing the golden light array he had previously acquired. After much contemplation and refinement, he had successfully inscribed it onto his flesh, effectively becoming a walking array, always prepared for ambush. Lu Qing, possessing techniques for countering surprise attacks, would certainly not neglect to guard against others' ambushes. This golden light array was the most suitable defensive mechanism known to him in his current circumstances. It could scarcely be deemed an array anymore. Inscribed within his flesh, it allowed for constant enhancement of his physical form. This was something ordinary arrays could not achieve, if matched with a cultivation technique. This golden light array could even be referred to as a technique. After several days of consolidation following his rapid advancement in realm, Lu Qing remained focused on his cultivation while persistently compressing strands of spiritual power to temper his body. Foundation establishment cultivators possessed strong physiques, yet when faced with those specializing in body refinement, they appeared somewhat fragile. With the spirit, body, and soul as one, Lu Qing would not allow himself to lag in this regard. Even without specializing in body cultivation, he remained vigilant against potential attacks. The ninth layer of foundation establishment. The next step would be to open the purple mansion. His gaze drifted, a chill increasingly evident in his brow. The purple mansion served as the heavenly eye, located at the heart of obscured vision. Unlike the sea of consciousness, the purple mansion nurtured the spirit, intertwining the soul. Even Lu Qing, at present, would not dare to claim complete understanding of it. The mystery of the soul was profound, and Lu Qing brushed his fingertip across his brow, feeling that unmistakable chill. He was not in a rush to open the purple mansion or break through. Rather, he continually compressed the spiritual power in his dantian, which had already attained remarkable purity, resembling a lake of golden light. The distinction between innate and acquired was clear. Innate spiritual power was even more pristine. Lu Qing was not eager for a breakthrough. He awaited the natural opportunity to arise on the path away from the mountain gate, with his cultivation as protection and the array enveloping him. He had also researched the circumstances of Lingtai County. According to records from several families, the beast tide of monsters had nearly vanished from this region, and the last wave of monsters had not emerged from the mountains, but rather from the great river that had accompanied Lu Qing's arrival. This river, known by various names in other regions, was commonly referred to as Lingtai River here. This area could be deemed relatively stable. At least, the dangers lay in those reckless cultivators who sought overnight wealth or ascension, for they might encounter a few monsters. Yet, the strongest of those monsters barely reached the first or second layer of foundation establishment. Upon his arrival, Lu Qing had cautiously probed the surroundings with his divine sense. Concealed beneath the waters of Lingtai River lay the highest-level monster, yet it seemed to be in a deep slumber. A giant tortoise. To speak frankly, Lu Qing could roam freely here without caution. But that would not align with his nature. As for taking action, he saw no necessity. Who could say whether a giant tortoise might attract an even older threat? Soon, the year-end approaches. Lu Qing stepped out of the courtyard. Gazing into the distance, the county town at the foot of the mountain had already begun to adorn itself with lights and decorations, preparing to welcome the arrival of the new year. As he quietly observed the scene below, he waited until the night descended, when countless flickering lights emerged like fireflies. Before retracting his gaze, "Purple Mansion," he murmured softly. Just moments ago, he had captured a fleeting glimpse of spiritual light from the past. It felt as if, in an instant, he had fallen into a moment of enlightenment. seclusion. His eyes brightened slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The previous sedimentation had indeed been a search for inspiration to break through the purple mansion. Now that the moment had arrived, how could he not feel elated? Knowing the state of his cultivation, Lu Qing could hardly leave without adequate preparation. The experiences of predecessors transformed into valuable references and nutrients. Coincidentally, at this very moment, having completed his cultivation, he found a clear direction for the next step. Chapter 40. Entering the Purple Mansion Realm. The Immortal Master had been in Lingtai County for a month now. During this month, those in the know had become aware of just how low-key and reclusive this Immortal Master truly was. Indeed, in the eyes of some, this Immortal Master appeared exceedingly aloof, though not arrogant. He was not one to engage intimately with others. In a common tavern on the third floor, the young scions of several families were indulging in drinks and merriment. Previously, due to the change of station masters, their families had ordered them to remain at home for a month to avoid causing trouble. Perhaps today, as the new year approached, they were finally released from their confinement. Naturally, they took the opportunity to gather for a feast. In their conversations, they could not help but vent their frustrations to their brothers and friends. Let me tell you, you all have no idea. My old man locked me in the courtyard for a whole month. A whole month of cultivation, it nearly killed me. A wealthy young master lamented. At his words, the entire room erupted in sympathetic responses. You think we're not in the same boat? I suspect they conspired to keep us locked up at home to force us to cultivate. Otherwise, why would they wait until a month after that immortal master arrived to finally let us out? Exactly. What is the point of cultivating? We could be enjoying ourselves here. I've heard that those who go to those grand immortal gates live like monks. Spare me the bragging. Isn't it just because you didn't tee past that hurdle and got eliminated that you're saying this? Someone spoke with an air of indifference, yet immediately, another person pointed out their shortcomings. The individual's face flushed crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was from anger or intoxication. Nonsense. Who said I was eliminated? There was even a Taoist priest who wished to take me under his wing. But I simply declined. Is that so? Pray tell. A hearty laugh erupted from the elegantly dressed gentleman seated at the pinnacle of the gathering. Beside him sat a youth, his complexion resembling that of a blushing calf, who was the very one that insisted he had not been dismissed. Brother Bai Qian, you are indeed correct. After all, we possess no extraordinary talents. Why would the old man compel us to cultivate? Another voice chimed in, belonging to the young master of the Zhao family. His words resonated with the collective sentiment. If they were truly gifted disciples, their families would have long since ushered them into the sect, rather than allowing them to linger here. Just as the aroma of wine wafted through the air and the group of young masters prepared to indulge in their revelry, the sky, once clear, suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, startling many. What on earth is happening? Is it thundering outside? What nonsense! It's broad daylight. How could there be thunder? Several townsfolk glanced upward, while some cultivators directed their gazes toward a specific direction. A group of young masters rushed out from the high platform, their eyes fixed on the ominous thunderclouds above. What terrifying storm clouds! That is thunder. No, wait, that direction. Is it not where that immortal teacher is? Someone murmured, noting the location obscured by mist and mountains, where Lu Qing resided. Many were struck with astonishment. This did not resemble mere thunder. It was tribulation lightning. One individual clutched his beard, his face a mask of shock. Cultivating qi and establishing a foundation does not require facing tribulations. Rather, it is only after establishing a foundation that one must confront them. For the vast majority in this humble locale, tribulation lightning was an enigma. However, the families of cultivators could not be entirely ignorant. Even some seasoned wanderers gasped in recognition. They were not foolish. Upon realizing this was tribulation lightning, they pondered a possibility. The immortal teacher Lu must be undergoing tribulation. It was said that each guardian was a foundational cultivator. Thus, is he facing the Purple Mansion tribulation? Someone exclaimed, their expression one of astonishment. The young masters on the high platform, amidst the cacophony of thunder, began to regain their senses, their intoxication fading in the streets, within family compounds, at inns, and elsewhere. Many gazes were drawn toward the mountain. Only a month had passed since the new guardian, Lu Qing, had made a notable impression during the skirmish at the city gates. Capturing the attention of many, including the heads of 4 families, who recognized his exceptional prowess. Setting aside the enigmatic Xuantiando Institute, he was already a formidable foundational cultivator in his own right. The four families, seemingly honest, were likely intimidated by his strength. Now, dismissing the possibility of mere conjecture, they turned their attention to the tribulation at hand. Everyone understood that Lu Qing was not merely a late-stage foundational cultivator. The Bai family, by Shoutsai, wore an expression of disbelief, as they speculated that he might be at the 6th or 7th level of foundation establishment. However, it seemed he had already reached the 9th level. Today marked the day he would face tribulation and enter the Purple Mansion. Regardless of the shifting thoughts of those outside, they could not influence Lu Qing as he confronted his tribulation. Speaking of the tribulation, Lu Qing had previously held a flicker of curiosity regarding the lightning. Yet, as the bolts struck, 1, 2, and finally the 9th, his interest dissipated. The tribulation lightning descended upon his physical form. Lu Qing did not need to resist. Instead, he harnessed the celestial lightning to temper his body. He was not dismissive of the tribulation. Rather, he perceived within it a duality of destruction and immense vitality. Aside from a modicum of pain, nothing felt fatal. He emptied his mind, sensing a chilling sensation at his brow that nearly turned to ice. Then, as his mind stirred, his spiritual energy surged forth, cleansing his consciousness repeatedly, until a thin, barely perceptible membrane within his eyes dissipated, akin to mist being blown away. The world around him sharpened into clarity. Every flower, blade of grass, tree, lake, bird, and fish, every rustling bamboo grove and babbling brook came into view. His perspective shifted as he soared higher from the Qingzhou courtyard, watching as the tribulation lightning faded, the last remnants of thunderclouds dissipating. He saw countless gazes from Lingtai County directed his way, some filled with astonishment, others with shock, uncertainty, or bewilderment. He also saw a boundless river flowing from several miles beyond Lingtai County, boats dotting its surface. The entirety of Lingtai County unfolded before him, and he could perceive whatever he wished, as if examining the intricate patterns of his palms, all rendered with exquisite clarity. The hint of fatigue settled in his spirit. Lu Qing understood that this was due to his recent opening of the Purple Mansion, causing a slight weariness as his spirit detached from his body. Fortunately, he gathered his thoughts. Within his brow's Purple Mansion, a figure identical to Lu Qing sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Chapter 41. Changes in the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion nurtures the spirit. Lu Qing opened his eyes, and the spirit figure did the same. However, unlike Lu Qing's physical eyes, the spirit's gaze was not merely a pair of ordinary eyes. It resembled intricate patterns of cosmic mysteries etched within, as profound as an abyss. With a mere thought, Lu Qing transformed the once blank expanse of the Purple Mansion. The whiteness dispersed, revealing a breathtaking scene, a silver waterfall cascading from a cliff. The sun rising high, casting a resplendent golden glow. At this moment, the spirit figure sat at the waterfall's peak, surrounded by an ethereal purple light. It was revealed that Lu Qing's mental shift had altered the Purple Mansion to resemble his current cultivation space. Albeit with the addition of a waterfall, the sound of the waterfall flowed melodiously, yet it did not disturb the tranquility of the spirit. In this interplay of stillness and motion, a certain law resonated. Instinctively, Lu Qing made this arrangement, and a fleeting glimpse of ethereal insight flickered through his mind. It was too fleeting for him to grasp, but it mattered little. He returned his focus to reality. A few remnants of dust from the lightning struck his body, and with a simple gesture, a cleansing technique whisked away the lingering particles. He sensed a change within his dantian. It had expanded several dozen times, transforming from a mere lake into an ocean of spiritual energy. Even his eyes, though he had not specifically cultivated ocular techniques, underwent a transformation upon entering the Purple Mansion realm. Previously, he perceived mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Now, he saw mountains as not merely mountains and waters as not merely waters. The natural world, every drop of water and every blade of grass, contained the principles of cosmic movement, which Lu Qing began to discern. Reminiscent of the scenes he had glimpsed during his spirit's detachment, his consciousness radiated outward, encompassing all of Lingtai County within his vision. The whispers of those around him drifted into his ears. A year in the Purple Mansion is quite commendable. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy. An increase in strength equated to greater self-preservation. He wished only to dominate circumstances and avoid scenarios where the weak triumphed over the strong. It is time to plant that tea tree of mine. The soothing aroma of fresh tea lingered in the empty courtyard, amplifying his longing for a companion to share it with. Liu Qing had been preoccupied with the golden light array and subsequently with seclusion, causing him to forget the tea tree he had brought along. Fortunately, a month was not an excessive span of time. Liu Qing exited the meditation chamber. The Qingzhou courtyard was a second courtyard, with a stone pathway flanked by a rockery and flowing water on one side, while the other side held a vacant spiritual site, conveniently situated in a corner near the entrance. With a flick of his sleeve, Liu Qing planted the tea tree, its verdant leaves still vibrant, albeit lacking the moisture it had enjoyed on the mountain. With a thought, he did not employ the minor rain technique. Instead, he collected 3 ladles of water from the brook flowing beside the courtyard. The clear water cascaded down, and because it fell within the spirit-gathering array, the freshly surged spiritual energy penetrated the tea tree. Instantly, the soil became moist, the leaves unfurling, tender and fresh, exuding delightful fragrances. In the front courtyard, there was a jade table and jade stools designated for receiving guests and serving tea. The aura of Liu Qing's freshly attained realm gradually receded amidst the gentle flow of water. Meanwhile, within Lingtai County, nearly everyone witnessed the dissipating tribulation lightning, revealing a rainbow against the sky. He has succeeded. How long has it been? Does this mean our guardian is a purple mansion cultivator? Undeniably, this tribulation had opened the eyes of many wandering cultivators. Given the remote nature of Lingzhou, Lingtai County was particularly secluded. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, it could be deemed a prosperous area within a 100-mile radius, yet few had truly encountered a purple mansion cultivator. Only by venturing to the Xinan Prefecture city might one expect to encounter such beings, yet Xinan Prefecture lay far from Lingtai County. Many might spend their entire lives without straying far from their own meager plots of land, let alone exploring other states. The purple mansion. The expressions of some family cultivators grew complex, though no longer youthful. Upon encountering Liu Qing, who hailed from the Zontiando Institute, everyone would concede that this guardian immortal was indeed remarkably young, not an old monster. The previous garrison at Chunsheng had coexisted for 3 years. However, despite that duration, the other party was not merely a youth in their teenage years. On the contrary, had it not been for their cultivation, they would be of an age akin to that of a great-grandfather among mortals, the child of destiny, beyond doubt. Bring forth a gift, and send someone to pay a visit to the immortal master, he commanded. Quickly, quickly, open the storeroom and retrieve the item I set aside last year, my lord. That is I instructed you to go, so do not delay. In a fleeting moment, those who had been engulfed in shock began to react, hastening to prepare gifts for the newly ascended Master Liu, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion. The Bai, Zhao, Li, and Chun families all adhered to this urgency. Their ability to stand firm in Lingtai County was partly due to their cordial relations with the station cultivators. The evaluations of these guardians were crucial in determining whether their families could ascend to the esteemed position of county leaders. Liu Qing's consciousness stirred, and the movements of the cloud and mist array reverberated within. The gathered individuals refrained from disturbing the formation, maintaining a respectful silence as they prepared their family's congratulatory gifts at the foot of the mountain, clearly stating their intentions. They had faith that Liu Qing would hear them. Honorable Immortal Master, this is our humble offering. You have safeguarded Lingtai County, ensuring peace over the past month. As a token of our gratitude, we present this modest gift and extend our heartfelt congratulations on your ascension to the path of immortality. Bai Shoucai arrived with his eldest son. Come forth. Once Liu Qing crossed the threshold, he became somewhat carefree. As the group ascended, they were enveloped by an abundance of spiritual energy, more potent than that at the mountain's foot. Such mastery of formation surpassed that of many array masters within the county. The Bai family's eldest son, following his father, felt a tinge of envy at the spiritual energy surrounding him. The gathering of spiritual energy in their family's array paled in comparison to this. Upon Liu Qing's emergence, the mountain breeze swept past, his robes remaining undisturbed. The Bai family's eldest son finally beheld the immortal master up close, witnessing a youthful figure stepping forward, exuding an ethereal aura. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have been oblivious to the fact that the master had approached him. Congratulations on entering the Purple Mansion, wishing you longevity and prosperity. The youthful guardian smiled at these words, exuding an air of casual serenity that belied the pressure of a great cultivator. Yet, there was an unspoken authority that discouraged any offense. Chapter 42. Basic Arrays. Wind-chasing technique. Their ascent, in truth, hinged upon one crucial question. Would Master Lu, having broken through to the Purple Mansion, wish to intervene in the affairs of Lingtai County? Would he seek to monopolize all resources within the county? If he were to demand exorbitantly, how could they possibly gather the necessary offerings for a cultivator of the Purple Mansion? I shall accept the gifts you present, unless there are pressing matters. Do not seek me out again. You may manage your own affairs. However, observing the slight relief on the faces of the crowd, he paused and added with a smile, the quota required by the Dao Academy must not be overlooked. You four families have been in this for long enough to understand how to proceed. As for the rest, I shall not interfere. His voice was ethereal, yet the underlying message was clear and straightforward. The quota was non-negotiable. But he would not concern himself with anything beyond that. The Bai family's eldest son was momentarily taken aback. Having always been by his father, by Shotsai's side, learning to navigate familial relations, he was accustomed to being diplomatic. Suddenly hearing such candid words, he couldn't help but ponder their deeper implications. Yet, he soon heard his father reassure, "Rest assured, honorable master, we have always managed well, ensuring no burdens fall upon you regarding these trifles." Very well, you may depart. Even amidst the chilling mountain winds that rustled his garments, Lu Qing remained unperturbed, descending the mountain alongside his father, returning home. Bai Shotsai's face radiated joy. "Father, speak if you have something to say." Bai Shotsai cast a sidelong glance at his son. The Bai family's eldest son hesitated, then voiced his thoughts. "Since he has taken on the role of guardian, shouldn't we consolidate some resources? Wouldn't that facilitate better cultivation?" "Ah, you are overthinking it. What I have taught you pertains to the delicate balance of family power dynamics. But for those devoted solely to cultivation, such trivial matters are mere burdens." Upon hearing this, Bai Shotsai's eyes momentarily glazed over, as if reminiscing about his youth. But aren't those cultivators of the bitter path notoriously obstinate and unyielding? Every family harbors secrets. Should a bitter cultivator take up residence as our guardian, it could spell disaster from day one. Last year, a real bloodbath occurred in the neighboring county, leaving countless cultivators trembling in fear. Such events were no mere fabrications. The bloodshed had instilled a deep-seated caution among many. "It is not the bitter cultivator I fear, but rather the power that supports him." "You suggest he is unlike a bitter cultivator?" Bai Shotsai shook his head, perceiving his eldest son's thoughts with clarity. "The world is vast, and bitter cultivators are not one-dimensional. The previous bitter cultivator adhered to strict codes, slaying only in accordance with their principles." The Bai family's eldest son was somewhat astonished, unaware of the intricacies behind that episode. He wished to inquire further, but Bai Shotsai waved him off. "Let us not dwell on that. In any case, unless there are pressing matters, do not disturb him. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You too must strive to elevate your own abilities." Other families echoed similar sentiments to their descendants. In the few encounters they had with Lu Qing, many were left with a lasting impression. This immortal master was indeed uninterested in the mundane affairs of the world, candidly stating that he would not engage in the squabbles among the families. His casual relinquishing of authority raised questions among some, while others sensed his indifference. For Lu Qing, the essence of the matter was quite simple. He merely wished to remain here in tranquility for a year before departing. He was not a master of political maneuvering, nor could he hope to outwit these individuals. However, he had no intention of contending with them for power or wealth. To put it plainly, the Dao Academy's quota must be met, and his own share must be secured. Beyond that, he left them to their devices. As long as there were no beastly invasions, he would remain indifferent to the familial strife that might ensue. Lu Qing had not come to be a caretaker. With each retreat into seclusion, he meticulously honed his resolve. Having crushed the shadows of past deaths, he had grown increasingly composed and untroubled. Yet, he would not place himself in perilous situations. During this visit to Lingtai County, he had seized the opportunity presented by his recent breakthrough to thoroughly examine every inch of this place. Not discovering any significant fortuity, the only location worth noting was the old turtle's resting place in the river, which could be considered a decent spiritual cave. However, it paled in comparison to the Qingzhou courtyard where he currently resided. His consciousness scattered outward, Observing the contents of the opened wooden boxes, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. They contained neither spiritual stones nor treasures, but rather dozens, if not hundreds, of array diagrams. Ordinary, simple, superior, and fragmented array diagrams, all present in abundance. Moreover, they were remarkably consistent. Aside from the spiritual stones, what had been presented was a plethora of array diagrams. Detailed explanations and records inscribed on jade slips. Liu Qing's expression grew peculiar. He had not realized he was so enamored with arrays. Yet this was fortuitous. The variety of array diagrams provided by the sect was immense, encompassing all manners, but regrettably, Liu Qing's resources were limited, and contributing to this endeavor would indeed require time. Now, with these diagrams in hand, though the majority were foundational, he understood that every towering edifice begins with a solid foundation. Having previously engaged with and successfully drawn arrays, he anticipated a busy period ahead with the newfound array diagrams. Gazing at the several large boxes, Liu Qing proclaimed, albeit with an air of busyness, that an undeniable joy bubbled within him. Ensnaring arrays, slaughter arrays, confinement arrays, illusion arrays, and phantasm arrays, such a diverse array of types indeed. Having transcended to a higher realm, Liu Qing refrained from immediately immersing himself in cultivation. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, he had begun to touch upon the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, a preliminary exploration that could not be achieved solely through the previous breakthroughs in spiritual energy. Over the course of several days, he began with the simplest of arrays, mastering a few basic formations to perfection. In addition to this, he immersed himself in array studies, inscribing a slaughter array in the bamboo grove, specifically designed to target the array's eye and disrupt its formation, which he intended to integrate with his wind-chasing technique. The wind-chasing technique, when cultivated to perfection, resembled the wind itself, swift and elusive. During the initial leg of his journey, Liu Qing practiced this array, although he had subsequently fallen behind. This opportunity allowed him to both demonstrate the array's power and test the culmination of his wind-chasing technique, while also pondering how to conceal the fluctuations of the array. In the bamboo grove, amidst the rustling leaves, it was evident that no one was present. Yet, a gust of wind seemed to sweep through, producing a soft rustling sound. Liu Qing's figure materialized. Having entered the Purple Mansion, his enhancement in cultivation allowed him to execute this technique to its utmost potential. Chapter 43. Array Fluctuations, Testing. This slaughter array shall be named the Swift Wind Array. The formation laid out in the clearing was derived from a fragment of an array diagram that Liu Qing had received. Liu Qing was also filled with curiosity. After the ordinary formation was completed, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the incomplete array diagram. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to slightly alter several array points using his spiritual energy. After all, being labeled an incomplete array diagram implied its lack of wholeness, making it challenging to replicate it precisely. Liu Qing discerned that this remnant formation was originally part of a larger array composed of various formations. However, since it was incomplete, he repositioned several array points to transform it into a diminished and weakened killing formation. If the formation had been complete, Liu Qing would naturally have refrained from making modifications. But with a remnant formation, the difficulty decreased significantly, especially since Liu Qing was not merely restoring it but rather innovatively integrating it with other formations. The Gale formation, swift and elusive, rendered its victims intangible upon entry, instantly refining them into nothingness. With 7 array points in total, to break the formation, one either needed to exert brute force or act with unparalleled speed. Liu Qing gazed with satisfaction at the formation he had crafted in the clearing before him. In his eyes, it represented 3 days of contemplation and effort, designed to kill without a trace, leaving no corpses or souls behind. Searching for remnants of life would be utterly futile. Could it be that all my talents, however, the items exchanged within the disciple's space remain unaffected? It is a pity that the disciple task hall is currently closed. Liu Qing left this place in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Being situated within Ling Tai Mountain, his movements could never be detected by others. This time, the fluctuations caused were deep within the mountains, and without a certain level of cultivation, one could not reach that area. Liu Qing returned to his place of cultivation. The spiritual liquid was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, not allowing a hint of its luminous brilliance or enticing aroma to escape. Anything pertaining to the soul is inherently valuable. If it were to attract unnecessary attention, It would disrupt Lu Qing's tranquil life. Upon returning, Lu Qing immediately began to search once more, meticulously probing every inch with his spiritual sense. Only after confirming that there were indeed no adverse effects did he begin to refine a small portion of it. He discovered that there was no manifestation of danger, allowing him to proceed with the refinement. As expected, the spiritual liquid was indeed of superior quality, earning it high praise as a premium soul tonic from the Tao Academy. Once he commenced the refinement, Lu Qing's aura remained unchanged, yet he alone was aware that subtle transformations had begun to occur within his purple mansion. If the previous state of his purple mansion was merely shaping itself, now there was a trace of genuine vitality emerging within the soul. Previously, his soul was ethereal, primarily meditating within the purple mansion to regulate the various changes of the physical body. However, now, there was an added thread of power to Lu Qing's soul. Though this power appeared faint, it was undergoing a metamorphosis with each passing moment, perhaps due to the experiences of 2 lifetimes. Lu Qing's soul power was inherently more profound than that of his peers at the same level. After refining the spiritual liquid, he could distinctly perceive a further elevation in his soul power. Time swiftly passed. 7 days later, Lu Qing opened his eyes, and an aura emanated from him, sweeping in all directions. Yet, upon encountering the surrounding mist, it dissipated in an instant, and no one else was aware of this commotion. After 7 days of cultivation, Lu Qing felt rejuvenated. His primary gain from this seclusion was the enhancement of his soul, which now possessed a formidable resistance against certain lethal spells. Lu Qing was uncertain whether such sinister methods as the 7-arrow book existed in this world. Yet in the realm of cultivation, one must always be wary of malicious tactics, especially those that target the soul. Stealthy and undetectable, Lu Qing's soul stirred. A figure that mirrored his own soon appeared before him. Upon shifting his perspective, he realized he was not merely experiencing a separation of his soul, but rather a division of consciousness, with his soul exiting while his physical body retained its awareness. Should the need for soul separation arise in the future, his physical form would not be devoid of the means to resist. After contemplating this newfound soul ability, Lu Qing quickly envisioned numerous applications. However, such an action imposed a considerable strain on his soul power. After observing for a moment, he promptly retracted his soul back into his body, and once the soul and physical body were united again, the sense of stagnation finally dissipated. Accompanying this was a slight feeling of fatigue. Fortunately, the impact was minor. Lu Qing's mind cleared, and after sweeping away the remnants of weariness, he felt refreshed once more. Lingtai County had long been devoid of significant events. One could say that it had been many years since any extraordinary occurrences had graced this place, though trivial matters arose daily. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Lingtai County encountered a peculiar incident. During the tidal period of the Lingtai River, the waters surged tumultuously, yet as spring approached, it entered a tranquil phase, the surface calm, with lively lanterns floating upon the water, each river lantern drifting downstream. The lanterns illuminated the waters beneath, revealing objects that had surfaced. Chapter 45. The Strange Incident at Lingtai. The Eerie Skull. Some individuals, hoping to seize an opportunity and believing the objects rising from the river were rare treasures, instead fished up a gigantic blood-stained skull. Blood gushed forth, the stench overwhelming. That same day, several fishermen inexplicably perished. By the time the oddities were reported, several days had already passed. The bloodied skull had stained the waters near the shore, and a strange white mist began to rise from the river. Appearing harmless at first, but soon several cultivators ventured to investigate, only to discover they could not escape. The boats attempting to leave found themselves endlessly circling back to the bank, as if caught in an illusory wall. Strangely, even a few foundation-building families sent representatives, yet none could resolve the situation. As days passed, goods remained stagnant, and those who entered the mist never returned, perishing in the depths of the water. The cause of death was recorded as drowning, leaving many cultivators and coroner practitioners bewildered. Some boats dared not venture out, fearful of the unknown dangers lurking. A shadow loomed over the populace of Lingtai County. What could be behind these ghastly occurrences? It seemed impervious to spiritual attacks. At the foot of Lingtai Mountain. When did this bone appear? Sir, it was discovered by an old fisherman selling fish a few days ago. Upon hearing cries for help, the figure of a young man in azure garments appeared before by Shokai. Lu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed no imminent danger here, as this scenario seemed incapable of threatening him. Yet, he couldn't determine whether it was due to his increased cultivation or some other reason that rendered these phenomena harmless. However, allowing the river to remain blocked was not a viable solution. The prosperity of Lingtai County largely depended on this trade route. Despite its somewhat remote location, there were still branches of various merchant guilds and auction houses in the area, since several families were unable to resolve the issue. They had no choice but to seek his assistance at the mountain's base. Liu Qing had initially thought to cultivate in peace, but instead found himself facing this bizarre situation that Liu Qing moved like the wind, his sleeves billowing as he swiftly led the group to the city gate. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed into the distance at the mist and the bloodied river. "What have you discovered?" he inquired. Bai Shouzai quickly responded, reporting to the immortal master. "We sent people into the mist, but those who returned claimed they merely wandered in circles, finding themselves inexplicably back where they started as for the Blood River. The disturbances stemmed from that bloodied skull. However, our collective strength, comprising the foundation-building cultivators of our city, proved insufficient to move it, which is why we sought your assistance." The bloodied skull, the mist of the river. Liu Qing felt a fleeting sense of familiarity wash over him. What could this mean? Surely, it could not be linked to some malevolent entity. "Is there something amiss?" murmured several individuals amidst the crowd. Their voices low, yet Liu Qing heard them clearly malevolent. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. If it were indeed a malevolent force, it would explain the absence of an immediate threat. The power of malevolence is thin, often merely a collection of inexplicable obsessions that in the years you have known Lingtai County. What is the most significant event that has transpired here? The expressions of several individuals shifted slightly. This entity is malevolent. Only by resolving its source can we find salvation. This mist obstructs the lifeblood of these families. Yet for Liu Qing, it is not a death sentence. "Sir, over the past few centuries, can you recall any incidents of malevolence?" "I cannot recall. Occasionally, there are conflicts along the river." After listening to each account, Liu Qing suddenly had a realization. He turned his gaze towards the unmistakable shape of the skull, clearly resembling a head. However, upon a closer inspection, he noticed the peculiar protrusions on either side. This object did not appear to belong to any human cultivator. Liu Qing's thoughts shifted. Had this river never been under the dominion of cultivators? Immortal Master Liu, I believe I recall something that my ancestors spoke of this river. It was once called Dragon King River. It is said that millennia ago, a Dragon King reigned over countless rivers and lakes in this area. Yet after some unknown calamity, news of the Dragon King ceased. Liu Qing's eyelids twitched. What a revelation! He had only speculated in his heart, never expecting this malevolence to be linked to a Dragon King. Throughout history, any entity associated with dragons is never simple. That a chill ran down Liu Qing's spine, prompting him to consider retreating into seclusion starting today, vowing not to emerge for at least a year. Yet, the skills he sought to invoke remained elusive, providing him a measure of stability. This entity did not appear to be human, yet it could not possibly be the Dragon King from millennia past either. The records of the Xintian Dao Academy regarding this area had been meticulously documented by generations of stationed cultivators. Upon hearing the mention, Liu Qing quickly recalled the thick volumes of records. One entry mentioned, there were suspicions of an immortal abode emerging, yet it was merely an illusion. Could it truly be the Dragon King? Heavens, the Dragon King's power is boundless. Can Lingtai County withstand it? Some individuals expressed their anxiety. The members of several families wore similarly grim expressions. Liu Qing could naturally sense their apprehension. However, he remained silent, concentrating his attention on the blood-red skull floating on the river's surface. With a flick of his hand, an invisible breeze swept over the faces of the guards at the city, causing them to shiver slightly. Why does it feel suddenly colder? They wondered, unaware that a deadly formation was soaring overhead. Liu Qing focused his intent, commanding, "Bring those individuals back." His order took the bystanders by surprise. They quickly realized that Liu Qing was about to take action. "Return back to the city." Immediately, Liu Qing manipulated the formation. It was not long before he awaited the return of the individuals as fellow cultivators. Upon seeing the familiar prominent figures atop the city walls, including the silhouette of the cloaked immortal ahead, it was evident that action was imminent. In an instant, numerous figures swiftly retreated back into the city. Liu Qing paid no heed to the voices around him. His expression subtly shifted, though it remained inscrutable. His gaze flickered, for immediately after the cultivators departed, the ominous talent in his mind resurfaced. He had previously believed that the opportunity he had seized last time had nullified the prior divination. Yet here, a new omen manifested, which was not surprising. What was perplexing was the timing of its emergence. Could it be that the connections behind this omen were indeed linked to that ancient dragon king from a millennium ago? The divination in his mind, however, was rather unexpected. Minor omen. Remove the insidious threat, leaving behind the bloodied skull, which then stirs up turmoil. Hidden dangers lurk, intertwined with causality. Escape is unattainable. Minor peril. Neutral omen. Remove the insidious threat, sealing the bloodied skull, sinking it beneath the surface of the river, subsequently causing turmoil, with slight entanglements. Neutral. Neutral omen. Remove the insidious threat, annihilate the bloodied skull, devoid of entanglements and turmoil. Neutral. In a fleeting moment, Lu Qing made his choice. This bloodied skull undoubtedly posed a significant problem. The underlying causality was beyond Lu Qing's current capabilities to contend with. He unleashed a formation with a flick of his hand, slapping towards the riverbank, invoking the wave of 1,000 layers. It was precisely apt for the situation. The river's surface, tranquil as glass, suddenly erupted with a gust of wind resembling cascading waves, each surging higher than the last, ultimately overwhelming and consuming all the mists. Boom! Crackle! The sound of the tempestuous formation surged forth. The bizarre sounds of devouring and destruction echoed incessantly. One must not cultivate beneath perilous walls. Upholding this principle, Lu Qing manipulated from a distance, ensuring that the bloodied skull met a thorough demise. After unleashing a palm strike, he conjured several water arrows from the air with his spiritual power. Swish! Countless water arrows transformed into a torrential downpour, piercing towards the target. This series of actions, though intricate, was merely a thought-esque work. The commotion caused the river to reverberate with thunderous roars, as if countless waves transformed into a ferocious beast. The sound howling and roaring. The ground within the city trembled momentarily. Lu Qing, when he finally acted, exuded a chilling intent. The winds roared and thundered, causing many cultivators to clasp their ears tightly, as the sound of the waves throbbed painfully against their eardrums. Chapter 46. Decisive Choice. News of the outer sect competition. Some family elders and youths gaped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that the seemingly affable young Lu Qing could unleash such a tempestuous force. Observing the arrows of malice that pierced through the entire river surface, alongside the heavy mists devoured by the surging waves, and finally witnessing the clear azure sky revealed behind, their hearts quivered with trepidation. When the tumult finally subsided, Lu Qing extended his consciousness, scanning the surrounding waters thoroughly. Once the ominous omen in his mind dissipated, he retracted the activated formation. This insidious threat undoubtedly entailed significant issues behind it, such as the identity of the bloodied skull and its connection to the ancient Dragon King, as well as what its presence here signified, or perhaps there were other mysteries lurking beneath the spirit platform river. And many such questions flitted through Lu Qing's mind. Yet he promptly dismissed these curious thoughts. Directly employing the wave of 1,000 layers and the cloud water arrow technique, he annihilated everything in this vicinity, complemented by the soul-dissolving winds within the tempestuous formation, ensuring that any lingering souls or remnants were utterly obliterated. Of course, Lu Qing placed his utmost faith in the ominous omen that had appeared in his mind. Its disappearance indicated that this particular divination had concluded. Since it had already come to an end, Lu Qing naturally felt no inclination to further probe into the secrets contained within it. At the same time, he discreetly drew a line of danger around this spirit platform river, deciding not to venture into its depths again. Who could say what entangled causality might emerge? The mists had dispersed, and the insidious threat had been eradicated. Upon hearing Lu Qing declare that the malevolent entity had been vanquished, many cultivators exhaled in relief. They had witnessed the formidable power of the Purple Mansion cultivators, who could command the elements at will. Yet, as outsiders, they could only glimpse the unfolding events through the shrouded mist and tumultuous waves, failing to discern how the annihilation had occurred. However, the water arrows were distinctly visible. Immortal Master, thank you for your intervention. Indeed, had it not been for the Immortal Master's timely action, our goods would have surely spoiled. Lu Qing's decisive strike garnered the gratitude of countless cultivators, for they too sought to sustain their livelihoods. Every aspect of cultivation demanded resources. The banks of the Spirit Platform River served as a docking point for merchant vessels. The families within Spirit Platform County were no exception, engaging in substantial external trade. With a batch of goods destined for New and Prefecture, specifically requested by a prominent figure. Had any mishap occurred, others might fare well, but these responsible families could not escape the consequences. What did it matter that they had established their foundations? Witnessing Lu Qing's prowess only magnified their sense of despair regarding their own cultivation levels, making them feel utterly hopeless in the face of such disparity. Enough. Take care of the subsequent matters. The youthful Immortal Master's demeanor was nonchalant. The crowd watched as this young Immortal Master transformed into a streak of light, departing from the city wall, returning to Spirit Platform Mountain for quiet meditation. The remaining cultivators who had hoped to approach him found themselves thwarted, as he vanished before they could even draw near. Humph! Hurry back and prepare the ship. One individual glared, promptly dispersing the throng of cultivators gathered in hopes of meeting the Immortal Master. Upon realizing they were from the Zhao family, some cultivators scoffed, while others remained indifferent, yet their desired Immortal Master had long since departed. They too followed suit and left the scene. Thus, the insidious threat that had plagued Spirit Platform County for several days came to a thunderous conclusion. Even if some sought to scavenge treasures from that place afterward, it would be utterly impossible to find even a fragment of the skull. Liu Qing had initially come to resolve the predicament, and once assured that no major issues remained, he returned to the Qing bamboo courtyard. Engaging with these individuals seemed a frivolous waste of time. After vanquishing the bloodied skull, he had vaguely touched upon the threshold of the second layer of the Purple Mansion. Could this count as the first cultivator I have slain? Liu Qing reflected on the past year, which had been consumed by cultivation or the journey to achieve it, and realized that he had not encountered bloodshed since before his entry into the world of cultivation. However, he had originally anticipated waiting until the outer sect competition 3 years hence to join the inner sect, yet now it appeared that this had been postponed. And on one hand, Liu Qing sensed a subtle breakthrough in his cultivation, while on the other, he had just received a transmission from Bai Tongzi. Simultaneously, the previously updated messages had pertained to affairs within the outer sect, which held no relevance to Liu Qing. But several new pieces of news regarding him had emerged. No, it would be more accurate to say these pertained to the majority of the outer sect disciples. Bai Tongzi. Liu Qing. Liu Qing, are you there? Have you arrived at Spirit Platform County? Bai Tongzi. The outer sect competition has been postponed. You should prepare quickly. It would be best to step into the Purple Mansion. You might even gain entry into the inner sect. Liu Qing pondered that Bai Tongzi's transmission likely indicated that he had not yet departed from Zhongzhou. Perhaps he lacked a clear understanding of geographical nuances. When they last parted, Liu Qing had mentioned it was quite distant. Now, Bai Tongzi's message might have been a lapse of memory or perhaps a delay due to the vast distance involved in the sect's communication. Liu Qing, thank you for your concern. Tongzi. I have arrived at Spirit Platform. I have received the news. How have you been lately? After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Bai Tongzi, Liu Qing set aside the communication token and turned his attention to the pivotal content of the messages. Have you heard? The outer sect competition has been delayed. No way, I was all set. And now it's postponed. Who knows what's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be held at the end of the year? Now it's a new year. Rumor has it. It's related to that batch of prodigies coming to the outer sect. I knew it would be something like that. Could they really expect us to wait until the competition 3 years from now? Today's intelligence jade slips were particularly lively. Liu Qing, not in a hurry to enter seclusion, browsed through the messages, gaining an overview of events that transpired during his 2-month absence from the academy. Among these, the most pressing concern was the outer sect competition. That Liu Qing had long been aware of this competition. Initially, he had thought he would merely be a spectator, but now, having recalled something, Liu Qing refrained from pursuing that train of thought further. With the competition confirmed to be postponed, likely until this year, insiders speculated it might be delayed until the summer. Chapter 47. Comprehension of the Tao, Perilous Encounters. Liu Qing felt a sense of foreboding regarding the information purportedly revealed by the insider disciple. He calculated and reflected upon the numerous messages that flooded the jade slips. Prodigies invariably drew attention, and Liu Qing also learned that these individuals had likewise attained the Purple Mansion realm. As for the specific layers they occupied, he was less certain. Furrowing his brow, he temporarily set aside thoughts regarding the competition, whether he participated or not held little significance for him. He had already attained the Purple Mansion and could likely depart in a year. Now calculating the passage of time, he realized 2 months had elapsed, leaving him with 8 months. Lu Qing hoped no unforeseen events would disrupt this period. The grand competition serves as a stage for the prodigies to showcase their talents. Lu Qing possesses a keen self-awareness, recognizing that such an illustrious setting inevitably attracts individuals of remarkable stature, where even a falling brick may herald a person of great consequence. Dai is also a breeding ground for envy and animosity. A place where troubles can become entangled and insurmountable. With a flicker of distraction dismissed, Lu Qing redirected his focus to his dantian, his spiritual energy becoming increasingly solid, subtly emanating an aura of purity. Within his purple palace, his consciousness was engaged in a meditative posture. Lu Qing's aura began to settle, as wisps of spiritual energy were drawn in by the formation, converging around him. The Xiantian Yuanjing, a transcendent method of cultivation, flows with an enduring grace, adhering to the principles of the waterway that nourishes all. The way of water is a fundamental law of the cultivation realm, while accessible to the common practitioner. True mastery requires one to first behold the mountain before one can ascend it. Otherwise, all efforts are akin to gazing at flowers in a fog, leading to madness rather than enlightenment. Although Lu Qing had not encountered water in his previous environment, he understood that water manifests in various forms, including clouds, mist, and dew. He had first permeated the cloud and mist formation, a grand array capable of serving as a sect's insignia, inherently possessing its own unique mysteries. Moreover, when he faced the surging river, Lu Qing executed a powerful strike, invoking the waves, and in that serendipitous moment, his mind became unclouded, allowing him to brush against the edge of this profound path. The way is boundless and formless, indifferent and nameless, encompassing all phenomena across time and space. The average person, throughout their life, may glean but a few insights into these laws. Even Lu Qing could scarcely have anticipated his sudden plunge into such a moment of enlightenment. This was not a spontaneous epiphany. Rather, it felt as though the timing had aligned perfectly, enabling him to subtly graze this profound threshold. The way resonates with a timeless echo, unmeasured by years that eye in the mountains. The passage of time is of little consequence. At last, the figure seated in meditation stirred, their closed eyes slowly opened, the enigmatic energy surrounding them retracting back into their being. Externally, it appeared that Lu Qing's cultivation had not ascended. Yet within his gaze lay a rare spark of excitement intertwined with caution and trepidation. Fortuitously, he had not succumbed to greed, for had he done so, he might have been consumed by the way. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lu Qing had not encountered significant peril. Despite his constant inner vigilance, it was impossible to perceive every risk that lurked along the path of cultivation. This time, the threat arose not from external sources, but from this very moment of enlightenment. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that this insight had indeed brought him into contact with the nameless way of water, the vastness of the ocean, and the grandeur of the cosmos. These incomprehensible existences, when faced with the way, become mere fireflies compared to the sun. Immersed in this epiphany, the Xiantian Yuanjing instantaneously ascended to the 7th level, and his Tao heart seemed to undergo a profound cleansing. Washing away all impurities, this baptism of the Tao heart instilled an unshakable conviction that this was truth, revealing the world's wonders before him. However, this extraordinary sensation, akin to effortlessly ascending to celestial heights, bore with it a lurking danger. Glancing at the ominous warning in his mind, he felt a flicker of realization. His consciousness abruptly flickered, dispersing the exquisite sensation and pulling him back from the brink of this moment of awakening. In retrospect, Lu Qing understood that he had narrowly avoided a perilous misstep. To comprehend the way is not a feat for the average individual. It often leads to madness or dissolution, rendering one's cultivation efforts futile. The dangers are genuinely formidable. He resolved to heed this lesson, to temper his ambition, and to proceed with caution on the path of cultivation, leaving behind a trail of steady progress. Lu Qing silently established another principle for himself. The path of cultivation is fraught with pitfalls, both great and small, yet ultimately, it boils down to the insatiable desires that plague the heart. The baptism of the Tao heart had elevated his aptitude and understanding, as well as his perception of the water principles, rendering them more harmonious and approachable. Thus, he formed a hand seal, A gentle mist of refreshing moisture materialized from his fingertips, withdrawing the seal. He exited the cultivation chamber, his figure flickering before settling in the courtyard. Upon reaching the front yard, he turned his gaze toward the tea tree in the corner. With a thought, he activated the hand seal, causing a stream of water to emerge from his fingertips, initially the size of chopsticks, gradually expanding to the thickness of a bamboo tube, directly nourishing the tea tree. Despite it being winter, the snow had ceased to fall, blanketing the surroundings in white. Yet, the tea tree remained vibrantly green, standing out against the snowy expanse. In the biting cold, Lu Qing felt a connection in his cultivation, and the tea tree too seemed to respond. This particular tea tree was no ordinary variety, impervious to the icy flow of water that would harm lesser plants during this season. Moreover, the water he conjured, though icy, contained a trace of spiritual energy, far more favored by the tea tree than the naturally fallen rain. Its branches swayed gently, each verdant leaf stretching forth to absorb the unexpected downpour of nourishment. After experimenting with his intentions and witnessing the tea tree's spirited responses, a smile crept across Lu Qing's face. Indeed, it recognized the value of heavenly rain versus earthly water. The tea tree possessed only a hint of sentience, and Lu Qing pondered whether this was instinct or true wisdom. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for he intended to pluck a few leaves for brewing tea. This moment of enlightenment bore a resemblance to understanding the Tao, a realization that varies from person to person. Upon emerging, Lu Qing estimated that approximately half a month had passed during his retreat. Half a month is neither long nor short. Previously, Lu Qing had mused that Lingtai County did not seem to be in the throes of winter, devoid of snow or frozen rivers. However, upon his return, he found clear evidence of the heavy snowfall. As he gazed beyond the courtyard walls, scanning the cliffs, his eyes fell upon Lingtai County nestled at the mountain's base. The earth and sky were draped in a thick blanket of snow, yet he discerned several locations where arrays pulsed with energy, shielding themselves from the frigid winter. These were arrays belonging to several foundational families, and Lu Qing was not surprised by their capacity to maintain warmth. That he chose not to delve deeper, but instead turned his attention to the area beyond the city walls. The Lingtai River had already resumed its former vibrancy. It remained unfrozen, unobstructed by mist. Countless vessels, be they grand ships, small boats, or fishing vessels, navigated its waters. Suddenly, ripples began to emerge across the river's surface, heralding the passage of these boats. In the distance, where water met sky, several imposing ships, exuding an air of menace, approached. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, recognizing the flags fluttering in the breeze, emblazoned with the ominous characters of Lingyunmen, while others remained ignorant of the underlying circumstances. Lu Qing, as a participant in these events, understood the significance of the river's flow. Thus, upon emerging from his retreat, he sought to uncover what had transpired over the past half-month. His gaze was drawn here, and the sounds carried by the wind and water reached his ears. The past half-month had not been without turmoil. Ironically, on the very first day of his emergence, he sensed the impending storm. He immediately noted the arrival of the large vessels, and thoughts raced through his mind. Given his awareness of the territory he was stationed in, Lu Qing had already catalogued the various influential factions in Lingzhou. Lingyunmen, a prominent sect of cultivation, claimed dominion over the Xinan prefecture. How curious that this small county would attract such a sect. Lu Qing's keen perception allowed him to merely skim the surface. He did not pursue further investigation, for he sensed extraordinary presences concealed within those ships. Their intentions clear. They were headed for Lingtai County. Did they possess knowledge of the river's secrets? As these thoughts flickered in his mind, his gaze swiftly returned to the present. He felt no concern, for having made his choice, the ominous signs had dissipated, indicating that he would not be entangled in this affair. Yet, he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding that enigmatic entity, which he speculated might be related to the unknown Old Dragon King. Did the people of Lingyunmen possess knowledge of this as well? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he refrained from looking directly, nor did he extend his consciousness outward. However, he noticed that with the enhancement of his spiritual power, his auditory perception had expanded. The whispers that reached him were devoid of ominous signs, assuring him of safety. Lu Qing took a sip of tea, listening intently to the sounds carried by the wind and water. Skillfully filtering out the irrelevant clamor, he began to discern human voices on the deck of the Lingyunmen vessels. Several figures clad in dark robes emerged, one leaning against the railing, their green eyes darting about, images flashing before them. The others remained silent, awaiting news. The green-eyed cultivator suddenly halted, exclaiming in disbelief, "I can't find it," grasping their eyes. They seemed incredulous. Impossible. This is where the monk indicated it would be. How can it be missing? No doubt. Old Seven, your eyes must be malfunctioning, remarked another robed figure that a stout cultivator appeared, moving with surprising agility for one of his size. Swiftly ascending from below deck, upon seeing the others, he collapsed to the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly, his voice quaking as he exclaimed, "My lord, speak." The second in command cast a glance at the stout cultivator, recognizing him as a subordinate who had been developing a minor informant. "Our people have scoured this place countless times and have yet to locate that entity. A fortnight ago, a peculiar incident unfolded here." A monk with a sideburn interrupted the others impatiently, exclaiming, "What we require is to find the object, not to hear tales of the bizarre. It is a treasure, do you understand? Do not burden me with irrelevant matters." The stout monk felt a sense of grievance. "Was it not you who insisted that we uncover all the strange occurrences in this place? Yet, now you lay blame upon me." "Enough." Third brother, the figure seated in a wheelchair, emerged from amongst the group. He was no longer youthful, his visage marked by the passage of time, half his hair a stark white. Seated in his chair, yet none dared to gaze upon his legs, he was the leader of this assembly of monks clad in dark clouds. All present possessed cultivation at the purple mansion level, with their leader's aura even more inscrutable. They were the 7 true disciples of Lingyun's sect, who had long been known to traverse the realm. Accompanied by several grand vessels, their brotherhood a well-known secret, often engaging in chivalrous deeds away from their sect. "Seventh brother, have you found it?" After halting the conversation, he turned his attention to the green-eyed monk. The seventh brother, that moment. The seventh brother was incessantly forming seals with his hands, muttering incantations, his emerald-hued eyes rolling in their sockets, myriad images of Lingtai County materializing before him. The others fixated on him. Or rather, on the visions within his eyes. "Find." Just as the seventh brother uttered a single word, his body suddenly convulsed, contorting grotesquely as he expelled a copious amount of blood from his mouth. His already emaciated form withering further, resembling a mere sheet of paper. His eyes bulged, veins on his forehead protruding hideously, a terrifying sight. "It is no longer." The final sentence remained unspoken, abruptly stiffening. "Seventh brother! Seventh brother!" The expressions of the other monks shifted dramatically as they rushed to his aid. The leader swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to halt the seventh brother's calculations with formless spiritual power. Alas, it was to no avail. In the briefest of moments, a skin-like husk with a pair of green eyes fell to the ground. The stout monk, kneeling and quietly shifting to a corner, caught sight of this scene, his heart gripped by terror. Amitabha, he fervently formed the Buddha seal, sweat beading on his forehead, fearing that this band of rogues might silence him. "Brother, how could you have perished?" As the deed reached its conclusion, someone wept bitterly. Seventh brother. A myriad of emotions crossed the faces of others as they gazed upon the skin-like husk. "Seventh brother, may you journey well." Some bore solemn expressions, lifting the husk. The seventh brother had perished. He had seen that which should not be seen. The leader's voice remained calm, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Seventh brother sacrificed his life for our calculations. Since he is no longer present, we need not squander our efforts here. Eldest brother, that deceitful monk must pay for his blood with blood." The third brother's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Indeed, that deceitful monk is no good. Do not think we are unaware of his intentions to intervene. He may very well have already arrived at the location of the treasure." The fifth brother was filled with menace. Inside Qingzhou courtyard, Lu Qing set down his teacup, and once the oppressive aura faded, a strange glimmer appeared in his eyes. He began to comprehend that the object these individuals sought was inextricably linked to that bloodbone artifact. Chapter 49. Speculation. Initially, Lu Qing pondered how he, having publicly vanquished the bloodbone artifact, would escape the ensuing consequences. However, upon hearing the developments, he was astonished. The seventh brother among the 7 possessed some extraordinary ability, of which Lu Qing had not been aware, yet he heard of the brother's demise. And to those in the know, it seemed like fate. These 7 had come for the bloodbone artifact, and the 7th brother was supposed to be a master of calculations. Yet unexpectedly, he had lost his life here. Moreover, the incomplete sentence he uttered was misinterpreted by the others. After all, who would not believe that the insights derived from a life sacrificed would be credible? But could it be that the truth was not false? Yet there was certainly more to his final words. Lu Qing recalled the choices presented in the divination, one being to remain and the other to seal. Both possibilities could have been discerned here. Even with the seventh brother's demise, the Lingyun sect monks would not depart so decisively. However, logically speaking, I would stand no chance against at least 6 Purple Mansion cultivators, yet no bloodshed was evident. Rather, an intricate web of causation ensued that Liu Qing had not wished to dwell on such thoughts, but the events of the day had deepened his awareness of this fated ability. Concepts of destiny and causation felt ethereal to Lu Qing. Yet he could not help but contemplate the peculiar nature of this skill, initially developed under the guise of benevolence. Though incomplete, its utility was exceedingly high. Liu Qing glanced again, noting that the several ships resembling dark eyes had long departed the river. Lingyun sect, treasures, and a Taoist. Reflecting upon the entangled causation revealed in the divination, he sensed the imminent storm that he surveyed the picturesque Lingtai County, with its serene mountains and waters, indeed a place of fortune. It was here that he had acquired the ancient tree spirit liquid, facilitating a significant breakthrough in his spiritual essence, which had now matched his cultivation level. The array, originally inscribed upon his physical body, now faintly shimmered with golden light upon his spiritual essence. This revelation struck Lu Qing, for his spiritual cultivation was inadvertently accelerating the circulation of his innate energy. Consequently, a transformation occurred regarding his potential. Historical records indicated that the ancient tree spirit liquid benefited the spirit, and evidently, such treasures nourished the foundation as well. Liu Qing could not definitively claim to have stepped into the realm of earth-grade cultivation. Yet he surmised he was not far from it. The other cultivators in Lingtai County remained oblivious to the unfolding events, save for a few who had witnessed the magnificent ships, secretly on guard. Yet astonished to see them swiftly change course and depart in a certain location, the vessels prepared to return, drawing closer to Xenin Prefecture. After their departure, in a deeper underground palace, countless blood-red candles were lit upon a table, meticulously arranged as if for a memorial. Suddenly, one candle extinguished at a curious, twisted figure nearby glanced up, muttering, "Another one has perished." The voice was hoarse and muffled, akin to heavy, rotting wood scraping against one another, grating and vexatious. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow in the shadowy underground hall, illuminating a blank face, devoid of recognizable features. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, continuing his cultivation on Lingtai Mountain, was about to set down his teacup when an inexplicable chill coursed through him. He raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings with his consciousness, yet found no hidden eyes observing him. Was someone watching? Or was another calculating the future? Lu Qing did not dismiss the fleeting chill. The intuition sometimes imparted by a cultivator's body often served to save a life. With his innate ability dormant and no immediate danger, Lu Qing surmised this was linked to the Lingtai River, that he no longer believed that only an ancient turtle hibernated in the river's depths. After experiencing inexplicable occurrences and the arrival of the Lingyun sect's true disciples, he now hoped that the treasures involved were indeed genuine, and not some immortal's abode manifesting in the world. This was not a baseless conclusion for Lu Qing, but rather a necessity to document significant events after becoming a guardian. The earlier bizarre incident was indeed significant, and he never intended to fabricate any details. Merely concealing certain aspects was not deceit, and thus, no one would pursue him for answers. For a guardian of many predecessors to have recorded such a statement, it suggested that perhaps a phantom had truly appeared at that time. As one embroiled in the situation, Lu Qing had seen less than those in higher positions, yet Lingzhou, a remote locale, had never attracted much attention. Surely, matters concerning immortal abodes warranted the dispatch of more formidable cultivators? Several unanswered questions only multiplied. Liu Qing chose not to expend energy on such thoughts. If he could not comprehend the matter at hand, he would simply await the unveiling of truths when his cultivation ascended. Thus, during this period, Lu Qing refrained from worrying about what the Lingtai River might attract or how it might affect his current position, focusing instead on advancing his cultivation to the second realm of Purple Mansion. The myriad principles manifested by the path of water, along with the myriad elements of heaven and earth, aided Lu Qing in his comprehension. He could not claim to possess profound insights into the Tao. Yet if he were to cultivate water-related techniques, the benefits would be exponential. Liu Qing also recognized the value in the minor cloud and rain technique. a genuine art that, when mastered, could even summon wind and rain. He gazed at the token space. The task hall was closed, yet a small exchange pavilion remained available for outer disciples, albeit its offerings paled in comparison to the task hall and scripture repository. Here, only techniques and spells that could be inscribed onto jade slips for spatial imprinting could be exchanged. Liu Qing currently possesses a considerable amount of spiritual stones, with a portion being reserved for him each month. Here, he does not need to rely on cultivating spiritual plants as he does within the Tao Academy to earn these stones. However, it remains true that the exchange rate between contribution points and spiritual stones is profoundly unbalanced. After Liu Qing exchanged for the cloud and rain technique, his spiritual stones were suddenly reduced by half. Nonetheless, this amount remains within his capacity to bear. The ease with which these spiritual stones are acquired has led Liu Qing to ponder why. Despite the advantages of being outside, many aspects still pale in comparison to life within the Tao Academy. Notably, numerous disciples, upon completing a mandatory station task, choose to continue their journeys to their respective posts. To speak of it plainly, the allure of spiritual stones is indeed tantalizing. Chapter 50, Cloud and Rain Technique, News. Previously, Liu Qing had cultivated the minor cloud and rain technique to perfection. Although it could expand its coverage with the increase in his cultivation, it was ultimately merely a gathering of clouds and falling water, not truly the cloud and rain technique. Initially, Liu Qing could not discern the distinction, but upon entering the Purple Mansion, nurturing his spirit, and undergoing a baptism of enlightenment, he looked to the heavens again and perceived not merely clouds and rain, but the intricate threads of the laws of heaven and earth flowing through the cosmos. The laws themselves were present, yet the minor cloud and rain technique had not yet reached the threshold of these laws. Unlike the cloud and rain technique he was now learning, with his palm cradling a mass of thundercloud. The dark thundercloud swirled gently within his grasp. Though its exterior appeared diminutive and exquisite, it contained an essence that transcended mere spiritual energy, imbued with an enigmatic quality. The two great laws of clouds and rain were simplified by this technique, providing a swifter means to approach the laws of heaven and earth. Once Liu Qing commenced his practice, he could not help but marvel at the profound simplicity of the Tao. This seemingly straightforwardly named cloud and rain technique encompassed principles of cultivation that many could scarcely touch, rendering the expenditure of contribution points exceedingly worthwhile. He could only speculate on the true might of the ability to summon wind and rain. The deeper he delved into his practice, the more reverence he felt for it. Yet, compared to others, he was not in such a hurry. Nonetheless, acquiring a measure of self-defense was imperative. With a flick of his thought, the thundercloud in his hand drifted outward, and soon, a layer of thundercloud appeared in the previously clear winter sky. Within it, the sound of thunder rumbled, yet no flashes of lightning were seen. It nearly enveloped the vicinity, causing many to glance upward at the weather, unable to discern any true difference from the natural state. In the depths of winter, would thunder herald an impending storm, or was heavy snowfall imminent? Let us hope it doesn't rain. Cold rain stings the face, someone remarked, though. Supporting a spiritual barrier is one thing. But perhaps I should just buy an umbrella. After all, I am a cultivator. Beneath the thundercloud, some laughed at the sky, while others voiced their confusion that Liu Qing was not inclined to unleash a torrential downpour upon Lingtai County in such frigid winter weather. Although he could indeed summon rain, it would turn to ice upon hitting the ground. He could alter the weather momentarily, yet he could not control every subtle shift of the heavens and earth. Nor could he freeze time indefinitely, as he lacked profound supernatural power. Once his practice had reached a certain level, Liu Qing waved his sleeve, and the thundercloud dissipated swiftly, revealing the sun once more. The sunlight was not warm, and as he stepped upon the snowy ground, he did not exhibit his movement techniques, yet he left no trace, as if the wind had passed without a whisper. In the second realm of the Purple Mansion, cultivation resembled climbing a steep ascent, where each step led to a higher rung. With a wave of his hand, Liu Qing ensured that the teapot and cups upon the jade table remained untouched by the falling snow. Fresh water boiled spontaneously, and 2 tea leaves floated down from the tree, landing gracefully into the open teapot. In an instant, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, dispelling the surrounding chill for several paces. The token of spiritual light flickered, signaling the arrival of a message by He Tongzi. Liu Qing, the Outer Gate Academy competition begins in early April. Are you not planning to sign up? Since their last correspondence. Baitongzi had sensed Lu Qing's leisurely state and occasionally left messages when encountering him in seclusion. What he wished to convey now was the upcoming Outer Gate Academy competition. Lu Qing, my cultivation is shallow, and I am powerless. I shall not join the fray. Baitongzi, wherever he may be, responded with remarkable speed. Baitongzi. Alas, what a pity. The Outer Gate Academy competition is always quite the spectacle. Yet, I suppose it makes sense. You are stationed outside, and returning would indeed be quite the hassle. Lu Qing felt no sense of loss. Every gain comes with its sacrifices. The insider disciple who had previously assured him of the competition's timing in the scorching summer had clearly misjudged. As it was now evidently the season of spring blossoms, making it impossible to associate with the heat of summer, he wondered if there had been some changes above or what considerations had led to this early arrival. But ultimately, it alleviated his concerns. The Purple Mansion realm served as the starting line for registration. To enter the Inner Gate Academy, one could choose to take a master, compete in the contest, or pursue alchemical advancement. Not to mention those with extraordinary talents, whose innate gifts surpassed even the finest celestial roots and divine bodies. Though the options appeared numerous, they ultimately revolved around the twin pillars of strength and talent. In the second realm of the Purple Mansion, Lu Qing's cultivation was still too low. Historically, the competition selected the top 100, and based on previous years, even the lowest-ranked disciple boasted a cultivation level of at least the 8th realm of the Purple Mansion. With many among the top ranks having achieved the Golden Course stage, the reasons for not directly entering the Inner Gate Academy might be twofold, one for reputation and the other for ranking rewards. Additionally, if any disciples had not taken a master, there existed the possibility of being favored by an elder during the competition and being accepted as a direct disciple. Lu Qing. There is nothing to lament. Even if I wished to sign up, poor luck would likely result in an early exit. Baitongzi. I knew you wouldn't participate. Haha. But it's no matter. The competition is merely a lively affair. Your cultivation in Lingai County is far more relaxed than mine. Lu Qing continued to converse with Baitongzi regarding the latest news from the Outer Gate Academy. The Outer Gate Academy was vast, and even Baitongzi could only convey that, at present, there were no significant events within the Dao Academy. Following the last demon-slaying mission, a batch of disciples had been dispatched to that region, and an elder in a purple robe had intervened, seemingly transforming that area into a training secret realm for disciples of the body refinement lineage. Lu Qing had not anticipated such developments. But upon reflection, he realized that in the realm of cultivation, the transformation into a secret realm was not particularly difficult. Of course, after setting aside the token, Lu Qing turned his attention to the jade slip that represented intelligence. Unlike his indifferent demeanor, he could see that many disciples had emerged from their seclusion due to this news. The number of notable disciples appearing was even more substantial than during the demon-slaying mission. Lu Qing needed only to recall the time of that mission, with streaks of white light soaring through the sky, to understand the magnificent spectacle that awaited at the mountain gate. The older disciples had returned, and those who had entered the sect last year, including Lu Qing's cohort, had nearly lost their luster. Only those with superior qualifications remained in the spotlight, capable of matching wits with some of the older disciples before the competition's date was finalized. However, once the date was confirmed, the Outer Gate Academy was flooded with unfamiliar faces. In the face of the competition, an opportunity to gain fame within the Inner Gate Academy awaited, and each disciple was not to be underestimated. Factors such as temperament, practical experience, and external equipment all played significant roles in the competition. What the hell? I thought I could make a name for myself today, but why are all the names above me from the Purple Mansion disciples? So unfortunate. I was once among the top, but now I've fallen off the list. My spiritual stones. Indeed. Why can't they create a separate list for them? It's unfair. Another competition. I am so envious. When will I reach the foundation establishment stage? Quiet down. This happens every time there's a competition. Stay calm. After the competition, you can take to the stage again, and it will be easier then. Some seasoned disciples offered advice based on their past experiences. Chapter 51. Observing the commotion, third realm of the Purple Mansion. Is anyone renting out the Purple Moon Pavilion, a prime viewing spot for the competition? First come, first serve. The competition begins in April. Does anyone need replenishing elixirs? High quality and affordable, effective for both light and severe injuries, beneficial even for Purple Mansion cultivators. Everyone who has used them praises their efficacy. April competition. If If you have no time, you can directly purchase the Flowing Light Mirror, a complete viewing experience, as if you were there in person, with no falsehood. You can watch from the ends of the earth. Some disciples seized the opportunity to engage in commerce as the competition approached. Every competition often led to frictions and injuries, and sometimes severe harm occurred, for cultivators inherently tread a path against the current. The Tao Academy did not express much in the way of commentary on this. Thus, during such competitive events, those who profited the most were invariably those selling elixirs, spiritual tools, talismans, and other resources beyond mere cultivation, all of which saw their prices soar during this time. Liu Qing observed these messages, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though he had entered a bustling marketplace. The atmosphere was vibrant, a stark contrast to the desolate image he held of the Outer Gate Academy, where one seldom encountered another soul. Yet, these matters were secondary as Liu Qing perused the messages within the jade slip. He understood the true nature of the liveliness Bai Tongzi had mentioned. It was likely not merely a trivial excitement, but rather a genuine spectacle. Perhaps those he encountered outside were all Purple Mansion cultivators. Furthermore, he noted some advice from seasoned disciples. His ranking had surely plummeted off the charts, and at this moment, it was undoubtedly not a friendly time for those aspiring to ascend the ranks. Even the desire to compare one's strength within the same realm is rather unfriendly. The very term grand competition indirectly influences the rules of the arena, and if a lingering shadow were to remain in solitude, a novice just entering the foundational stage could secure a position on the leaderboard. However, the specter faced now is unlike any before at this juncture. To ascend the arena and attempt to elevate one's ranking would undoubtedly be the gravest mistake. Competing in the foundational stage of the Purple Mansion, how could one possibly engage? It is simply unfeasible, utterly unfeasible. Thus, participation in the grand competition is out of the question. One can only stand by as a mere observer, witnessing the spectacle as onlookers speculate on the fluctuations of the leaderboard, placing bets on which contender will rise or fall. For convenience's sake, some even update the day's rankings directly within their jade slips. Liu Qing, amidst the scattered tidings, noted reports of several prodigious talents whose fortunes had faltered dramatically, all succumbing to older disciples, their ranks plummeting. Others, previously known to Liu Qing, were similarly defeated one after another, with some completely vanishing from the leaderboard. In just 2 or 3 days, a significant upheaval had swept through the rankings. Individuals were continuously descending, while others soared like fierce dragons across the river. Observing the flurry of messages regarding the grand competition's build-up, Liu Qing could easily imagine the external sect being anything but tranquil. The clashes above the Purple Mansion realm were particularly fierce. The leaderboard had undergone a complete transformation, and even the most promising new disciple, Gu Xiantian, had swiftly dropped beyond the top 100. Such a ranking served as a stark awakening. This crop of exceptional talents would undoubtedly not gain entry into the inner sect this year. Liu Qing set down the jade slip, feeling a strange sense of curiosity. The disciple who had previously boasted of insider knowledge had not emerged to speak again. This led Liu Qing to understand that the earlier revelations had perhaps overestimated the potential of the rising stars. The delay of a few months seemed tied to the previous demon-slaying mission. While it had not caused irreparable damage to the Tao Academy, it had certainly brought about a plethora of subsequent troubles. At the very least, there was a need to quell the tumultuous energies stirred up by the explosive events, which required manpower. Furthermore, the inherent malevolent energies of heaven and earth would undoubtedly spell doom for the demon cultivators involved. Liu Qing surmised that they were likely contemplating a reckless gamble, opting to leave behind a mess should they meet their demise. While Liu Qing was absent from the mountain gate, the news brought by the White Crane Boy clarified that the demon-slaying mission had indeed progressed, signaling the gradual resolution of these karmic entanglements, with time being the only requirement for their dissolution. He hoped that this place would not present him with another ominous omen like last time. Liu Qing regarded the fervor surrounding the competition's build-up with a sense of detached intrigue. His primary concern remained his own endeavors. He was, after all, separated from the mountain gate by vast distances, stationed here, and he did not believe there existed a truly safe haven. Only varying degrees of risk, with the potential for fatality. Coincidentally, although the previous ominous omen from Lingtai River had merely hinted at minor misfortunes, the subsequent implications loomed like a massive iceberg, with only a small portion visible above the surface, the rest submerged in the depths, unimaginable to the naked eye. The reason Liu Qing maintained his composure was that he had proactively severed the source of this karmic thread. He trusted in this skill, since it was a neutral omen, no matter how events unfolded thereafter. Even if he were to slay that sinister entity on the spot, it would remain unconnected to him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly rose, his form like the wind, appearing outside the courtyard, his gaze piercing through the array to observe some activity at Lingtai River. Another arrival? He scrutinized the unfamiliar vessel. It was neither a merchant ship nor a fishing boat. The vessels that frequented Lingtai County were of a few distinct styles, and if Lu Qing were to describe it, the incoming ship was ostentatiously lavish. With spirit stones seemingly worthless, the array fluctuations emanating from this single vessel constituted a rare defensive formation, as Lu Qing observed. The ship appeared to engage in no unusual behavior, merely lingering in the river's heart for a time before departing. Its arrival was sudden, and its departure equally abrupt. Yet, Lu Qing's prior suspicion seemed to be gradually validated. He had a premonition that significant troubles were brewing here, but he hoped they would not erupt too soon now, at least not until after his term had concluded. For this reason, Lu Qing had little interest in the amusing happenings depicted in the jade slips. Instead, he resumed his lengthy seclusion. Lingtai County typically bore no significant events, by Shotsai, as this year's county chief, possessed both strength and cunning, adeptly managing the dealings with incoming merchant vessels. Aside from the previous bizarre incidents, this overseer was exceedingly generous with authority, and the four families operated efficiently, having witnessed Lu Qing's prowess. They harbored no doubts that such methods would also leave them powerless should they be employed against them. Months rolled by, and summer soon arrived. Following the continuous rains of spring, they were now in the season of scorching sun and torrential downpours. Time passed swiftly, and upon finally emerging from his seclusion, Lu Qing found his aura had ascended yet another layer, the third realm of the Purple Mansion. After months of closed-door cultivation, he had indeed surpassed his previous duration of seclusion. Chapter 52, Steady Cultivation. The grim-faced old Taoist Lu Qing did not rush, but instead turned his attention to Lingtai County. During his seclusion, he would sense the array's activation. There were no signs of sound transmission talismans. As he gazed around, aside from the absence of Bai Shui, which had given way to the blazing sun overhead, Lingtai County had not changed since his last retreat. That a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he looked toward Lingtai River. Its waters a deep emerald, unfathomable in depth, the riverbank bustling with activity. Had those individuals not returned, a fleeting thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. His latest retreat had brought him directly into June. That he glanced at the disciple token, where the white crane boy had sent several greetings. After replying, he turned his gaze back to the jade slip. Calculating the days, he deduced that the grand competition should have concluded by now. He perused the messages within. The list of participants entering the inner sect from the outer sect competition is as follows. Beyond the other messages, this list of names constituted vital intelligence. Lu Qing's eyes fell to the very bottom, where the last participant to enter was an outer sect disciple named Li Feng, whose cultivation surpassed the typical threshold, sitting at the 8th realm of the Purple Mansion, yet accompanied by a parenthetical note indicating an entry into the 9th realm. Clearly, this Li Feng had not merely just reached the 8th realm, but had been waiting at that juncture for quite some time. Breaking through to the 9th realm immediately following the competition, there were no surprises. None from last year's intake had managed to qualify. The delay in this year's grand competition was purely due to a lack of manpower. The earlier claims of it being for certain individuals were utterly baseless. The grand competition was indeed thrilling, and even a month after its conclusion, it remains unforgettable. Who knew spells could be unleashed in such ways? I initially thought the inner sect had sent out that batch of geniuses to infiltrate the competition, but it seems I overestimated their intentions. They were able to enter the Purple Mansion due to divine soul treasures and contracted spirit beasts, which enabled them to surpass the records set by the divine child so rapidly. Indeed, but this means their realms are likely somewhat unstable. That I find it puzzling. Even if the competition is postponed until the end of the year, it is unreasonable to think they could reach the 8th or 9th realms in a mere year, right? Enough of that. While they may not reach the Purple Mansion and then the Golden Core in a year, they are still geniuses in their own right. Moreover, losing this time does not seem normal. They only entered last year and are already in the Purple Mansion this year. Such talent is indeed formidable. The next grand competition will surely showcase their prowess. As Lu Qing read on, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He had little interest in rankings, the glory of slaying foes, or the rise of any dark horses. What he saw were merely discussions about those few monstrous talents and a few earthly-grade prodigies, the jade slip brimming with countless messages. Although the grand competition had concluded, discussions about it remained fervent. And the unprecedented attention on this batch of outer sect disciples showed no signs of waning, albeit less than before. Had they just entered the Purple Mansion? Were their realms truly unstable? Lu Qing suddenly recognized a pressing question. Was his own pace of cultivation normal or abnormal? He had originally compared himself to these renowned prodigies. They were indeed exceptional, with high cultivation and rapid progress. Was that not the norm? With such individuals looming above him, his status as a slightly exceptional upper-grade disciple merely indicated a marginally faster ascent. Could he truly compare with those who could cultivate to late-stage foundational just a month after their initial entry? In this light, as long as no one with ulterior motives scrutinized him, he could easily blend into the crowd, appearing unremarkable. After all, during his own period of cultivating his qi, these prodigies were already on the cusp of foundational cultivation, and with his master procuring foundational spirit items. Lu Qing's own progress, just after entering foundational cultivation, was also merely a matter of timing. Without bloodshed, they had directly plunged into the front line of demon slaying, where every encounter was a life-or-death struggle. Their foundational combat prowess was undoubtedly exaggerated. Such speed, Lu Qing had never believed, was exclusive to himself. Yet after perusing the messages, he frowned. He held no interest in being a standout among the flock. Nor did he desire the burdensome titles of first place or extraordinary genius. To him, these designations signified not glory, but rather the potential for grave troubles. However, perhaps he was overthinking it. They might have their own preparations. Cultivation is akin to traversing a treacherous sea, and being a step ahead could simply be a matter of timing. Lu Qing quickly brushed aside these distracting thoughts. Point one step forward cannot be deemed significant. He merely needs to continue evading calamities and diligently perfect his cultivation. After relinquishing this notion, Lu Qing began to reflect on his previous progress in the path of cultivation. In this regard, my realm has not been superficial. The Purple Mansion pertains to the spirit and soul. My spiritual essence, having traversed 2 lifetimes, is perhaps stronger than that of an ordinary person. This could be one factor. Along with the ancient tree's spiritual liquid in the previous moment of enlightenment. Lu Qing meticulously reviewed his situation and deduced the reasons behind his current pace of cultivation, now that he has entered the 3rd realm of the Purple Mansion. Such speed is indeed remarkable. However, Lu Qing pondered deeply. Aside from his lifespan and the need to avoid misfortune, he had not engaged in any overt cultivation practices. Had he, his breakthroughs were not ostentatious. And even when imparting teachings to the White Crane youth, he primarily focused on solitary meditation. He was discreet and not one to seek the limelight. Even upon returning to the mountain gate, it was unlikely to cause a stir. Nevertheless, he remained attentive to the place he was guarding. Fortunately, the Ling Tai had been tranquil during this period, which was a positive development, with no sight of those uniquely grand vessels bearing the insignia of various sects. Lu Qing was uncertain of their intentions, but at least this situation indicated that trouble had yet to arrive. Traveling north from Ling Tai County, a river, emerald and crystal clear, wound around a mountain bend, only to suddenly become murky. The muddy, yellowish waters flowed towards the low-lying areas, where several dark ships were docked beside a fishing village reliant on the river, beneath a withered tree at the village entrance. A few figures clad in ink-colored robes stood on either side of a wooden table set for a game of chess. Sat a middle-aged cultivator with half-white hair and a downcast, impoverished-looking old Taoist. The old Taoist lamented, Wu Yang Twenzuan. The place deduced by the old Taoist was infallible. Aside from Ling Tai River, where else could one find a clear river? This group was preparing to settle scores. Consisting of several members from the Ling Yun sect, along with the so-called Neo-Bizi Taoist. What nonsense, you uttered just 4 words, and my brother perished there. The 3rd member ground his teeth, clenching his fists. Beside him, the 6th member, with a cold glint in his eyes, pulled the 3rd member back, whispering, "Do not cause trouble. Elder brother knows what he is doing." The old Taoist's expression grew even more sorrowful, his brows drooping, a palpable bitterness emanating from him. The 3rd member, seemingly reminded of past grievances, felt his eyes redden once more. The eldest brother subtly raised his hand, an invisible force immediately cutting off the emotional turmoil. After a moment of dazedness, the others' expressions turned vigilant, their gazes towards the old Taoist suddenly filled with wariness. Chapter 53. The eccentric old Taoist, Dragon King River, Neo-Bizi. You dare to harm us, seeking death. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, the old Taoist, is powerless. The middle-aged cultivator quelled the anger of the five behind him. He was the most knowledgeable about the capabilities of this impoverished Taoist among those present. Yet he did not fear him overly much. The chill emanated from his eyes as he spoke in a frosty tone, no longer engaging in banter. Why do you assert that this clear river is Lingtai River? My seventh brother deduced this with his life. What is your reasoning, sorrowful-browed old Taoist? Only then did the old Taoist's expression shift slightly. It is no wonder that several benefactors have come for this. It truly is a grave matter. The impoverished old Taoist's face was fraught with bitterness, resembling less a Taoist and more an old bald monk from the Buddhist sect, as perceived by these individuals. Enough of this nonsense. The third member, unable to contain himself, yearned to eliminate this old neo-busy immediately. Benefactors should be aware that what you seek is something from 10,000 years ago. An item that, upon its emergence, would stir a tempest of blood and gore. To obtain it, one must pay a price. The sorrowful-browed old Taoist pinched a talisman, the bitterness etched across his aged face evident as his gaze shifted from the board to the grimy chessboard. Worn from countless years of use, there is no answer without a price. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan. The middle-aged cultivator regarded him, stating, the price is a few lives. The sorrowful-browed old Taoist, still clutching the talisman, sighed. One life is actually sufficient to uncover the clues. A wave of trepidation swept across everyone's faces. Even the most furious third member felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. Sacrifices, they all arrived at this conclusion, and silence enveloped them. A clear river, once known as Dragon King Water, now merely called Lingtai River. The sorrowful-browed old Taoist seemed to feel this revelation was insufficient and added a haunting remark. Even the cold-hearted middle-aged cultivator, who typically concealed his true nature, showed a flicker of tremor. Dragon King. What they sought was undoubtedly connected to this, tied to the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, that is the case. Why did you not mention this earlier? Tianzuan above, it is fate's decree. The sorrowful-browed old Taoist sighed heavily, worry etched into his features. Yet, these individuals were no benevolent souls and would not be easily swayed by the old Taoist's countenance. Very well, since that is the case, there is no time to lose. We must set out immediately. Benefactors, please remain calm. The time is not yet ripe. The old Taoist murmured once more, a flicker of candlelight glimmering in his aged eyes. The time is not ripe. The middle-aged cultivator fixed his gaze upon him, retorting that it seemed he understood that they could not afford further delays, especially after having already paid a price. This eerie sense of something akin to a sacrifice was collectively suppressed by the group. Benefactors, all I have stated is the truth. The Dragon King's treasures are not easily acquired. The correct timing is essential for us to prevail. This timing, as the divination shows, manifests 3 months hence. During autumn harvest and winter storage, when all beings lie dormant, and power is equally diminished by the celestial web. The old Taoist articulated each word slowly. He had indeed heard many tales and understood numerous secrets. And he himself was an unfathomable figure. Yet, the more he revealed, the more cautious his trading partners would become upon their next encounter. Autumn and winter interlude. As he spoke, the answers swiftly materialized. The middle-aged cultivator's instinct warned him that there were still deeper secrets at play. However, he was not inclined to question the old Taoist, whose long brows drooped, despite his appearance of suffering and frailty. Outside the fishing village, the large ships soon departed, strangely, in a village with merely a dozen households. Fishermen went about their tasks, seemingly oblivious to the massive vessels anchored by the riverside. They also paid no heed to the two groups confronting each other at the village entrance, as though an invisible barrier isolated them from the unfolding events. Once the members of Ling Yun's sect boarded the ship, their expressions turned solemn and grim. The atmosphere, previously charged with indignation, was now permeated by a chilling darkness on the deck. Elder brother, that old Taoist is too peculiar. Too cunning. We cannot trust everything he says. The sixth member spoke up first, standing to the side. The impression the old Taoist left on them was far from favorable. This instinct stemmed from the innate wariness of cultivators. How much information have you gathered regarding Lingtai River? The middle-aged cultivator did not respond directly but shifted the topic. The others felt a sense of clarity, since elder brother mentioned it. He must have formulated a plan. Divination cannot be fully trusted, yet it cannot be ignored either. The fat monk I brought earlier, he is from that side. I will summon him. The third member recalled the presence of a useless figure and decisively summoned the overweight monk from below. The fat cultivator, originally named Wang Fugui, had left the monk's temple after 2 years and returned to secular life, becoming a rogue cultivator. Lacking any background, his connection with Ling Yun's sect had initially seemed fortuitous. But in hindsight, he felt he had been misled. Wang Fugui cursed inwardly, but upon seeing this group of formidable and ruthless individuals backed by the powerful Ling Yun sect, he swallowed his discontent and forced a flattering smile. "Esteemed lords, may I ask why you summoned me?" Ideally, he hoped to be dispatched to the border, thus alleviating his daily anxiety about whether this group would find him displeasing and eliminate him. The third member inquired. What rumors have circulated about Ling Tai River? Wang Fugui's mind raced, wary of overthinking. Aside from a peculiar incident, there has been little else about Ling Tai River. Just as he was about to elaborate, he caught sight of the impatience in the eyes of the others. His heart raced, and he hastily continued, I believe I have heard that Ling Tai River once had a significant history. He could see the subtle shift in expressions among the 3 prominent individuals present. What history? You guessed correctly. Wang Fugui, seizing the opportunity, recounted, Ling Tai River was once known as Dragon King River. It is said that a Dragon King roamed here, summoning winds and rain, with countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals at his command, even crafting an underwater dragon palace. However, something unknown occurred later, leading to the disappearance of the Dragon King's palace and the Dragon King himself. I have also heard a tale suggesting that the Dragon King perished during a tribulation, struck down by heavenly lightning. This is all I know, and I would never dare conceal anything from the esteemed lords. Wang Fugui knelt, presenting an appearance of utmost loyalty. Dragon King River. Such vital information has only just come to our attention. The white-haired cultivator's voice was icy, yet directed not at those present, but at the old Taoist with whom they were negotiating. Even such a seemingly inconsequential pawn could possess this knowledge. One could only imagine how insignificant this information was to those with ulterior motives. Yet they had neglected this angle entirely prior, almost instinctively overlooking it. Focused solely on finding the treasure, they had forgotten that they had only a brief moment in which to perceive the truth. Not realizing how elusive it would be, Wang Fugui continues to express his loyalty, yet the third brother dismisses him, relegating him back to the lower floor. Elder brother, who do you think orchestrated this? In the absence of outsiders, they possess enough confidence that their conversation will not be overheard. Chapter 54. The illusory array, yet another enigmatic occurrence. We have all underestimated him. If this indeed transpires, a treasure would be of little significance. Storms abound, and when that time comes, he must be eliminated. This thought lingers. A chilling aura of malevolence hangs in the air. Although gathering intelligence is relatively easy, the vast majority treat such occurrences as mere curiosities. This presents them with an opportunity. Even the members of the Ling Yun sect, before dispelling that layer of obscurity, could never have anticipated that a bizarre rumor would hold a kernel of truth. It goes without saying that the Xuantiando Academy would not idly allow a beast to roam unchecked within its dominion. No one wishes to offend the transcendent power of the Xuantiandome. Each stationed officer has observed the lack of activity in this area over the course of 10 millennia. For most cultivators, such a duration is indeed protracted, and over time, even they dare not assert that a singular treasure would be beneficial. Particularly within the confines of the Xianan prefecture. Will the stationed officers intervene? The fourth brother retorts, as long as we do not cross that line, they typically ignore us. The eldest brother, having dealt with some station personnel, is somewhat aware of the rules that must not be broken. They are indifferent to killing, but their purpose is to seek treasure. Engaging in murder would be a misstep, and the repercussions are beyond their capacity to bear. Lu Qing, with leisure on his hands, sits cross-legged upon a smooth stone slab outside the courtyard, circulating the energy within his body. Each strand of pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flows seamlessly into him. He is not deliberately cultivating. Rather, upon reaching this level, his spiritual power circulates spontaneously within him. Even if it cannot be compared to the focused cultivation of seclusion, he makes subtle advancements with each breath. His presence here is not merely idleness. After thoroughly studying the array jade slips, he requires practical application to transform theory into nourishment. He raises his hand, manipulating the array disc, his fingers sketching intricate patterns before his eyes. These delicate, continuous lines must not falter, lest the entire structure of spiritual energy collapse in an instant. The clouds hang motionless in the sky, while the mountain winds whisper softly, in this interplay of motion and stillness. Lu Qing swiftly completes the array he has drawn, culminating in a seamless execution. Invisible tendrils of white energy rise with the wind, and a confined array is swiftly established. The illusory array is complete. Lu Qing's mind races as he contemplates the enhancement of his physical body, shielded by the golden light array, while simultaneously fortifying his lethal methods with the gale-killing array. Finally, he turns his attention to the realm of the spirit. He understands that in terms of spiritual depth, he possesses an advantage and recognizes the importance of cultivating the heart at To Kill. The gale-killing array must be drenched in blood to generate sufficient killing intent. However, he also contemplates the more insidious notion of killing without bloodshed, given the inherently peculiar methods of cultivators. With completion achieved, he now seeks to assess the array's effectiveness. This newly crafted illusory array is fortuitously derived from the golden light array he acquired from another. Just as this illusory array is not merely inscribed upon the diagram, but is instead found within a detailed jade slip explaining the array's fundamentals. This jade slip harbors further mysteries. As Lu Qing refines his foundational understanding of arrays, he uncovers this technique. Compared to the array inscribed on the diagram, the essence captured within the jade slip is a one-time revelation, should one fail to grasp it. It signifies a lack of talent or opportunity. Lu Qing possesses a plethora of arrays, yet high-quality arrays remain scarce. The illusory array cannot simply be classified as a bewildering array, nor is it merely an illusionary one. A masterful array subtly nurtures without a sound, harmonizing with the natural order of the universe. The path of arrays Lu Qing currently traverses is somewhat unconventional. He has derived insights independently, previously having pondered the golden light array and the mist array. While others progress from the easier to the more difficult, he began with a gathering spirit array before swiftly advancing to the mist array. Although it is a simplified version, it is by no means to be underestimated. The subsequent golden light array allowed Lu Qing to traverse the path from inferior to superior arrays in a single leap. While he cannot claim to be an expert, such experiences undoubtedly assist him in mastering yet another superior array. Lu Qing aligns with the established principles of arrays, yet he has yet to reach such heights. The spirit plant masters undergo great assessments, and array masters within the Dao Academy are no different. He decides to first test the array's efficacy. With a flicker of thought, he prepares to experiment with this type of array before making improvements. He releases his spirit, allowing subtle ripples to flow like water. Fleeting in their passage. It is worth noting that he has never experienced illusionary arrays or techniques, and now he finds himself crafting an array for personal experience. Upon reopening his eyes, he disengages swiftly. A hint of regret lingering on his face, he is eager to experiment with more formidable concepts, for the essence of this array lies in the interplay of truth and illusion. However, his spirit is distinct from the norm, and his natural caution leads him to swiftly dismiss even fleeting thoughts. Upon realizing that the array lacked external enhancements, he understands that the illusion merely schemes the surface of his mind. Moreover, after undergoing a profound transformation, despite not having mastered the art of discerning hearts, his mind is not so easily disrupted by a mere illusion. Regrettably, this array can only contend with individuals of the same realm, or perhaps those of slightly higher realms who are somewhat careless. Unless they possess a flawed heart, he cannot currently conceal his level from those of greater prowess. Lu Qing feels a tinge of disappointment, yet should others be aware, they would likely be bewildered. To contend with those of the same realm is commendable, yet to aspire to challenge higher realms is audacious. Lu Qing is not arrogant. His motivations are purely self-preservation. He has spent over a month in quiet cultivation on Spirit Terrace Mountain. Upon emerging, he encounters a peculiar incident relayed from Lingtai County below. This occurrence bears no relation to previous enigmas, yet it is indeed strange, differing from the bloody bones that once crossed the river. Shrouded in white mist, this new mystery poses no danger and has a limited scope, emerging within the courtyard of a wealthy merchant, where a bizarre fish has manifested in the long-maintained fish pond. This fish possesses no demonic power, nor is it a beast, yet it can speak human language. Master, master. After leaping from the water's surface, it does not open its mouth, yet the peculiar cries of master resound incessantly. The merchant, having employed wandering cultivators in his household, upon learning of this strange event, promptly summoned assistance. Several wandering cultivators attempted to strike down the fish with a single blow, yet it remained unharmed, merely continuing to call out for its master. Soon thereafter, someone recalled the previous bloody bones, It too had exuded spiritual energy as if it were mere mud in the sea, transforming without notice. Fortunately, a foundational cultivator intervened, swiftly dispatching the bizarre fish. Thus, the matter concluded, and given its enigmatic nature, considering Lu Qing's previous ruthless methods, the locals did not contemplate concealment, directly detailing the incident in a transmission paper. Accompanied by a projection, Liu Qing quickly grasped the situation, understanding more than others that this was undoubtedly related to Lingtai River. He calculated the passage of time. It would soon be 2 months before he could depart from this place. Yet, as he pondered, an unexpected piece of news disrupted Lu Qing's original plans. Chapter 55. A Turning Point. Departure. Just as Lu Qing had begun to count the days, he received a notification that he had reached the Purple Mansion stage. Should he remain in the county for the foundational stage, the duration could extend from 1 to 2 years. With good fortune, it could take a year, but unforeseen circumstances might delay it. The patterns governing this are unclear. As every notification is delivered directly from the elders of the outer sect, bypassing intermediaries and directly conveyed to individual tokens. These disciple tokens serve as identification and communication tools during his time at the Mountain Gate. They are indispensable for exchanging treasures or receiving tasks. Not long after Lu Qing had entertained this thought, he received such a notification. The first flicker of spiritual light from the token indicated that the outer sect had dispatched news. Outer sect disciple Lu Qing. The originally scheduled 1-year term for the station cultivator in Lingzhou has been extended by 2 months. Please be informed. The scope of this notification is clear. Lu Qing cannot ascertain whether others received it or if only Lingzhou's term was extended. Alternatively, could there be greater movements afoot? It is difficult to discern. Lu Qing adjusts his thoughts. This current situation undoubtedly implies an extension of his station duty. However, having cultivated to the 3rd stage of the Purple Mansion, he finds the spiritual energy in this area somewhat lacking. He has surveyed this region. Spirit Terrace Mountain is relatively favorable, as it does possess a spiritual vein. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this location at first glance. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of cultivation potential. As he reflects upon this notification, Lu Qing cannot shake the suspicion that it may indeed be related to Lingtai River. 4 months. A firm hold, Liu Qing has yet to renew his divination concerning Lingtai River, which speaks volumes. The enigmatic occurrences are indeed connected to Lingtai River, yet it is unlikely to mirror the situation of the Bloodied Bones. The Bloodied Bones could conjure a dire scenario, whereas other enigmas lack such capabilities. Lu Qing resumes his cultivation, only to encounter a sudden twist of fate. October, the golden autumn season, Liu Qing meticulously gathers all his belongings from Qingzhou Courtyard. His cultivation was straightforward. His journey here was not primarily for the spiritual stones, but rather for the various jade slips that had been presented to him. These were not instructional texts on cultivation techniques, but rather a collection of rumors circulating within the cultivation realm. Though some records may contain exaggerations or fanciful notions, they nonetheless serve to broaden his perspective, preventing him from being completely in the dark when encountering ancient treasures or unfamiliar methods. The sudden gathering of his belongings, which gave the impression of imminent departure, was prompted by a notification received a few days prior indicating an unexpected turn of events today. Indeed, this sudden reversal of news informed him that his tenure had concluded, and a new envoy would arrive in a matter of days. However, there was no need to contact the incoming individual. He could leave before their arrival. The previously established notification had changed in just a few days, suggesting significant alterations in this place, and it was implausible that the Taoist Academy was unaware of these developments. While Lu Qing would not claim to fully understand the Taoist Academy, he believed that given the capabilities of the elders there, if this place held any connection to the Dragon King from a millennium ago, it was unreasonable for those from Lingyun's sect to be privy to such knowledge while the Academy remained in the dark. He leaned towards the possibility that this was likely entangled with some schemes. He felt no curiosity regarding the identity of the new stationed envoy. He was merely intent on departing immediately, wasting not a moment. With his keen eyesight, he had already observed numerous unfamiliar faces appearing in Lingtai County. He was not oblivious to the affairs beyond the mountains. There were trade caravans throughout the year, and upon hearing that Lu Qing sought information from the outside world, several individuals readily provided him with tidbits of intelligence. Not only was this true for Lingtai County, but the surrounding regions of Lingtai also saw increased activity. as reports from passing merchant ships indicated a notable rise in the number of cultivators flying through the skies. It was said that the early spring water's warmth is first known to the ducks. These roaming merchant vessels were precisely the ones capable of sensing such changes. This foreshadowing felt akin to the brewing of a storm, and Lu Qing could not predict what would ultimately transpire, as his innate talents had yet to manifest. Having cultivated on the mountain for nearly a year, he had encountered few who claimed to have seen the stationed immortal master. Moreover, many cultivators found themselves murmuring in uncertainty. Previous envoys had all left a significant impression, yet this current envoy seemed to have faded from their minds, save for the peculiar incident that had been strikingly memorable. Thus, when the news of the current envoy's departure and the arrival of a new one was revealed, reactions varied. Some expressed surprise, while others remained unfazed. They too had dealings with the Taoist Academy's envoys. Typically, those who completed a full term were exceptional talents from the main sect and would not waste time stationed in remote locations. Furthermore, the current Lu Xianshi was merely overseeing a small county where the majority were foundational cultivators. It was unprecedented for a Purple Mansion cultivator to be stationed in Lingtai County as Lu Qing prepared to leave. He communicated this news to those below, and the word spread swiftly. Immortal Master, this is your share for the year. A storage bracelet was presented to him. Liu Qing scanned it with his divine sense, discovering an abundance of spiritual stones akin to a small mountain, alongside some exotic flowers and various treasures concealed within layers of wooden boxes, obscuring their vibrant appearances. Immortal Master, this is also a token of gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, we could not have led peaceful lives. Accompanying the bracelet was a storage ring. Liu Qing accepted both items and descended from the mountain. As the mist dissipated, those at the foot of the mountain felt a surge of spiritual energy, invigorating their spirits. They silently acknowledged the significance of the event. The Immortal Master was departing. Well then, I shan't say much more. The seasoned individuals clearly understood the importance of the handover, and seeing their comprehension, Lu Qing nodded slightly, ready to depart. Soon, many cultivators in Lingai County witnessed a clear light ascending from the foot of Lingai Mountain, tracing a delicate line across the sky. Those from several families still lingering at the base noted that when Lu Qing arrived, he had coordinated with Chen Shang, but due to this somewhat peculiar notification, he did not encounter any fellow sect members during his departure. However, he had arrived via the river, while now he chose to take a mountain path, steering clear of the waterway as he prepared to leave. 3 divination symbols appeared in his mind. This time, they were notably different. Previously, he had drawn symbols indicating minor misfortunes and major calamities, suggesting unavoidable peril. Yet, the current symbols did not trigger such conditions. Instead, they revealed 3 paths leading back to the mountain gate. Chapter 56, Divination Path Selection, Occasional Minor Gains. Liu Qing was not surprised by this. The journey here had been fraught with danger, which was entirely normal. Crossing 2 vast states, should he encounter nefarious individuals or reveal his identity, he might lose his life. If he were to confront non-human cultivators, such as those demonic beasts, he could very well find his cultivation devoured, becoming mere sustenance, compared to the stationed envoy himself. The lengthy journey ahead was fraught with unimaginable perils. As he prepared to return to the mountain gate, Lu Qing was equally ready. Yet, due to his improved cultivation, he did not trigger any major calamity symbols. Instead, he received 3 tranquil symbols. Tranquil symbol, 1 day. The envoy returns to the mountain gate, departing from Lingtai Mountain southward, traversing the Jufang Mountains, entering the Misty Marsh, encountering 2 demonic beasts engaged in battle. Their residual shockwaves felt. There is alarm, but no danger. Tranquility. Tranquil symbol. 1 day, the envoy returns to the mountain gate, departing from Lingtai Mountain southward, traversing the Jufang Mountains, entering Pingyang, passing through Pingzhou, heading north along the Pingzhou River, returning to the mountains downstream. No waves, occasional minor gains, tranquility. Tranquil symbol. 1 day, the envoy returns to the mountain gate, departing from Lingtai Mountain southward, traversing the Jiufang Mountains, heading west directly to the Jufang Great City, utilizing the teleportation array therein to return to Zhongzhou and the mountain gate. Occasional minor losses, with alarm but no danger, tranquility. Lu Qing contemplated the 3 choices, which seemed to present options. However, upon consideration, he realized that the middle path was the most prudent. The middle tranquil symbol also revealed 4 characters, occasional minor gains, indicating that this route would yield some rewards, albeit minimal. thus meriting a tranquil designation. Yet even a small gain was preferable to none at all. Despite all being tranquil symbols, the absence of turbulence denoted a smooth journey ahead, ensuring safety and ease. After all, having spent time here, he understood the need to meticulously plan his route when venturing out. Though this was only his second lengthy journey, he had memorized the map of the route he had to traverse. The Jiufeng Mountains were unavoidable. One path led directly west, while the other required crossing a vast marsh. Losing a small fortune was inconsequential. However, the Jiufeng Great City, nestled in the mountains, was perilously close to the South Sea. With its Taoist Academy's reputation possibly attracting reckless individuals who might not exercise caution, Liu Qing did not feel particularly anxious or rushed as he set off. This time, he lacked the luxury of a swift sailing vessel and would have to rely on his own evasion techniques. The misty marsh, perpetually shrouded in clouds, was rife with demonic beasts that if he were to pass through that area, the winds might aid him, and the fog could serve as a cover, mitigating potential issues. However, the residual shockwaves from battles were not to be trifled with. Liu Qing made a complete circuit. His thoughts cleared, he compared the three symbols, typically focusing on their conclusions. Of course, the words revealed by the symbols could, to some extent, assist Liu Qing in discerning certain celestial secrets. While he could not act with complete freedom, he could gain insights into the dangers that lay ahead. Liu Qing had mastered the fog concealment technique and, with the wind's assistance, had obscured his purple mansion aura. He had resolved to exchange for an even more advanced concealment technique upon his return, for there were times when one's aura could betray much. His figure had already vanished within the forest, and even the weaker demonic beasts were oblivious, as a few wisps of mist drifted overhead. Even should a spirit creature cross his path, it would merely perceive it as a wisp of forest mist. Raising no alarm, the Jiufeng Mountains, spanning two states, separated the South Sea from the mainland. To reach land, one must first traverse these expansive mountains. After drifting for several days, Liu Qing could not help but marvel at the natural artistry of the world. As he walked along the path, he reflected on his initial haste to reach the station location. Now, in hindsight, it seemed rather rushed. Having attained the purple mansion level, with a clear route ahead, he felt a sense of calmness. Moreover, in this region where cultivators were scarce, he encountered a plethora of demonic beasts and wild creatures, each more varied than the last. He did not venture deep into the mountains, but maintained a position at the periphery. Riding the mist, encountering only a foundational demonic beast as the strongest adversary, it was no wonder that others preferred to travel by flying vessels or treasure ships, or to be accompanied by spiritual birds or dragon heads. The constant expenditure of spiritual energy was hardly comfortable as Liu Qing journeyed. He reflected on the serene and solitary surroundings, allowing several thoughts to surface. Previously, he had observed others traveling with means of transport. Having been conveyed by a vessel along the Lingzhou River, he had immersed himself in his cultivation, not having considered the efforts required for such journeys, and thus had not felt the toil. Reflecting on this, Liu Qing could not help but chuckle at himself, realizing that in this world, nothing comes without effort. His current realization stemmed from a newfound awareness of the path beneath his feet. After all, in the pursuit of cultivation, I have surely traversed a significant distance. Liu Qing surveyed his surroundings, where towering mountains and a multitude of peaks loomed majestically at this moment. Each inch of these mountains seemed to embody profound principles, and even a small stone nestled within them bore the marks of time. Those traces of time were, in essence, manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. It was precisely for this reason that Liu Qing did not rush his journey. Earlier, when his realm was not yet established and his cultivation was still in its infancy, he viewed mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters, hardly finding them remarkable. However, on this journey, he found himself somewhat captivated by the natural beauty of the mountains and waters. A thought arose within him, and upon reflection, his spirit flowed like a clear stream, illuminating his path of understanding. How marvelous it was! Evidently, this place was where the hexagrams spoke of minor gains. Grasping that fleeting thought, he observed his surroundings anew, and in an instant, his understanding deepened. This moment was neither a baptism of the Tao heart nor an elevation of his realm, but it could indeed be considered a small gain. Liu Qing felt quite elated, for after so many hexagrams, this was the first time he had obtained something of value, which was certainly preferable to leaving empty-handed. He continued to drift, concealed within the mist. Until another day had passed, suddenly, Lu Qing halted his steps, catching sight of the bustling human activity rising like smoke in the distance, vibrant and intricate, resembling a vast web. That a smile crept upon his lips as he realized that such a vibrant aura could only belong to Pingyang City. As described in the hexagrams, Lingtai County, being a place near water, did not boast an overwhelming scale of human activity, but what lay ahead was evidently a scene of great liveliness. Beyond Pingyang was the entrance to Pingzhou. Lu Qing had been traversing the area around the Jufeng Mountains and, upon witnessing the city, was aware of his current location. In such a crowded place, one must exercise caution. The hexagrams were rather unremarkable. Even if Lu Qing strolled in boldly, it was unlikely to attract attention, simply because the hexagrams had not yet manifested. However, Lu Qing was not of such a disposition. After a brief moment, having left the Jufeng Mountains behind, he quickened his pace. Soon, he beheld a colossal city standing majestically on the boundless plain. Chapter 57. Pingyang City, Reflection of the Corpse Dragon. A dark plaque emerged above the city gate, the words Pingyang City gleaming like gold in the sunlight. He had arrived at Pingyang City. Lu Qing employed the simplest of transformation techniques to alter his appearance. Though this technique was straightforward, its effectiveness depended on the cultivator's skill. He gazed upon Pingyang City, which clearly accommodated both cultivators and mortals, as the ethereal lights that once traversed the sky now settled peacefully outside the city gates. The ranks of cultivators and mortals were distinctly divided. After observing for a while and discerning how to enter the city, he approached with a calm heart. Among those entering and exiting, the majority were cultivators nurturing their qi, with occasional foundation-building cultivators drawing curious glances. However, Lu Qing noted that the guards at the city gate remained unfazed, their expressions showing no surprise. Moreover, the command against aerial travel indicated that the station cultivators here were undoubtedly formidable. Lu Qing himself had once been a stationed cultivator. Although he did not hold authority, he was far from Navi. Cities typically required a Zifu cultivator to oversee them. This prohibition against aerial travel hinted that Pingyang City would likely not tolerate brawls. Such an environment was to Lu Qing's liking, as it meant he need not fear being extorted. Upon entry, cultivators were required to pay a spirit stone as a fee, since they were all cultivators. The line moved swiftly. Lu Qing paid the entrance fee and proceeded into Pingyang City. His first impression was one of bustling activity. The air was filled with the sounds of commerce, street performances, and the lively banter of skilled negotiators. This vibrancy was not the same kind of bustle found in mountain strongholds. Rather, it was the lively chaos of the mortal realm. Furthermore, due to the presence of cultivators, this city was larger and more expansive than an ordinary mortal town, amplifying the throngs of people manyfold. Lu Qing also caught a whiff of the enticing aromas wafting from the inns, restaurants, and food stalls lining the streets. Pingyang City was indeed quite different as he entered. He did not carelessly release his spiritual awareness. However, with his cultivation, he merely listened and observed, allowing information to flow to him naturally. The most prevalent tales concerned Pingyang City, as it frequently hosted visiting cultivators. The Jufeng Mountains connected Lingzhou and Pingzhou, and while there were treacherous areas, there were also rare opportunities. Some cultivators would be tempted to take risks. Being close to the Jufeng Mountains and guarded by powerful beings, few would dare to cause trouble here. Lu Qing skillfully located an inn catering specifically to cultivators. He ordered a spirit meal and settled in a private room. Listening to the sounds of various conversations from upstairs and down to gather information in such a place, one need only listen to the patrons of inns and taverns, for many were eager to share stories. Having previously roamed the mountains, Lu Qing found himself perfectly at ease amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the city. Esteemed guest, here is your cloud chicken soup spirit meal. Please enjoy, announced the cheerful attendant. Presenting the dish to it was Lu Qing's first experience with a spirit meal, and he was pleasantly surprised to find it available outside. He recalled the early days of his cultivation when he subsisted on spirit pills. And later, after becoming accustomed to it, he had not changed his diet. Consuming rice made from spirit grains he had cultivated himself. It was delightful. The soup was creamy and the rice bountiful, each simple dish infused with a hint of spiritual energy, providing a comforting experience while retaining the delectable flavors one expects from a meal. Lu Qing took a bite. While it did not significantly impact his cultivation, the taste was undeniably exquisite. He had chosen the inn for its renowned aroma. And now, upon tasting the meal, he found his previous spirit rice somewhat lacking in comparison. Liu Qing spent the night in cultivation at the inn, but come noon the following day, he was startled to hear news from Lingzhou. Gentlemen, you may not know that the monstrous dragon possesses boundless power, yet cannot withstand even a finger from a true immortal. The elderly storyteller downstairs, likely of the Qi opening realm but of mediocre talent, had failed to cross the threshold into the realm of the immortal. Though aged, he still retained some vitality as he struck the wooden board and began his tale. Liu Qing, now paying attention to those around him, listened intently. He began to understand. Having arrived in Pingyang City without haste, he had taken his time to admire the mountains and waters, akin to a traveler exploring the natural world in ancient times. With no pressing schedule, several days had slipped by. Cultivators possess myriad methods for transmitting news, often astonishingly swift. He had barely departed Lingzhou and arrived in Pingzhou, yet already heard news from the station forces behind him. A dragon, indeed? I heard it is a creature on the verge of returning to its ancestral form, far beyond a mere flood dragon. That I have also heard that this ancient dragon, though seemingly dead, has somehow survived to this day, aging into a cunning spirit, not to mention its true dragon bloodline. But I thought it was merely a corpse. Brother, you seem well informed. Please share more. Indeed, do tell us more. Liu Qing strolled through the streets, absorbing much information regarding Lingzhou. A true dragon king, he mused, recalling the long-standing legends. There was likely some calculation involved, though the inner workings remained elusive. To his left, he overheard the storyteller's voice emanating from the inn, where someone began selling what was claimed to be the reflection stone of the Dragon King of Lingzhou, priced at 2 spirit stones. Abundant with spirit stones, a wealthy patron purchased the reflection stone, displaying it publicly. How grand! Liu Qing melded into the crowd, offering a compliment to the affluent buyer. Thunderous applause erupted as the reflection stone activated, and the first sound that resonated was akin to thunderclaps. Disguised as an ordinary individual, Liu Qing blended seamlessly into the throng, his ethereal aura carefully concealed, his presence indistinguishable from those around him, all captivated by the unfolding spectacle that it felt akin to watching a film. My heavens, this dragon is shrouded in darkness, its aura thick with resentment, and the karmic burdens it carries are truly terrifying. As the voice echoed, the image trembled. Beneath the boundless expanse of water, the inky dragon's head rose, its whiskers stretching thousands of feet, its massive head towering like a mountain. As it lifted its gaze, the surrounding waters roiled, unleashing monstrous waves that displayed unparalleled power. Liu Qing fixated on the scene, listening to the nearby individuals narrate the unfolding events. In any lively setting, there would always be a few well-informed souls. He observed the dragon, not merely its form but its essence. This was no living dragon. Rather, the dark energy enveloping it clearly indicated it was a corpse dragon. Nevertheless, Liu Qing continued to watch, noting that the location of this river was not the Lingtai River. Although the Lingtai River was wide, it could not compare to the vastness of the ocean. Chapter 58, Subsequent News. This matter continues. Where in Lingzhou could this waterway be? Besides the Dragon King River, could there be another? After Liu Qing finished watching, the reflection stone revealed an incomplete image. Only the traces of the corpse dragon were somewhat clear. However, beyond that, only a blinding light illuminated the heavens, rendering everything else indistinguishable. After that, it became evident that the once ferocious corpse dragon had vanished after the white light had passed. Liu Qing continued to prepare for his journey, mentally sorting through the information he had gathered thus far. His previous understanding had been rather superficial, however, while others were oblivious to the nature of that white light. Liu Qing sensed it must have been the handiwork of a formidable master from the Dao Academy. Furthermore, the newly arrived guards were likely not ordinary cultivators, and it was possible that in 2 months, a fresh batch of guards would be reassigned to various locations. As Liu Qing traveled, he departed from Pingyang City, having previously traversed deep mountain paths. Now, having passed through Pingyang, he entered Pingzhou and aimed to navigate the Pingzhou River, which would allow him to drift back to Zhongzhou. Along the banks of the Pingzhou River, there were several cities within Pingzhou. Upon arriving at one of these cities, he sought a merchant ship that could take passengers and prepared to book a room on one of these vessels. Dear Taoist, here is the route to Zhongzhou. Please take a look and decide where you wish to disembark, said the ship's attendant, Presenting a detailed route map to the guest, Liu Qing gazed at the intricate three-dimensional map, showcasing mountains, waters, and cities, all rendered with remarkable precision. Let's stop at Inan, he replied. Inan Prefecture is the closest location to the Dao Academy's main gate. The attendant immediately appeared to understand. Very well. Please proceed with the payment. Inan itself may not possess anything particularly special, yet its geographical position is undeniably advantageous. Many disciples of the Dao Academy returning from their travels or assignments, or those coming back for other reasons, often choose to rest at Inan Prefecture, especially if their journey is long. Typically, those who frequent this area are primarily engaged with the Xiantian Dao Academy. The attendant handed Liu Qing a pale blue ship ticket, adorned with the merchant ship's insignia, along with an imprint of his essence, serving as a temporary proof of passage. As he embarked, Liu Qing felt somewhat knowledgeable about navigating the waters, though he was aware of the dangers lurking beneath the surface, which often instilled fear in cultivators. He longed for the tranquility of drifting on a small boat over clear waters, yet lamentably found himself without a suitable vessel. 3 days later, the ship was set to officially depart. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood at the entrance to verify tickets. After all, a merchant ship carrying passengers would not dare to traverse the waters without sufficient strength. Once Liu Qing presented his ticket, it was swiftly checked, allowing him to board the ship. The Foundation establishment cultivators possessed considerable power, and although they were ostensibly checking tickets, merely holding the merchant ship's ticket was usually sufficient for passage. With a mere glance of their divine sense, they could ascertain everything with remarkable speed. Liu Qing joined the queue and smoothly completed the ticket verification, concealing his aura to avoid any suspicion. Once aboard, he quickly made his way to his designated cabin. As he watched the magnificent flying vessel soar through the sky, Liu Qing couldn't help but sigh deeply, suddenly realizing that despite his cultivation progress, he lacked a suitable weapon or spirit tool. While others were adorned with treasures, he possessed merely a few thousand spirit stones and a collection of array talismans, along with some spirit rice he had previously sown. While others practiced swordplay or knife techniques, he had only focused on refining his arrays, planning to resume agricultural endeavors once he returned to the mountain. Upon returning, he intended to register for tasks and perhaps exchange for a different Dao peak. Surely, the stipend for disciples of the Purple Mansion had also increased. Lacking tools, although array techniques could be covertly offensive, possessing a weapon ultimately carried its own significance. The ship gently rocked, sending ripples across the surface of the water. With the ship's array enhancing its speed, Liu Qing estimated they would reach Inan City in about 1 to 2 days. As he felt the continuous fluctuations of the divine sense from the Purple Mansion, which had begun to touch upon the laws of the universe, he contemplated his desire to break through further, realizing both his spirit and body needed to attain this level, though he had not actively cultivated during the journey. It served as a trial for his Dao heart and spirit. While pondering this, Liu Qing glanced at the jade slip in his possession. A sudden intuition struck him, guiding his divine sense into it. Revealing a message within, he experienced an inexplicable sensation akin to searching for someone amidst a multitude, and then unexpectedly discovering them in a dimly lit corner. The message within the jade slip pertained to the corpse dragon. Outside, cultivators were abuzz with speculation, each claiming to have witnessed it firsthand or possessing insider information. Since leaving Ping'an City, Liu Qing had encountered numerous accounts regarding the dragon. The corpse dragon had been vanquished, reportedly at the hands of the Xiantian Dao Academy, alleviating any concerns about reckless speculation. Not to mention, the presence of storytellers often added a layer of artistry to the tales. Liu Qing had already heard no fewer than dozens of versions of the dragon's demise. It seems a corpse dragon had been causing trouble in Lingzhou. I was puzzled why they would abruptly return from their posts. The corpse dragon is no threat. With an elder intervening, it was as easy as pulling a radish from the ground. Once subdued, those involved were also apprehended. Some sought to cultivate a corpse dragon and pursue a path of transformation, but alas, they were swiftly dealt with by Elder Yu. Yet, the area where the corpse dragon resided is rumored to possess some supernatural qualities. A senior from the inner sect heard of this and specifically ventured to Lingzhou. What kind of supernatural qualities? Could it be a prime location for corpse cultivation? Uncertain, but it certainly relates to the corpse dragon. Entwined with and the 6 desires, Lingzhou, that place is quite distant. For those wishing to fish for tine fish at Wanlong Lake, this is the best time, as the corpse dragon's spirit has been cast into the lake. and the Taiyan fish are particularly fond of such dragon souls. The information was sparse, lost among countless stars, yet those with divine sense could directly perceive the messages they sought. The few messages that had emerged evidently came from disciples not to be underestimated. However, Wanlong Lake, the Dao Mountain, was vast. Lu Qing typically only traversed a single path or two when cultivating, and he had never ventured elsewhere. Just hearing the name indicated its extraordinary nature. There were hidden figures behind the corpse dragon. Yet it was fortunate they had been captured. Reflecting on his past experience at Lingtai Mountain, Lu Qing recalled a fleeting sense of foreboding, as if someone had been calculating something. In retrospect, it was indeed connected to the individuals behind the corpse dragon. Moreover, Elder Yu, whom Lu Qing envisioned as a white-haired elder, was the alchemy master who had taught his first lesson. Looking back, he realized he had underestimated the strength of the Dao Mountain. Such hidden foes had been eradicated. Lu Qing gazed out the window at the bright sunlight and calm winds, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Previously, he had pondered what lay behind that calculation, but now it seemed unnecessary. Let whatever Dragon King or causal entanglement dissolve into ashes. Chapter 59. Returning to the mountain. Turning to dust. All matters concluded, Lu Qing surveyed the messages. Having gleaned a fair understanding of the situation, it was likely that the figure behind the scenes had not anticipated that he would venture to Lingzhou, leaving behind a backup plan in Lingtai County, only to be eradicated so easily. With the corpse dragon's demise, the mastermind could still remain hidden, given the remoteness of the location, creating an illusion of being far removed from the reach of authority. They could still rise again. The death of a corpse dragon was merely that. Lu Qing's deductions were not baseless. He understood the path of human transformation into demons was involved. The original cultivator who established this path had sensed the frailty of humanity, realizing that demons were born with extraordinary abilities and long lifespans. Subsequently, a lineage emerged that harnessed the essence of demons as their form while drawing upon the infinite potential of human transformation for their soul, a path of cultivation blending human souls with demonic bodies. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing comprehended the intentions behind the scenes. The myriad paths of the Tao are infinite, devoid of any intrinsic hierarchy of good or bad. Yet, it was unfortunate that they had nurtured a corpse dragon. Filled with resentment, if it truly was the remnant of the ancient Dragon King who perished in the Thunder Tribulation, the karmic burdens would be heavy. Should such darkness spread, it would be difficult to escape, potentially turning vast areas into fields of white bones. The true victims would be the beings under the Tao Academy's jurisdiction. Sparing the mastermind would be unthinkable. After all, during the previous demon-slaying assignment, they had underestimated the risks posed by some madmen. Upon returning, he would seize any opportunity to investigate Wanlong Lake. Lu Qing had first encountered a dragon in this world, the corpse dragon captured by the reflection stone. Now, upon hearing of Wanlong Lake, his curiosity was piqued. After 2 days, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the clouds, and the sky was clear for miles. Lu Qing rode the clouds back, revealing himself outside the mountain gate. He had returned, and first, he needed to conclude his guard duties. The disciples' token resonated, sending forth waves of energy. Lu Qing transformed into a streak of rainbow light, heading toward the Tao Academy's cultivation city. Having not returned in nearly a year, the surroundings of the mountain gate had not changed significantly, though a few new faces had appeared. Upon returning to the cultivation city, Lu Qing swiped his token to enter and made a beeline for the guard registration hall. Inside the hall, only a handful of disciples were engaged in registering, not overly busy, yet not entirely devoid of activity at that moment. One disciple was yawning, and it was no wonder, as a few others nearby were doing the same. Many disciples had returned from their guard duties recently, as their year-long term had come to an end. Typically, this time of year, the guard registration hall would be bustling with activity, especially during the year-end when events like the grand competition were held. According to past years, it was the busiest season, with disciples barely able to keep their eyes open from exhaustion, even with cultivation to sustain them. Thankfully, last year's grand competition had been postponed to this spring. So this year, the influx of returning guards had staggered the timing, preventing it from becoming overwhelmingly busy. Yet, to say it was entirely leisurely would not be accurate. Yesterday and today have seen considerable improvement. With only a handful of disciples yet to return, this senior brother is stationed here to oversee the registration of disciples. When there were no people present, the grand hall felt desolate, but now several disciples are tasked with this responsibility. Upon noticing a figure clad in azure approaching, exuding an inscrutable aura, the disciple behind the exquisitely carved white jade desk promptly greeted the newcomer and explained the procedures with warmth. The process was not overly complicated. Lu Qing completed the registration, submitting the guarding handbook and resources. The disciple, wielding a seal akin to a magical artifact, scanned the documents, confirming everything was in order. Following this, the disciple produced a shimmering jade plate, which glimmered with a faint arc of light. With a smile, the disciple handed the plate to Lu Qing, saying, "Brother Lu, your remuneration for this guarding task has been fully credited to this. Should there be any discrepancies, do not hesitate to inform me." Observing this exchange, a few bystanders wore expressions of intrigue. The one who approached was a youth in azure, his aura ethereal, yet during their time overseeing the grand hall, they had not witnessed this particular disciple displaying such amiability. Lu Qing nodded slightly. His vast consciousness ensured that the recorded numbers were accurate. Once Lu Qing departed, the disciple's smile returned, prompting a curious inquiry from a peer. "What has come over you? Could it be that he is a disciple of a significant figure? I am unsure, but I do know he is a brother of the Purple Mansion realm." "Ah, that explains it. I wondered why your demeanor had shifted. If only a Purple Mansion brother would come to register here. It's a pity we could not discern it." One disciple felt a pang of regret, realizing that his contributions had diminished by several points. Their duties involved registering disciples of varying cultivation levels, each yielding different commissions, which explained the constant influx of workers whenever recruitment occurred. Upon hearing Purple Mansion, a nearby individual could not help but reveal a hint of envy. The chasm between foundational cultivation and the Purple Mansion realm was vast. The leap from foundational establishment to Purple Mansion was indeed a monumental journey. Establishing the Purple Mansion entails nurturing the soul, followed by the trials of the Golden Core stage. Each step, even for those within, bore its own hardships that were difficult to articulate. After submitting the necessary items, Lu Qing felt a newfound lightness. He did not linger over the resources that had come from a cultivation county. After a brief inspection, he avoided dwelling on them lest he remind himself of his empty sleeves. With these resources in his possession, he worried about potential mishaps on the road, fearing the consequences. It was unclear why. Due to the lack of simultaneous arrivals, no dedicated inspection team had come to verify the items. Instead, they had fallen into the hands of the disciples, which served as a test of their integrity and avarice. Nevertheless, Lu Qing believed that since the upper echelons dared to implement such a system, they must have accompanying safeguards. After completing his tasks, Lu Qing proceeded to another registration location. Just as he approached the entrance, a voice called out from behind, "Lu, Brother Lu?" Turning towards the sound, he recognized the disciple from the Qian family, the provider of the golden light array diagram. "Brother Qian," Lu Qing responded. "Are you here on business? If there's anything you need, feel free to let me know." Unbeknownst to him, Brother Qian had spotted a youthful figure from a distance, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the remarkable Lu Qing, who had left a profound impression on him. But a sense of eagerness welled up within him, for he could no longer discern Lu Qing's cultivation level. But it was evident that Lu Qing far surpassed him. "Brother Qian, I have come seeking a new place for cultivation. You happen to know of any suitable cave abodes?" Brother Qian's eyes lit up in understanding. "Ah, you've come to the right person. Come, follow me. I know several excellent locations that are currently unoccupied." Lu Qing had not anticipated encountering Brother Qian at this moment, yet they shared a connection. Upon entering the hall, Brother Qian retrieved a few jade slips from a certain place. Lu Qing recognized them as similar to maps, yet possessing projection capabilities, allowing one to visualize the interior without being present. Lu Qing expressed his requirements for a location suitable for Purple Mansion cultivation. Upon hearing the latter half of his request, Brother Qian momentarily appeared stunned, then quickly regained his composure. "Brother, you are truly impressive. You've reached the Purple Mansion realm so swiftly." His sincerity was palpable. Certain cave abodes and blessed lands had strict requirements regarding disciples' cultivation levels. Brother Qian was well aware of Lu Qing's talent. Yet standing in front of him, he could not help but compare his own stagnation at the fourth layer of foundational cultivation. Casting aside such comparisons, he acknowledged that they belonged to different worlds. Even those of high caliber were still considered prodigies, as evidenced by the numerous Purple Mansion geniuses currently thriving. "Ha! Since you are a Purple Mansion cultivator, this will be a breeze. I have 3 sets of locations for you to consider. See which one suits you best. Brother, these are all excellent places. This one is Tianyun Island. The previous occupant was a brother of the Purple Mansion who achieved the Golden Core and entered the inner sect. This blessed land has since become available, with cultivation energies that are balanced and harmonious. Beneath lies a spiritual vein, and above, a celestial dragon of clouds. Just take a look. As Brother Qian spoke passionately about his area of expertise. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the blessed land depicted. The sky was adorned with billowing white clouds, and a form resembling a true dragon danced gracefully in the wind, ethereal and distant. Beneath the cloud dragon lay an island amidst the ocean, known as Tianyun Island. Then there's this one, which is quite similar to the previous. It too was left behind by a Purple Mansion predecessor, but the latter encountered a mishap in their cultivation, leaving it vacant. The second location was a vast lake, larger than typical shallow seas, with a Waterheart mansion at its center, featuring an impressive 3-sectioned residence with a grand and robust style. Lastly, the third option was a mountain island without a name, housing a spiritual vein and ample fertile fields. The location most suitable for you, brother, is undoubtedly among these. Lu Qing's gaze settled on the final option. It bore resemblance to Tianyun Island, yet apart from rivers and ponds. The most expansive area was a vast stretch of fertile fields. This island was traversed by a single mountain range running north to south, with sprawling fields that resembled an endless wilderness, presenting an idyllic and comfortable landscape. Furthermore, its positioning was astutely placed between the outer and inner layers, ensuring discretion while aligning with his current needs. Brother, I choose the last one. The last one. Ah, splendid. Since you've expressed your preference, I shall arrange the transfer immediately. There's no time to waste. Brother Qian acted swiftly, demonstrating an intimate knowledge of the 3 locations, ensuring he would not present any with hidden complications. After all, the outer sect was vast, with countless peaks and an abundance of unoccupied cave abodes of exceptional quality. Yet, the reason no one could effortlessly establish themselves there often lay in the undercurrents of deceit and malice. Many excellent properties bore hidden prices, awaiting their fated individuals to claim them, and he certainly would not present those to Lu Qing to ensnare him. Such actions could lead to enmity rather than goodwill. The procedures were completed successfully. Lu Qing observed the newly inscribed mark on his token, resembling a small mountain upon the water's surface. This truly was a place for cultivation. Previously, the nameless peaks surrounding the outer sect were plentiful, yet distant from the center, serving as temporary accommodations for new disciples and the menial workers, frequently changing hands and thus bearing little significance. This time was different. The Purple Mansion realm demanded long-term cultivation, making the selection of a quality location paramount. After exchanging contact information with Brother Qian, Lu Qing stepped out, where Baihe Tongzi awaited him just outside the cultivation city. Upon exiting, he spotted a majestic white crane standing proudly on the suspended platform. Waiting, we're not accepting passengers today. You all must find your way back. Some disciples, recognizing the sect's white crane, attempted to offer a spirit stone to ride, only to be met with a firm refusal from Baihe Tongzi. By the time Lu Qing approached, Baihe Tongzi had already declined several offers, its gaze fixed on the disciples' spirit stones, its long beak expressing a resolute refusal. How strange. Didn't they say white cranes adore spirit stones? Why, then, do they refuse to let me ride even after offering to? Who knows? Lu Qing mused. You finally returned. Is there any tea to drink? Spotting Lu Qing, Baihe Tongzi waddled over energetically upon hearing its words. Lu Qing immediately understood that the white crane was yearning for tea. Not today. I've relocated, and once I'm settled, I'll treat you to some. It was a mystery why Baihe Tongzi craved that particular tea. While Lu Qing enjoyed tea, he did not possess an insatiable desire for it. Where are you moving to? I can accompany you and offer a ride, free of charge. Baihe Tongzi displayed a grand demeanor, as if spirit stones were of little consequence to it. However, Lu Qing had noticed the reluctance in its eyes when it spied the stone's earlier point. One might say that opposites attract. Tea seemed to quell Baihe Tongzi's longing for spirit stones, adding another layer to its preferences. With a flutter of its feathers, Baihe Tongzi released a clarion call and soared over the mountains, witnessing the incredulity reflected in the eyes of several disciples from the outer sect as they exchanged glances. One could sense their astonishment. Had it not been declared that today would see no passengers? How could I have known? It appeared that this white crane had come to collect someone, though regrettably, It was not US that Liu Qing gazed down at the scene below, where verdant mountains and gentle rippling waters lay in abundance. The White Crane youth, having mingled within the outer sect for many years, was not without its merits. Its innate sense of direction buzzed incessantly. Even following the map, first-time disciples often felt a disorienting illusion of getting lost in these parts. Liu Qing, perched atop the crane, beheld the splendid vistas of the mountain gate. The crane deftly navigated around restricted airspace, skillfully avoiding certain areas. Along the way, aside from the breathtaking scenery, they encountered various luminous beasts, such as the golden light and the ethereal phoenix. Soaring through the high heavens, disciples like Liu Qing, riding upon the white crane, were indeed commonplace and not particularly remarkable. Upon arrival, they descended through a multitude of towering mountains, traversed intricate lakes, and passed several sects and cities. Finally, Liu Qing beheld the azure ocean meeting the firmament. They glided down from the heights, skimming over the sea's surface for a fragrant moment, until they reached Liu Qing's new abode. He did not hastily enter the island, but instead, with a deft gesture, he activated the formation surrounding the seemingly ordinary island, which was, in fact, cloaked in various arrays. Liu Qing dispelled the formation and entered alongside the White Crane youth. Chapter 61. Within the Spirit Island. Having meticulously packed his belongings prior to departing from the nameless Dao Peak, Liu Qing was perfectly prepared for his first day back at the mountain gate in this new dwelling. This locale was markedly different from the previous two he had inhabited. Firstly, there was the matter of its location. Previously, he had practiced amidst wooded mountains, yet this spirit island lay upon the sea, offering a view of the ocean. This was true ocean, not merely those tranquil lakes and marshes. Had he not been compelled to relocate, Liu Qing would have been unaware of the existence of the sea here. His cultivation methods and insights seemed to resonate harmoniously with the principles of water. Upon entering the island, Liu Qing casually sealed the formation behind him. To the west of the island, a majestic mountain range loomed, with streams cascading down from its heights, flowing over the ground and eventually converging into starry ponds. The first sight to greet his eyes was this very mountain range. "Youth, over there," Liu Qing instructed as he prepared to land atop a flat-topped cliff. The White Crane youth descending gracefully in response. This location was impeccable, with a river flowing beneath and neatly arranged spirit fields stretching into the distance, creating a vast expanse of black fields as smooth as a plain. There were abundant spirit fields, and numerous lakes nearby were suitable for fish cultivation. After the White Crane youth remarked on the spirit fields, it turned its gaze elsewhere, drawn instead to the alluring waters. "By the way, Liu Qing, where do you intend to establish your cave dwelling?" Liu Qing, accustomed to the heights of cliffs for his practice, ultimately decided to settle once more on the flat-topped cliff after circling the spirit island with the White Crane youth. "Are you not considering bringing anyone to assist you? I know many who leave numerous attendants in their caves." This was the first time the White Crane youth had partaken in the human endeavor of construction. Observing Liu Qing's choice of location, devoid of any attendants, it inquired with confusion. Liu Qing shook his head. "I would indeed prefer to have some help, but I still need to earn spirit stones. Where would I find the means to pay them?" He did not shy away from this admission, acknowledging that compared to others, he lacked the aura of a celestial being accompanied by attendants. However, such superficial status held no significance for Liu Qing. His social circle was so small that it hardly warranted concern over appearances. He began to meticulously examine the surroundings, while the White Crane youth landed upon a nearby pond. Brushing off a speck of dust from its feathers, "Shall I catch a few fish to introduce into this water?" it offered eagerly. The pond appeared rather tranquil, prompting the White Crane youth to take flight beyond the spirit island in search of some spirit fish seeds to introduce into the waters. Liu Qing followed suit, as the area already contained an illusionary array. After establishing a mist formation, Liu Qing then rooted a spirit-gathering array at the center of the island. With the array set, wisps of ethereal mist began to swirl above the island, wafting like smoke. The spiritual energy emanating from the island's ley lines was entirely concentrated within this locale. Ancient trees stood lush and vibrant, and spirit bamboos flourished. Liu Qing took advantage of the island's natural resources, constructing a pavilion from the materials readily available on the previously settled flat-topped cliff. He created something from nothing. As for other furnishings, he need not exert himself further. A few spells sufficed to craft the necessary furniture. The pavilion, comparable in height to the previous Dao Peak structures, stood 3 stories tall, Yet within it lay an expansive spirit-gathering array, where spiritual energy surged. Compared to the more opulent arrangements of other courtyards, Lu Qing's current pavilion appeared merely as a single-layered shell, albeit an exquisite one that upon entering, one would discover that the interior was uniquely designed, featuring several specialized areas for cultivation, alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. Upon completion, Lu Qing's figure flickered and appeared above the spirit fields, descending gently. This space was akin to a vast cultivation chamber, allowing him to practice anywhere he pleased. He cared not to be confined within the structure, for what he desired next was to commune with the heavens and observe the world around him, a path toward his forthcoming breakthroughs. The principles were omnipresent, and the great Tao was likewise everywhere. As Lu Qing traversed the expansive fields of spirit crops, he inhaled the invigorating vitality that permeated the it seemed evident that this place had been abandoned for some time. His gaze swept across the entire island, taking in its natural beauty, yet the absence of human presence was palpable. Even remnants of the previous inhabitant were nowhere to be found. Had the former occupant merely carved out a cave dwelling? Lu Qing averted his gaze toward the mountain cliff where his pavilion stood, having grown accustomed to the notion that he need not excavate a cave within the mountainside. Yet who said a house could not be considered a cave dwelling? Casting aside such trivial thoughts, Lu Qing felt a stir in his spirit as he sensed the return of the white crane's call from outside the island. With a flick of his mind, he activated the layers of formations to facilitate its entrance. The white crane youth circled a few times in the sky, but did not approach Lu Qing immediately. Instead, it nodded in his direction before diving into a nearby river. With a splash, splash, the sounds of water echoed continuously. Hundreds, if not thousands, of spirit fish of various colors cascaded from the sky like dumplings, plunging into the lakes and rivers below. The once placid surface of the water erupted into waves, infusing new vitality into the island. The spirit fish in these waters have consumed nourishment, and a few possess the potential to cultivate spiritual energy, which I specifically captured and brought along, the white crane youth exclaimed joyfully. As it possessed an innate ability to fish due to its heritage, with keen eyesight, it had managed to catch several particularly effective spirit fish. Impressive, isn't it? No one can compare to this youth's skill. Compared to the fishing prowess of the white crane, Lu Qing felt no desire to humiliate himself. He expressed his gratitude for the white crane youth's kindness, and, in return, planted a tea tree on the cliff. Then employed a minor spell to draw water from the river, nourishing the tea tree that had only just emerged from his storage pouch. Youth, today we shall have ample tea. That sounds splendid. Outside the pavilion, Lu Qing waved his hand, channeling a light blue spell's glow upon a nearby ancient tree. Vines swiftly cascaded down from the old tree, while several branches broke away, forming the bones and skin of tables and chairs. In no time, fresh wooden tables and wrought-tin chairs materialized upon the flat surface, awaiting the seating of host and guests. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a teapot and cups, and with a thought, he connected to the mist array, which was already in operation. Wisps of mist descended from the heavens, condensing into a small, palm-sized cloud above the tea. Soon, droplets of rain began to fall from the mist, and Lu Qing conjured a small fireball, the flames produced being ordinary, yet perfect for brewing tea. Chapter 62. Inquiring the Heart. Gurgling sounds emerged as Lu Qing withdrew his spell, allowing the mist to rise. Several tea leaves fell into the teapot, and as the boiling water infused with the tea, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the mountainside. The pale green tea leaves danced in the boiling water within the pristine white cup. The white crane youth sitting opposite him took a deep breath, savoring the familiar fragrance. This is the flavor, it remarked, its feathers seeming to relax completely. Delicious. However, it is a bit too hot. Let me cool it down. As the white crane youth spoke, it deftly employed its spiritual energy, demonstrating its foundation-building prowess despite its daily task of ferrying passengers. As for the exact level of its foundation, only the white crane youth itself knew. Utilizing its wings with ease, it summoned a block of ice from the snow-capped mountain nearby. The crystalline ice cubes were swiftly sculpted into a shape by the white crane boy's spiritual power, resembling a cozy sleeve for a teacup. Enveloping the ice around the outside of the cup, the temperature plummeted several degrees in an instant. Lu Qing watched the white crane boy's fluid and graceful maneuvers. And he couldn't help but admire the child's playful mastery of chilling with ice. He cast a glance at his tea, but refrained from hastily sipping it. Instead, he chose to wait for it to cool while engaging in conversation with the White Crane boy. Lu Qing, you may not realize it, but now that I think about it, your decision to stay away back then was indeed the right one, the White Crane boy said with a sense of relief after taking a sip of his homemade iced tea. And why is that? Lu Qing offered ample space for the White Crane boy to express his thoughts. If you had returned, I feared you might have been caught in a scuffle. Lu Qing chuckled at once. Child, how peculiar your words sound. The earnestness with which the White Crane boy spoke left Lu Qing both amused and bemused. What was a sparring match in the arena, when described by the boy, was reduced to a simple brawl, yet the phrasing was not without merit. Indeed, I had been overly excited before and forgot to mention that one must at least attain the 8th realm of the Purple Mansion to have a chance of entering the inner courtyard. You have only been in the door for less than 2 years. You are unaware of the lengths to which those individuals go to enter the inner courtyard. Isn't there the path of forming the golden core? The White Crane boy shook his feathers, dispelling wisps of mist emanating from the teacup. Golden core? Oh, it is not so easily achieved, and I have also heard from the ancestor that both paths present similar difficulties. However, you must understand that among those who attend the grand competition, aside from the 3 elder directors from the outer courtyard, there will also be elders from the inner courtyard present. In such cases, not only can one enter the inner door, but upon entering, one may also take on a master and become a direct disciple. The status of a direct disciple is vastly different from that of a mere registered disciple. While the White Crane boy may not have lived long, he certainly possessed a wise ancestor. He was knowledgeable on many matters. Listening to him, Lu Qing realized his thoughts were rather aligned. One path was to gain fame and reputation, which would make it easier to catch the attention of influential figures. The other was a standard promotion. As long as one reached the Golden Core stage, one could directly ascend to the inner courtyard. This standard had been established by the Xiantian Dao Academy long ago. Even the 3 elder directors had no authority to interfere. Let's not dwell on these topics. I wanted to tell you about the happenings in Lingzhou while you were away. The White Crane boy declared, clearly eager to gossip. Lingzhou, the place with the corpse dragon? Yes, indeed. You are aware of it? I happened to hear about it on my way back. Speaking of which, since you already know, I have little more to say. Were it not for the distance, I would have made a trip to Wanlong Lake. The tying fish there is truly exceptional. The White Crane boy shook his head, lamenting that Lu Qing cast him a glance, a thought flickering through his mind. Could it be that the anonymous disciple he had seen earlier, who shared news about Wanlong Lake, was in fact the White Crane boy? He had no intention of exposing the boy's identity. Whether it was true or not seemed inconsequential. Having returned today to a new location, after finishing their tea, the White Crane boy resumed his plans for earning spirit stones. As the daylight gradually dimmed, dusk settled in. Lu Qing gazed at the sky, where a crescent moon appeared amidst the night. He looked up at the cold moon in the sky. Within him, the essence of the Purple Mansion stirred slightly. As if sensing something, Lu Qing raised his head, his heart soaring with joy, knowing he had encountered a fleeting insight. He purged unnecessary thoughts and distractions, his mind becoming clear and serene. The crescent moon above gradually transformed into a full orb. Bit by bit, it completed itself, ultimately revealing a magnificent, jade-white full moon overseeing the world below. In that instant, Lu Qing felt a profound emptiness within his heart. Before him, it seemed as though only the luminous full moon remained in his consciousness. The moon, vast and eternal, unchanged through the ages, shared the same lifespan as time itself. Heaven and earth, sun and moon. Is my heart akin to the sun and moon? No, it is not. He stood quietly in place. Within his Purple Mansion essence, the aura of his spirit quickly undergoing various transformations. At times, Lu Qing bore the scent of the mortal realm, indulging in the tumult of worldly affairs. At other moments, Lu Qing stood proud and elevated above the masses, becoming a paragon among them. And then in the blink of an eye, signs of descent into the demonic path manifested, as if surrendering to the carnal desires. It was as if a cultivator, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, encountered myriad endings manifesting within himself. This represented Lu Qing's moment of introspection, a critical inquiry regarding his future path and the beginning of his cultivation journey. I do not possess the lofty aspirations of others. My cultivation aims to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings, nor do I harbor the deep-seated obsessions of others, who yearn solely for longevity. What I desire is simply the act of cultivation itself. Liu Qing was acutely aware of his own understanding. Even amidst this soul-searching inquiry, he did not forget the golden opportunity he possessed. While others may have their fortunes, how is his situation any less fortuitous? In a moment of clarity, the various phenomena manifesting within his spirit could not hinder him. Before Liu Qing, what appeared was not merely a moon, but a path without end, leading seemingly into a dark abyss. Yet, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged in his eyes, the mist ahead becoming easily dispelled. Thump! In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. His internal spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean. The sound resonating within his body, reaching his spirit. The four realms of the Purple Mansion were achieved. Liu Qing slowly withdrew his gaze. The breakthrough he experienced was subtle. Only a few rare flowers and herbs nearby sensed a ripple in the air. Shrinking in response to his aura, that he retracted his presence, gaining insight into certain thoughts. That I finally comprehend that beyond the Purple Mansion lies the ability to touch the laws and manifest divine abilities. But that is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is the Tao. Chapter 63. Witnessing Heaven and Earth, Cultivating Spirit Fruits. Liu Qing was not speaking without basis. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, access to certain jade slips and texts had been granted to him. Witnessing Heaven and Earth is the essence of the three words mentioned by predecessors regarding subsequent cultivation realms. However, every individual's path is unique. No one knows how another should walk, nor what insights they may glean. The great Tao is walked alone. Embodying this principle, Liu Qing had traversed mountains and rivers, passed through bustling cities where throngs of people filled the streets. Yet none of this could lead to his breakthrough. It was only when he chose this piece of land and fortuitously beheld the scene of the bright moon in the sky that he suddenly grasped the thoughts necessary for his advancement. After the breakthrough, his thoughts became clearer. To be precise, the fog had lifted, and the path ahead was illuminated. As so it was, when it comes to the laws. Every living being and all things in the world possess infinite laws. Yet the path of cultivation is not to chase after the laws, but rather to cultivate the heart of the Tao. Upon stepping into the next phase, one can indeed touch the laws and thereby evolve divine abilities. But this is only possible after a breakthrough. It is not a pursuit of breakthrough to become ensnared in the natural laws of heaven and earth. The more Liu Qing contemplated, the more his thoughts became lucid. It is not esoteric. Witnessing heaven and earth is to witness one's own heart, to see one's own Dao pierce through the clouds, and see the heart is to hear the Tao. Not to study techniques or delve into laws. To put it more plainly, it involves understanding what one truly desires, seeking longevity, seeking power, seeking pleasure, seeking freedom, seeking beauty, seeking the eternal company of loved ones. All of these are aspirations of cultivation that Liu Qing had previously struggled to grasp what he truly wished to pursue. He was different from others. He sought power, yet he had his own means to attain longevity. He had experienced moments of freedom and pleasure. Had it not been for today's unexpected turn of events, Liu Qing would not have entered the Purple Mansion so swiftly. The journey of cultivation itself is an endless path, forever difficult to foresee its end. The earlier bright moon had dissipated, revealing a path leading to the nameless abyss, which was Liu Qing's true heart. Just now, it seemed he had undergone a trial of the heart. Liu Qing pondered for a moment and found that his spirit's various manifestations ultimately settled back into a serene state, accompanied by the bright moon high above, sitting quietly on the cliff. Immersed in his cultivation, the manifestations of the spirit are the deepest thoughts of a cultivator. Impossible to deceive oneself. Liu Qing felt refreshed and at ease. This experience was far more illuminating than the previous encounter with the Tao. If the earlier baptism of the heart was a cleansing of the impurities that had entangled his heart throughout his cultivation journey, beginning from the outside and moving inward, this time was different. It was akin to a spring rain. The heart of the Tao is like the soil nurturing the sprouts, and the revitalizing spring rain aids the tender shoots in accumulating vitality. The final step requires the sprouts to break through the soil and emerge into the world after a long period of darkness. Liu Qing had previously been fixated on witnessing heaven and earth, using his physical eyes to see, as well as his heart to comprehend. It was only at the moment of breakthrough that understanding arose spontaneously. The mere 3 words encapsulated the essence of cultivation beyond the Purple Mansion. Yet, because the phrase heaven and earth is so lofty, it inadvertently causes one to overlook oneself. To witness heaven and earth. One must first recognize that the heart of the Tao lies within, and if it is sealed by dust, how can one hope to witness heaven and earth? The act of cultivation itself is ultimately about oneself. Days passed, and after consolidating his cultivation, Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the area of the spiritual field, which was now prepared for him to plant spiritual flora that he thought to himself. Now this truly resembles a version of farming upon the sea. He was not in a rush. There was a spiritual vein here, rich in spiritual energy that nourished the soil continuously. Moreover, it had been a long time since anyone had visited this place, leading Lu Qing to suspect that this island might possess an element of being somewhat unremarkable. The spiritual field and spiritual vein were interconnected, and unless one was a cultivator from the Spiritual Planting Academy, it was unlikely anyone would look favorably upon a farming island. Lu Qing had not found suitable tasks among those posted in the task hall, as they primarily consisted of commission tasks. His immersion in the spiritual planting endeavor was aimed at earning spirit stones for contribution points, which would ultimately allow him to exchange for necessary resources. However, he also understood that his cultivation could not be neglected. Missing a day might not seem significant, but neglecting it day after day would easily lead to complacency. Moreover, with regard to the entrusted tasks, the time span is generally measured in months. Lu Qing glanced at the foundational cultivation requirements and promptly dismissed these tasks, as those locations lacked sufficient spiritual energy. However, this was of little concern, for Lu Qing had no intention of completing the entrusted tasks in the first place. Had they been issued by the Spiritual Herb Institute, he might have considered them. Fortunately, he already possessed the token of the Spiritual Herb Institute. Without delay, he summoned a stream of clear light and hastened towards Lingji City in the blink of an eye. Merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He had retrieved dozens of orders. Due to the uniformity of the types, coupled with Lu Qing's displayed aura, the registering disciples immediately approved his requests without further inquiry. After all, the efficiency of a Zifu cultivator in farming was remarkable, and handling dozens of orders posed no issue. The Ziyue fruit was the most favored spiritual fruit among practitioners of the Ziyue mansion. Consuming one before entering seclusion would enhance the probability of a breakthrough. The Longxing fruit, a type of bait greatly adored by the Taiyin fish. This time, Lu Qing chose not to opt for those fast-growing spiritual plants. Although fast-growing spiritual plants thrive rapidly, their advantageous characteristics render them affordable and of low contribution points yield, which was not particularly beneficial for Lu Qing at this juncture. Furthermore, after engaging in cultivation, Lu Qing discovered that time slipped away in the blink of an eye, acquiring a sense of worthlessness. Not to mention, upon counting, he realized that the lifespan he had lost over nearly 2 years was greater than that of a typical Zifu cultivator. While a Zifu cultivator possesses a lifespan of 1,000 years, Lu Qing had already reached 3,000 years. The loss of lifespan each month was no longer in tens, but rather in hundreds or even thousands. Lu Qing suspected that should he cultivate to even higher realms, the loss might escalate to tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions. Thus, it was quite possible that by the time he emerged from seclusion, the fast-growing spiritual plants would no longer exist. Setting aside these thoughts, Lingmi could be considered the lower-end link in spiritual plant cultivation. The fruits he was currently growing, these spiritual fruits, were superior in effect compared to ordinary Lingmi. Regardless of how they were utilized, am I fated to be connected with the Taiyin fish? Lu Qing mused as his consciousness swept over the orders, catching sight of the Taiyin fish, a subtle connection igniting within him. He recalled his earlier thought. If an opportunity arose, he would venture to Wanshan Lake to observe the dragon species nurtured therein. After all, Wanshan Lake indeed housed dragons. This fate could not merely be a coincidence. The Taiyin fish, of which Lu Qing had also researched, was inherently associated with the Taiyin, predominantly embodying the Yin attribute. The Taiyin, soaring high in the cosmos, often saw cultivators traversing the azure realms, scaling lofty mountains and snowy peaks, gathering wisps of Taiyin moonlight on nights of the full moon. In his previous nights of cultivation, Lu Qing had gathered ordinary moonlight, yet even with relentless effort, it took days before a trace of pure spiritual energy manifested in his dantian. The Taiyin fish, bearing the name of Taiyin, indicated that it was imbued with a touch of celestial Taiyin power, incomparable to any other spiritual fish species. For this reason, it was inherently precious and raised in Wanshan Lake. Disciples wishing to fish for Taiyin fish typically opted for expensive bait. Longxing fruit was among such bait. The Taiyin fish was extraordinarily rare, and the Longxing fruit was also one of the rare spiritual fruits. Recently, due to the dragon soul of the corpse dragon entering the lake, the probability of encountering Taiyin fish had significantly increased. To dispel this dragon soul would take at least several years. And it was predictable that in the coming years, the demand for Longxing fruit would soar, with only those of considerable wealth able to afford it for fishing. Liu Qing then turned his attention to the first fruit, the zuf fruit. It seemed coincidental that it was said that consuming the zuf fruit while cultivating in the Ziwa mansion would lead to unexpected surprises. That I still believe this is a matter of luck. Liu Qing contemplated. Regardless, he was now prepared to plant both of them. Chapter 64. Linya Island. With a heart full of gains that it is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Liu Qing planted the two fruits, one in the south, the other in the north. The southern side bore Longxing fruit, while the northern side held zuf fruit, both accompanied by lakes. Subsequently, Liu Qing wielded his spiritual power like a sword, cleaving downwards to delineate a clear boundary between the two, preventing any mutual influence. Although Liu Qing was not a seasoned spiritual planter, he had prior experience of hastily acquiring knowledge, and thus held a firm grasp of general spiritual plant knowledge. Upon reflection, the knowledge stored within the palaces of memory swiftly unfolded in his mind. The selection of these two types of spiritual fruits was due to their high yield and low risk. Unlike the Ghost King tree or the Yin wood, which required specially developed Yin attribute spiritual fields and fertilizers not of ordinary rainwater, but of malevolent energy and killing intent, such domineering characteristics would jeopardize the survival of other spiritual plants. Cultivating such entities could inadvertently harm the other spiritual plants in the spiritual fields. Liu Qing recalled a spiritual fruit he had glimpsed before, which seemed to be the main ingredient for a certain elixir. Cultivating it would not only be troublesome but also require meticulous care, demanding the essence of the 5 elements, which Liu Qing himself did not possess. Thus, he found it overwhelming to gaze upon the myriad of spiritual plants at the Spiritual Herb Institute. Having outgrown his previous cultivation philosophy, fortunately, ordinary spiritual plants still dominated the world, thriving merely on wind and water, ensuring that Liu Qing's pursuits would not falter, with dozens of orders in hand for the two types of fruits. Liu Qing found himself busy once more as he methodically planted the saplings. The Longxing fruit, aptly named for its resemblance to a heart, boasted a crimson hue akin to blood, with finger-high seedlings radiating a rich crimson color. The zuf fruit, on the other hand, displayed a gentle lavender hue in an instant. The formerly smooth black soil transformed into patches of brilliant red and delicate purple. Liu Qing deftly performed a technique, summoning clouds that soon began to drizzle rain upon the spiritual field. Mastering this cloud rain technique with ease, Liu Qing was aware that reaching the pinnacle of this art could invoke the power of wind and rain. To claim he did not aspire to such heights would be disingenuous. The conditions of the spiritual fields on this island provided ample opportunity for him to showcase his skills after the rain ceased. An idea struck Liu Qing, prompting him to retrieve several crane feathers from his storage pouch. The white crane youth had gifted him a few feathers before his departure, with a flick of his sleeve. Several feathers pierced the ground with a series of crisp sounds, one directed towards each of the 4 cardinal points. An invisible aura began to emanate. Previously, Liu Qing had been unable to perceive this phenomenon. But now he sensed that the presence of the crane feathers, perhaps due to their innate spiritual powers, caused the surrounding birds and insects to instinctively withdraw from the spiritual field. It was likely that in the days to come, wild birds and insects would unconsciously steer clear of this area. Liu Qing surveyed the vicinity of the spiritual field. Some weeds had already been cleared away, and after absorbing the rainwater, the saplings visibly sprouted tender buds from their previously barren branches. Such scenes of growth were typical in the cultivation world. Liu Qing opened his eyes and leaped into the air, his robe billowing as he landed above the island, from his elevated vantage point. The entire island resembled a green leaf, broad in the north and tapering in the south. Upon closer inspection, Liu Qing suddenly realized something was missing from his island. He glanced down and noticed several square stones scattered at the mountain's foot in the southern region. They lacked names. With a surge of enthusiasm, Liu Qing, who had previously encountered a nameless peak, was now inspired to name this new location, ensuring that he would not later refer to it simply as the Nameless Island. He descended to the entrance of the formation. Liu Qing had made some modifications to the island's formation. As it was not particularly complex, he had added a few elements himself. The original illusion formation was merely for misdirection. Although Lu Qing possessed the cloud and mist formation, he refused to squander the opportunity to practice the effects of the illusion formation, which had been significantly enhanced through his improvements that he firmly believed in the principle that practice makes perfect. Thus, with a flicker of his consciousness, a wisp of cloud and mist enveloped the stone, and soon Lu Qing found himself wielding an additional arm, sensing the cloud and mist, without lowering the clouds. He simply sat cross-legged upon a cloud and began to modify the stone, shaping it into a steel. The mist served as his fingers, gliding over the smooth surface of the stone steel. And with another thought, he inscribed the words Lingya Island upon it. As this place housed spiritual fields to in an instant, a stone stele emerged by the seaside, upon which the three characters floated ethereally. With the name inscribed, an inexplicable thought stirred within Lu Qing. He wondered what this island had been called before. Even his senior brother Qian was unaware as the names of these cultivation locales, apart from those designated by the Tao Academy, were often left to the disciples themselves to carve. The formation enveloped the island and extended to the nearby waters, listening to the sound of the waves. Lu Qing had cultivated for several days and had planted the spiritual fruit saplings on this day. While also endowing the island with a name, he then rode the clouds beneath him, drifting gracefully down to the shoreline. The coastal waters were crystal clear and azure, with white waves occasionally rolling in from the distance, and schools of fish could be seen swimming beneath the surface. Here, Lu Qing practiced his techniques, striking forth with a palm. The force of his palm was gentle, sending waves cascading outward in layers, each wave rising higher than the last by the time the waves had spread several miles away. A curtain of water surged forth from the distance, the currents flowing skyward. In an instant, the ocean erupted with a resounding crash. Water cascaded down from the heavens, its might overwhelming, flowing irresistibly downward. Boom. The once clear and tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted with a colossal whirlpool. And it was not until several breaths later that the thunderous roar of the waves came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Lu Qing withdrew his magical powers, ceasing to further amplify his spiritual energy. If this force were to be applied to the physical body, it could potentially harm the soul. With a clap of his hands, Lu Qing exerted his strength, perfectly controlling it according to his will. He could summon great force or moderate it at will. Furthermore, Lu Qing smiled slightly, for he had glimpsed a hint of the profound principle behind this spell, the momentum of the sea, the natural momentum, using this force to confront adversaries. This was the insight he had attained in a moment of clarity. A single wave is not to be feared. It is the cumulative force of thousands of waves that creates a momentum, a concept that seemed to extend into other realms, encompassing the very essence of power itself. It is not solely the waves that matter. The winds of the mountains, the rains of the heavens, all living beings can harness this momentum. Lu Qing felt a sense of enlightenment. Chapter 65. Harvest. Invitation to the gathering of heroes. Momentum, aligning with the rhythms of the heavens, acting in accordance with the current. After pondering for a while, Lu Qing vaguely sensed that if this spell were to fall into the hands of an earthly emperor, it could indeed give rise to a dynasty of cultivators, a singular embodiment of worldly momentum. However, such a feat is unattainable within the realm of Xiantian. It might be possible in the neighboring realm of Taitian. With this new understanding, Lu Qing settled down and began to cultivate diligently. The Xiantian Yuan Sutra emphasizes a gradual and enduring approach. After much painstaking effort, Lu Qing finally reached the 8th level of cultivation, with 10 levels remaining to the ultimate 18th. Reflecting back on the comments beneath the jade slips, he acknowledged that mastery of this technique cannot be rushed. With each level attained, Lu Qing would naturally grasp certain basic spells, phrases that could be employed in daily life. Although the library contained foundational spells for exchange, Lu Qing found no need for them, as he had acquired quite a few through this technique. Spells like fireball, cleansing, and dust avoidance greatly facilitated his daily practice. Yet, beyond these, each session of cultivation brought forth insights into the challenges of each level. The Xiantian Yuan Sutra prioritizes accumulation, even with an additional ancient tree spirit liquid. It would be impossible to break through as swiftly as before. It was no wonder that previous disciples had left comments during exchanges. Each day, after cultivating and filling his dantian with spiritual energy, Lu Qing experienced a qualitative transformation. The innate spirit is incredibly precious. And what he must do now is refine and compress his ocean of spiritual liquid bit by bit. gradually honing a trace of innate power from this acquired spiritual energy. His unwavering dedication to practice stems from the belief that even the smallest efforts can yield significant results. He aspires for each step to be solid and free of future regrets. Another 7 days passed. After a week of cultivation by the coast, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes to the outside world. It appeared as though layers of energy had coalesced within him. Aside from his ethereal demeanor, the aura of his cultivation seemed like an indistinct mist, eluding any casual observer's perception of depth. However, with a shift in focus, Lu Qing revealed the aura of the Purple Mansion's first realm. His concealment technique was augmented by a greater concealment method, a technique inherited through lineage. Previously, his concealment had limitations. Confined to beneath the core formation stage, Lu Qing had long sought to fully exchange for it. Thus, upon receiving the reward for his guarding task, he began to expend his contributions. Among the techniques he exchanged for was this grand concealment art, subtle and world-shrouding. The tone of the author was exceedingly arrogant, boasting within the jade slip that this spell was unparalleled in the world, indicating its unique merits. However, due to the limitations of the jade slip, Lu Qing could not access the comments of predecessors, regrettably missing the chance to appreciate the eloquence of various senior brothers and sisters. Yet, prior to this, Lu Qing found himself reminiscing about the days of solitary cultivation. He understood, however, that remaining secluded within a small mountain after entering the Purple Mansion was no longer feasible. After all, cultivating disciples was intended for mutual support. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, the foundational practitioners had guarding tasks, and the Purple Mansion cultivators had annual missions. Disciples must complete various external tasks each year, such as exterminating beasts, inspecting ley lines, clearing malevolent energies, maintaining territorial boundaries, and patrolling domains, tasks that often involve conflict. Alternatively, they could choose to join verification teams, designated to oversee taxation. Lu Qing, now in the fourth realm of the Purple Mansion, had merely a month before the new year, and he was preparing to accept external missions. These tasks would require him to venture outside, if only he could master artifact forging. Each time Lu Qing beheld the treasures available in the disciples' treasury, he felt a pang of envy. His contribution points from a single guarding task amounted to 5,000. Yet this was only barely sufficient for the spiritual artifacts he desired. Why is it that techniques are relatively inexpensive, while spiritual artifacts are far more costly? There must be a path ahead. First, he would cultivate this batch of spiritual plants, and if need be, he still had a year's time. Lu Qing gazed at his disciple token, pondering what sort of tasks would arise upon his advancement to core formation. Within the Tao Academy, he was uncertain whether it was due to his infrequent outings or other reasons, but he had yet to encounter a single core formation cultivator for the elders. He could not ascertain whether they were of the core formation stage, but he surmised their strength must be formidable in the blink of an eye. A month passed, and the purple moon fruit in the spiritual field had grown into small, upright trees, their purple leaves swaying in the wind. Across the path stood the dragon heart fruit. Though referred to as a tree, it resembled a robust version of a red vine, in stark contrast to the upright purple moon trees. The branches of the dragon heart fruit twisted and turned, with russet leaves cascading like tassels, drooping to the ground. At a glance, it appeared as if someone with long red hair lay prostrate. Emanating an eerie chill, the bait favored by the Taiyin fish also leaned towards the realm of the Taiyin. From the mountaintop, Lu Qing surveyed below, waving his hand to summon a gathering of clouds. And rain fell in an instant, enveloping the earth in a misty haze. A ripple of energy reached Lu Qing's consciousness. Sensing a disturbance beyond the array, he raised an eyebrow. Someone awaited outside. A few familiar figures flickered through his mind. He wondered who had come to his island. Meanwhile, voices drifted in from beyond the island. Disciple Chen Fan of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall has come to deliver an invitation to the gathering of heroes and seeks an audience with the esteemed senior of this island. Chen Fan, filled with a hint of trepidation, awaited outside. He did not dare to ascend the island, and being a disciple of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, it was impossible for him to fly over. Reaching this point was solely dependent on the Tao Academy's white crane transport. That a gentle breeze swept by, and suddenly, a figure in green appeared midair. Chen Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Chen Fan greets this esteemed senior." The other party appeared without his notice. Being an outer sect disciple, Chen Fan naturally refrained from being impudent. "What brings you here, junior disciple?" he inquired. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qing was equally astonished. As a practitioner with keen perception, he recognized the somewhat familiar, resolute face. It was the same boy he had encountered upon his entrance to the Tao Academy, whom he had once mused might be the fated child of fortune. Contemplating this, Lu Qing fell silent, stepping back slightly. He was well aware of the potential dangers posed by the fated child. Chen Fan, oblivious to Lu Qing's thoughts, upon hearing the inquiry, promptly presented a gilded invitation, the shimmering golden aura dancing upon it. "Forgive the intrusion, esteemed senior. I have come at the behest of Master Song to extend an invitation to the Outer Sect Purple Mansion seniors to gather at the Shaoyan Dao Field for the Gathering of Heroes." As he finished speaking, an ethereal energy emanated from the invitation, and with a flash, a name appeared in elegant script. Songwen, reserved. Lu Qing smiled faintly. How could he refuse an elder's invitation? "I shall certainly attend. And I appreciate your efforts in delivering this. Junior disciple. It is my duty, esteemed senior," the green-clad disciple replied with a demeanor markedly more amiable than those of the previous seniors he had encountered. Chen Fan felt a fleeting sense of familiarity. As though he had met this person before, he dismissed the thought. His anxiety in the presence of the Purple Mansion cultivator lessened considerably. After all, he had felt far more apprehensive when interacting with the earlier seniors. After Chen Fan departed with the White Crane, Lu Qing turned, a new invitation now in hand. Yet, upon stepping onto the island, the amiable smile on his face vanished entirely, for the long-absent omens had once again emerged in his mind, and this time, they bore ominous signs. Chapter 66. The Omen Reappears. Chen Fan. Lu Qing pondered. Regrettably lacking the skills to discern the fortunes of others through divination, yet it mattered little. A disciple from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall forging a connection with a managing elder indicated promising fortune. The Gathering of Heroes. Just the name alone informed Lu Qing of the nature of the event. The contents of the invitation were exceedingly simple. This gathering was specifically organized by Elder Song, aiming to provide an opportunity for disciples who had fallen slightly short in the previous great competition to enter the inner sect. It required no deep thought to recognize the underlying motives at play. Lu Qing cast his eyes upon the omen. Gathering of Heroes, for the contest of leadership. The contest for leadership, fierce as fire and water. This single phrase elucidated the nature of the invitation. Ill omens indeed. Great misfortune. Participating in the Gathering of Heroes, driven by competitiveness, seeking to seize the leadership, yet overestimating oneself. The profound practitioners of the Purple Mansion are numerous. After 2 rounds of conflict, one may suffer defeat, sustain serious injuries, ruin one's foundation, and perish post-battle. Great misfortune. The ominous hexagram suggests that participating in the Gathering of Heroes, stepping onto the stage to compete for a distinguished position, may lead to attracting unwanted attention due to one's prominence, resulting in being challenged by others in succession. Encountering formidable opponents could lead to defeat, inflicting serious injuries and leaving lingering repercussions, a near brush with death, thus indicating misfortune. The lesser misfortune hexagram implies a refusal to join the Gathering of Heroes, ignoring those who come, which subsequently leads to arising troubles, hinting at hidden concerns in one's cultivation, a minor calamity. The neutral hexagram denotes participation in the Gathering of Heroes, blending into the crowd, remaining unremarkable among peers, yielding no rewards, an unremarkable outcome. Another neutral hexagram reflects attending the Gathering of Heroes, mingling with the crowd, leisurely exploring the Little Cloud Sanctuary in the afternoon, garnering minor gains, an ordinary result, whether attending or abstaining. The Gathering of Heroes seems to portend misfortune. Lu Qing found himself puzzled. Under normal circumstances, he would typically refrain from attending. Yet, the host of the invitation was an elder, not a peer. Moreover, the fact that the other party personally sent someone to deliver the invitation left him in a dilemma. Refusing would be impolite, but accepting without understanding the underlying significance could ensnare him in unforeseen complications. Fortunately, a minor gain from the neutral hexagram provided him some unexpected relief. Lu Qing had not harbored high expectations, but upon seeing the last line of the hexagram, he was pleasantly surprised. The Assembly of Heroes, what rewards awaited the leader? He had acted so rashly within the hexagram's context. Lu Qing meticulously analyzed each line of the hexagram. Upon encountering the first line of dire misfortune, he discerned that the leadership position was beyond his reach. representing a calamity of the gravest nature in relation to his current cultivation level. Elder Song, one of the 3 elders from the outer sect, had overseen the grand competition 6 months prior. What was the true intent behind this gathering? Lu Qing could not see through it. And to complicate matters, there was a suspected protagonist present. Lu Qing held no particular interest in the protagonist, nor did he feel any affinity. He merely wished to keep his own affairs unentangled with such fated characters. As for the tempest surrounding the other, he kept his distance, already anticipating that many disciples from the outer sect would be drawn to Chen Fan, a mere disciple from the miscellaneous courtyard. How could he garner Elder Song's attention? Lu Qing shook his head slightly, stepping forward, and in the next moment, his figure appeared above a crystalline lake, a hint of aquatic essence emanating from him. Marking the commencement of his daily cultivation practice, in these watery realms, practicing the Shintian Yunji scripture, while the effects may not be exceedingly pronounced, there remained a subtle benefit, accumulating gradually over time. Lu Qing had grown accustomed to such a slow pace. A white crane soared high in the sky. By evening, after 2 days and nights of flight, Chen Fan finally managed to deliver all the invitations. He was unclear as to why Elder Song insisted on his personal involvement rather than delegating the task to some disciples. A wave of heat surged within his chest as he returned to his abode in the miscellaneous courtyard, securely closing the door behind him. The miscellaneous courtyard sprawled across the mountain, with numerous houses scattered throughout. With over 100,000 disciples in the outer sect, the number of miscellaneous disciples was even more uncountable. After closing the door, a wave of heat surged within Chen Fan's chest. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before carefully retrieving a fragment of an object, resembling a corner pried from some tool, in a diamond shape, colored bronze. Spirit of the artifact, are you present? Kid, I told you not to speak aloud. I can't hear you in your mind. That a voice emerged. Spirit of the artifact, how can I alter my aptitude? Chen Fan clenched his fists, having contemplated this for a long time. 2 years had passed. Yet he remained stagnant, his inferior aptitude weighing heavily upon him. He failed to recognize Lu Qing, finding him somewhat familiar, but any fleeting thought of acquaintance was swiftly extinguished. How could he possibly know someone of this senior brother's caliber in the Zifu realm? After circling around for 2 days, the overwhelming presence of those Zifu-level cultivators had left a lasting impression on him. You currently possess nothing, yet you wish to change your fate. You might as well wash up and sleep. Don't disturb me, old ancestor. Once you've rested, you can revisit this question. If you lack strength, how can you assist me? With that, the faint glow emanating from the bronze fragment gradually dimmed. At that moment, Lu Qing was unaware of these events. However, based on his fundamental understanding of fated protagonists, even if he had witnessed it, he would harbor no astonishment. The child of destiny, presently in a state of decline, would eventually rise again when fortune turned in his favor. It must be said that due to the events of the previous day, Lu Qing continued his cultivation. This time, truly, one finds themselves at home while calamities descend from the sky, regardless of others. Lu Qing understood that the Dao Academy was not isolated from the world. Conflicts arose in places where there were people. Only cultivation formed the foundation of one's being. The white crane boy, always eager to join the fray, ranked first every time. Without needing Lu Qing to inquire, it promptly relayed the recent gossip, including details about the gathering of heroes. Only upon receiving this information did Lu Qing grasp the true purpose behind the gathering. Chapter 67. The so-called Gathering of Heroes. Lu Qing had not encountered Elder Song 1, as he had only entered the sect for 2 years, a mere blink in the vast sea of disciples. Previously, among his peers, most attended classes taught by this elder at the martial arts peak, known for being the most willing to teach among the 3 elders. Consequently, aside from his title, many disciples affectionately referred to him as Teacher Song. Grateful for his guidance, this gathering of heroes was orchestrated under Elder Song's direction. However, there were also 2 other elders of considerable repute attending, originating from the inner sect, possessing profound cultivation levels, reportedly present to accept disciples. This explained why, despite the grand competition concluding, with 100 disciples entering the inner sect, there were no grand events expected by year-end. After all, none among that 100 had been taken as disciples, making it improbable for any grand assembly to arise. Upon reviewing the news from the white crane boy, Lu Qing was astonished, let alone anyone else. The purpose of this gathering was not merely to observe fate, as in the grand competition, but specifically to recruit disciples for the two esteemed elders. Elder Song acted as the bridge, responsible for hosting. Yet his presence amid the absence of the other two elders raised suspicions among astute observers. It was worth noting that these three elders who oversaw the outer sect varied significantly in background and influence, their relationships not particularly amicable, indeed hinting at a subtle chill. The White Crane Boy further noted that the two absent elders shared a close rapport with Elder Song. Was this not indicative of factional divides? Attending would not signify alignment with a single faction, yet abstaining might raise questions. After perusing the insider information shared by the White Crane Boy, Lu Qing successfully deciphered the revelations presented by the hexagram. Factional strife, a troublesome affair. Lu Qing felt exasperated, wishing to remain oblivious to such matters, striving to traverse his solitary path, unwilling to become ensnared in such intricate schemes, which ran counter to his desire for self-preservation. Yet, it was not so simple. Perhaps, for now, he was merely a passerby, able to sidestep the melodrama of misfortune. Analyzing his current situation, Lu Qing realized his journey thus far aligned perfectly with his initial aspirations. Typically, most disciples strained for resources. The tasks within the mountain were complex, and high-risk assignments yielded substantial rewards. Additionally, should luck favor one outside, encountering the relics of predecessors or the remains of powerful beings could mark the beginning of ascendance. Albeit it could also herald downfall, he was different. From the outset, who could have predicted that the first departure from the mountain would necessitate the completion of a guarding task? Now, with the gathering of heroes looming, Lu Qing envisioned the scenarios that would unfold. Such an assembly was beyond the reach of low-level disciples, who lacked the means to comprehend its intricacies. Previously, during his time of cultivation, he had not even possessed the qualifications to engage with such matters. Now that his cultivation was gradually rising, these opportunities would present themselves without the need for exploration. The threshold for entry into the gathering of heroes required a foundation in the Zifu realm. What concern was it to those at the Qi nurturing stage? Having absorbed the insider information, Lu Qing sent his thanks to the White Crane Boy, extending an invitation for tea. However, after sending the message, the White Crane Boy departed the mountain gate to fish in the White Sea, likely absent for some time. Lu Qing chose not to disturb him as the time for the gathering of heroes approached. Lu Qing finally halted his cultivation. Though he had never heard of the Little Cloud Sanctuary, the invitation included a map for guidance. Upon his arrival, he beheld a breathtaking scene. The Little Cloud Sanctuary stood majestically above the boundless sea, with spirit beasts frolicking and exotic fruits perfuming the air. Above the peaks, thick white clouds spread expansively, unlike the misty formations Lu Qing was accustomed to. Here, the clouds were densely packed, rising from the mountainside to the summit, explaining the sanctuary's name. Due to these clouds, many disciples, much like Lu Qing, awaited at the foot of the mountain, uncertain of the situation, forming small clusters or isolating themselves. Lu Qing refrained from infusing his sight with spiritual energy to gaze at the summit, lest he inadvertently trespass upon something concealed. Although it was highly likely that he would not discern anything regardless, it was evident that others who had arrived earlier remained stationary, suggesting there were rules they were unaware of. Lu Qing found a spot along the coastline to stand, recognizing that standing at the forefront was out of the question, yet lingering at the back was equally inappropriate, for the rear offered only the sea's expanse. The surface of the sea held its own significance as well. A figure sat cross-legged, suspended above the surface of the sea, while another disciple rode upon a magnificent sea beast, gliding through the waves. Occasionally, a resplendent treasure ship would make its appearance. The scene evoked a sense of grandiosity typically reserved for illustrious figures. Lu Qing mused inwardly, recognizing that the foremost positions were designated for prodigious talents. While those lingering behind were undeniably affluent, he found himself unassociated with either category. Yet there were many disciples who shared his predicament. Standing here, he was not engaged in cultivation. Rather, he merely surveyed his surroundings. Was the Shaoyan Taoist temple limited to the stretch of coastline beneath his feet? Or did one have to ascend to the mountain's peak to truly enter the realm of Shaoyan? At this gathering of heroes, he resolved to seize the top honor. He could not believe that, despite the absence of so many, he would be unable to claim the lead. Voices echoing from the foot of the mountain reached him. Lu Qing could hear them and noticed that several figures had already descended. Most among them adorned high crowns, donned splendid garments, or wielded long swords, their blades singing with a resonance that reverberated in his ears. "Isn't that Lu Shixiang?" someone exclaimed nearby. Liu Qing turned his gaze in the direction of the voice, spotting a fellow clansman. The Lu Shixiang he saw was clad in black, a long sword slung across his back, exuding an aura that was both shadowy and enigmatic. Those around him maintained a distance of at least 3 meters. He was evidently not a person to be trifled with. Liu Qing merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. Cultivators possess keen perceptions, and who could ascertain the temperament of this Lu Shixiang? Subsequently, without Liu Qing needing to inquire, others nearby began to introduce the newcomers repeatedly. Streaks of brilliant figures descended from the heavens. Among them were individuals with illustrious titles, such as Outer Sect Newcomer, Top 10 Figures of the Outer Sect, Heavenly Star of the Outer Sect, and Notable Figures of the Outer Sect, among others. Liu Qing listened to the names being listed as if they were dishes on a menu. He hastily composed his expression. After all, the arrivals did not merely appear. They were accompanied by flowers and petals or shimmered with golden and white lights, while ethereal phoenixes and azure birds sang. Or a lavish treasure ship suddenly emerged from the sea. The display was extravagant. Liu Qing maintained a neutral expression, feigning a hint of envy akin to those around him. Yet, this pretense was unnecessary. Beyond the ostentation, he perceived one undeniable truth: wealth. The presence of the Yu family's ship was always a spectacle of opulence that dazzled his eyes. Liu Qing silently nodded in agreement. Next to make their entrance was indeed the Yu family. It was Yu Jing who had arrived, and the pearls hanging from the ship's curtains were none other than the pearls of the merfolk, each capable of purifying the mind and enhancing tranquility. Requiring 100 contribution points for exchange, an attendant in green recognized the newcomer and whispered to his companion. Though he spoke softly, it resonated in Liu Qing's ears as if he were speaking loudly. In an instant, Liu Qing discerned numerous gasps of astonishment from those around him. Liu Qing's heart remained as steadfast as a mountain. He felt no envy whatsoever. Truly, as for contribution points, he was certain that through diligent cultivation, he would acquire them in due time. Meanwhile, the treasure ship hovered gracefully above the water before descending as it approached the shore. This was customary. Those entering this realm must touch solid ground upon arrival. No one was permitted to traverse the air directly. Why would the Yu family members be present? Hadn't they always aspired to enter the inner sect? To his knowledge, Yu Jing's 2 brothers had already gained admission. "Ah, but you misunderstand," someone chuckled. Liu Qing quietly absorbed the gossip. Those with a grand entrance naturally positioned themselves at the forefront. This gathering was rumored to be an opportunity for venerable masters to recruit disciples. As the conversation began to unfold, Liu Qing observed several individuals whose expressions shifted noticeably, while others remained composed, evidently privy to the insider information. Calculating, Liu Qing realized he belonged to the informed group. So that's how it is, he thought. Some individuals appeared stunned for a moment before a flicker of excitement crossed their faces. Conversely, others wore expressions of solemnity, and a few bore enigmatic smiles. "Brother, is this the Shaoyan Daoist temple?" Liu Qing stood beside a large stone, seemingly lost in thought. Someone passed by him, and although he paid little heed, when this person addressed him, a sense of wariness surged within. He turned to the speaker, who was clad in faded garments and wore an apologetic expression, radiating an aura of simplicity and honesty that a warning bell rang in Liu Qing's mind. This demeanor seemed like a guise to deceive, especially from someone who had attained the Purple Mansion level yet wore such worn attire. However, he considered the possibility of it being a personal preference. Thus, Liu Qing nodded slightly and casually replied, "This is indeed it." Having spoken, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, signaling the conclusion of their exchange. "Thankfully I've arrived." "Thank you, brother. What is your name?" "I am Feng Yun. Originally, I did not intend to come out this time." "You wouldn't know my family." Liu Qing's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake, and he did not wait for the other to elaborate on his background. The sound of drums and bells emanated from the mountaintop. And he coolly interjected, "Friend, the gathering of heroes has commenced." He redirected the conversation, for indeed, the event had begun. "I shall take my leave." Most began to take action, streams of light darting toward the nearest point at the mountain's foot. Naturally, Liu Qing did not wish to be the center of attention. Most importantly, this sudden appearance of Feng Yun raised alarms within his cautious heart, signaling trouble. Currently at the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion. Lu Qing sensed something peculiar about this individual, and with such an overly innocent demeanor, had he not interrupted, Feng Yun might have continued to introduce himself indefinitely. Who knew if he was merely pretending? Moreover, Lu Qing recalled that when he departed, there had been 2 or 3 disciples within a meter of him. The stranger had passed by them. Why did he not inquire for directions from them instead? As a practitioner of caution, Lu Qing understood that peculiar individuals like this were not ones he was destined to encounter. When things seem amiss, it often indicates trouble. Feng Yun remained where he was. Scratching his head and glancing at the vanishing figure of Lu Qing, he opened his mouth. "Brother," but there was no one left to respond. Once the sound of drums and bells began, nearly everyone departed from the spot, leaving only Feng Yun standing by the shore. Isn't this contrary to what the book said? Why did that brother leave without hearing me out? He pulled out a book, its cover inscribed with how to communicate with others. Abbreviated as chatting skills.my master must have been mistaken, he muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Qing successfully joined a group of purple mansion cultivators at the mountain's foot. Before him lay a cold jade tablet, inscribed with the words, "Disciples participating in the gathering of heroes shall proceed up the mountain." Behind the tablet, a path appeared, not the ubiquitous white jade stone roads of the Taoist Academy, but a simple forest trail, the result of many feet treading upon it over time. However, the question arose, if this was the rule, why was there not a single person ascending? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing finally deciphered the chaotic dialogue around him. It turned out that not all disciples could physically enter the Taoist temple. One had to project their soul to attend the meeting. Now, looking at the numerous unfamiliar faces before him, Lu Qing noticed a few well-known figures from his cohort, such as Gu Xiantian, Cheng Du, and Su Xinyue. This would be the second time he had encountered them, with Cheng Du being the third that he sensed their energies but chose not to fixate on them, allowing his gaze to pass over without lingering. They were positioned just behind the prominent figures. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, each individual conjured an ethereal cloud bed around them. Understanding dawned upon Lu Qing. This was akin to everyone logging onto a virtual network, directly immersing their souls into the Taoist temple. Yet, he also recognized the implications. If one's soul was injured or unstable, without the protection of the physical body, they would be vulnerable to manipulation, as the divination suggested. It all began to make sense. Some individuals leaned against ancient trees, and Lu Qing followed suit. Selecting a spot beneath a tree, he suspected a deep connection with the wood lineage, considering his identity as a spiritual planter. Chapter 68. Shaoyun Taoist Temple. Elders, as his soul departed from his body, Lu Qing glanced again at the jade tablet, which now radiated a gentle white light, with streams of brilliance flowing into it. A smile crept upon his lips. Could this be the otherworldly version of going online? So, it was indeed about projecting one's soul. With this realization, wandering the Shaoyun Taoist temple in the afternoon would not pose a concern. No matter how vast the area might be, in ancient times, there were tales of cultivators whose souls ventured forth, returning only to discover that what felt like a single day in their spirit had transformed into a month in the physical realm. Numerous such anecdotes serve as a reminder to practitioners that one must exercise utmost caution when allowing their soul to roam. He leapt into the expanse, feeling as though he had transformed into a droplet of water, plunging into an ocean, greeted by a warm embrace. Soon, Lu Qing sensed a slight enhancement in his spiritual energy. This jade slab, serving as a guidepost, was indeed a precious treasure. Suddenly, Lu Qing's vision brightened. Before him stood towering peaks, with thick white clouds in the distance, and beneath his feet lay a vast plaza. Countless streaks of light descended, akin to Lu Qing himself. Some expressed astonishment, while others displayed no surprise. They must have experienced such a scene before. This was the Shaoyun Taoist venue of Master Song. He recalled his initial visit with similar "Oh, this senior brother has been here before. Well, I came just once. It's been a century since then." Yet nothing has changed as Lu Qing passed by. Overhearing this exchange, he found himself at a loss for words. A century of cultivation seemed distant from his current state. As he pondered, a myriad of cloud platforms began to descend from the sky, reminiscent of the inner sect headmaster he had previously listened to. Here, there were no cushions, only cloud seats composed of condensed white clouds, floating in the air. Many attempted to showcase their skills, stepping gracefully onto them, while others, appearing ethereal, simply settled onto a cloud seat. Numerous disciples eagerly selected their preferred spots. Arriving at this venue, Lu Qing understood that something significant was about to unfold. He sought out the cloud seat nearest to him and activated his wind-chasing technique. Moving subtly amidst the brilliant lights, just as he settled down, a fleeting distraction washed over him, akin to a refreshing stream coursing through his being, not warm, but rather imbued with a hint of coolness. The calming effect was evident. Liu Qing instantly realized that these cloud seats were far from trivial, harboring profound mysteries. After he took his seat, he noticed others gazing attentively ahead. Liu Qing followed their gaze. All of you are distinguished disciples of our outer sect. Today, I, the old man, have convened this gathering of heroes to welcome your presence. A gentle voice resonated. The speaker was an elderly man clad in white robes, his eyes glimmering with hidden brilliance. Ordinary cultivators dared not meet his gaze, yet his aura was as refreshing as a spring breeze. This was Songwen, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the outer sect. Lu Qing focused intently, not allowing his thoughts to wander. After his spiritual awareness was born, reaching the Purple Mansion, perceiving the spirit platform county was trivial. How could he fail to recognize the profound realm of Elder Song, whom he could scarcely gauge? Such an opening address deserved his utmost respect. At this gathering, 2 intersect elders were also present, Elder Sun and Elderly. There was no applause, only a respectful bow from numerous Purple Mansion disciples as they greeted the 2 elders. With Elder Song's words, the identities of the 2 prominent figures became clear. The 2 elders suddenly appeared as if they had always been there. No need for excessive formalities. My surname is Sunday. You may rise. Elder Sun spoke with a warm smile. Clad in a simple purple robe, exuding immense kindness, in stark contrast stood the other elder, a youthful figure whose handsome visage radiated an icy aura. Imbued with a hint of chill, he too donned a purple robe, adorned with a golden crown and exquisite golden threads that hinted at his substantial background. However, this young elder's demeanor was distinctly aloof. He merely nodded, speaking little. His silence made it evident that he was elderly. Seizing the opportunity to look up, Lu Qing quickly discerned the appearances of the 2 elders who were to recruit disciples. Returning to his cloud seat, the disciples subtly adjusted their positions to gaze forward. Liu Qing followed suit. The cloud seats were arranged orderly, allowing him a clear view of the unfolding situation. However, this experience differed from attending lectures. For Lu Qing had already foreseen the divination signs, understanding that the results were to be categorized based on the competition arena. Occupying the foremost position would not grant any preferential treatment. He awaited the explanation of the arena rules, knowing full well that participation was not obligatory. The 2 elders had convened this gathering to recruit disciples. The victor would have the opportunity to apprentice under either elder, while those with other mentors could approach for alternative arrangements. The outer sect featured 4 competition arenas, and here, a similar setup was established, divided into 4 combat platforms, should anyone wish to display their cultivation methods. They were welcome to ascend. Liu Qing felt a dawning comprehension. He needed to remember that battles involving spiritual manifestations were not mere skirmishes. Those disinterested should remain in our Shaoyan Daoist venue until the gathering concluded, at which point they could depart. With that, Elder Song made no grand gestures, merely flipping his left hand, causing his ample sleeves to swirl like a tempest, echoing through the expansive plaza. Suddenly, the ground trembled as the terrain began to transform. The once flat plaza revealed 4 competition arenas, positioned at the cardinal points, each towering 5 stories high, vast in scale, seemingly shimmering with faint ripples, implying the presence of formations within. The plaza, already immense, was dwarfed by the enormity of a single arena. As the 4 platforms emerged, their areas expanded like clouds. Yet Lu Qing discerned no sense of proximity to the ocean's surface. In the blink of an eye, the cacophony subsided. Liu Qing's gaze flickered. Having delved into formations, he comprehended the nature of the terrain's transformation. Influenced by both spiritual power and the might of formations, this alteration of the land appeared to ripple outward like clouds, concealing vast profundities within. He had only glimpsed the superficial layer of the formation, yet it undoubtedly involved the principles of spatial manipulation. The notion of an inner cosmos resonated deeply with him. Suddenly, Lu Qing recalled a powerful technique. The universe in the sleeve, the so-called arena, might indeed contain a vast microcosm within. Fortunately, He harbored no intention of exploring that possibility. His astonishment was entirely justified. And others too exhibited similar sentiments, blending into the crowd, making him less conspicuous. After the arenas were established, the rules were straightforward. To be knocked out of the arena constituted failure. Furthermore, as time progressed, the space within each arena would gradually constrict, ultimately forming a small circle that could accommodate only one standing individual, leading to inevitable clashes. The battles were not limited to one-on-one. Multiple opponents against a single contender were permitted, allowing for a free-for-all. Once Elder Song finished his explanation, many eager disciples, akin to fish leaping into the sea, hurriedly entered an arena. Liu Qing observed some disciples remaining on their cloud seats, while others departed, opting not to continue watching the battles, as their low cultivation levels rendered participation impossible. The three elders were not on the cloud seats. Liu Qing surmised they were concealing themselves to observe the arena contests. However, it was also possible that they viewed these skirmishes as trivial and chose not to linger. Liu Qing did not leave immediately. Instead, he glanced up at the sun, then calculated the passage of time in his mind. Wandering the Shaolin Taoist venue in the afternoon was significant. He held no lofty expectations, as it was a neutral divination, devoid of auspicious signs. Finding the right moment, when the sun hung high in the sky, he observed the arena battles, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Though he was in the Purple Mansion realm, the final contestants were predominantly at the 6th or 7th level of the Purple Mansion, prompting him to discontinue his watch lest he become irritated. This was a mere facade. Internally, Liu Qing remained unperturbed. After all, he was not a new disciple in the Purple Mansion. Leaving abruptly would raise suspicions of being a standout. He felt the need to witness several matches first. Fortunately, while these contests might appear trivial to the elders, for Liu Qing, the more he observed, the more he broadened his horizons. Regardless, the fierce clashes among these seniors were indeed intense. Driven by the desire to seize the top position and secure mentorship, he recognized a few familiar faces. They likely did not need to seek mentorship, and this rare opportunity prompted them to engage in practical combat. The arena's formation rippled with the aftermath of combat, but breaking through was impossible. After watching several matches, Liu Qing noted a disciple attempting to conceal himself for a surprise attack, only to be ambushed instead, a long whip striking him fiercely and sending him flying. This was the power of magical artifacts. Once refined, they resonated with the wielder's intentions. For sword cultivators, constant nurturing was crucial, and it was rumored that artifacts could manifest spirits. Liu Qing observed this spectacle, noting the swarm of insects that a disciple commanded, their multitude causing his eyelids to twitch, a definite source of trouble. As time elapsed, Liu Qing felt satisfied with his observations. Today's arena contest had captivated his full attention, allowing him to grasp the dynamics of the 4 platforms and gain insight into the battles. It is also possible that the profoundness and resilience of one's spirit may prove advantageous in such circumstances. After contemplating this notion, Liu Qing descended from the clouds and began to explore the surroundings of the arena. The Shaolin Taoist temple, grand and magnificent, revealed itself to be far more than the solitary peak shrouded in clouds that he initially perceived. Upon entering, he discovered that the cloud-covered mountain was merely the outer peak of this temple. Several peaks encircled this place, with the central location being the very arena itself, which stood as the principal peak. Surrounding the main summit were verdant lakes and babbling streams, harmonizing with the lush, forested hills. Given its coastal proximity, Liu Qing could hear the sound of crashing waves and feel the invigorating sea breeze, evoking a nostalgic familiarity. After all, his own Lingya Island also occupied a corner of the sea. With his spirit detached from his body, he effortlessly glided several zhang away, as if he were riding the wind. The mountain breeze facilitated his movements, yet he remained mindful of the elder's domain, opting for a more subdued approach as he gradually adjusted to the ethereal sensation of his spirit riding the wind. As the mountain breeze flowed past him, he ascended a peak and beheld a teardrop-shaped lake at its center, shimmering under the sunlight. The lakeside, a flock of phoenixes frolicked, some playing in the water, while others preened their feathers in delightful leisure. This, indeed, epitomized the essence of a cultivation haven. Liu Qing felt a wave of admiration for Elder Song, whose cultivation level remained unclear to him. However, he sensed that many of the phoenixes bore the aura of the Purple Mansion realm, with some emanating an even more profound presence. likely that of the core formation stage. It was reasonable to surmise that Elder Song was certainly above the core formation stage. Yet, Lu Qing remained uncertain about the realms that lay beyond core formation. It was said that only those who reached this stage could comprehend what followed. While he reveled in the scenery, the three elders engaged in leisurely tea drinking atop a mountain peak within the temple grounds. With a chessboard devoid of pieces situated on the stone table, should an outsider glance their way, they would unmistakably see the board depicting the scene of the four arenas. Song Shidi, your spellcraft is quite adept, transforming the arena battles into a miniature realm. Now they can truly unleash their potential, Elder Sun remarked with a jovial smile. Indeed, letting them unleash their potential would be beneficial. I might also uncover some hidden talents for my two senior brothers. Elder Song replied with a slight smile. The youthful cultivator, Elder Li, known as Li Luoyang, furrowed his brow upon hearing this, noting that only a few among this cohort possessed any remarkable qualifications, compared to the two other elders. Li appeared somewhat aloof. However, they dismissed it, well aware of his character. Elder Sun, fully named Sun Qidao, cast a glance at the chessboard, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Several have already taken on disciples, their realms diminished considerably. I have met their master once, yet I never expected those once small and insignificant have now begun to accept students to tea that moment. A sense of weariness permeated Elder Sun's words, revealing a hint of the passage of time. Should an outsider have overheard, they would undoubtedly have been astonished, yet only the three elders remained. We, these aged souls, still venture forth to accept disciples. How wondrous and unfathomable is fate. Elder Sun mused, taking a sip of tea. They did not need to scrutinize closely. At their level of cultivation, they could discern the intricacies of events with a mere thought. Brothers, why not observe a while longer? There may yet be some late bloomers or exceptionally gifted disciples who deserve this opportunity, Elder Song suggested, prompting him to refill his teacup. The previous grand competition had yielded no disciples for him, and he had heard that the head of the academy was rather insistent on this matter. Although all could enter the inner sanctum, bearing the title of disciple would certainly make a significant difference. Otherwise, entering the inner sanctum would be akin to remaining outside, without a master to guide them. They would merely attend lectures, making it difficult for those of lesser aptitude to catch up. Disciples from the outer sect could not compare to those of the inner sect. Thus, they could only look for advantages elsewhere. Furthermore, it was due to the recent emergence of the two senior brothers from seclusion that they sensed their fateful connections were becoming apparent. However, matters of destiny, time, and fortune were shrouded in the veil of heavenly secrets, and those ensnared in the web of fate would need to resolve their karmic ties, often signified simply by taking on students. After all, cultivation is a pursuit of seizing the world's essence and transforming the impossible into the possible. Among the myriad paths of cultivation, the simplest means of resolution lies in teaching and enlightening others, thereby harmonizing with the cosmos. Even though Elder Song was not within the inner sanctum, he was still cognizant of what needed to be known. Rest assured, my friend, since we have ventured out, we shall undoubtedly return with something in hand, Elder Song assured. However, should they accept our invitation, they may proceed to the inner sanctum for cultivation. Each registered disciple is granted an opportunity to attend lectures once a year. This, I trust, you will make clear to them. Song Shidi. Elder Song shook his head with a wry smile. Senior brother, do not jest with me. These are your disciples. How could I dare to speak out of turn? Li Luoyang, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, remarked, if we do not mention it, will they not inquire? Elder Song and Elder Sun exchanged glances, understanding that Li Luoyang's tough exterior masked a softer heart. Not all disciples are intimidated by us. Elder Song replied. Li Luoyang frowned, but did not contest. Observing this, Elder Song felt a surge of empathy. Those extraordinary prodigies were far removed from the thoughts of ordinary disciples. Moreover, he harbored concerns for those who might enter the tutelage of Elder Li, fearing they would fare worse than under Elder Sun's guidance. Reflecting on the traditions of the Lingjian lineage, Elder Song could not help but feel a pang of pity, despite his countless years of cultivation. At this moment, Lu Qing was effectively on a mission to explore. With the divination still intact, he had ceased pondering its implications. Instead, he began to revel in the diverse beauty of each mountain peak. Ascending to the summit, he ventured beyond the main peak to more distant temple mountains. After crossing a ridge, he suddenly beheld a snow-covered mountain, its icy expanse blanketing the ground, leaving the snowy mountain behind. He turned and climbed another peak, one that exuded the essence of spring. Following that, he traversed a mountain adorned with vibrant summer pines, ultimately arriving at an autumnal expanse of crimson maple trees that in a fleeting moment. Lu Qing transitioned through the seasons, from winter to spring, experiencing the full cycle of time within a brief span. The cyclical nature of seasons, the passage of years, and the ebb and flow of life were all encapsulated in this journey. Liu Qing lingered at this spot, momentarily immobilized. Before finally moving again, he brushed aside a fallen red leaf that had settled upon his shoulder. A flicker of insight emerged within him, a realization that this understanding might indeed be the meager gains the divination had promised. Time, mysterious and formidable, had always been daunting, though he had barely scratched the surface. The revelation he experienced felt like a significant achievement that in the past. Even during deep contemplation, he had not attained such clarity as he did now. He sensed an enhancement in his spiritual power. As the gathering concluded, Elder Song's gentle voice resonated throughout the temple, signaling that it was time to depart. However, unexpectedly, a paper crane transformed into a streak of light and soared towards him. The paper crane then spoke. "Disciple Lu Qing, please proceed to the principal peak of the temple." For a fleeting moment, Lu Qing felt a sense of bewilderment as the divination's implications dissipated from his mind. Yet, this confusion was transient. He quickly regained composure, responding, "This disciple shall go at once." After gleaning the faintest insights regarding the passage of time, Lu Qing understood that the divination's curtain was about to fall. Though the gathering had concluded, the matter of accepting disciples seemed to linger. With a sense of intrigue, he realized he need not make the journey alone. As he finished speaking, the paper crane suddenly expanded into a full-sized white crane. Beckoning him to ascend, Liu Qing, unfazed by the formality, mounted the crane, which glided effortlessly through the sky, swiftly landing at the previously designated principal peak of the temple. At that moment, he noted that the cloud platforms had vanished, and approximately 20 individuals remained present, contemplating whether there was a task awaiting them, or if it pertained to the acceptance of disciples. Stirred his heart with a flicker of anticipation. He quietly landed, where the three elders awaited him. "Do you wish to become my registered disciples?" Elder Sun inquired kindly, casting several beams of light that swiftly enveloped certain individuals. Upon hearing this announcement, those selected stepped forward, their expressions alight with excitement as they bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." Lu Qing refrained from joining this throng, humbly bowing his head as he awaited further instructions. Soon, he found himself before the stoic elder Li Luoyang. "The remaining individuals shall henceforth be my registered disciples. Do any of you dissent?" Disciple pays respects to our master. The momentous news of this grand opportunity descended upon them, and no objections arose. Liu Qing observed that the familiar faces of several prodigious talents were conspicuously absent from this assembly. Moreover, he noted that Elder Sun had approximately a dozen disciples before him, while he himself appeared to be among only 7 or so. Though he did not scrutinize closely, the disciple with the highest cultivation was the first to step forward. Liu Qing estimated that among the 7, his true strength ranked within the top 3, though the aura of his cultivation could hardly escape the discerning eyes of the elders above. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He only needed to conceal it from his peers. After all, he was not at the bottom of the ranks, as there appeared to be one who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm. Liu Qing pondered this quietly, uncertain of the specific criteria the 2 elders employed in selecting disciples. The champion had also failed to secure a personal disciple, indicating that, compared to victories in combat, the elders seemed to place greater value on other aspects. However, he recalled Bai Tongzi mentioning that named disciples were inferior to personal disciples. During this outing, Bai Tongzi had only heard vague rumors and could hardly gauge the intentions of such formidable beings. After all, anyone who took on a disciple would naturally aspire for exceptional talent. Unfortunately, according to past conventions, those with outstanding talent would directly enter the inner sect, rather than languishing in the outer hall. Although their cohort was an exception, that particular batch of exceptional cases had first been sent to the inner sect before later transitioning to the outer hall. This exceptional case could not fully be regarded as a precedent. Countless thoughts flickered through Lu Qing's mind, only to be extinguished in an instant, as he dismissed the chaotic musings. Chapter 71. The Teachings. Breaking through 2 realms. Junior brother, I shall borrow your venue for a while, so I may impart a lesson to them." After distributing the 20 or so disciples who had arrived, Sun Shi turned with a smile to Songwon. "As long as it is for use, I am pleased to grant you two senior brothers the opportunity to teach here. It is indeed a blessing for this place." Songwon said little more. Happy to do a favor for his two senior brothers. Although he had not accepted any personal disciples this time, the number of named disciples was sufficient to mitigate any gap in their fates. Elder Sun had taken in over a dozen, while Brotherly had exceptionally accepted 7 named disciples. Though they were merely named disciples, they were still considered disciples. The connection, albeit thin, held the potential that these disciples might never enter the inner sect. Yet, the rarity of this teaching opportunity at this stage was a once-in-a-millennium chance. Naturally, he would not impede it, since the host had spoken thus. Elder Sun waved his sleeve, and his group of named disciples departed to another peak. Leaving this place to junior brother, senior brother, I shall not disturb your teachings any longer. With that, Elder Sun departed, followed by Elder Song, leaving only 8 individuals behind. Among them was Lu Qing's recently acknowledged master. Named disciples, of course, could not directly enter the inner sect, and the champion of the recent competition had also failed to become a personal disciple. Being taken away by Elder Sun Li, Luoyang surveyed the 7 selected disciples. Of the 7, he had already witnessed the performance of 6 on the arena, while Lu Qing, though he had merely glanced at him from the sidelines, stood out among the others. To be able to comprehend the principles of the Tao at this stage. He immediately added him to the list. Lu Qing had not anticipated that his selection would hinge upon this opportune moment, when Li Luoyang happened to observe his insight. For Li Luoyang, with Elder Sun taking in over a dozen, it would be inappropriate for him to accept too few. Thus, adding one more name fit perfectly with the Big Dipper's 7 stars, and my surname is Li. You shall take my name as named disciples. Named disciples cannot directly enter the inner sect. You should be aware of the annual opportunity to attend inner sect teachings. The disciples understand, Lu Qing replied alongside the other 6. With a single call of master, the matter was settled. Lu Qing was filled with anticipation for the teachings that Elder Sun had just mentioned. Teaching, after all, was no ordinary discourse on techniques. Such an opportunity was akin to striking fortune. Li Luoyang nodded slightly. He was known for his straightforwardness without any reservations. This was his first time accepting named disciples in his cultivation journey. Sitting cross-legged, he began to impart the teachings, with an unremarkable opening. Lu Qing immediately followed suit, as did the others, setting aside all else. The chance to receive this teaching left Lu Qing devoid of any exuberance regarding the title of named disciple. That a title, after all, could not offer protection. Should a named disciple perish, the master would remain unperturbed. This understanding of each disciple's status came after Lu Qing's comprehensive review of the Jade Tablet as for whether there were any objections to what his master had said. It was merely a matter of formality. The gathering of heroes had concluded. With no new omens emerging, Lu Qing placed greater importance on practical matters rather than titles. He immersed himself in this teaching. The master's discourse was anything but succinct. The myriad worlds, the vastness of the Tao, a resounding boom echoed within Lu Qing's purple mansion. In that instant, he was enveloped by a profound and ethereal essence. As Li Luoyang delivered his teachings, golden lotuses blossomed, and the resonance of the Tao unfolded. Countless golden lotuses descended from the heavens, merging with the earth and vanishing, while many more landed upon the 7 of them. From the very first words spoken by his esteemed master, Lu Qing fell into a state of mental emptiness. This was a stark contrast to the previous experiences of attending lectures, where he could still comprehend and remember each word. Here, however, the moment the first syllable resonated and the first golden lotus appeared, Lu Qing lost all sense of self. Completely absorbed in the teachings, he felt as if the fog in his mind suddenly lifted, and an array of insights surged forth. His foundational cultivation method, the Xiantian Yuanjing, was also in operation, rapidly enriching his comprehension. The 8th layer, the 9th layer, until the 10th layer, he finally came to a halt. The lotus settled upon his brow, cascading to his shoulders, merging with his body and soul. Instantly, without his conscious intention, the grand concealment technique he practiced began to operate, obscuring his breakthroughs. The accumulation of various aspects, including his comprehension and aptitude, all experienced a remarkable enhancement. In a hazy vision, Lu Qing seemed to glimpse a vast chaotic sky, with countless stars adrift like grains of sand in the void. Just as a buzzing sound resonated in his ears, The divine soul from his purple mansion coalesced into a golden force, and his previously vacant mind finally returned. Simultaneously, the spiritual sea within his dantian expanded. With wisps of spiritual liquid rapidly evolving, a pure essence flowed throughout Lu Qing's being. His limbs, bones, purple mansion, divine soul, and the sea of consciousness all resonated in an instant. The cultivation realm of purple mansion broke through to the fifth realm. And yet, this was not the end. Liu Qing abruptly opened his eyes. The resonance of the Tao had ceased, the lotuses had vanished, and the esteemed master was nowhere to be seen. In the moment he opened his eyes, a breakthrough quietly occurred around him. The sixth realm of the purple mansion achieved. Even Liu Qing could not help but feel a surge of joy within. This session of teachings yielded an unparalleled bounty. If the enhancement in cultivation brought him surprise, then the clarity of mind and the elevation of comprehension were delightful gifts. His understanding and aptitude, while not lacking, had been cultivated through the effects of treasures and elixirs, requiring years of nurturing to rival those of innate talents. Now, it was as if this lengthy process had been instantaneously simplified. Should he undergo another aptitude test, Liu Qing was certain he had attained the status of Earth-grade aptitude. Regardless of whether it pertained to understanding or the qualities expected of Earth-grade aptitude, the final gap had been entirely bridged here. In fact, in certain aspects, Liu Qing's cultivation aptitude had even surpassed his comprehension. Even Liu Qing himself could not articulate the extent of his comprehension. Yet, there was no doubt that the previously sluggish, tortoise-like progress of the Xiantian Yuanjing had transformed. While still a tortoise, it had begun to move with swiftness. Now at the 10th layer, he could readily cultivate up to the 18th layer without issue. Chapter 72. Departing early, a month. The esteemed master had already left. Liu Qing's brief mental deliberation did not reveal itself overtly. Upon awakening, he was free to depart. In the future, should he enter the inner sect, he could present a token to access the master's venue. This message, seemingly left behind by the master, lingered in his ears. Liu Qing glanced at the others. The 6 individuals were still in deep slumber, unaware of his movements. Not seeing the esteemed master was entirely normal. After the teachings concluded, each was left to their own insights. He heard the words, expressing gratitude for the master's teachings. Rising, he cupped his hands in a bow toward the direction of Li Luoyao. Regardless of circumstance, this teaching had provided Liu Qing with what could be deemed the greatest opportunity of his cultivation journey thus far. Subsequently, Liu Qing chose not to linger any longer. Previously, he had refrained from scrutinizing the other 7 individuals due to the presence of the master. However, now that he looked closely, he discerned 2 among them to be individuals of Earth-grade aptitude. Having recognized them during the initial lecture when the group had descended to avoid encountering their gazes, he resolved to move on rather than linger to refine his gains, since he had not dared to observe others openly. Liu Qing surmised that, at that time, no one else would have turned to scrutinize him either. After all, the master had acted decisively, not waiting for self-introductions or disclosing his name before commencing the teachings. Liu Qing had no desire to remain and engage emotionally with these potential senior or junior brothers. Should others become aware that the venerable elder of the inner sect is receiving registered disciples here at the outer sect, it would undoubtedly stir considerable turbulence in the realm of cultivation. Merely contemplating the inevitable influx of trials, challenges, and social encounters in the future, Liu Qing hastened to pay his respects before swiftly returning to his Lingyao Island. Riding a beam of rainbow light, he deemed it prudent to remain on his own island to slowly digest the insights gained from the Golden Lotus Tao rhythm, ensuring a safer refinement of his recent acquisitions. Thus, Liu Qing was taken aback when, just as he departed, an unusual individual stepped onto the main peak's dojo. Simultaneously, 2 renowned geniuses he recognized opened their eyes. Lin Tiannan and Fu Wooding, both of whom were of the earth rank, possessed qualifications that assured the minimum standard for cultivation rather than the maximum. They had previously embarked on a mission alongside many other talents for last year's demon-slaying task. They were aware of the news regarding a minor realm, thanks to their respectable family backgrounds. However, following that incident, their foundations were compromised, leading their families to support others instead. Furthermore, unlike the celestial prodigies who entered to seek masters, they had merely secured the title of registered disciples. Had they originally entered the Purple Mansion, this title could have been transformed into reality. Yet, Due to their damaged foundations and declining qualifications, the opportunity to enter the Purple Mansion was only granted through the final efforts of their esteemed master and families. How could they accept such circumstances? Consequently, when Li Luoyang emerged to recruit disciples, it was ostensibly a mere formality. Yet, due to their backgrounds, they found themselves here. As they opened their eyes, they immediately noticed that someone had awoken before them and was surveying the surroundings. "Junior brother, who are you?" Fu Wooding inquired with a slight smile, although a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes, for the plain, faded attire of the newcomer was hardly commendable to me. "I am Feng Yun. Are you looking to fight?" Feng Yun, sensing their malice, interpreted it as a desire for combat. Having encountered similar battle intent before, he felt invigorated. Arrogant, Lin Tiannan's expression turned cold. Others began to awaken, only to witness a tense atmosphere charged with challenge. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the current situation. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, who had departed earlier, never anticipated that the peculiar disciple he had found strange would collide with those two geniuses. Nevertheless, even if he had known, he was currently too preoccupied. Upon returning swiftly to his Lingya Island from Elder Song Wenchang's Shaoyan Dojo, Lu Qing navigated the journey with commendable speed, lacking the assistance of the Baihetongzi, due to his rapid cultivation growth. He soon found himself back on his island after merely a short incense stick's duration, but he immediately entered seclusion. A month later, on Lingya Island, the landscape was serene, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The island, resembling a leaf, was adorned with towering pale purple zuf fruit trees on one side, while the other boasted vine-like Longxin fruit trees reminiscent of cinnabar. The contrasting hues of red and purple shimmered brilliantly across the vast spiritual fields, enhancing their vibrancy and softening the austere ambience of the cultivation island. A river flowed down from the western mountains, bisecting the spiritual fields, creating a clear demarcation that evoked the imagery of a river dividing the lands. On the riverbank, a smooth, rounded green stone rested in the southeastern corner. The youthful figure sat atop it, his aura pulsating in harmony with the gentle sound of flowing water, natural and ethereal. Suddenly, an invisible gust of energy radiated from him, sending ripples across the nearby river, stirring up splashes of water. During this month of seclusion, Lu Qing solidified his realm and meticulously reviewed the Xiantian Yuanzong scripture, placing particular emphasis on the 8th and 9th layers. This consolidation, completed within the month, allowed him to thoroughly refine the insights gained from his teachings. The 6th realm of the Purple Mansion was firmly established. With his cultivation enhanced, Lu Qing earnestly contemplated the faint sense of divine insight he had gleaned from the teachings he had absorbed. Following his increased comprehension, he no longer perceived the laws and divine abilities as he once did, now clearly seeing the towering mountain before him. Mastery of divine abilities, manipulating the laws within his grasp, encompassed myriad principles of heaven and earth, yet remained elusive to the mind. Each cultivator, even when wielding the same divine technique, exhibited various disparities. Adhering strictly to conventions was common, yet the higher one ascended, the more one required insights that deviated from mere conformity. Chapter 73, The Land of the White Sea, an assessment notification. While Lu Qing spent a month consolidating his realm, events unfolded at the outer sect as well. Whispers of information trickled out following the conclusion of the Gathering of Heroes. However, the details were often vague and only comprehensible to those directly involved. In any case, the lower-ranked disciples remained unaffected. So, who was accepted? Unclear. I've heard that 2 of them offended a senior brother from the inner sect, and for some reason, their levels have regressed. Hasn't the inner sect always refrained from engaging with the outer sect? I believe it's for training. Who knows how things are arranged up there? I've never seen that individual, but I heard he's called Feng Yun, the Wen senior brother. I haven't heard anything about Lin Tianan and the others for quite some time. Now I understand it was their own doing that led to their issues. No wonder the Lin and Fu families have diminished their support. Upon concluding his seclusion, Lu Qing emerged and began to peruse the intelligence jade slip for news. His primary concern was whether the Gathering of Heroes would elicit any repercussions. As long as he remained uninvolved, he was open to negotiations. Lu Qing recognized 2 familiar names, including Feng Yun. He felt fortunate that he had hastily departed. This Wen senior brother, who ventured into the path of training and participated in the Gathering of Heroes. likely had connections with his esteemed master, and that elder Sun.A an inner sect disciple engaging in training shouldn't be outside the mountain gates. Right? The sparse information left Lu Qing unable to discern a clear narrative. However, he wasn't overly concerned. Having entered the sixth realm of the Purple Mansion, he was hardly a weakling within the outer sect. The position of Lingyao Island, which he had reached with the assistance of the Baiyatongzi, allowed him to sense his island's location amidst the vast ocean. Other disciples would likely find it cumbersome to traverse. Currently, Lu Qing had no desire to leave his island, intending to wait until this commotion subsided before accepting external tasks. He believed that the elders of the outer sect would have some recollection of him, as he was a registered disciple taken in by two elders. Aside from Elder Song, he had not met the other two elders. With over 20 individuals sharing the responsibilities, the impact should be minimal. The managing elder, along with the administrative elders and the dean, were sufficient to oversee the vast outer sect, allowing the three elders to focus on their own cultivation. Suddenly, a white light flickered outside the island's formation. Resembling a white butterfly attempting to flit inside but hindered by the formation, causing it to circle in midair. Noticing the butterfly's appearance, Lu Qing swiftly grasped it with his hand as the formation shifted. This was a mid-tier communication talisman, capable of sending messages across great distances for immediate contact, often referred to as a communication talisman in the cultivation world, infusing a thread of spiritual energy into the talisman. The white butterfly flickered as a voice transmitted through it was a communication talisman from Baiyatongzi. Baiyatongzi. Hey, Lu Qing, can you hear me? Lu Qing almost doubted whether he had returned to his original world. Tongzi, aren't you over at the White Sea? What has transpired? Baiyatongzi spoke with great vigor, and amidst the sounds transmitted, Lu Qing could hear the howling cold winds. Nevertheless, there was a hint of joy in his tone. Something has happened. Lu Qing, are you still meditating in your cave? I'm preparing to return. The ice tide has risen at the White Sea. So many spiritual fish. TSK, can you cook fish? I'll bring some back for us to feast on. Baiyatongzi's excitement was palpable, and amidst the sounds of the cold winds, Lu Qing also heard the cracking of ice, bringing a chill that reached his ears through the talisman. Observing the picturesque scenery of his island, adorned with clear mountains and waters and lush spring grass, he realized that according to the seasons, it was now January, the winter period. Haha, Tongzi, it's a deal. My culinary skills are quite decent. Cooking fish is no trouble at all. Lu Qing hadn't cooked in quite some time since his dietary restrictions. All right, this time I'll ensure you are thoroughly astonished. I've never seen fish so large, so long, and so cold. Baiyatongzi, a master fisherman, often harbored a silent disdain for those who wielded spiritual fishing rods yet failed to catch any fish. Hence, every time he ventured to the White Sea, he relished the experience. Often forgetting his primary duties in the thrill of the hunt, Lu Qing was forced to listen to the delightful tales of the White Sea. Although he had never visited, Baiyatongzi's enthusiastic recounting provided him with a considerable understanding of the area. If he were to venture there, he would not be lost or unable to discern his direction. After all, the White Sea is a realm of icy waters, where heavy snowflakes dance through the air and a blanket of white snow envelopes the land, infused with an immeasurable vitality that obscures the cardinal directions, leading to a disarray in calculations. According to the White Crane Boy, during his inaugural journey, he too encountered a moment of disorientation. The white light of the communication talisman flickered one last time before vanishing entirely. Thus, this connection came to an end. Lu Qing exhaled softly, seated himself upon then rose gracefully, his wide sleeves fluttering as he rode the wind to hover above the spiritual fields. He gazed down at the distinctly thriving spiritual trees below, which had grown but had yet to bear fruit. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a gentle rain to quench their thirst for spiritual moisture. After calculating the time, he estimated that in approximately 4 months, the fruits would ripen, and with them, the generous rewards of this spiritual planting quest would soon be his. He required both spiritual stones and contribution points. That moment, the spiritual planting disciples board stirred with activity. Lu Qing leaned in for a closer look, and to his delight, it was an announcement regarding the assessment of disciples in the Spiritual Planting Institute. To all disciples of the Spiritual Planting Institute, from the 1st to the 10th of March. The Institute will conduct assessments for junior, intermediate, and senior spiritual planting masters, Disciples interested in taking part should prepare accordingly. This assessment will not be circumscribed in scope, honesty is paramount, and cheating will not be tolerated. It had been quite some time since I had updated my entry-level status. March was still ahead, and I could conveniently avoid the rush to take the assessment for a junior spiritual planting master. After all, should I take on tasks afterward, I would no longer enjoy the beginner's benefits of the Purple Mansion. The requirements for certain tasks had become more detailed, distinct from the previous assignments Lu Qing had undertaken, where merely refining a few spells was sufficient to pass. Those tasks were aimed at disciples outside the Spiritual Planting Institute, with a portion of the rewards deducted by the issuing platform. Internal tasks, however, depended on the level of the spiritual planting master. With varying spiritual plants available for cultivation at different ranks, such as 9th, 8th, and 6th tier spiritual plants, Liu Qing had even procured a jade volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Plants with Spiritual Stones, a compendium detailing countless varieties of spiritual flora. Chapter 74. A minor turmoil regarding divine powers now. As a disciple of the Spiritual Planting Institute, Lu Qing was fortunate enough to see the announcement on the green token, ensuring he would not miss the assessment. When he first entered, the evaluation had been exceedingly simple, merely requiring a basic registration. With this assessment now on the horizon, Lu Qing was determined to seize the opportunity, especially since there was no registration fee. Each day on Lingye Island, he either trained or occasionally unleashed a Grand Rain spell, sometimes expanding its reach to envelop a 100-mile radius around the island. The sea, devoid of human presence, was soon drenched in a torrential downpour. Yet beyond this, the sky remained clear and unclouded. Liu Qing had long explored whether he had neighbors. Unlike the neighboring peaks, here, one would need to soar a considerable distance to sight another island. This arrangement facilitated Lu Qing's practice of spells over the sea. Apart from the White Crane Boy, his earlier contact, Senior Brother Qian, would occasionally send messages to maintain their connection. Senior Brother Qian was a seasoned and shrewd individual, adept at navigating the bustling registration hall as a responsible disciple, a feat not easily accomplished. Presently, he was leisurely assessing the availability of caves and mountains to open up for disciples to choose from. "Is there anyone in Tianyun Blessed Land?" a voice inquired. Senior Brother Qian felt a jolt of apprehension. Not again, Tianyun Blessed Land. This particular area had recently been rife with incidents, causing several disciples to be affected and leave the registration hall in droves. He was keen to ascertain who dared to disturb him. Raising his gaze, he recognized the visitor. A youth clad in worn robes, it was not merely the youthfulness of his appearance that struck him. He had already discerned the identity of the newcomer. Was this not the disciple who had recently stirred up quite a commotion in their outer sect, challenging the inner sect to test their mettle? A wave of surprise washed over Senior Brother Qian as he adopted a more amiable demeanor. "Dear brother, at present, Tianyun Blessed Land is unoccupied, but as you are aware, Senior Brother Ning has always favored this place. And several others hold it in high regard as well, so I must apologize." He intended to elaborate, hoping to convey to the young inner sect disciple that this area was fraught with peril. Many had engaged in fierce competition to claim this blessed land. Eager to accelerate their cultivation, they had turned a blind eye to the dangers entwined with such ambition. The swirling vortex of conflict was indeed a treacherous affair. However, as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of a hint of bewilderment on the youth's unassuming face. It dawned on him that the young man had understood none of his warning. Recalling the rumors circulating in the outer sect, he shifted the topic. "Brother, this place is favored by Senior Brother Ning Xiaohua." Feng Yun scratched his head, pondering his own strength. Senior Brother Qian was momentarily speechless. Senior Brother Ning is one of the top 10 experts in our outer sect. "Very well, I shall challenge him." Feng Yun's expression lit up with eagerness, an undeniable combativeness emanating from him. Fortunately, it was not directed at Senior Brother Qian, who watched the departing figure with a cold sweat forming on his brow. Now face to face with this Feng Yun, he finally understood why others had hesitated to speak. Their expressions laden with unease seemed he was indeed a battle enthusiast. The Tianyun Blessed Land was proving to be a considerable headache. In assisting Lu Qing with the selection of a cave, he had unconsciously aligned with Lu Qing's thinking, and now the burden of this blessed land felt more like a curse. He promptly redirected his focus back to the hall, inviting any interested parties to negotiate. As expected, there were indeed some inexplicable matters at play here. The Ning Xiaohua mentioned by Senior Brother Qian was not the only one eyeing this blessed land. The contention was unceasing, and the intermediary had become embroiled in the chaos. The fierce competition among several brothers was compounded by unseen forces, far beyond what they could handle. Senior brother Qian's timely intervention had been a narrow escape. Otherwise, he too would have faced the penalties of being relegated to menial labor. Settling back into his chair, he sipped his spiritual tea, feeling at ease. With his recent elevation in status, he no longer needed to engage in ordinary transactions. Yet this particular visitor was an exception. He surmised that other disciples recognized him and dared not approach Da. A season of troubles. The inner and outer sects seldom cross paths. I wonder what this brother seeks to accomplish. He pondered this and relayed the information to Lu Qing. Should this Feng Yun challenge Lu Qing, it would spell trouble. At the very least, Lu Qing needed to be informed. Yet, these minor disturbances did not affect Lu Qing in the slightest. Upon receiving senior brother Qian's message, Lu Qing felt a rare sense of gratitude toward the emerging Feng Yun for diverting the outer sect's attention away from the list of registered disciples. This was fortuitous. Perhaps no one would now focus on the disciples' registry. However, Lu Qing mused, he only knew that his recently appointed master bore the surname Li, and nothing more. This led him to wonder about the inner sect and what wonders lay within. Of course, Lu Qing had now reached the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion, and achieving the golden core was no longer a distant dream. Moreover, as he examined the palm of his hand, a subtle, indescribable energy began to coalesce. The technique of divine powers was slowly revealing its embryonic form to him. Lu Qing's seclusion was not solely for cultivation. It was also a refinement of the insights he had gleaned from the teachings. Divine powers differed from spells. They resembled a form of transcendence. Reaching a certain realm of understanding, Lu Qing had caught a mere glimpse, yet even he could not articulate the nature of this insight. Fortunately, there remained a plethora of options for divine powers within the exchange list. However, the contribution points required for redemption were still beyond his reach, and his gaze fell upon the renowned commentary section, where numerous seniors had left messages. Understanding and insight were intricately linked. To cultivate this divine power, one must possess a keen sense of comprehension. The teachings offered guidance, yet nothing could rival the direct mentorship of a living master. No wonder it was said that divine powers were vast and profound. It was akin to attempting to grasp the immeasurable path of existence with just one's own cultivation, an arduous task indeed. The essence of this struggle was evident in the words that echoed in his mind. The pursuit of a divine power had already consumed countless contribution points. When would he finally achieve it? A fellow disciple had succinctly articulated the trials and tribulations of this journey. Chapter 75. Discussions on divine powers and grilled fish. To truly summon the wind and rain was no mere matter of manipulating clouds and precipitation. The distinction between ordinary rain and spiritual rain was profound. Some had commented on the intrinsic nature of divine powers versus spells, highlighting an insurmountable divide. As Lu Qing perused these insights, he felt a stirring within. Even if it was merely the surface of divine understanding, it was an exhilarating revelation. He contemplated his own limited grasp, which seemed only tangentially related to the known divine powers. He aspired to harness the rain-summoning technique. Yet it remained a distant aspiration. The rain-summoning technique was a grand art, capable of altering the very tides of nature. Since beginning his training, Lu Qing had progressed smoothly, aided by his prior experience with the minor rain spell. Yet he still struggled to capture that fleeting spark of inspiration that he resolved to let it unfold naturally, patiently honing his skills over time. The exchange of these mystical abilities comes at a steep price. Moreover, Lu Qing seizes this opportunity to peruse the comments section of the mystical ability exchange, examining it thoroughly. The essence of these abilities does not reside in parchment or jade slips, but rather in their practical application by real individuals. In other words, what is exchanged here is merely a fleeting glimpse of the utilization of these mystical powers. There are no earnest teachings, no meticulously articulated instructions, nor any black and white documentation for one to ponder over repeatedly. Some individuals can memorize the movements in a single viewing, while others require multiple repetitions to grasp them. These subtle distinctions lead many disciples, who aspire to ascend rapidly and disdain ordinary techniques in favor of mastering mystical abilities, to feel deeply discouraged as they strive to scale lofty heights and traverse treacherous cliffs. They ultimately discover that the path is a dead end. Not everyone is capable of walking this road. as ordinary techniques can also be cultivated to high realms. Some leave messages advising future aspirants not to blindly revere the might of these mystical powers. Point 1 should not wish to run before learning to walk. Barring extraordinary talent, everyone's cultivation generally follows a systematic progression from the simple to the complex and ultimately to the profound. Naturally, such a journey is fraught with challenges. Just pondering the slightest deviation in the laws of the Purple Mansion realm is already a task beyond what one at this level ought to contemplate. It is indeed wiser to proceed slowly. Those who seek quick and easy gains often meet with dire consequences, and each year, a significant number of disciples fall by the wayside. The last two comments are remnants from long ago. It is regrettable, however, that all are human. If you can cultivate, why can't I? Thus, one can observe that following these two comments, a plethora of new messages has emerged. Clearly, these warnings may only serve to instill a modicum of caution. But giving up is not an option. Liu Qing, himself a cultivator, deeply understands this sentiment. However, he has cultivated caution into a natural disposition, and prudence has become second nature, leading him to refrain from forcing matters. The straightforward reason being, he simply cannot afford to exchange for these mystical abilities on offer. Lacking desire, he remains unattached. If one is inherently empty, what can one possibly seek? As long as one contributes sufficiently. Exchanges are possible, yet Liu Qing happens to lack contribution points. Such fortuitous arrangements and generosity are beyond the reach of many clans and sections. Hence, Liu Qing observes and gains a rough understanding of why those immortal families tirelessly send their disciples into the mountains for cultivation. He also comprehends why the previous grand operation to eliminate demons even stirred the inner disciples to emerge and undertake tasks. Spirit stones are often useful, yet in later stages, contribution points have become predominant. With mystical abilities being exchanged for them. As Liu Qing gazes at the string of zeros, he calculates the number of tasks required, and it becomes evident that a minimum of 3 digits is necessary to embark on such a quest. If one truly wishes to devote oneself to exchanging for mystical abilities, upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, it is indeed possible to obtain them, provided one does not remain cooped up in one's cave abode like him. It is no wonder he has not encountered many Purple Mansion disciples previously. The external tasks of the sect are the main focus. Disciples below the Purple Mansion level have not been granted such permissions, leaving many to remain within the sect, which accounts for Liu Qing's previous experiences of hasty comings and goings primarily involving qi nurturing and foundation establishment disciples. He decides to cease his reflections, as Bai He Tongzi should be returning shortly. Though Liu Qing is unaware of the Bai He Tongzi's background, the extravagant manner in which it communicates, a mid-tier communication talisman costing 100 spirit stones, used only once, suggests that its urgency and excitement to showcase the spirit fish of the White Sea indicates it will not simply return on its OWN.IT, is likely to utilize a teleportation array. A teleportation talisman, or perhaps hitch a ride with someone else. Liu Qing prepares himself. The island features a primordial forest with every type of tree imaginable. He seeks an open space away from his usual mountaintop cultivation site, primarily because the aroma of barbecued fish amidst the flames is quite intense, making the streamside a more suitable locale for grilling in less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn. 2 white figures descend from the sky in quick succession, splashing into the stream before the second figure can even enter the water. Liu Qing swiftly reaches out, enveloping the nearly submerged pristine white fish in a layer of spiritual power. This is a slender, ice-cold spiritual fish. This is the fish, Bai He Tongzi, whom he hasn't seen for a month, still possesses a plump and robust physique, its fluffy feathers concealing its entire body, compared to other more agile-looking cranes. Bai He Tongzi appears even more robust. It seems that after a month in the White Sea, it has been well fed. Truly, this fish is impressively long, nearly 2 feet in length. Its entire body is snow white, with frost-like patterns glistening on its scales under the sunlight, refracting beams of light. As Liu Qing swiftly captures this white fish, he employs spiritual energy to slice it open, revealing its white bones and flesh. Emanating a chilling aura, he casually draws a barrier to prevent this coldness from encroaching upon his spiritual fields. The spirit fish of the White Sea is indeed different, Liu Qing marvels, observing the lingering icy aura clinging to every inch of the fish's flesh, confirming that the White Sea is as frigid as rumored. Even the bones of the fish, which dwells there, are imbued with the essence of frost and snow. Liu Qing's skills in handling food are commendable. He constructs the barbecue frame from a fresh tree branch, stout as a bowl. This is also Bai Tongzi's first experience with outdoor barbecuing. After skinning and segmenting the fish, Lu Qing instructs Bai Tongzi to unleash its fireball technique. Thus, Lu Qing grills the fish while Bai Tongzi conjures the flames. The spiritual fire, unlike mundane fire, quickly produces a mouth-watering aroma as the surface of the fish sizzles. The tender, snow-white fish emits an enticing fragrance without the need for any seasoning. As Bai Tongzi devours the grilled spirit fish, smoke wafts from its head. Liu Qing chuckles. Tongzi, what kind of spirit fish is this? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Bai Tongzi, having overindulged, forgets to circulate its spiritual power to refine the pure spiritual energy. This is a white sea swordfish. I've heard it contains a sword bone. Some people use it for weapon crafting. Bai Tongzi hastily begins to refine the energy. Liu Qing's gaze rests on the grill. Pondering the swordfish, from its exterior, one cannot discern its properties. Could it be that the sword bone is so fragile? However, our fish lacks it. All is based on luck. Bai Tongzi pauses for a moment before speaking again. It is then that Lu Qing comprehends that it is not due to his heavy hand that the sword bone was destroyed, but rather that this fish simply does not possess one. Chapter 76. Related to the assessment. Such issues of probability are within Lu Qing's understanding. If every swordfish contained a sword bone, those who craft weapons would surely be driven to madness. He knows that sword bones are coveted spiritual treasures among sword cultivators. Lu Qing also indulges in a meal of white sea swordfish as a form of nourishment. This fish is an excellent choice for grilling, not greasy, but rather refreshing, a quality likely derived from the inherent characteristics of the spiritual fish's growth environment. Lu Qing has never been one to indulge excessively in culinary delights. Once his spiritual power ceases to grow from the fish, he stops eating. The spiritual energy in this modest portion of fish flesh is already richer than that of typical nourishment. And Lu Qing can sense the golden, radiant sea of spiritual liquid within his dantian gently undulating, akin to a wave. Consuming this meal is roughly equivalent to the effort of refining over a complete cycle of energy circulation. The variety of species in the cultivation realm is indeed vast. Liu Qing silently contemplates his compendium of spiritual flora. Could there also exist a compendium of spiritual fish or spiritual birds within the cultivation world? This is not beyond the realm of possibility. Bai Tongzi, though not present, is well informed. After all, as a member of the Bai clan, it flits about daily, and most disciples tend to favor the affordable offerings of the Bai family. As an inner sect elder, Lu Qing, you also possess the title of a registered disciple. That's quite commendable. Bai Tongzi is aware of who has been accepted as a registered disciple, which is hardly surprising. The elder of the Bai clan is still within the inner sect, and since Bai Tongzi was able to learn this news previously, it stands to reason that it has some connections with those two elders. Indeed, quite unexpected. I hadn't anticipated that. Liu Qing slightly shakes his head, acknowledging that this is something he genuinely did not foresee. Bai Tongzi shows no surprise. There's nothing to ponder. We can hardly guess the elder's thoughts. It hastily refines such a massive amount of spiritual energy, and now its body has grown somewhat sturdier. Liu Qing casually hands it a pot of tea to aid in digestion. However, I do know who your master is among the elders, but I cannot disclose it. If overheard, I might find myself struck by lightning mid-flight. But I can assure you, it's nothing ill-fated. Should you enter the inner sect, it will be a substantial advantage. Bai Tongzi usually speaks freely before Lu Qing. But upon hearing its noticeably cautious tone, Lu Qing cannot help but smile, sensing its genuine concern about the possibility of a sudden lightning strike. However, after the latter part of the statement, he ponders deeply. Tongzi, rest assured, I understand your implication. Liu Qing maintains a stable mindset, harboring no worries. The prospect of a formidable figure that even Bai Tongzi admires is not something he currently has the means to pursue. It is far better to focus on the present, such as the impending spiritual plant master assessment. As Bai Tongzi prepares to depart, it offers its thoughts on this assessment. Although it is a white crane, its mind is preoccupied with thoughts of acquiring spirit stones. Realizing that it cannot expect to excel at the intricate tasks, it finds comfort in the inheritance passed down from its ancestors. Each transport of a passenger earns one spirit stone, and for longer distances, many disciples would generously tip with spirit stones. Therefore, Even before establishing a few plots of spiritual fields, Bai Tongzi had already ceased such endeavors. Though it no longer engages in this line of work, Bai Tongzi is familiar with the assessment process. The assessment comprises both a written component and a practical examination, each accounting for 50 of the total score. The content of the assessment is diverse. When I attempted it, I failed, and I am now merely an entry-level spiritual plant master. Bai Tongzi sighs wistfully. Liu Qing gazed at the white crane boy with a look of astonishment. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the tales of the boy's past involvement in spiritual plant cultivation were indeed true, it had simply eluded him until now. However, recalling the boy's adeptness in plucking feathers from his own body led him to a sudden epiphany. The efficacy of the white crane's feathers could only be understood by someone who had engaged in the cultivation of spiritual plants. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to the calamities of insect infestations. Fortunately, Liu Qing had no cause for concern regarding this matter. As a high-ranking cultivator within the outer sect, it would be laughable if he were unable to deal with mere insects to live examination. Indeed, I, a white crane, struggled to write, and yet during the on-site assessment, those bearded elders insisted that I cultivate some fish fruit. Humph, had I drawn a different topic, I would have surely advanced, Liu Qing pondered. Could it be that you consumed your own examination fruit? Upon hearing this, the white crane boy's gaze faltered momentarily before he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What do you mean by consume? I merely wish to conduct an experiment." Liu Qing scrutinized the robust physique of the white crane boy, recognizing that even during the examination, consuming the answers would indeed be a remarkable feat. He could not suppress a chuckle and said, "Boy, I appreciate your enlightening me on these matters. What written assessments and on-site evaluations amount to are merely written and oral examinations. This format is familiar to him, differing only in content, with a 50% weightage." He held no significant apprehension towards the written test, though he was somewhat curious about the on-site interview. He harbored a degree of anticipation regarding the spiritual plant examination within the cultivation realm. Knowing that should he falter this time, there would always be another opportunity. Nevertheless, he deemed it unwise to remain unprepared. After bidding farewell to the white crane boy, Liu Qing resolved to ready himself. However, this assessment seemed devoid of any publicly accessible reference materials or answer keys. Yet, behind the scenes, exchanges of information were undoubtedly taking place. Liu Qing observed on the information jade slip that numerous individuals had already begun to circulate messages. High price for mid-tier spiritual plant master examination content. Interested parties, please private message. Is there anyone with the content for initial tier spiritual plant master examinations? Price is negotiable, urgently needed. Yet before Liu Qing could read further, these two messages silently vanished amidst a flurry of luminous notifications. Subsequently, a prominent message appeared. Integrity in assessments, do not procrastinate. This bold luminous message surged above countless others, ensuring that every disciple possessing the jade slip could see it immediately. Liu Qing discerned that the sale of materials was certainly prohibited in this context, and the jade slip's origin must be extraordinary. Returning the jade slip, Liu Qing lightly tapped his toes, his figure soaring like a wisp of azure cloud. Ascending directly to the summit of the flat cliff, exuding an ethereal grace. Chapter 77. Unperturbed by turmoil, the eldered Ahiti the flat cliff lake, a jade-white river flowed straight through the valley, resembling a silver galaxy. Dividing the mountains on either side to Ahiti that moment, two figures stood atop the cliffs flanking the river. One was clad in tattered robes, while the other donned resplendent attire, yet the tension between them was palpable. Boom! The once serene river below suddenly surged with waves, splashing water against the trees lining the shore, sending ripples in all directions. Humph! So, you are the one known as Fengyun. The inner sect does not interfere with the outer sect's affairs. Do you intend to defy this? Ning Xiaohua's eyes darkened abruptly. Outsiders could not discern the subtleties, but he had already found himself at a disadvantage during their previous standoff. Yet how could this be? He had cultivated to the 7th realm of the Purple Mansion. He was no weakling. Fengyun replied earnestly, "The heavenly cloud-blessed land. I seek it. They told me you wanted it, so here I am." He sincerely explained the motive behind his battle intent, adding, "Moreover, I departed with my master's decree. This does not contravene any rules." That a fleeting shadow crossed Ning Xiaohua's expression. "Very well. If you wish to fight, then let us do so without restraint." "Excellent." Feng Yuan exclaimed eagerly. The pre-battle clash was not his area of expertise, yet since his master had advised it, there must be some merit to it. Once he secured his cave dwelling here, he could venture forth to hone his skills. Feng Yuan thought, but this carefree attitude only served to inflame Ning Xiaohua's resentment. Further point one day, I shall enter the inner sect AS for this battle. Interested onlookers were already gathering around the arena, the four-sided arena. A realm of transformation, allowed for unfettered displays of power without consequence. Bang! A figure was violently hurled away, soaring across the sky, blood gushing forth, their aura diminished. Feng Yuan retracted his fist, his face tinged with embarrassment. Brother, are you all right? Having been struck down by a single punch, Ning Xiaohua nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Outside the arena, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, that punch was utterly outrageous. What is his cultivation level? How is he not using any spells? Surely, he must be a body refinement cultivator. Only they would be so reckless. Some disciples, witnessing Ning Xiaohua's state, felt a pang of sympathy, recalling how those body refinement disciples could dispatch opponents with a single blow. Their physical prowess almost monstrous. Meanwhile, Songwen was observing the arena battle from his small cloud dojo, likely unaware that this fight had caught the attention of the elders, the prime candidate for body refinement. Would he be sent to the water state for training? His gaze fell upon Feng Yuan, narrowing slightly as he noted the fortune surrounding him, with a golden young dragon swirling above his head. Or perhaps, he would venture to the Tatian realm. In comparison to the body refinement cultivators, Elder Song's focus shifted to the auspicious phenomenon above this young man's head, the golden dragon symbolizing unmatched royalty on earth. And signifying great esteem within the realms of cultivation, Elder Song contemplated this, unable to unravel the mysteries at play, yet he sensed that someone had obscured the celestial mechanisms, potentially disrupting the natural order. Well, it's of little consequence. I am but an old bone tasked with safeguarding this small patch of land. Beyond that, I lack the energy to scheme further. The last young man had also exhibited extraordinary auspicious signs. Yet he possessed different opportunities that as he recalled certain aspects. Elder Song quickly adjusted his thoughts, ensuring that no one noticed. Those of profound cultivation often forge connections through names and causality. His gaze returned to a thin sheet of paper, upon which was inscribed the names of two senior brothers, the first and only disciples accepted from the outer sect by the inner sect's elders. The implications of this revelation were indeed thought-provoking. As the one personally overseeing their admission, Songwen scrutinized the chosen disciples, noting that half of them had performed admirably in the arena, which was not surprising. In this outer sect, exceptional talents, supreme physiques, or reincarnated deities were scarce. Thus, one must settle for the next best option, selecting disciples with good fortune, admirable character, or remarkable innate abilities. As Elder Song had suggested of the remaining half, the selections were nebulous. Lacking any clear criteria, these two Earth-tier disciples were indeed unfortunate in their qualifications, their characters unworthy of note. With a plethora of disciples, Songwen struggled to recall each one, though he retained some memory of those with exceptional or inferior talents. Nearby, a languid spirit crane lounged in a chair, expressing its sentiments. They choose as they please, guided solely by fate. You, old man, are wasting time pondering. Elder Song bristled. You simply do not understand. These two senior brothers must have their reasons. I just cannot see through them at present. The spirit crane opened its beak, channeling spiritual energy like a breeze, causing papers to flutter toward it. These are merely some junior disciples of the Purple Mansion. When they enter the inner sect, you'll grasp the situation. I can see it plainly. Their cultivation speed is quite commendable. As for this battle I witnessed, that lad is indeed formidable. And look at this. His luck appears quite favorable. The spirit crane rattled on, highlighting the strengths of various disciples. Songwen cast a glance and realized the crane had not spoken in vain. His focus remained on the performances within the arena. Such was no surprise. Yet, without stepping onto the stage, how could one discern the true nature of these disciples? The rest was simply a matter of fate. I remember the few you mentioned, but this one's cultivation speed is particularly rapid. Songwen's gaze fell upon one name, Lu Qing, of the Purple Mansion realm. He could not help but exclaim, how strange, I have no recollection of this disciple. Of course, look at the first line. The entrance test indicated superior qualifications. And he joined 2 years ago. Had the testing mirror malfunctioned? Each disciple, upon entering the academy, possessed their own dossier. accessible whenever needed. Thus, Lu Qing's succinct history was hardly a secret to him. Such speed prompted Song when to compare. If he had reached the fourth realm of the Purple Mansion previously, he would surely achieve breakthroughs after attending lectures that a splendid talent indeed, and among this batch, he alone had the potential to enter the inner sect. As for luck and opportunities, he held little concern. Among those who rise as formidable beings, who does not harbor a touch of fortune and opportunity? Having spent so long in the academy, he had witnessed both the dragon among men and the fall of many prodigies. Venturing down the path of the spiritual plant master, he had chosen the cultivation of the earth. Though Elder Song had never met this disciple, he surmised much about his character from the brief account, concluding that the boy was likely a practitioner of clarity and serenity. Indeed, it seems that the Spiritual Plant Institute is preparing for an assessment soon, is it not? He extracted a carrot from his feathers, chewed it a few times, and with his beady eyes fixed on Elder Song, he inquired, "What's the matter?" "Well, this year I shall go and take a look that it is rather idle here. Descending below would be beneficial to observe what new discoveries the Spiritual Plant Institute has made." As he spoke, he promptly rose, unfurling a pair of grand wings, shaking off the feathers adorning his body, and with a couple of hums remarked, "I have long advised you to venture out more. Remaining cooped up here makes breakthroughs rather challenging. It seems you have finally come to your senses." Chapter 78. Preparation, the Red Cloud Technique. In contrast to the well-known reputations of Feng Yun and others in the Outer Gate, Lu Qing had recently returned to his previous tranquil days of cultivation. He was unaware of the situation with Elder Song. The skirmishes above and the undercurrents of activity felt exceedingly distant to him. Each day, he followed his whims without meticulous planning. Having previously broken through 2 minor realms consecutively, Lu Qing now focused on refining his Dantian spiritual sea, striving to enhance his spiritual power and revert to a more primordial state. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of his cultivation, he intended to employ the cloud and rain technique to nurture the spiritual fields on both sides. While traversing these fields, he would revisit and solidify his knowledge concerning spiritual plants. Generally, one establishes themselves as a spiritual plant master by starting from a lower realm, progressively elevating their level with each cultivation phase, ultimately acquiring the corresponding qualifications. In other words, Lu Qing, who was currently at the Purple Mansion stage and soon contemplating the Golden Core issue, was still considered an entry-level spiritual plant master, which was rather uncommon. However, the assessment for spiritual plant masters did not solely focus on one's cultivation level. Regardless of the circumstances, having a high level of cultivation certainly facilitated matters. Lu Qing was acutely aware of the conveniences his cultivation brought him. The knowledge that would typically require countless readings to grasp was now effortlessly absorbed by his spirit, allowing him to multitask. One aspect meticulously recording vast amounts of spiritual plant knowledge and organizing it into a coherent system, while the other ventured to the island mountains to apply what he learned, cultivating a rectangular plot of spiritual field, roughly the size of a room. He also sought to draw in some earth and spiritual energy into this field. Lu Qing aptly named it the experimental field for assessment. Before the assessment arrived, he had already planted dragon heart fruits and purple moon fruits in his spiritual field, as it was essential to verify the efficacy of his spells through this experimental ground. He did not possess a temperament inclined to haphazardly prepare. After all, he would be facing several elders. Setting aside everything else, Lu Qing believed it imperative to maintain an appropriate attitude. While there was nothing wrong with performing poorly, attending an assessment without any preparation would likely leave a negative impression. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recent arena battles that drew attention from the Outer Gate, Lu Qing ventured to the main cultivation city and successfully acquired 3 sets of first-hand assessment insights from a reasonably priced Disciple Alliance Merchant Association. Do not misunderstand. He was not particularly wealthy at this moment. Initially, Lu Qing sought merely a jade slip, but due to the assessment, the Merchant Association had recently initiated a promotional offer of buy 1, get 3 free, specifically targeting those at the beginner to intermediate assessment level. This promotion proved immensely beneficial for Lu Qing. The insights contained not only the assessment experiences of various disciples, but also included numerous concise and effective spiritual plant techniques. Since the spiritual field was nearby, Lu Qing decided to experiment with the spells he had obtained directly in this rapidly constructed spiritual field. Admittedly, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as he was currently relying on the potent effects of the cloud and rain technique to nourish his spiritual plants. In other aspects of spiritual plant techniques, he had yet to delve deeply. Allow me to see. The assessment involves cultivating spiritual plants on site, showcasing one's spellcasting abilities, and addressing potential insect infestations in the disciples' assigned spiritual fields. The more he read, the more Lu Qing felt that this assessment encompassed a plethora of elements. However, at its core, it ultimately served to test whether the disciples possessed the fundamental capabilities of a spiritual plant master. The first technique frequently assessed was the minor cloud and rain technique, which I am adept at. Lu Qing swiftly bypassed this. Standing before the spiritual field, the jade slip floated before him, and various spells came to life, revealing themselves to Lu Qing. Unlike those focused solely on cultivation or combat techniques, these spells were the hallmark of the Spiritual Plant Institute, emphasizing auxiliary effects over combat prowess. The red cloud technique, which nurtures the red clouds, can slightly elevate the temperature within a designated area. Without a formation to regulate the seasons, the warmth emitted by this red cloud formation can assist spiritual plants in surviving the harsh frosts of winter and heavy snow. Given the myriad of details to consider, timing, location, and human factors, one must not solely contemplate planting spiritual plants under favorable conditions. As a spiritual plant master, Lu Qing committed the incantation to memory, moving his fingers in a precise manner, allowing his heart to resonate with his thoughts, and a crimson cloud began to gather softly in the brilliant sky above. Initially, a gentle wave of warmth washed over him, and as this red cloud coalesced, it enveloped the area where Lu Qing stood, transforming that warmth into a scorching wind akin to a vast desert storm. Lu Qing maintained the spell's consistency while observing the changes in the soil. The earth, having been previously nourished by spiritual rain, quickly transitioned to a state of dryness and warmth. Yet this transformation commenced from subtle beginnings. Lu Qing diligently recorded his observations, noting that the red cloud above had no adverse effects on him. This spiritual field, which should have ideally functioned like a water field, underwent rapid changes, adapting to conditions suitable for growth in arid regions. The spiritual and earth energies remained unchanged. Only the external appearance of the field altered. Imbued with a trace of fervent energy, making it exceptionally suitable for sun-loving spiritual plants, Lu Qing carefully controlled the extent and intensity of his first application of the red cloud technique. Since this type of spell was included in the beginner spiritual plant master assessment, it indicated that the difficulty level would not be excessively challenging or obscure. The distinction lay merely in the time required to master it upon entry. Lu Qing dissipated the red cloud and summoned a rain cloud to restore the spiritual field to its original state. Over the next few days, Lu Qing continued his routine, neither overly busy nor excessively leisurely. March had arrived, heralding the onset of early spring, and the riverside was adorned with willows swaying gently in the breeze. As Lu Qing walked along the river's surface, he retrieved a verdant token. Noting that the assessment announcement was drawing near, not only had he solidified his cultivation, but he also seemed to vaguely sense the nascent form of his spiritual abilities, hidden within the mountains, concealing an ineffable grandeur and mystery. It felt as though, while within the mountains, everything he perceived was vast and ungraspable. Lu Qing found himself experiencing a similar sensation, recalling a previous epiphany that had borne both tremendous potential and peril. He did not rush to enter the mountains. He still could not discern the faint spiritual light, indicating that the timing was not yet ripe. Regarding formations, he found himself uncertain of his current level. But he undeniably encountered a bottleneck. Following a profound teaching, Lu Qing had improved in various aspects significantly. However, regarding formations, beyond feeling that his efficiency in arranging formations had greatly enhanced, he had not observed much improvement in other areas thus far. In terms of formations, he had already grasped the basics of the golden light formation and the illusory formation. Although he had not neglected the illusory formation, the insights gained from cultivating it felt far more ethereal and intangible compared to the gradual accumulation of cultivation. Even with Lu Qing's current comprehension, he could hardly assert that when arranging formations, the flickering spiritual lights of the formation eyes would remain steadfast and unbreakable. This characteristic, compounded by his cultivation of the illusory formation, created a sense of weightiness in his arrangements, suggesting that in comparison to true masters of formations, he still retained a degree of rigidity. Chapter 79, Bottleneck, Winds and Clouds. Departing the mountain, Lu Qing had initially failed to recognize this issue. as his comprehension and realm were insufficient. Thus, he found himself unable to perceive the circumstances beyond the mountains. This was the essence of the matter. Now, upon encountering a bottleneck, Lu Qing reflected and realized that he had indeed made progress. Rather, these advancements had reinforced the foundational knowledge he had previously cultivated in formations, allowing him to experience a sense of ease that now felt obstructed, akin to striking a solid wall. This was a positive development, as he had previously been confined within his own imagination while practicing the illusory formation. During the arrangement and casting of the formation, he would unconsciously regurgitate learned concepts, yet lacking sufficient comprehension and insight rendered it merely fanciful. Realizing this was a step forward, yet understanding and execution are two distinct matters. Liu Qing now faced a bottleneck. Having contemplated the issue in his current practice of formations, he lacked a foundational system. The theoretical base was equally vital. Liu Qing had perused numerous texts on formations, but the words confined within jade slips differed markedly from teachings imparted by living instructors. After the assessment, he intended to seek guidance at the Formation Institute. Or rather, attend a lesson. Reflecting on his cultivation journey, Lu Qing had traversed a path meticulously outlined by the sect, even understanding how to approach each realm based on the permissions granted at every level. This preordained path established at the outset did not come without risks. Yet, it significantly minimized the likelihood of deviating into erroneous practices. However, cultivation encompassed not only the enhancement of one's cultivation level, but also a multitude of disciplines such as formations, talismans, alchemy, weaponry, painting, and more, which diverged greatly from one another. The cost of a class is approximately. Liu Qing glanced at the course fees. Because he was not a disciple from the array court, the assessment for array masters was significantly more stringent than that for spirit plant masters. Since the examination period for them had not yet arrived, there would be no discounts for those who were not disciples from that court. However, there was one exception, for those at the Purple Mansion level. Various sects had opened up a first-time discount privilege, which meant that Lu Qing could purchase a class on array formation at a reduced price. The array lecture previously mentioned by that intersect elder leaned more towards practical application, focusing on how to arrange formations, types of formations, and their effects. That Liu Qing had gained a great deal from that class. Now, what he needed to do was to distill the complex knowledge he had absorbed into a formation system that best suited him. And observing the theoretical teachings of the genuine entry-level array masters presented an opportunity to break through his current limitations. These confusions and uncertainties, in Lu Qing's view, were also unpredictable aspects of the cultivation journey, which is precisely where the allure of cultivation lies. After setting aside matters of formation, he calculated that there were still 3 days left before the Spirit Plant Master assessment. Before that, he decided to categorize and store the foundational knowledge of spirit planting into different memory palaces. Lu Qing could now silently recite the information just by glancing at it. The exam questions had already been forgotten the moment he left the examination hall. This was also why the on-site assessments required recitation, while the written assessments did not. Thus, even Lu Qing was uncertain about the format of the written assessments. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Qing immersed himself in his inner world. Meanwhile, the outer sect had been bustling for the past 2 months. However, such excitement was always rare. Each disciple in the inner sect seldom had the opportunity to interact with those from the outer sect. When a disciple from the inner sect was encountered, who wouldn't he wish to exchange a few words in hopes of forging some connections? Yet, the demeanor exhibited by Feng Yun deterred many from approaching easily, fearing they might be perceived as challengers and receive an unwarranted beating. This was the source of the current commotion. Challenge letters. After Ning Xiaohua's defeat, several restless disciples had issued challenge letters in succession, time and again, until today. How extraordinary was this? What realm of the Purple Mansion was he in? The previous disciple, Brother Chan, was at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, and he seemed to say that Brother Feng Yun was around the 5th or 6th level, one realm lower than him. Was this an example of battling beyond one's realm? Could this be the world of geniuses? The top 10 disciples of the outer sect had all been defeated. Even Tian Kuei and Di Xing had fallen. If he secured victory today, it was rumored he would leave the mountain gate to challenge various masters. What if someone at the core formation stage intervened? Someone rolled their eyes, dismissing the possibility. In the Xiantian domain, as long as the news was released, there would be no bullying of the weak, unless it was a demonic cultivator or some other wicked practitioner. Furthermore, This disciple had not mentioned that those who ventured out for experience from the inner sect usually entered early. And he had heard from a senior brother that there were indeed such examples. Generally, such geniuses would have a rumored protector or elder guardian by their side. Regardless, these matters were not for them to worry about. Brother Lu was not even a match, having been defeated. Previously, Brother Lu wielded the Willow Moon with great prowess, a genius rumored to have gleaned insights into the phenomena of time to eye in the next grand competition. He would undoubtedly be a popular contender for entry into the inner sect. Some gazed at the arena, witnessing a refined young man's defeat, and upon recognizing his face, they were taken aback. The body refinement disciples were known for their formidable physiques, yet after suffering a significant loss, a master of body refinement had delivered teachings that birthed a technique called the Years Technique. It was said that this elder had glimpsed true meaning from the twin eyes of the candle dragon and had inscribed that essence upon the technique, making the practice of this technique inherently imbued with the phenomena of time. In the face of the genuine Years Technique, Lu Tianling's time phenomena appeared as mere floating weeds on water, lacking any solid foundation. Some disciples gazed intently, recounting tales from long ago. Moreover, those capable of practicing this technique were undoubtedly true geniuses of the body refinement lineage. Unparalleled prodigies. The onlookers, hearing this, shared in the excitement. Witnessing the rise of an extraordinary prodigy was a rare delight in their cultivation journey that a prodigy's opponent is another prodigy, having been in the sect for a long time. They had grown somewhat indifferent. Yet many disciples maintained a composed demeanor, while within, they could not help but feel a surge of fighting spirit and confidence, thus completing the first round of tempering here. They would soon wield their swords and venture forth, like dragons emerging from the abyss. Songwen cast a deep glance at Feng Yun, who was departing the Dao Academy. "Brother, the assessment begins tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions?" Upon seeing Songwen approach, the dean of the Spirit Plan Academy and the elders also appeared to welcome the esteemed elder, learning that he had come regarding the assessment. One elder on the left spoke up. Chapter 80. Initial Stage Spirit Plant Master Assessment. Indeed, Elder Song's arrival here can provide us with some suggestions for this assessment. To be frank, we plan to incorporate illusions this time and utilize the Heavenly Heart Pearl for testing. The dean of the Spirit Plan Academy, Zhou Yaoming, was a very amiable cultivator, with a scholarly demeanor and simple robes that he smiled and shared their thoughts. "Though, I recall that the Heavenly Heart Pearl is not your treasure. How could you bear to part with it?" He jested, his tone revealing familiarity with the elders. Zhou Yaoming smiled gently, his gaze calm and serene, emanating a pure and tranquil aura that unconsciously eased the tensions in those present. "Previously, I was overly attached. A mere pearl had become a source of concern for me. Now that I have taken it out, it has alleviated my past worries." The other elders showed no change in expression, while Songwen sized up Zhou Yaoming. Realizing the change in his aura, he thought, "So that is how it is. Taking this step is neither easy nor difficult." Considering the Heavenly Heart Pearl, he pondered without continuing down that path, and instead shifted the conversation towards the pearl and the upcoming assessment. The Heavenly Heart Pearl possesses the ability to create an illusory realm. Which level of assessment do you intend to use it for? All levels. All levels, you say? Songwen's expression momentarily turned solemn, as if he were deliberating something, but soon he reached a conclusion. "Indeed, all levels. Since we are altering the assessment format, let us encompass all evaluations within its scope that we have done our utmost in past assessments. Yet ultimately, we were bound by predetermined limits that it would be better to take this opportunity to broaden the scope and observe their performance for a more comprehensive evaluation, allowing them to pass." Zhou Yaoming spoke with a tone of determination that belied his gentle demeanor. Songwen lowered his fingers from his sleeves, having briefly closed his eyes to divinate. He remarked, "This indeed sounds reasonable. The omens suggest no ill fortune, and there seems to be an aura of purple clouds emerging. However, my divination only yields one outcome. One outcome is sufficient. Too many may lead to delusions." Zhou Yaoming waved his sleeve, and a shimmering, water-like circular mirror materialized in the central space. "Elder Song, please observe here. This is the format we have decided upon after altering it with the Heavenly Heart Pearl." Songwen readily accepted the invitation. After examining it, he burst into laughter, exuding a natural air of ease. "Excellent. Your ideas are splendid. If successful, this could be promoted to other sections. I recall they too lack similar methods. Being able to effectively screen and cultivate disciples from assessments would indeed be a significant achievement. I shall record your contribution within the Tao Academy. As his words fell, the nearby elders simultaneously revealed smiles. For the disciples, their contributions were valuable, and for the elders, who were far removed from those resources, such offerings were mere trifles. I am quite eager to see whether this batch of disciples can surprise us. After discussing, they learned that Elder Song had indeed come with intentions to invite someone over. However, before the disciples could arrive, Songwon had already appeared, and thus the matter was directly addressed. In any case, modifying this assessment would not pose much difficulty, especially with the Heavenly Heart Pearl at its core. This assessment was bound to be unprecedented. Surprises? There will undoubtedly be some. Every year brings forth exceptional talents. As the conversation shifted to disciples, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and an elderly figure with white hair stroked his beard and spoke. This year, I too shall observe how this assessment unfolds. The elders from the higher echelons had already decided to update the assessment format, while Lu Qing was also prepared. The following morning, as dawn broke, the Spirit Plant Academy assessment officially commenced. Lu Qing arrived at the Spirit Plant Academy's training city. Due to the assessment day, in order to facilitate the disciples' participation, numerous luminous pathways flickered along the roadside and in the sky. Upon approaching, Lu Qing discovered that these were guiding paths. As he reached the front, a line of text materialized on the guiding path. Disciples participating in the Spirit Plant Master Assessment, please register at the guiding path. By bringing the token close, one could register. It turned out to be an exceedingly compact registration point. In addition, several disciples clad in azure robes were present to assist with guidance. Lu Qing did not wish to trouble anyone and directly took out his token. The emerald green token shimmered, and the guiding path's points of light twinkled like tiny shooting stars, radiating a verdant glow. As the two collided, the verdant light swiftly dissipated, leaving nothing but a flicker of starlight aside from Lu Qing's token. His gaze wavered slightly as he noticed an additional piece of concealed talisman affixed to the token. The disciple Lu Qing had completed the pre-examination registration. He was instructed to carry the spiritual plant token and enter the corresponding examination venue to fulfill the primary assessment requirements. Looking at his token, he realized it remained his, yet this emerald-hued token bore an extra layer of information. Upon reaching out to touch it, a passage of text materialized before him, accompanied by a faint aura of a miniature teleportation talisman. Lu Qing glanced around at the others. Some were registering before the Meteor Path Guide, while others were preparing for the examination in front of various disciples. Crush the teleportation talisman to proceed to the examination site. A voice from a guiding disciple rang out, dispelling any lingering confusion among the crowd. The entire process unfolded in an orderly manner. Lu Qing crushed the talisman, and in an instant, a radiant shadow emerged beneath his feet. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer amidst the bustling cultivators of the training city, but rather in an empty plaza. Countless tables and chairs appeared within, and upon inspecting himself, Lu Qing discovered he was already seated at an examination desk. He pondered silently, realizing each individual received a teleportation talisman, and he could only imagine how many spiritual stones would be required for such an assessment. Yet, compared to the teleportation talisman, this examination venue seemed astonishingly vast. Having experienced grand examination halls before, he could hardly fathom how so many individuals could be assessed within a single plaza. It was far larger than any 100-person examination. Sitting at the desk, which was fashioned from ancient wood and equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, Lu Qing refrained from embarrassing himself with calligraphy. As he hastily surveyed his surroundings, he soon realized that he could no longer perceive the presence of others. The sky and ground appeared to transform into a blank canvas in this environment, where it felt as though all worldly distractions had been stripped away, leaving only himself in a solitary space. He was truly tested in terms of his mindset. Accustomed to cultivating in serene locales, Lu Qing now fully grasped the essence of tranquility. Apart from the rhythm of his own breath, there was nothing else. Even his spiritual sense seemed to return to its original state. This feeling was the epitome of peace. Unlike his usual serene environments, where the wind rustled and birds chirped, here, there was an utter absence of sound. Lu Qing gradually adjusted his breathing, his heart becoming clear and empty. As time flowed with a deliberate slowness, The remnants of external distractions dissipated from his aura, merging with the stillness of the space. He sat there, seemingly becoming one with the tranquility around him. Just then, an unexpected voice shattered the silence. Disciples, please note, this written examination is conducted individually within a designated array. Do not entertain any notions of luck or attempt to manipulate spells. The duration of this assessment is 1 hour. Please pay attention to your time allocation. A series of 6 announcements outline the examination guidelines. Are you prepared? Disciple Lu Qing confirmed that Lu Qing felt no unease or hesitation. He was acutely aware that the array was what isolated his spiritual perception. The vastness of the array dissuaded him from engaging with its fluctuations. Gradually, a sheet of paper appeared on the desk, seemingly inked in a wash of colors, which then expanded into form. Within a breath, the examination paper materialized before Lu Qing. The emergence of this paper was gentle and imperceptible, even within his normal perception. He was unaware of how the examination paper had crystallized. However, this was not the focus of his attention during the examination. Chapter 81. Theoretical Assessment. The examination paper was singulared. Lu Qing picked up a bamboo pen resembling a pencil. Its tip delicately pointed and exquisitely crafted. Though it had been a long time since he last wrote, he felt no unfamiliarity as he grasped the pen. Initial Level Spiritual Plant Master Examination Paper Question 1. Please identify which of the following spiritual herbs is the swallowing cloud core. The swallowing cloud core. Lu Qing recalled this particular spiritual plant, which typically grew to a height of 13 feet, its leaves delicate and pale, often swaying gracefully in the wind, from a distance in the mountains. It appeared as if clouds were being swallowed and exhaled, hence its name, categorized among core herbs, known for its efficacy in invigorating the heart and enhancing vision. Additionally, it usually thrived in areas populated by ferocious beasts. Even within the Xiantian Academy's domain, such plants were rarely cultivated by sects or families, as they were deemed to lack cost-effectiveness. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, finding the first question unchallenging. However, those disciples who merely memorized the spiritual plants within the Xiantian domain would likely struggle. With a deft stroke, he answered the first question with ease. The open book assessment required discerning various spiritual plants. The realm of cultivation boasted a rich diversity of species, many of which had not been encountered by predecessors. However, certain spiritual plants were fundamental knowledge that must be committed to memory. These discerning questions posed minimal difficulty. Any competent spiritual plant master could answer them. Nevertheless, the subsequent questions introduced a rare spiritual plant, one that thrived in domains beyond the Xiantian realm. Drawing from his prior readings, Lu Qing only needed to recall where this plant grew, its characteristics, effects, and suitability for different cultivators. After the open book questions, he encountered queries akin to those of his previous life, short answer questions, and essay prompts that required written responses. Moreover, these questions were not confined solely to spiritual plants. They expanded to encompass the relationship between a spiritual plant master and their cultivation practices. One particular question posed a broad inquiry. Does the identity of a spiritual plant master impose constraints on one's cultivation? It is well known that alchemy possesses its own path, and artifact forging can follow the path of tools. While formations are unparalleled in their lethality, yet, the role of a spiritual plant master seems reduced to a mere vocational duty, contributing resources to the academy. Cultivating spiritual plants consumes time. In terms of cost-effectiveness, simply growing basic spiritual plants pales in comparison to learning alchemy. While the likelihood of 10 individuals mastering alchemy may be slim, the value of a single pill far surpasses that of comparable spiritual plants. Is it conceivable for someone to carve a path in spiritual plant mastery? Lu Qing was unaware of the deeper intricacies within the spiritual plant academy. He merely illustrated his perspective as a simple cultivator. Furthermore, such questions necessitated presenting one's rationale and thoughts as both a cultivator and a spiritual plant master. He reasoned that his identity did not impose restrictions on his cultivation. Many of his spells were practiced while planting spiritual herbs. Essentially a unique application of learned skills. Of course, Lu Qing believed that the low threshold for becoming a spiritual plant master provided him with a sense of security in his cultivation and a path to accumulate spiritual stones. The investment in spiritual plants often yielded returns. While endeavors in alchemy or talisman crafting did not guarantee outcomes, he believed that cultivation should flourish in diversity, with various schools of thought coexisting. The heart of cultivation could be nurtured in cliffs or fields, unaffected by one's identity. Within less than an hour, he had completed the paper. After mentally calculating, he estimated he had spent around 40 minutes. He set down the bamboo pen, confirming the accuracy of his responses, and then retrieved his token, placing it gently atop the examination paper. As the token made contact with the paper, a soft glow enveloped it, causing the examination paper to vanish from the desk. Simultaneously, countless pure white spaces mirrored Lu Qing's current scenario: a table, a chair, and a disciple. Within the array, the sounds of writing and breathing harmonized. A magnificent and expansive array enveloped the plaza. Though he had entered this space beside other disciples, he now found himself in a realm of solitude, unable to see or hear anyone else. With only the gentle rhythm of his own breath resonating in the atmosphere, a tranquility taken to its utmost extreme. Meanwhile, in other areas of the plaza, mid-level and high-level assessments were also underway, each with a similar arrangement. Elders were stationed outside each grand array, overseeing the proceedings in a higher realm, obscured from the disciples' view. Numerous elders from the Spiritual Plant Academy had gathered. This array has undoubtedly been improved, Song Wen observed, noting the meticulous arrangement of their examination site, wherein the spatial dynamics had been ingeniously fused into the setup. The registration and teleportation processes were evidently more grandiose than in previous years. In prior years, disciples often entertained notions of luck. Now, isolating them within a spatial array allowed for a moment of stillness, enabling them to answer with clarity and revealing their state of mind. Indeed, there is some merit to that, Zhou Yaoming concurred. Having witnessed this scene firsthand, Song Wen nodded in agreement. The extreme stillness was an experience many cultivators might not encounter in their lifetimes. Chapter 82. The Pinnacle of Stillness. The Virtual Realm. Even when ensconced in remote mountains and forests, one is accompanied by the gentle movements of the moonlit breeze, the murmurs of springs, and a thread of connection to the vast world beyond. That faint connection, however tenuous, can impart a sense of grounding even to cultivators. Yet, this array merely encapsulated one facet of its potential. To deprive oneself of this fleeting moment is to sever all connections with the world, leaving only a small space for solitude, where one is accompanied solely by the desk, chairs, and examination papers. The ground beneath one's feet is not the familiar terrain of the past, and the light of the sun is absent from one's sight. Only the pen and paper in hand prevent them from succumbing to inner trepidation. This, too, serves as a trial of their resolve during this assessment. Song Wen's gaze fell upon the 3 examination halls, and no one could ascertain which disciple he would ultimately choose. The other elders shared this uncertainty, as they were more eager to witness the practical abilities of these disciples in the future. However, as time elapsed, some disciples could no longer endure the oppressive silence. They submitted their papers prematurely, while others wore expressions of despair, as if ensnared in their own imagined scenarios. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of several elders darkened to a shade akin to charcoal. What a disgrace! Today, Elder Song's presence has rendered me utterly humiliated. One elder suppressed his fury, knowing that some of the more fragile-minded disciples within included a few he had once instructed. Old Lu. Do not be too vexed. The majority of the disciples are still commendable, another elder soothed gently. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed a disciple inexplicably fall asleep, prompting the previously composed elder to fume. What a disgrace! Echoing the sentiments of his predecessor, Zhou Yaoming, however, remained unfazed by the embarrassment, as he was known for his amiable nature, and the students of the Spiritual Plant Institute regarded their dean as quite approachable. Regarding this batch of disciples, he shook his head slightly, opting not to elaborate further. There were still some promising individuals. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and those who have not reached this level of attainment often overlook the significance of cultivating one's heart. Song Wen surveyed the disciples before him, all of whom belonged to the Tao Academy, and he refrained from casting blame. The talent for cultivation, in truth, is not solely measured by innate quality. Temperament, perseverance, and comprehension are also vital criteria. Yet, historically, few disciples have warranted the expenditure of their time for careful observation and judgment. Nevertheless, they would not obstruct the pathways of those unconventional geniuses. The quinquennial recruitment of disciples into the Tao Academy arises from this very principle. Song Wen's attention settled on Lu Qing. Among the multitude of disciples, His visit was also to catch a glimpse of this unfamiliar disciple that in the past, he had, to varying degrees, formed impressions of most disciples upon entering the Purple Mansion. However, this disciple named Lu Qing utterly escaped his recollection. After all, at the time of entry, possessing superior aptitude did not compel him to take special note. Upon observing Lu Qing, he realized that, aside from his demeanor, this stable mindset surpassed that of most cultivators, a quality that Song Wen greatly admired. Was Master Song here with the intent of nurturing a disciple? Zhou Yaoming followed Song Wen's gaze, only to be met with a sea of dark blue garments. Amidst such a vast crowd of candidates, he focused on a few disciples who exhibited exceptional temperament. Look at this disciple, Song Wen remarked candidly. Zhou Yaoming's curiosity piqued. Lu Qing possesses commendable temperament. He must be the named disciple of that senior brother. Song Wen smiled. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. Zhou Yaoming responded. If you do not speak, I truly would remain unaware. However, he sensed that Master Song's presence here must relate to higher matters. Time trickled by. After completing his paper, Lu Qing stood up, but before he could adjust to the sensation of his feet lacking solid ground, the surrounding space suddenly warped and twisted. The sense of weightlessness surged within him. As the practical assessment commenced so soon, the once blank space around him transformed, first into lush shades of forest green, followed by the azure of the sky, as Lu Qing beheld the scenery before him. Mountains, fields, and blue skies adorned with white clouds. The sounds of chirping insects and birds filled his ears, as if the previous tranquility had merely been an illusion, in the blink of an eye. He found himself amidst the bustling realm of humanity. Lu Qing marveled at the formidable array of illusions, recognizing the fluctuations of the array. Yet, what he saw and heard was palpably real, devoid of any semblance of deception. This illusion array is indeed extraordinary, he mused, for while it confounds the senses, it has yet to fully obscure a cultivator's consciousness to know. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly. In a fleeting breath, he discerned that something was amiss with his body. His consciousness felt as if it were confined within the sea of awareness in the Purple Mansion, and his spiritual energy that he formed a hand seal, conjuring a flickering flame upon his fingertip. Yet, this diminutive flame revealed to him that his body's reservoir of spiritual energy had vanished entirely. This illusion is alarmingly potent. Suddenly, a scroll resembling a painted manuscript descended from the sky. Bordered with gold thread and affixed to ancient wood, the fine paper unfurled before him. Candidate Lu Qing, this realm is a virtual domain, self-contained and distinct. Your physical form has been transformed. The flow of time here differs from that of the outside world, so there is no need for concern. Your examination task is as follows. Successfully cultivate a fruiting vine in this woodland setting within a span of 1 day. The timer begins now. The text upon the scroll was clear to Lu Qing. Once he finished reading, the scroll, akin to a painted canvas, crumbled and released a pouch of seeds, while the scroll itself dissipated into a beam of white light, vanishing from his sight. The second examination. Lu Qing silently mused, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Now that he understood the nature of this place, he realized there was nothing inherently problematic about the examination task. He was certainly familiar with the fruiting vine. Moreover, its cultivation posed minimal difficulty. It was a vibrant crimson hue, thriving in damp, cool conditions, particularly favoring rain. With a mere thought, Lu Qing could plant it in an instant, reaping the harvest within half a day. However, therein lies the challenge. The task appeared deceptively simple, so simple that any disciple proficient in minor cloud and rain techniques, along with a basic understanding of the fruiting vine, could accomplish it with ease. Not to mention Lu Qing's cultivation within the Purple Mansion realm. Each disciple's physical form had been temporarily conjured, explaining why he currently felt so devoid of substance, akin to merely possessing the cultivation level of nurturing qi. This was the crux of the matter. Lu Qing's previously advantageous cultivation had been entirely neutralized. One could say that many disciples now stood on equal footing at the starting line of cultivation. To cultivate, one must first clear the land for spiritual fields. This truly represents a breakthrough from nothing to something, an endeavor that requires personal effort. Lu Qing now stood at the base of a verdant hill. The hill being an unremarkable formation, with fertile soil at its foot, where he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Moreover, He needed to locate a place conducive to water-based growth. Following the path up the hill, he navigated through patches of grass, parting the underbrush until he followed the sound of water into the depths of the forest at a small pond nestled beneath the damp cliff, where streams of jade-white water cascaded down. Merging into the pond, strangely, the water level of the pond remained unchanged. Liu Qing speculated that there must be an underground river channel beneath the pond. Nevertheless, this would not impede his examination. Indeed, this locale could be cultivated into a plot of land roughly the size of a bed. Although Liu Qing's current ethereal form lacked high cultivation, his perspective remained intact. The spiritual energy at the base of the hill was nearly non-existent, but the area surrounding this small pond possessed a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy. Furthermore, remarkably, Liu Qing discovered ordinary farming tools such as hoes, wooden buckets, and carrying poles beside the pond. Clearly, the elders had anticipated the details of this assessment. Since they were restricting their spiritual power, relying on spiritual energy to cultivate was no longer feasible. This is perfect, Liu Qing, unpretentious, noted the time in his mind. A day's time felt somewhat urgent given his current circumstances. The spiritual field need not conform to a rigid square shape, as long as it could accommodate the planting of spiritual flora. The specific dimensions were inconsequential. Remembering that he was undergoing an examination, Liu Qing took advantage of the moist soil near the pond, significantly reducing the difficulty of cultivation and conserving considerable effort. His ethereal form lacked the spiritual energy he had hoped for. Soon, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Liu Qing successfully scattered the seeds, given the presence of a bucket. It served a purpose, although he attempted to cast the minor cloud and rain technique. Alas, with his internal spiritual energy depleted, before the small cloud could take shape and droplets could fall, his body could no longer sustain the effort. He decided to abandon the convenience of spells entirely, opting instead to draw water from the pond. With a wooden bucket in hand, he was still able to move swiftly despite his current ethereal form. In just a few dozen steps, he was not winded at all. If only these were aquatic species, I could simply place you into the pond, Liu Qing lamented as he gazed at the still unbloomed, fruiting vine. The spiritual energy here surpassed that at the foot of the hill, and the pond itself contained spiritual energy. If only he could place it in the pond, he would not have to wait for it to sprout. The pond was cool and soothing. Liu Qing cleared a stone away, using a nearby banana leaf to fashion a makeshift scoop, drawing water from the wooden bucket to nourish the roots of the vine seeds. He considered himself fortunate. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Spiritual Plant Institute, the elders' expressions were nothing short of spectacular. How had they not recognized that their disciples harbored such outlandish ideas? I have reiterated countless times that sea rice cannot be cultivated in that manner. How can anyone not withstand the temperatures of a mere fire mountain? And to think, there are disciples who fear the cold. Do they believe they cannot cultivate spiritual flora if it snows? Even with Song when present, after observing the actions of several disciples, some elders could no longer contain their displeasure, their tempers escalating with every word. The capabilities of this virtual realm are indeed impressive. Songwen remained undeterred, his interest unwavering. This one does not pass. This one, however, is quite commendable. The mind is agile and adventurous, adeptly utilizing the interplay of the 5 elements to cyclically nurture seeds. Each elder held a flickering light in their hands, engaging in lively discourse. Yet in situations requiring on-site assessments, they collectively took charge. In previous years, 3 elders would oversee evaluations for each category of assessment, but this time was different, with the dean present and Elder Song in attendance. Coupled with the absence of significant events recently, the institute was well-staffed. During this preliminary assessment, over 10 elders were present. Let us grant an excellent rating to this one. In this, although it has been nurtured, I suspect the spiritual plant's condition may not be optimal. Nevertheless, this line of thought is commendable. We will ultimately evaluate based on the cultivation of spiritual plants. That sentiment is misguided. I believe the evaluation should not be so rigid. Some elders voiced their dissent, while others expressed agreement, leading to a lively atmosphere. Zhou Yaoming naturally held his position of authority. He would only be called upon to adjudicate in the event of persistent disputes. Songwen was there to observe a particular disciple and to witness the feasibility of this innovative assessment format and its potential for broader application. This one does not pass. It's barely acceptable. It deserves a passing grade. Among the many distinguished disciples, Lu Qing stood out with his commendable performance that he had always adhered to the conventional path. However, unbeknownst to him, the examiners were critiquing numerous disciples from the outside. His moderate performance did not reflect groundbreaking ideas or dazzling cultivation strategies, nor did it exhibit the ineptitude of someone who, having lost their spiritual prowess, could no longer even tend to the fields. Thus, while his performance in this assessment was not the finest, he still received a commendable rating. The reasoning remained largely unchanged, as the fu vine he cultivated was of excellent quality, blood red like a precious gem, making it a superior spiritual plant. Although he did not display any particularly unique insights during the cultivation process, following the established rules of spiritual plant cultivation was not inherently erroneous. Only Song 1, upon seeing the evaluation, displayed a fleeting expression of peculiarity. There's something amiss, Master Song?" an elder inquired, noticing his demeanor. "Nothing of concern," Elder Song replied that he merely recalled that the aforementioned senior brother was adept in both swordsmanship and weaponry, with disciples who excelled in both arts. Yet, Lu Qing, who had been accepted from the outer sect, seemed entirely unrelated to these fields, leaving one to ponder the implications of senior brother Li's affinity. After the assessment concluded, Lu Qing felt a hint of fatigue. The interview materials he had acquired beforehand proved somewhat useful, albeit not extensively. It could be said that this assessment format was vastly different from previous ones. Until now, he had never heard of such matters pertaining to the virtual realm. Assessments were always conducted on-site, with elders directly assigning each disciple a plot of spiritual field for cultivation, or, when time was insufficient, employing spiritual plant techniques or posing questions for disciples to answer. Lu Qing felt adequately prepared, only to discover that while the questions remained unchanged, the format of answering had undergone significant transformation. "I should be able to pass," Lu Qing mused, considering the vibrant fu vine he had cultivated, with its crimson tendrils, robust roots, and lustrous leaves. Surely, it should not warrant a failing grade. Lu Qing found himself perplexed by the nature of this assessment. Throughout the process, he had not encountered the so-called examiners. However, upon exiting the examination venue and reappearing in the spiritual plant cultivation city, he realized he was not alone in his confusion. "This is so challenging," a disciple complained. "Why is this assessment so peculiar? I won't even mention the writing. The on-site evaluation left me utterly exhausted," a robust disciple lamented, his voice lacking energy. Others gathered in small groups, whispering, "It was so tiring. Without spiritual energy, I felt like a mere mortal." Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed in surprise, "A mortal? Surely you jest. I'm at least in the early stages of meridian opening. While lacking spiritual energy, I still possess considerable strength."